Reborn in the apocalypse 3 months prior, inheriting a fortune of billions. Mr. Su Yang. The late Mr. Su has left you 3 inheritances. One is a cash sum of $10 billion. Another comprises fixed assets and group shares valued at $20 billion. The third inheritance is us as stipulated in Mr. Su Tianchang's will. My sister and I are here to assist you in managing and operating the Su Tian Group, ensuring you face no future concerns. If there are no objections, you may sign the will, and the $10 billion will be promptly transferred to your account. You will also inherit the entire Su Tian Group along with all fixed assets belonging to the late Mr. Su. We shall serve as your representatives, joining the board of Su Tian Group to manage on your behalf. Rest assured, the late Mr. Su Tianchang's entire estate has been notarized, and we have already coordinated with domestic banks. Upon your signature on the inheritance, it will take immediate effect. The bank will convert the $10 billion into 70 billion renminbi for your use. There will be no subsequent investigations from regulatory bodies, allowing you to utilize the 70 billion without concern. Su Yang gazed at the stunningly beautiful twin sisters before him, clad in professional attire with black stockings and high heels, standing at approximately 1.7 meters tall there. Figures rivaling that of the most illustrious stars from the entertainment industry. He felt slightly dazed, as if caught in a dream. Weren't I murdered by those heartless neighbors? Su Yang furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of bewilderment. How is it that I have awakened back to the day? 3 months before the apocalypse, inheriting a fortune of billions. Could it be that I have been reborn? Heaven has granted me a second chance, and this time I shall exact my vengeance and safeguard all that is dear to me. I will return the pain inflicted upon me 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Su Yang's heart was ablaze with fury, his fists clenched tightly. The mere recollection of the grotesque faces of those neighbors sent a chilling murderous intent coursing through him, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. On June 1st, 2024, a flash of azure light illuminated the sky, and soon after, the world was blanketed in heavy snowfall, plunging temperatures to a frigid -50 or 60 degrees. In the first 3 days, people merely regarded it as unusual weather, not paying it much mind. However, a week later, as supplies dwindled and no aid arrived, chaos began to unfold. Incidents of desperate looting for survival resources emerged. 15 days into the apocalypse, water and electricity ceased, and essential supplies became increasingly scarce. In the biting cold, with hunger gnawing at their very souls and life, hanging by a thread, unrest escalated, plunging human society into utter disorder. Initially, the struggle was for basic necessities, but soon it devolved into murder. Even instances of cannibalism surfaced. By that time, even a single packet of instant noodles could turn spouses against each other and fathers against sons. It brought a top-tier actress to bow her noble head and thrust forth her alluring form. And just 3 months prior to the onset of this cataclysm, today, Su Yang inherited a staggering fortune of hundreds of billions from a new nation overseas. The benefactor was none other than his second uncle, Su Tianchang, the chairman of Su Tian Group. At the tender age of 10, amidst a time of chaos, Su Tianchang became separated from his family. He embarked alone on a ship bound for the new nation, and through his relentless efforts, he established a vast multinational conglomerate. When he sought to return and reunite with his kin, he discovered, to his dismay, that all of his relatives had succumbed to the ravages of time, and the lineage of his elder brother had withered away. Only after his demise did it come to light that his elder brother had a grandson, Su Yang, who, as a child, had lost his parents and been adopted by another family. Having inherited a fortune amounting to billions, Su Yang did not indulge in hedonistic pursuits, nor did he acquire opulent mansions, luxury cars, or revel in a life of excess. Instead, he dedicated his affections to Bai Lu, a cherished companion from his neighborhood. He lavished her with prestigious automobiles, exquisite watches, designer handbags, and high-end clothing, all in hopes of eliciting a smile from her. The residents of the community became aware of his newfound wealth and flocked to him for loans and assistance, to which his benevolent nature compelled him to respond positively. As the apocalypse loomed, Su Yang, drawing from years of prudent preparation, had stockpiled ample survival supplies within his home, allowing him to weather a month of turmoil safely. It was through his generosity that those neighbors were spared from starvation in the face of the impending disaster. Yet, the human heart is frail and easily tested. Despite his selfless devotion to their well-being, those he had aided conspired against him. Bai Lu, in collusion with her childhood companion, deceitfully lured him to open his door, whereupon the very neighbors he had helped surge forth to seize all of his provisions. Their treachery culminated in a sinister intent to take his life. Even now, the words of his beastly neighbors still echo in his ears. Dismember it, and let everyone share as reserve food. What's so impressive about wealth? In the end, it was us who brought you to your demise. Don't think that by helping us, we will be grateful. Save your money for your next life. Indeed, the age-old adage holds true. Kindness is met with ingratitude, a truth that transcends time. Su Yang paid dearly with his life to grasp this profound realization. You never expected it, did you? I have been reborn, and this time I will make you wish for death. Su Yang roared silently within. Mr. Su? Mr. Su? The twin beauties, noticing his deep contemplation and silence, exchanged puzzled glances and tightened their clothing, hastily calling out to him. It was only then that Su Yang awakened from his boundless resentment. I apologize for my lapse. He offered a slight smile to the two, feeling a wave of regret. These twin sisters, each possessing beauty and figure rated above 95, were well known to him. The elder sister, Su Yunxi, served as the chief lawyer of the Su Tian Group's legal department, while the younger sister, Su Muyu, held the position of director in the finance department. Orphaned since childhood, they were adopted by Su Tian Group's chairman, Su Tianchong. As they grew, they ascended to senior management within the group, one managing internal affairs and the other external, both representing the elite left to him by their late second uncle. Gazing at these enchanting, ethereal beings who exuded both beauty and efficiency, Su Yang could only think of 4 words: stunning and capable. Upon reflecting on his past life, he couldn't help but scold himself for pursuing the superficial charm of Bai Lu instead of appreciating the exquisite beauty before him. How foolish he had been, wasting his affections on such inferior company while neglecting a true gem. Su Yang shook his head, dispelling the distracting thoughts, picked up his pen, and opened the will. Without a glance, he signed his name on the final page. First, transfer 50 billion USD to me. The remaining 50 billion will be left in an overseas account for significant purposes. After signing, Su Yang addressed the 2 sisters. Understood. We will follow Mr. Su's instructions without hesitation. Without a moment's delay, Su Muyu made a call to the bank to relay the situation. In less than 10 minutes, 35 billion renminbi was credited to his account. Just as Su Yang put away his phone, a flash of white light surged through him, and the device was drawn into a dark void. Startled yet composed, he felt no change in his expression as he willed the phone to reappear in his hand. It's a space. This revelation nearly escaped his lips in astonishment. Conquering the twin sisters, fortunately, Su Yang had just experienced life and death situations, and his mentality was already different from that of his previous life. When he saw Su Yunxi and Su Muyu, the 2 sisters, and noticed that they didn't discover the strange situation of his mobile phone disappearing and then reappearing suddenly, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that after my rebirth, certain changes have occurred to my body, and I even carry a space with me. Su Yang thought to himself, I just don't know how large this space is and how many things it can store. I'll study it carefully when I get back. When the 2 sisters saw that Su Yang fell into silence again, they smiled slightly. The elder sister, Su Yunxi, took the lead in breaking the awkward atmosphere and said, It seems that Mr. Su is different from what we learned from the materials. What was I like in the materials? Su Yang asked playfully. And what do you think of me? The materials show that you are usually a submissive person, whether in the company or in dealing with people. You are a kind-hearted person to the extreme, and even a sycophant, a low-quality sycophant, a love-struck warrior who has no self-awareness. Then, Su Yunxi promptly changed the topic and said again, But the you we see is like a mass of fog, making you hard to fathom. Facing such a huge inheritance, you not only didn't show any sign of being tempted, but even when the 35 billion renminbi arrived just now, you didn't even glance at it with much nostalgia. This kind of calmness can't be faked. And when facing my sister and me, your eyes remain calm. A person who can remain composed in the face of money and resist the temptation of beauty is a person who can achieve great things. Ms. Su Yunqi, as the chief counsel of Suyong Corporation's legal department, undoubtedly possesses remarkable analytical prowess. However, she could scarcely fathom that Suyong's apparent indifference to monetary incentives and resistance to alluring temptations stemmed not from a lack of desire, but rather from his prior experiences in a past life, having recently endured betrayal and rebirth, coupled with the awakening of a spatial ability. He had little inclination for such pursuits. Consequently, his seeming detachment from these enticements plunged her into a whirlwind of intellectual speculation. Nevertheless, Suyong offered no elucidation, merely stating with a serene demeanor, information is inert, whereas individuals are dynamic. As our acquaintance deepens, you shall discover a completely novel facet of my character. However, am I to repose my trust in you? As he spoke, Suyong's gaze intensified, sending a chilling sensation through the twin sisters, causing them to feel a profound coldness. Initially taken aback, they swiftly comprehended the import of his words. The younger sister, Su Muyu, responded with earnest sincerity, should you harbor any reservations regarding our management of Suyong Corporation, you are at liberty to dismiss us and personally assume control of the group's board of directors, thereby directly overseeing the entire entity. Our inclusion as the third clause in your uncle's will is solely attributable to our desire to reciprocate his benevolence. Like yourself, we were orphaned at a young age and endured a precarious existence, marked by hardship and vagrancy, until the age of 8. It was your uncle who adopted us, providing sustenance, clothing, and access to premier educational institutions, thereby affording us the opportunity to showcase our talents and attain our current standing. Furthermore, if we truly harbored any ill intentions with the two of us capabilities, this hundreds of billions of inheritance wouldn't have fallen into your hands. At the very least, by virtue of my position as the chief lawyer and my sister's position as the financial director of the group, it would be no problem for us to drain the entire Su Tian group. So you can rest assured completely. We bear you no ill will, and you can place full trust in us. Old Mr. Su regarded us as his own granddaughters, and we won't let him down. Su Yunqi is much more straightforward than Su Muyu. Although what she said might not sound pleasant, it is sincere. Suyong nodded. Just as the two sisters said, they had no reservations towards him. In his previous life, under the instigation of Bai Lu, he dismissed the two of them. Without hesitation, they handed over the shares of Su Tian Group and the control of the board of directors to him, left without any devious tricks, and departed with grace. Coupled with their heartfelt words just now, Suyong believed that they were truly pure-hearted people. At least for now, they were extremely loyal to him. But what about after the end of the world arrives? In that desolate state where everything withers, all things perish, and endless cold prevails. With one's life hanging by a thread, can they still maintain such a state of mind? Can they still be loyal to him? Suyong shook his head. He didn't believe that anyone could remain true to their original intentions in such an apocalyptic world. Since his rebirth, he had become much more mature and extremely cautious. At least he wouldn't trust others easily anymore. But for now, he still needed to rely on the influence of the two within Su Tian Group to do some things that were inconvenient for him to do. As an international conglomerate, the Su Tian Group surely knows some people that one may not be acquainted with on one's own. One needs to utilize these individuals to fulfill the pre-apocalyptic plan. This is precisely why he had previously set aside $5 billion out of the $10 billion inheritance in an overseas account. He has a colossal and astonishing plan that requires the collaboration of two people for its implementation. It is also an opportune moment to test these twin sisters who are both extremely attractive in terms of appearance and figure. If they are truly and utterly loyal to him, it wouldn't be amiss to take them in after the apocalypse. After all, in the gradually approaching doomsday, one would need someone to warm the bed and attend to one's daily life. As for affection, well, let it be. At this thought, a faint smile curved Su Yang's lips. He said to the two, I appreciate your candor. Here's to a pleasant future cooperation. Receiving the affirmation from their future boss, the two girls beamed with joy instantly. Su Muyu immediately inquired, then how should we address you in the future? Should we call you boss, or sir, or perhaps call me boss? Interrupting her before she could finish, Suyong said, I prefer the title boss. From now on, you two will be my top-notch secretaries. As the saying goes, when there's work, the secretary does it, and when there's no work, do the secretary, right? The two girls said in unison. In the entire room, the hearty laughter of the three people resounded. Suyong shrugged and said, if you don't mind, I can fully accept it. This statement contains an element of jest, but it is more of his sincere thoughts. In high society circles, which person doesn't have a bevy of beauties around? We've seen such things all too often. Su Yunxi and Su Muyu showed no signs of anger. Instead, they said indifferently, if you, the boss, truly have such capabilities, it's not impossible for us sisters to serve one husband together. Twin sisters, with the same charming looks, bringing double the joy. You men must dream of such a thing, right? It's feasible. Subsequently, Su Yang spread his hands and asked doubtfully, are girls nowadays so open-minded that they can even take such jokes? Who's joking with you? The two sisters cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, Boss, we've grown up experiencing the law of the jungle. We understand the principle of survival of the fittest better than anyone. Besides, we're accustomed to the decadent and luxurious life of the upper-class society. Although we haven't descended to that level, we're no longer surprised by such things. If fate really decrees that my sister and I should be with you, why wouldn't we accept it? Well, I'll be waiting for that day. Su Yang laughed heartily. Looking at the two of them, he asked, then, two beautiful ladies. Do you have the time to have a lunch with me to enhance our relationship? Chapter 3. Shameless couple. Since the boss is inviting, of course we'll show our respect. Su Muyu and Su Yunxi readily agreed. The three of them walked out of the building, chatting and laughing. Just as they were about to drive to the restaurant, Su Yang's phone rang with a message notification. When he opened it, it was from the scheming Bai Lu. At the sight of this name, Su Yang felt a surge of homicidal impulse. In his previous life, he had been completely submissive to her, giving her money whenever she asked and providing whatever she wanted. Even after the apocalypse arrived, he would often give her the best of his survival supplies. Little did he know that she would conspire with her childhood sweetheart, Lu Su, and those treacherous neighbors to bring about his demise. No, if I kill him now, I'll have to pay with my own life. Su Yang forcibly suppressed the impulse to kill the man before him. To perish alongside such a person would be the act of a fool. I still have billions in assets yet to be spent. How could I allow such a deceitful woman to ruin my plans? When the apocalypse descends, I will ensure you are cast into the deepest inferno. To kill Bai Lu and Lu Su now would not be a punishment, but a release for them. To let this adulterous couple live in torment during the end of days would be the best form of retribution. Though he initially intended to ignore her, he opened the chat application, and Bai Lu's message came into view. Su Yang, Lu Su and I are going to a concert tonight at 8 o'clock. You have 2 hours to buy 2 front row seats together. If you delay our concert, you'll regret it. Seeing this commanding message, Su Yang was amused. He could imagine the arrogant and hideous expression on her face as she held her phone. Did she truly believe he was still the subservient simp she could manipulate without end? I footed the bill for your meals with Lu Su. I bought the tickets for your concerts with Lu Su, and I provided the condoms for your rendezvous. Did she really take him for a fool? Su Yang curled his lip. It must be said, if his former self had seen the message, he truly would have done as she asked, and with great care, buying the tickets at a high price. Alas, times had changed. A month in the apocalypse had allowed him, at the cost of his life, to see the ugliness of the other party's true colors, and it had allowed him to mature a great deal. With a finger pressed on the voice function, he uttered a single word to Bai Lu, scram. Then he turned off his phone and paid no more heed. What's up, boss? Did your beloved send you a message? Su Muyu teased. It seems you're quite impatient with her. This isn't what you're supposed to do according to the information. I have the two of you, beauties on par with top-notch celebrities, by my side. Why would I care about Bai Lu, a woman who doesn't even qualify as a beauty? Instead of getting angry, Su Yang made self-deprecating remarks. I was ignorant before, trapped in a quagmire while unaware of the vast forest outside. It can only be said that my vision was limited. Come on, forget about her. Let's go eat. There's a decent restaurant near Fengyan Community where I live. I'll take you there to have a taste. As he spoke, Su Yang turned around, got into the car, and drove the two women towards the restaurant. At that moment, upon hearing the impatient word scram from her phone, Bai Lu flew into a rage. She shouted into the phone, Su Yang, what's your attitude? Asking you to buy concert tickets is me giving you a chance. Don't be ungrateful. If you delay Lu Su and me from watching the concert, don't expect me to talk to you again. After sending a voice message, Bai Lu snorted and pressed the voice function again to say to Su Yang, even if you apologize to me, treat me to a big meal, and buy me designer bags, it won't work. However, after sending 2 voice messages, she received no reply for a long time. Bai Lu couldn't believe that she had been ignored by this sycophant, which made her even more furious. What's wrong with this sycophant today? In the past, whenever she asked him to do something, he would rush to complete it. Today, I just asked him to buy 2 front-row concert tickets, and he was so impatient. Has he stopped replying to me? Bai Lu pouted and sat in front of the table, her head bowed in deep thought. What else could be the reason? Perhaps this infatuated admirer has run out of money. At this moment, Lu Su's voice came. Or maybe he started to fawn over some other woman. Running out of money? That can't be right. His monthly salary is over 6,000 yuan. Bai Lu said impatiently, he just got his salary on the 20th last month. How could he have used it up so quickly? Even if there's not much left in the past. He wouldn't even frown when asked to buy something using a small loan. Could he really have gone to fawn over another woman? A sudden sense of foreboding welled up in Bai Lu's heart. No way. We still don't have the concert tickets sorted out. I haven't squeezed all the money out of Su Yang yet. He has no chance to fawn over other women. I must spoil his plans. She was still counting on him to be her long-term meal ticket. How could she tolerate him fawning over other women? She had to make full use of him first. She opened the chat software again and sent a voice message, saying, Su Yang, I'll give you one last chance. Apologize to me and bring 2 front-row concert tickets to me in 2 hours. Otherwise, don't expect me to talk to you again. And I won't give you any more chances to pursue me. However, after sending the message, there was still no response, as if it had sunk into the ocean. This made Bai Lu extremely angry. Well, if he doesn't reply, so be it. Why bother getting angry with a poor infatuated admirer? Lu Su comforted her. Maybe he'll regret it in a couple of days and come to apologize to you with gifts. If we can't watch the concert this time, we can watch it next time. No, this is my idol. I don't know when I'll be able to see him again if I miss this chance. Bai Lu shook her head. Then let's buy tickets and go see it ourselves. Lu Su took out his mobile phone and said to Bai Lu, if we go by ourselves, we can only buy ordinary tickets in the back rows. When that sycophant Su Yang comes back to you, make sure to fleece him severely to make up for the shortfall. Once a person becomes shameless, they can lower their bottom line infinitely, and all morality ceases to exist. Lu Su opened the ticket booking software on his phone. When he saw that a single ordinary ticket cost 800 and 2 cost 1,600, he shuddered in pain. He and Bai Lu were from out of town. Their incomes were not high, and they had to pay rent. Moreover, neither of them was thrifty, so naturally, they couldn't save money each month. Although they had been childhood sweethearts and lived together, he knew it was just a shared rental. Bai Lu was proud and arrogant and would never take a fancy to him. Usually, she only allowed him some kisses and hugs but never went further. Maybe one day she would find someone with better conditions and leave him, if he didn't think that Su Yang would make up the money for him later. He really might not have paid this money to accompany Bai Lu to the concert. All right, stop being angry. Lu Su said to Bai Lu, the tickets are booked. It's already noon. Let's go downstairs and have a good meal, and then watch the concert tonight. As they spoke, the two walked out of the room. Boss, this place doesn't seem like a very high-end restaurant. Siyunchi said jokingly, her beautiful eyes looking at a restaurant called Le Fuju. Coming to a place like this doesn't quite match the status of a multi-billionaire like you, does it? Chapter 4. Selling group stocks at a 20% discount. Surely you, the sophisticated elites accustomed to grand spectacles, wouldn't care about the dining venue? Su Yang looked at the two and asked rhetorically. That's not the case. The two shook their heads and said simultaneously, we're just a bit puzzled. Now that you're so wealthy, boss, why are you still so keen on this restaurant that doesn't even rate 3 stars? Is the food here really that delicious? You've hit the nail on the head. Su Yang said heartily, I haven't had their food for over a month. The taste is truly nostalgic. The reason I brought you two here is exactly as I said. I haven't eaten here for a long time and kind of miss it. During the apocalypse, the life I led for a month was simply unbearable. I was so fed up with the tasteless food. Moreover, the food here really tastes good, and it's close to Fengyan community where I live, only about 2 kilometers away. I can get there with just a stomp on the gas pedal, and it'll be convenient for me to go back later. Su Yang led the two into the restaurant. Once inside, he actually ran into a few acquaintances. Although they didn't interact much on a daily basis, they were quite familiar to him. And they weren't the ones who had wronged him back then. At the same time, these people knew him too. The notorious title of the biggest sycophant in Fengyan community was well known. From the mocking looks in their eyes, it was evident that these people held him in contempt. However, Su Yang didn't pay any heed to this. After greeting them, he led Su Yunxi and Su Muyu to find a table and sat down. When those people saw that he was accompanied by a pair of breathtakingly beautiful twin sisters, their eyes widened in an instant. A woman with even more charm and beauty than top-tier celebrities. For ordinary people, merely having a meal with her would be considered an extraordinary stroke of good fortune, as if their ancestors were blessing them from above. And now, The man actually brought 2 such women at once, rousing intense envy in onlookers. After taking their seats, Su Yang promptly ordered a table full of delicacies, including lobsters, abalones, and a variety of rare and sumptuous dishes. As soon as the food was served, without even bothering to invite the 2 sisters, he started devouring it. The 2 sisters stared in shock as their boss wolfed down the food like a glutton, as if he were a reincarnation of a starving ghost. How could anyone eat so voraciously? Could the body endure such an onslaught? After experiencing a month of the icy apocalypse and then being reborn, even Su Yang himself didn't realize that he had an extreme obsession with food, especially fresh food. Soon, he had consumed most of the dishes on the table. Delicious, Su Yang exclaimed, then called the boss over and asked, "How much is a table of dishes like this?" 1,500, the boss replied. After all, these were not the standard banquet dishes, but were ordered la carte, and the man had chosen all the expensive items. Given the restaurant's level, the highest grade banquet dishes cost less than 1,000 yuan per table. Prepare 1,000 tables of this standard for me and deliver them to number 001. Fengyan Community, tomorrow noon. Su Yang said to the boss nonchalantly. How much? The boss thought he had misheard and asked again. Are you sure you want 1,000 tables? If the man wasn't joking, this was 1,500,000 yuan. It was an absolutely huge order. Not only the boss was stunned, but also those who knew Su Yang were left dumbfounded. In his heart, he thought, could this young fellow have just had extraordinary luck and made a fortune? And he's even sending it to number 001, Fengyan Community. Everyone knows that it's a single family villa in the community, which hasn't been sold for years. Could he have befriended some big shot who's giving him both money and women? Su Yang didn't care what they thought. Instead, he said to the restaurant owner, it's 1,000 tables. Are you afraid you can't cook that much? I can do it. As long as the boss is willing to pay. I can cook as many as you want. The restaurant owner immediately bowed and scraped, and the way he looked at Su Yang changed. He looked at Su Yang as if he were a god of wealth. With such a big order, why not take it? Even if the wok is fried until it sparks, it must be ready for the other party before noon tomorrow. Well, then, swipe the card. Su Yang took out a bank card and handed it to the other party. The other party took it tremblingly, then turned around to swipe the card. His legs were weak as he walked. He had never encountered such a big order in his life of running a restaurant. With this single order, he could close the business for the rest of the year. Let's continue eating. Su Yang picked up the chopsticks and bowls again, and while eating, he asked Su Muyu and Su Yunxi, if I sell all the stocks of Yintian Group and my second uncle's fixed assets, how long will it take? At least 2 months, replied Su Muyu, the financial director, without hesitation. Su Yunxi's face changed. Boss, are you really going to sell Sutian Group? She didn't object to what the boss was doing. After all, it was the boss's freedom to sell or not. But she couldn't let her boss sell Sutian Group in a muddle without knowing its value. As a subordinate, she should remind him. The boss, Sutian Group, is like a goose that lays golden eggs, capable of providing you and your descendants with an endless stream of wealth. Are you certain you want to sell it? What would I do with so much money all by myself? Su Yang shook his head. Sell it. It must be sold, and as quickly as possible. What's the use of earning piles of money if one doesn't have the life to spend it? When the apocalypse arrives, that money won't even be good enough for wiping one's bottom, and its only function will be to keep one warm. However, Su Yang didn't explain anything to the two of them. Instead, he continued to ask, does it really take as long as 2 months to sell all the group's stocks and fixed assets? Fixed assets are easy to sell. The high-quality assets that Mr. Su left in the new country are worth $2 billion and can all be sold within a week. Sister Su Yunxi explained. The most difficult part is still the group stocks. If we want to cash them out, it will take quite some time. Even if we don't cash them out and look for buyers in the secondary market, who would be able to come up with $18 billion in a short time? 2 months is already the most ideal situation. Su Yunxi, a top-notch lawyer, explained. I'll give you 1 month to dispose of those fixed assets and 30 of the group stocks. Inform those who want to acquire Sutian Group that we can offer a 20 discount. With a 20 discount, it will only be 14 billion US dollars. That's a reduction of $6 billion US dollars all at once. Converted into RMB, it's 6 billion. Boss, you're really generous. Su Muyu, the finance staff, calculated immediately. Facing their doubts, Su Yang replied indifferently, still, as I said, no matter how much money it is, only the money one can spend with one's life is real money. Without the life to spend it, it's worse than paper. Boss, are you suffering from persecutory delusion? The two asked in bewilderment. I can't tell you too much for now. In any case, I won't joke with my own life. Su Yang smiled confidently and explained, you'll know how right my decision is when 3 months have passed from today. Chapter 5. Humiliating the green tea bitch and her childhood friend mercilessly. Just as Su Yunxi and Su Muyu were about to say something, a voice interrupted them. Well, Su Yang, you refused to buy me concert tickets, yet you're hiding here eating lobsters and abalones. Bai Lu and Lu Su, who happened to come for a meal, were enraged immediately upon seeing Su Yang there. When they saw the leftover lobsters and abalones in front of him, the two couldn't help but swallow their saliva. When had they ever eaten such delicious food? Usually, they could only watch when others were having it. Especially Bai Lu, who got even angrier, pointed at Su Yang and shouted, you don't have money to buy me concert tickets, yet you have money to eat and drink extravagantly here. Do you still want to pursue me? Get up and buy me tickets right now. Su Yang looked at Bai Lu, who was incredibly shameless, acting like a shrew cursing in the street, and sneered, are you overly self-confident about your appearance? With your looks, what makes you think I would pursue you? If you want to watch the concert, buy the tickets yourself. You can't be so poor that you can't even afford a ticket, can you? Or ask your childhood friend to buy it for you. Su Yang abruptly changed the topic, turned to Lu Su beside him and sneered, oh, right, I remembered. He's a penniless fellow too, with a monthly income of 5 or 6,000 yuan, yet he dreams of buying front row seats with adjacent numbers. Dream on. Perhaps you too should go for a nude loan, and maybe then you could afford it. But with your looks, the micro loan company wouldn't even lend to you. His words immediately drew a burst of mocking laughter, making Bai Lu wish she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Lu Su was so angry that his teeth were clenched. Su Yang, show some respect. To earn my respect, one must have the ability. What's there to respect about too good for? Nothing's who used to rely on me for support. Su Yang said unceremoniously, scram. Don't disrupt my meal. Say that again. Lu Su's eyes were ablaze with anger, and he raised his fist, ready to hit Su Yang. But then a teasing voice came from the side. Could it be that when a person becomes wealthy, their brain also gets smarter? Before, we thought Su Yang was just a simple, infatuated follower, who knew he had long been aware that these two had ill intentions. Look, Lu Su still wants to hit him. Su Yang is rich now. Can Lu Su afford to compensate if he does? Ha! Hearing this, many people burst out laughing. These people were just onlookers eager for excitement. They taunted Bai Lu and Lu Su, hoping to make the situation worse. Just as Lu Su was about to throw a punch regardless, Bai Lu stopped him. As an ultimate scheming and hypocritical woman, she caught the key point amidst the mockery from the crowd. Su Yang had become wealthy now. She glanced at the table full of dishes he had ordered, including lobsters and abalones, worth at least over 1,000 yuan. If it were in the past, how dare that person eat such expensive things? It seems that Su Yang has really become wealthy. The anger in her heart was immediately suppressed, and she put on a pitiful look, pulling the bewildered Lu Su behind her. She walked up to Su Yang and said coquettishly, Brother Su Yang, you might have misunderstood me. I asked you to buy the concert tickets just so you could accompany me to watch it. After all, I really like you. For a woman like her, sacrificing dignity and changing her face is quicker than turning a page in a book. Distorting right and wrong and black and white is their forte. Little thing, don't think that just because you've earned a little money, you can show off in front of this young lady. Bai Lu cursed inwardly, as long as I use a little trick. I'll make this sycophant buy the concert tickets for tonight. Not only will he treat me to a big meal, but he'll also buy me things worth tens of thousands of yuan as compensation. How could a sycophant escape my grasp? Dream on. Seeing that Su Yang didn't speak, Bai Lu, full of unfounded confidence, continued, Look, as soon as I heard that you were having a meal here, I rushed over immediately, just wanting to have a meal with you. Brother Su Yang, you won't be mad at me for not saying hello before coming, will you? As she spoke, she didn't forget to give him a few glances she thought were charming. This made Su Yang break out in goosebumps. And the food he had just eaten churned in his stomach, making him feel nauseous. Who gave you the confidence to think I'd accompany you to the concert? Su Yang said coldly, if you can't afford the tickets, go sell yourself. Charge 100 per person. Do it 100 or 80 times, and that'll be enough. Stay away from my table. You're ruining my appetite. Brought to the brink of humiliation by someone she had always regarded as a sycophant, Bai Lu could no longer contain her fury and abruptly rose to her feet, poised to unleash a torrent of invective upon Su Yang. At that moment, however, the restaurant owner approached, presenting Su with his bank card and revealing, Mr. Su, this is your bank card. You have just reserved 1,000 tables for a banquet of equal grandeur, totaling 1.5 million yuan. The invoice has been prepared and will be delivered to number 001, Fengyan Community, by noon tomorrow. What? Spending 5 million yuan on 1000 tables? Delivered to number 001, Fengyan Community? Bai Lu suppressed her mounting rage, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Su Yang. She believed he was oblivious to the stroke of fortune that had befallen him, thinking he had merely earned a little money and decided to dine here. But 5 million was no trifling sum. It was a fortune that suggested great wealth. Had he perhaps also purchased the villa at number 001, worth several tens of millions? A whirlwind of thoughts raced through her mind as she endeavored to feign an expression of sheer delight, inching closer to him once again. Brother Su Yang, are you inviting everyone in the community to dine with you? And did you really buy that villa in our neighborhood? That's simply incredible. Soon, we can live happily in a grand house together. I always believed you would achieve greatness. I was right. Indeed, when a person descends to the depths of indignity, they become invincible. Su Yang regarded her as if she were a specimen of some extraordinary illness, his disgust intensifying as he silently lamented, "My previous judgment was truly poor. Brother Su Yang, let us return home and see our new house." Bai Lu exclaimed, reaching for Su Yang's hand as she urged him towards the exit. He forcefully pushed her away, exclaiming, "Do not touch me. I have a penchant for cleanliness. Go relieve yourself and take a good look in the mirror. What gives you the audacity to call me brother? If I had a sister like you, I would wish for her demise." At that moment, even Su Yunxi and Su Muyu, the two sisters, could no longer tolerate the situation. They rose and addressed the restaurant owner. "Is your establishment so lacking in discernment that you fail to notice someone disturbing our boss's meal? Hurry and eject them." It was then that Bai Lu noticed the stunning twin sisters, whose beauty and figure were equally impressive. Their noble aura was captivating, and even she found herself somewhat enamored. However, as a scheming temptress, Bai Lu held an unwavering confidence in her own allure and physique, believing herself to be their equal. Observing them address Su Yang as boss, she immediately concocted a narrative. These two must be women Su Yang had procured from elsewhere. Only such individuals would dare to call someone else boss. They were surely here for ulterior motives. "Why should I fear you, mere vixens?" A subtle smile graced her lips as she devised a clever strategy. Chapter 6. The Apocalypse Resource Hoarding Plan. Brother Su Yang, you must not be beguiled by these two vixens. Their intentions are solely to exploit your wealth, Bai Lu said with an exaggerated tone of concern. "I, on the other hand, value you for who you are. Regardless of your financial status, I will always treat you with kindness. This extravagant banquet costing 5 million must have been orchestrated by you too, right?" Bai Lu gazed disdainfully at the sisters. "I knew you harbored ill intentions, scheming to deceive my brother Su Yang. Brother Su Yang, please cancel it. Let us not waste our money. Whatever you wish to eat, I shall prepare it for you at home." Upon hearing this, the restaurant owner's expression shifted drastically. He genuinely feared that the other party had made an impulsive decision regarding the banquet and that if it were to be cancelled, he would have no grounds for complaint. He glared at Bai Lu, wishing he could extinguish her existence. Su Yunxi and Su Muyu, the two sisters, exchanged knowing smiles. During their investigation into Su Yang's background, they had gathered some insights about Bai Lu, discovering her to be a manipulative individual. But she was even more despicable than they had anticipated. Su Yunxi approached Bai Lu, sneering, "If you dare to speak recklessly again, I will ensure you face charges for defamation. A clown like you is hardly worthy of our boss's attention. Are you not aware of your own insignificance? Do not overstep your bounds." Before Bai Lu could retort, Su Yunxi brandished her lawyer's credentials before her, stating, "Do not presume to contest me. I am a world-class attorney. Should I choose to pursue legal action, you could find yourself owing tens of thousands, far beyond your means." Having never encountered such intimidation, Bai Lu immediately wilted, retreating with Lu Su, though her gaze remained fervently fixed on Su Yang. At this moment, Su Yang had lost all interest in dining. He addressed the restaurant owner. "Proceed with the banquet as originally planned and have it delivered tomorrow afternoon. Dispose of the unfinished food. We wouldn't want it to be scavenged by a couple of stray dogs." Without casting another glance at Bai Lu and Lu Su, Su Yang resolutely departed, flanked by Su Yunxi and Su Muyu, who nestled against him, linking their arms with his. As Bai Lu's jealousy surged, she could not help but curse under her breath. "Do not forget the arrangements I made for you," Su Yang reiterated from the confines of his car. "The stocks of Su Tian Group must be sold within a month." The two sisters nodded in acknowledgement. "Furthermore, I require the registration of 2 companies domestically, one a large logistics firm, and the other a live streaming enterprise. Su Yang commanded once more. As for the capital for these registrations, there is no need for actual payment. A commitment will suffice. The sisters did not question his motives, after all. Their employer had given them directives, and they dutifully noted them down, awaiting completion. Su Yang's actions were indeed a preparatory measure for the impending apocalypse. These two companies were intended for the large-scale stockpiling of supplies. With ample funds at his disposal, he understood that hoarding significant quantities would inevitably raise suspicions among various authorities. Thus, utilizing these companies as a facade would effectively alleviate any doubts, providing a rational basis that would evade scrutiny. Su Yang had already meticulously devised his strategy for confronting the icy apocalypse following his rebirth, beginning with the substantial accumulation of survival supplies, which he could conveniently store in his spatial realm. No matter the quantity he amassed, it would all fit effortlessly, remaining intact and easily transportable. As for his knowledge of the spatial capabilities, such concepts were prevalent in apocalyptic literature, and he had certainly perused his share. He intended to validate this further when the opportunity arose. Alongside the stockpiling, he aimed to construct a robust shelter. And the unsold villa in Yunfeng community was perfectly suited for this purpose, boasting 4 floors above ground and 3 below, with ample space and a yard of 1,000 square meters. Once the sanctuary is established, one must contemplate the means of safeguarding it from potential breaches and the pursuit of vengeance. It is undoubtedly impractical to undertake such retribution single-handedly, armed only with bare hands. Thus, it is imperative to amass a substantial arsenal of firearms and military-grade weaponry. As the adage goes, a firearm is swift from 7 paces, yet precise and rapid within that distance. With a gun in hand, should anyone dare to encroach upon one's domain, a single shot would suffice to deter them. Beyond mere firearms, it would be prudent to acquire heavy weaponry and weapons of mass destruction. The prolonged duration of the icy apocalypse only serves to exacerbate the chaos of human order. The greater the potency of one's arsenal, the more effectively one can ensure personal safety. Recently, a comprehensive industrial assessment in the country has revealed a plethora of commendable products developed by private enterprises, many of which can be adapted for military use and possess formidable capabilities. For instance, the dual-tailed Scorpion drone crafted by a certain innovator, or the drone developed by another region. Merely affixing weaponry transforms them into instruments of devastation. Such large-scale procurement would not raise suspicion, especially when conducted under the guise of a major logistics company. As for the weaponry required for modifications, it is only fitting to enlist the assistance of Su Muyu and Su Yunxi, as trusted confidants of their esteemed second uncle. With the vast Su Tian group being an international conglomerate, it is hardly unreasonable to expect they possess connections with arms dealers from various nations. This underscores the rationale behind Su Yang's decision to retain $50 billion in an overseas account. Transferring such a considerable sum out of the country would undoubtedly attract scrutiny. However, transactions conducted abroad would leave no trace linking back to him, thus averting potential complications. As the saying goes, foresight is paramount. Exercising caution ultimately serves one's best interests. On the journey to return the two sisters, Su Yunxi and Su Muyu, Su Yang's mind raced as he meticulously re-evaluated his plans, rectifying every flaw before finally exhaling in relief. He inquired once more, "If we lose control of the Su Tian group, will the companies that previously collaborated with us still recognize you?" "There is no issue with that," both replied in unison. Su Yang probed further, "My second uncle has passed away. Can you still reach out to his old acquaintances or those who benefited from him?" "Absolutely. We are familiar with all the people Su Lao had connections with during his lifetime." Su Yunxi responded without hesitation. "They are all elites in their respective fields." "Among these individuals, are there any foreign arms dealers?" Su Yang asked, studying the two intently. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yunxi and Su Muyu answered, "Indeed. There is one, located in Beixiong country." "That's promising." Su Yang smiled, then continued his questioning. "What about experts in weaponry?" "Yes. We know of a weapons development company from Eagle Sauce country. They previously sought investment from the Su Tian group, but were turned down by Su Lao." Su Yunxi replied without a moment's thought. "Excellent." Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. "We've arrived at your residence. You may disembark. I have matters to attend to." Observing the sisters' wistful expressions, he concluded with a reminder. "Be ready to take my call at any moment. I may require your assistance for significant tasks in the future." As the two watched Su Yang drive away, they made no attempt to retain him, for they still needed to liquidate their fixed assets in the new nation and sell their stocks within a month, a weighty undertaking indeed. One must rest well, for one shall return to the new country early tomorrow morning. Suyang made his way back to Fengyan community without any hindrance. As soon as he parked his car, he headed straight for the Lianjia outside. "Hello, sir. Are you looking to rent or buy a house?" A female staff member, around 23 or 24 years old with an appearance rating of about 70 out of 100, quickly rose to her feet and asked as she saw him enter. Chapter 7. Creating a Safe House. Suyang got straight to the point without any unnecessary words. When the other party learned that he was here to buy a house, the smile on her face became even brighter. "What type of apartment is sir planning to buy?" the other party promptly asked. Suyang wasted no time and directly spent 30 million to purchase the villa numbered 001. Fengyan community is only a mid-range community in Jizhou City. There are a total of 40 buildings in it. When the developer was making the plans in a moment of impetuosity, they decided to build a high-end villa in the central location, which is the current villa numbered 001. Moreover, it is exquisitely decorated and ready for immediate occupancy. However, due to its exorbitant asking price, initially quoted at 40 million, it remained unsold. Even now, with the price reduced to 30 million, it still attracts no buyers. Truly, the larger the forest, the greater the variety of birds. Building a luxurious villa for sale in a community that isn't even a fully fledged mid-range one is quite mindless. One wonders which wealthy person would buy a villa worth tens of millions here, as it would only seem to lower their status. If they were to buy, they would surely choose a place with a better location and higher value retention. The wealthy may have money, but they're not foolish. One can only blame the booming domestic real estate market in the past few years. Many developers sold out all their houses just by building a gate. And now there's only that gate left standing. The reason why Suyang took a fancy to this villa was, firstly, that the people who had killed him in his previous life all lived in this community. Secondly, it was a move-in ready residence, which was quite convenient. The last but not least, its layout was excellent, with a broad view and a large enough area, and there were numerous rooms. It exactly met the conditions he envisioned for surviving the apocalypse. After the advent of the apocalypse, merely having enough to eat and wear was not sufficient. One also had to ensure entertainment, maintain the quality of life, and achieve two-way development in both physical and mental aspects, and more importantly, guarantee its impregnability. Since this villa was built relatively early and was a single-family house, the courtyard was 1,000 square meters. Even before purchasing it, Suyang had already planned that he couldn't stay in the villa all the time, otherwise he would be driven crazy sooner or later. And this relatively large courtyard was just suitable for him to take a stroll and relax. He could create a water system in it, raise fish, plant flowers, and build a swimming pool to swim whenever he had time. When he was really bored, he could even set up a vegetable garden to grow vegetables. However, to grow things under the extremely low temperature conditions of the ice-snow apocalypse, the prerequisite was how to keep the entire courtyard at a constant temperature. It was not until he paid the money and the developer handed over the key to him that Suyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since he bought it in full, the procedures were completed quickly. The moment he got the key, the villa was declared his. Without any hesitation, Suyang drove out again. Although he had just been reborn for less than a day and should have taken more rest or explored his personal portable space. After all, there were still 3 months until the apocalypse. However, Suyang indicated that he simply didn't have enough time, as there were an abundance of tasks awaiting him. After all, it was somewhat challenging to squander hundreds of billions of assets before the advent of the apocalypse. Soon, he approached a highly renowned domestic security company, the Jeju branch of Jianlong Security Group. "Hello, Mr. Su. I'm Wang Jianmin, the person in charge of the Jeju branch of Jianlong Security Group." After Suyang stated his purpose, Wang Jianmin greeted him with a smile and asked, "May I ask, Mr. Su, what kind of functional safe house do you intend to create, and are there any special requirements?" "Sturdiness, lighting, warmth preservation, filtration, ventilation, an independent power system, an independent water intake and drainage system." Suyang listed his conditions one by one. It would be best if there could also be an independent protection system and a crisis early warning system. If all these can be achieved simultaneously, and a counter-attack system installed, that would be ideal. Apart from the crisis early warning system and the counter-attack system, which are rather difficult to handle, the issues you mentioned above are quite straightforward. Wang Jianmin thought for a moment and then said, "Your requirements can only be ranked at level D in our safe house classification, and we can fully meet them. As for the crisis early warning system, we can install 2 sets of radar systems for you, one anti-air radar and one full house early warning radar. The anti-air radar can detect missile strikes from high altitudes, while the full house early warning radar can clearly detect any corner inside the safe house and within a 200-meter radius outside. Any slightest sign of activity will be clearly visible to you, allowing you to make preparations in advance. Regarding the countermeasure system, our responsibility lies solely in the installation, ensuring that your safe house is equipped to launch a counterattack from any corner without suffering any repercussions. However, we do not handle the installation of weapons. That is something you will need to arrange independently. The 2 systems mentioned are rather expensive. I have just estimated that the safe house you wish to construct is a standalone villa consisting of 3 underground levels and 4 above ground, with numerous rooms and a complex structure. The total cost to complete this would be 40 million, plus the aforementioned systems, bringing the total to 50 million. Once constructed, your safe house will be capable of enduring 10 consecutive strikes from an RPG rocket launcher at any given point. Class D. 10 strikes from an RPG at the same location? Su-Yong furrowed his brow, stating, that is neither sufficiently sturdy nor secure. What levels of safe houses does your company construct, and what is the highest tier? There are a total of 6 levels: A, B, C, D, E, and F. Wang Jianmin replied. Class A is the highest, while Class F is the lowest. We have built numerous safe houses for affluent individuals and doomsday enthusiasts both domestically and internationally, with the majority being of Class E and F. It is quite rare to encounter someone like Mr. Su, who requests a Class D safe house. As for Class A, since the establishment of the Dragon Security Group, we have only constructed one, and that was 20 years ago. The materials available at that time were not as advanced as those today. If we were to reevaluate its class now, it would at most be a Class B. Is it truly the case that so many individuals have opted to build safe houses? Su-Yong pondered inwardly. It seems that the affluent, regardless of the time, possess a significantly higher capacity to confront risks than the average person. What level of security can an A-class safe house achieve? His inquiry momentarily startled the other party, who then responded, an A-class safe house can withstand a nuclear strike. Can it truly withstand the direct impact of a nuclear bomb? Su-Yang's eyes brightened as he promptly inquired. Wang Jianmin, shaking his head in resignation, replied, in theory, yes, for we have never actually experienced a nuclear attack. However, based on our company's meticulous calculations, as long as it is not a direct hit from a nuclear warhead, there should be no significant issues. Once the explanation concluded, Wang Jianmin seemed to recall something and added, the most formidable aspect of an A-class shelter is not merely its defense, but its counterattack capabilities. It is equipped with high-precision detection radars and air defense systems that can detect incoming threats at all times. Even stealth aircraft or precision-guided missiles can be accurately locked onto. Furthermore, it is fitted with large missile launchers and close-in weapon systems that can work in tandem with the intelligence system within, achieving precise defense and counterstrike. The safety factor is unparalleled, ensuring protection both inside and out. Thus, the A-class shelter is also referred to as a fortress of war. Chapter 8. A fortress of war with dual capabilities. However, Wang Jianmin's tone shifted as he lamented, we are merely a private enterprise, lacking weapon authorization, and domestic conditions do not permit us to create such a fortress of war. We can only install high-precision radars and air defense systems, along with intelligence systems. As for weaponry, we are powerless. Shocked beyond measure, Su-Yong didn't notice the disappointment on the other person's face. He shouted in his heart, with such a war fortress that can be used for both offense and defense. Oops, not a tortoise shell, this war fortress. One could practically hunker down inside until the end of time. Who could harm me then? Whoever comes, I'll first launch a missile strike. I'll blast you to bits. But could such a war fortress be invaded by the internet or hackers internally? Su-Yong stared intently at the other person and asked, you know, no matter how sturdy a city is, it can still be undermined from within. After all, there are radars and intelligent devices inside, and there must be a network. So there's a possibility of being hacked. Even if it's built but then opened from the inside by the enemy, it'll be useless. No, Wang Jianmin replied without the slightest hesitation. These devices are independent and not connected to the external network. Even the most skilled hackers can't break in. As long as the power in the war fortress doesn't cut off, it won't stop operating. Moreover, whether from the outside or the inside, only the owner can open the entire war fortress. It's absolutely safe. All right, this is the one I want. Seeing that the other person didn't seem to be lying, Su-Yang decisively decided to build an A-class war fortress. Mr. Su, you really want to build an A-class one? Wang Jianmin asked in disbelief. You know, building this level in the country, apart from being sturdy, no weapons can be installed. It's just an empty shell and not practical at all. Are you sure you're not kidding? I only joke with friends. Su-Yang smiled faintly and reiterated. You may proceed according to the established protocol. Since we cannot install weapons, surely it would be permissible to incorporate weapon launchers within the construction, correct? That poses no issue. Wang Jianmin replied readily. As long as there are no actual weapons, we can install as many launchers as necessary. Although he harbored some trepidation about the potential repercussions of creating such a contraption, especially if the other party acquired formidable weaponry that could endanger both himself and the company, he was somewhat reassured. After all, this was Xia, the nation with the most stringent regulations on firearms and heavy weaponry. The prospect of the opposing party obtaining weapons of mass destruction domestically was virtually impossible. Even if they managed to procure them abroad, transporting them back would be unfeasible. Hence, he felt a measure of certainty. If the other party was willing to pay and everything proceeded without incident, why not accept the task? Moreover, Su-Yang continued, what I desire is not a dark and peculiar shelter, but rather to retain the villa's exterior. I wish to avoid arousing suspicion, and comfort must also be duly considered. Rest assured, our technology, if not ranked as the world's finest, is certainly among the top tier, Wang Jianmin assured him. The villa will maintain its original appearance post-renovation, while still being fortified to withstand nuclear blasts. Is it feasible to create it as a cohesive unit, so that one day, should I wish to relocate, I can simply transport it as it is? Su-Yang gestured towards an architectural model on the table. That presents a more formidable challenge, Wang Jianmin replied, his brow furrowing. The client's demands are rather elevated. Transforming a shelter into a cohesive structure is not as straightforward as constructing a building with a solid foundation. Constructing an underground subway differs significantly from the task at hand. Merely excavating a tunnel and reinforcing the surrounding area is insufficient. Even hollowing out a mountain to create a nuclear-grade shelter poses no great challenge for them. The true difficulty lies in devising a comprehensive, mobile fortress of war that can be relocated at any moment. Wang Jianmin remained silent for an extended period, deep in contemplation. As long as you can accomplish it, money is not an issue, Su-Yang insisted, increasing his offer. His intention behind designing the shelter in such a manner was to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Should the day come when Jizhou City no longer proved habitable, or if he encountered an adversary beyond his capabilities, he could utilize the space to transport the shelter and seek refuge elsewhere. Although he was uncertain whether his portable space could accommodate such an expansive fortress, it was imperative to formulate a plan. Aspirations must be nurtured. Who knows what might materialize? Upon hearing the promise of additional funding, Wang Jianmin's furrowed brow instantly relaxed, and he replied to Su-Yang, while technically challenging, it is not insurmountable. Just to achieve a cohesive structure will require 100 million. Not a problem. I shall provide an additional 200 million. Su-Yang readily agreed, adding, however, I have one stipulation. I wish for my 1,000 square meter courtyard to be enveloped in nuclear-grade high-strength transparent glass, connected to the overall villa, and capable of being relocated just like the villa. Currently, with humanity's technological advancements, such high-strength glass that can withstand nuclear blasts does not exist. But we can achieve protection against hypersonic missiles. Would that suffice? Wang Jianmin shook his head and said, it's not easy to cover the entire courtyard with such high-strength glass and integrate it with the villa. Besides, the defensive capabilities of the two are different. Why would Mr. Su want to do this? Build a sunroom, Su-Yang replied casually. Such a sunroom would cost a fortune. The other party pursed his lips, not believing what he said at all. Instead, he proposed another plan. Mr. Su, although the defensive power of the courtyard is not as strong as that of the villa, as a precaution, we can leave a special design when building the villa for you. In case the courtyard is really breached, the villa's gate can automatically close, ensuring your safety inside the villa. Usually, you can freely enter and exit the courtyard. Moreover, the temperature, air humidity, filtering system, and facilities in the courtyard are the same as those in the villa. In this way, not only can your safety be guaranteed, but your quality of life won't decline either. In a critical moment, if there's a nuclear strike, you can even sacrifice the courtyard to save yourself. Perfectly acceptable. Su-Yang nodded. How much does it cost? And how long will it take to complete? All the costs add up to 1.5 billion in total. Wang Jianmin said slowly. If we go all out, it will take at least half a year. I'll add another 500 million to make it a round number. Su Yang said readily. I'll give you 2 months to finish it. Wang Jianmin was stunned. It's not just about the money. The time is really too short. Su Yang said, 5 billion. Finish it within 2 months. Mr. Su, the time is truly insufficient. Wang Jianmin shook his head again. An additional 5 billion, totaling 30 billion, must be completed within 2 months. Su Yang declared resolutely. This is my utmost limit. If you cannot meet this demand, I shall seek another partner. Upon hearing the figure of 30 billion, the expression on the other party's face momentarily faltered, yet they promptly acquiesced. Deal. Chapter 9. An uncontrollable urge for retribution. Very well. I shall provide you with a down payment of 10 billion. Once the construction of the war fortress is completed in 2 months, the remaining 20 billion will be settled. Su Yang immediately transferred the 10 billion. After signing the contract, and once the funds were confirmed, Wang Jianmin swiftly convened a company meeting to devise a plan. Exiting the Jianlong security group, Su Yang let out a long sigh of relief. He felt no regret in spending 30 billion, for it guaranteed his survival in the impending apocalypse. As he had expressed to Su Yunxi and Su Muyu, money is only valuable if one has the means to spend it. Without life, even paper is worthless. After leaving Jianlong Group, he returned to the Fengyan community, which was already 6 in the evening. However, instead of heading straight home, he visited the nearby Lianjia agency to list the house left to him by his adoptive parents. Although he possessed ample wealth, he refused to squander it. Upon returning to the community, news of his newfound fortune had spread throughout the building he resided in. The residents gazed at him with admiration, eagerly approaching him to offer their congratulations. Little Su, I hear you've recently struck it rich and become a big boss. Mr. Wang, with a beaming smile, exclaimed, I always knew this child would achieve greatness. Now that you are a big boss, don't forget your old neighbors. At the sight of Uncle Wang's hypocritical visage, Su Yang's face was filled with a murderous intent. In his past life, after he inherited the estate, Uncle Wang's family constantly asked him for loans. When the apocalypse arrived, Su Yang provided them with a fair amount of supplies. However, they were among those who breached his house. After killing him, this old wretch spat the most saliva on his corpse. I will surely never forget your family, Su Yang said through gritted teeth. The other party failed to catch the implication in his words and remained cheerful. I heard you've struck it rich and even booked a banquet to treat us neighbors. When will it start? Li Changshun asked with anticipation. This was another person who had harmed him in his past life. Su Yang snapped impatiently. Don't believe such nonsense. I haven't made any fortune at all. There's no such thing. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is eating. Wait until the apocalypse comes and see how I deal with you. As he encountered more and more enemies from his past life, a fierce and violent aura emanated from Su Yang. His entire heart was in a state of restlessness. He was terrified that he might not be able to refrain from unleashing a massacre on these people. After casually exchanging a few words of greeting, he left in a hurry. Arriving at Building 23, he boarded the elevator to return home. Wait a minute. Just as the elevator was about to close, a group of people came running over. One of them used his hand to block the closing elevator door. The door opened again, and the person who had blocked the door cursed unceremoniously, Damn it, didn't you hear me telling you to wait? Regarding these 5 individuals, Su Yang was all too familiar with them. The tallest among them, a bald man named Li Bin, was affiliated with a gang known for its thuggish behavior, boasting over 100 associates engaged in debt collection and usury. The individual who had just insulted him was Wang Lu, along with the other 3, mere lackeys to Li Bin. In his past life, Su Yang had met his demise at the hands of this very gang, killed by Li Bin and dismembered by Wang Lu. Encountering them again now felt like a cruel twist of fate. Speak more respectfully. Su Yang's eyes blazed with murderous intent. His visage contorted in a manner that suggested he was ready to devour his adversaries. Instantly, Wang Lu felt a chilling sensation envelop him, as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. His cowardly nature surfaced, making him unable to meet Su Yang's gaze. Suddenly, he realized how he could be so intimidated by an ordinary person, especially with his leader and fellow henchmen present. To show fear now would be a source of mockery. Summoning his courage, he bellowed, You little brat, do you think I'm giving you face? As he raised his fist to strike Su Yang, a resounding slap echoed through the air as Li Bin swiftly dealt a blow to Wang Lu's head. These are my neighbors. Show some respect. Li Bin roared. The force of the slap left Wang Lu momentarily dazed, turning to face Li Bin with a sorrowful expression. How many times must I tell you? We are civilized people. How can we resort to violence? Li Bin admonished once more. If you dare speak like that again and frighten my neighbors, just wait and see how I will deal with you. Don't come to Fengyun community looking for me. It tarnishes my reputation, and I cannot afford such disgrace. Boss, I promise I won't do it again. Wang Lu bowed and nodded obsequiously to Li Bin, embodying a level of servility that knew no bounds. He did not forget to cast a sharp glance back at Su Yang, conveying a message that read, "You, brat, not only embarrassed me this time, but also drew the ire of our leader. You shall pay for this. Are you still not leaving?" Su Yang inquired impatiently, unwilling to indulge the very foes who had once taken his life in a prior existence. He continued brusquely, "If you do not depart, the elevator will ascend. Do not delay my affairs." The thought of these adversaries lingering in his presence for even a moment longer was unbearable to him. The mere recollection of being slain and dismembered by them ignited a fury within him that knew no bounds. Yet, Su Yang understood that the time for retribution had not yet arrived. He must bide his time until the onset of the apocalyptic winter, when he would have ample opportunity to settle the score. Li Bin, the leader of the gang, displayed no sign of displeasure at Su Yang's blunt remarks. With a cheerful demeanor, he replied, "Of course we shall leave." He waved his hand, and the five of them stepped into the elevator, pressing the button for the 17th floor. "Are we really going to your house again?" one of the underlings complained. "Every time we go there to discuss matters, your wife scolds us thoroughly." "Indeed, your wife is far too fierce. She always lays into us," echoed several others in agreement. "Enough of your grumbling. When time permits, we shall acquire another property, not only as a temporary stronghold, but also as a place where you good performers can entertain yourselves," Li Bin remarked nonchalantly. Su Yang, however, paid little heed to their banter, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of how to ensure these individuals would experience a fate worse than death once the apocalypse descended. Ding! The elevator came to a halt on the 11th floor, and Su Yang stepped out with an impassive expression. He opened the door to his home and entered, casually shutting the door behind him. Li Bin observed his retreating figure, his gaze gradually transforming into one of fierce intensity, murmuring, "How peculiar. Usually, Su Yang is so deferential around me, almost eager to keep his distance. Why is he exhibiting such hostility today? In my opinion, this lad simply does not recognize his own fortune." At that moment, Wang Lu, who had just received a stern reprimand, scoffed, "Boss, why don't we teach him a lesson? Are you out of your mind? Entering his home to confront him? Do you not fear the police getting involved?" Li Bin retorted sharply, "You truly have the intellect of a dog. This fellow is not the same as before." Another underling jested, "Now he's ascended to great heights, has he not? The word has spread far and wide that he has become a big boss, having purchased that villa in the neighborhood worth several million. Now that he's turned his fortunes around, he clearly no longer fears you. Is that so?" Li Bin's eyes sparkled with an unspoken intrigue, lost in his own thoughts. Chapter 10. The Role of Research Space. Upon returning home, Su Yang received several messages from Bai Lu. "Brother Su Yang, where did you go this afternoon? I called your phone but got no response, and when I visited your house, no one was there. I even went to the villa you just purchased, and you were absent. This has completely ruined my mood for the concert. You must not let those two seductive women deceive you. They are only after your wealth. Only I will treat you well." Finally, he sent a pitiful expression. Su Yang glanced at the message with a cold smile, choosing not to respond. Additionally, there were some messages from neighbors, all expressing their congratulations upon hearing of his newfound wealth. He similarly disregarded them. Just as he was about to turn off his phone, Bai Lu's call came through. Su Yang decisively hung up, silencing his phone and casting it aside. He began to explore his personal space. With a mere thought, an invisible door to this space materialized, swallowing the table from the living room. As he exercised control, the stools, sofa, bed, refrigerator, and washing machine all vanished into the space. In an instant, the entire three-bedroom apartment, save for Su Yang, became utterly vacant. "It appears that my space is quite substantial." A smile graced Su Yang's face. He noticed that even after storing all of his household belongings within the space, there was no sense of crowding whatsoever. His mind surveyed the interior, revealing an expanse of boundless darkness that evoked feelings of oppression and fear. All the items stored were neatly arranged within a small area. "With this ability, I can amass survival supplies on a grand scale," Su Yang murmured, "with an endless supply of resources and the fortifications of war. No matter how long the icy apocalypse lasts, I can live securely." with a wave of his hand. The items that had been stored in the space reappeared in the room, precisely in their previous positions. Next, he intended to explore the additional capabilities of this space. Su-Yang hurriedly placed the live fish he had purchased on his return into the kitchen sink, observing the two fish frolicking joyfully in the water. He opened the portal to the space and drew them in. Moments later, he released them once more. The once lively fish had now transformed into two heaps of minced flesh, each piece appearing as if meticulously sliced by a laser, the edges impeccably smooth. Su-Yang stared in astonishment at the scene before him, quickly arriving at two conclusions. First, that living beings could not survive within the confines of the space. Second, that any living creature entering the space would be killed and shredded, while deceased organisms remained unaffected. Given that the live fish were slain upon entering the space, he pondered, what about humans? Surely, the same would hold true. This revelation provided him with an additional lifeline to further comprehend the capabilities of this space. Su-Yang proceeded with another experiment, promptly storing a bowl of freshly cooked noodles within. After waiting for over 2 hours, he retrieved it. The moment the noodles emerged from the space, they retained both their condition and temperature, identical to when they had been placed inside. This discovery filled him with even greater delight. It indicated that his space could not only store resources but also preserve the items within in their original state, free from alteration. This function was remarkably advantageous. Essentially, regardless of how many survival supplies he accumulated within the space, he need not worry about spoilage or expiration. This surpassed the efficacy of any preservation device or vacuum apparatus. As long as he had ample supplies stored, he would no longer need to venture out of the wharf fortress in search of resources, achieving a truly lasting solution. After a night of study, he finally gained a preliminary understanding of this portable space and could skillfully utilize it to verify how large an object the space could accommodate. He secretly went to the newly bought villa in the middle of the night to test whether he could take the villa into the space. Perhaps due to the villa's connection with the ground, his wish was not fulfilled. It seemed that this space had limitations. Fixed objects or buildings with extremely solid foundations could not be taken in, while independent objects posed no problem. After the verification, Su-Yang returned home again. He made a complete plan for the next day's tasks before falling into a deep sleep. He slept until 9 a.m. When he woke up, he turned on his phone to check the date, March 2nd, 2024. With a smile on his lips, Su-Yang got up, washed up, had a simple meal, and then left home to go to his villa in the community. Not long after he entered, the 1000 table banquet ordered yesterday was delivered. After the deliveryman left, he decisively put it into the space. At a little past 10 a.m., Wang Jianmin arrived with the people from Jianlong Security Group to renovate the villa. Su-Yang walked out of the villa and started his stockpiling plan. Although there were over 31 billion in his bank card, he was still cautious when stocking up on survival supplies and didn't dare to make large-scale purchases. Being suspicious and cautious was one of his greatest strengths after his rebirth. Su-Yang deeply realized that if he were to initiate large-scale purchases of survival supplies, given his financial resources, he would surely deplete all the supplies in Jeju City, making it impossible for its 15 million residents to carry out their daily lives. In the face of a severe shortage of survival supplies, social unrest was bound to occur, leading to catastrophic consequences. At that time, in order to meet daily needs, everyone would join in hoarding survival supplies, driving up prices more and more. This was something neither the relevant departments nor the country would wish to see, and it would only bring him greater troubles. If things really went that way, even without the advent of the apocalypse, he would be dealt with first. He couldn't engage in such abnormal behavior. He had to be extremely cautious. Therefore, he couldn't act like the protagonists in those doomsday novels, who started hoarding survival supplies on a large scale right from the start. Such actions were tantamount to courting death. Before Su Yunxi and Su Muyu registered the large-scale online live streaming company, he could only hoard survival supplies on a small scale. This way, it wouldn't attract excessive attention. After the company was registered, he could, under the guise of live streaming to sell goods, legitimately find suppliers to hoard supplies on a large scale, which would be much more reasonable. As for whether to sell or not, that was entirely up to him. After the snow apocalypse arrived 3 months later, even if someone realized what was going on, he could rest easy. By then, with the breakdown of order, he only needed to be on guard against those who knew he had hoarded a large amount of supplies and had malicious intentions towards him. This is the reason why he is determined to spend 3 billion to build a war stronghold capable of both offense and defense. It is not merely to become a community combat master, but rather to guard against those who bear ill will towards him. These individuals are not foolish, especially those suppliers from whom he purchases supplies. Soon after the advent of the apocalypse, they will come to their senses. Surely, they will know that Su Yang has abundant survival supplies here. When people are extremely hungry, they can do anything. Chapter 11. Starting to stockpile goods, Su Yang once again went over his plan and then made his way straight to a large supermarket near the community. He began to make purchases. Various snacks, heating pots, meats, vegetables, fruits, and some daily necessities. He controlled the quantity of items to be bought quite well. Neither too much nor too little. Each time at a large supermarket, he spent only a few tens of thousands of yuan. This wouldn't draw special attention, nor would he clear out a particular item, leaving others unable to buy it. The supermarket staff thought they had encountered some nouveau riche. Anyway, as long as he didn't arouse suspicion, it was fine. Although this was rather troublesome, it had the advantage of being safe. He just needed to visit several large supermarkets. After all, there were numerous large supermarkets in Jizhou City. Every time he finished shopping, the supermarket would provide a delivery truck to transport the goods to Fengyan community for him. They were even considerate enough to carry the goods into his home. The neighbors in Building 24 and those who knew Su Yang in the community were envious when they saw the delivery trucks coming and going for him. Especially those who had looked down on him before, they stared at him with eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. There were quite a few people sneering and jeering. This bumpkin, having got rich, doesn't know how to spend money properly and just buys useless things, wasting food. What's the use of buying so much? If they can't finish eating, won't it all be thrown away? It would be better to give them to us neighbors. And we'd be grateful. Alas, people should still proceed steadily step by step. Suddenly getting extremely lucky might just muddle one's mind. Su Yang simply ignored these people. He intended to let these neighbors see that he had stockpiled an enormous amount of survival supplies, planting a seed of hope in their hearts, only to crush it with his own hands after the end of the world arrived. He not only wanted to take lives, but also break people's spirits. After the supplies were moved to the hall by the staff, he immediately stored them in the space. He calculated that the large supermarkets and farmers markets in his area had been almost empty today. He couldn't go there anymore today and could only wait until tomorrow. However, he still left home without taking a moment's rest to stockpile other things. Su Yang's plan was not merely to have enough to eat after the snow apocalypse arrived, but to live well and comfortably. Items that could enhance the quality of life were also essential. High-end sofas exclusive to the wealthy, clothes, fitness equipment, gaming devices, all should be purchased. Ordinary food was merely a necessity, while high-grade ingredients were the top choice. Some snacks to pass the time were also indispensable. Lobsters, abalones, all kinds of delicacies. Red wine, Mao Tai, and by the way, cigarettes. How could one endure the boredom of the apocalypse without cigarettes for company? When those neighbors saw that he had brought back high-end goods this time, their eyes turned red with envy. Bailu's eyes, fixed upon him, glimmered with an inexplicable radiance. After once again stowing these items into the space, Su Yang amassed a considerable quantity of fried chicken, braised chicken in yellow sauce, soft drinks, and various renowned snacks from Jeju City. These items could no longer be stored in his own house. Repeated purchases were bound to arouse suspicion among the neighbors in the community. He wondered if his 3-bedroom, 1-living-room house could accommodate them all. He merely needed to let those neighbors know that he had purchased an ample amount of goods. From then on, he would let them see him making large-scale purchases once every dozen or so days. Su Yang found a large abandoned factory building, paid 3 months' rent, and had the goods transported there. Then he quietly returned and stored them in the space. Oh no, how could he have forgotten this? Suddenly, Su Yang slapped his forehead. He had yet to stockpile purified water. Purified water is an indispensable necessity for people at all times. Even in the snow apocalypse. When the water supply is cut off, one might think of melting snow for drinking. However, he clearly remembered that the water in the apocalypse was unfit for consumption. The snow in the apocalypse seemed no different from ordinary snow. Whether it landed on one's body or was touched, there would be no issues. But it simply couldn't be drunk. He had witnessed many people die from poisoning after drinking the water melted from this kind of snow. This was truly terrifying. Only then did people realize how crucial drinkable purified water was. At the mere thought of this, he promptly contacted the purified water supplier and had several cases of bottled mineral water delivered. At the same time, he customized dozens of large-scale water storage devices. which could be used for water storage once the villa renovation was completed. Nor did he know whether his space could absorb the water from Lake Baikal in the Bear Country. Suddenly, a bold plan flashed through Su Yang's mind. He would give it a try then. Lake Baikal stores the world's largest amount of fresh water. If this plan succeeded, he would no longer have to worry about the shortage of fresh water. If he could really collect the water from Lake Baikal, the 5 Great Lakes of the Eagle Country would also be within his reach. After all, with his wealth, he couldn't just squander it all at home. He must spread the benefits evenly. Having refined the plan once more, Su Yang checked into the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel for 3 months and indulged in a sumptuous meal. If there was no necessity, he really didn't want to see the ugly faces of his neighbors. He only intended to go back every dozen days or so to let those people know he was stockpiling goods, and there was no need to return on other days. After having eaten and rested well, he checked the time. It was only around 7 in the evening. Su Yang left the hotel, drove to a large-scale gym. He needed to work out, for in the apocalypse, maintaining a good and healthy body was more important than anything else. This was the capital for a long life. Hello, sir. Would you like to apply for a membership card or hire a personal trainer? As soon as he entered, a gym salesperson came up to promote their services. Which is your best personal trainer? And how much is it per session? Promotion and membership card sales were standard operations in a gym, and Su Yang was already used to it. Our most expensive personal trainer is Ning Kai Dai. The salesperson pointed to a female personal trainer in the brochure, saying, Coach Ning is a retired Special Forces soldier. After her service, she became a personal trainer here, but her fees are rather steep, 500 per hour. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yang decided on her and paid for 3 hours in advance. Ning Kai Dai was even more stunning in person than in the photograph. Thanks to her military background, she exuded a spirited and valiant aura. Tall and curvaceous, her figure was accentuated by a red crop top and yoga pants, rendering her appearance even more impeccable. While her beauty might not rival that of Su Yunxi and her sister, she certainly earned a commendable score of 90. Su Yang chose her as his personal trainer not solely for her captivating looks, but also because he was somewhat acquainted with her. They both resided in the Fengyan community, albeit not in the same building. During the chaotic aftermath of the apocalypse, she was one of the few who steadfastly upheld her principles, never resorting to violence against the weak, which spoke volumes about her character. Moreover, as a former Special Forces operative, there was a possibility he could learn some valuable self-defense techniques from her. However, while Su Yang was aware of Ning Katie's existence, she remained oblivious to him. Chapter 12. A Profound Transformation and Combat Techniques. Mr. Su, have you undergone any systematic training before? Ning Kai Dai inquired after leading Su Yang through a warm-up. Not really. Su Yang shrugged. Does running downstairs to buy groceries count? Ning Kai Dai shook her head and asked again, what specific areas do you wish to focus on? Strength, overall flexibility, and endurance. Su Yang pondered for a moment before adding, it would be ideal to learn some self-defense techniques as well. Then let's start with building strength. Ning Kai Dai led into a row of dumbbells and said, start with the lightest one. Lift it 100 times with each hand. Increase the weight when you gradually get used to it. Su Yang looked at the row of dumbbells and picked up the lightest one, which weighed 5 kilograms. He effortlessly lifted it above his head. This is too light, Su Yang thought to himself. Although he was 182 centimeters tall and weighed 70 kilograms before his rebirth, while he could easily lift a 5-kilogram bucket of water with one hand, it was definitely not as effortless as it was now, as if it weighed nothing. There must be something wrong. Su Yang furrowed his brows. Then he picked up a 15-kilogram dumbbell and weighed it in his hand. It still felt very light. He then replaced it with a 20-kilogram one, yet it still felt the same as before. In this way, Su Yang kept picking up and putting down dumbbells until he came to the last one, which weighed 50 kilograms. Only when he held it in his hand did he feel some resistance. However, it wasn't very significant, and he easily lifted it 100 times. It seemed that after his rebirth, not only did he have a space within his body, but his physical quality had also been greatly enhanced. This discovery delighted Su Yang. He might not have noticed it before because he had been constantly thinking about how to stockpile survival supplies and hadn't considered this aspect. Watching the other person effortlessly lift a 50-kilogram dumbbell with one hand, Ning Kai Dai was stunned. Could an ordinary person who hadn't undergone systematic training do this? Lifting 50 kilograms with one arm was what heavy weightlifters use during training. Few ordinary athletes use such a weight. Mr. Su, aren't you a weightlifter? Seeing Su Yang put down the dumbbell in his hand, Ning Kai Dai inquired. No, it's the first time I felt that I'm quite strong. Su Yang shook his head. Well then, I'll conduct a specific test of your strength. Ning Kaidai fetched a professional chest expander, on which the power burst out in an instant could be displayed. Su Yang held a pull ring in one hand and gave a forceful pull. The numbers on it jumped rapidly, and the value stopped at 500. My goodness. The pulling force of your two hands just now was actually 500 caddies. Ning Kaidai was astonished once again. Then she led Su Yang to a sandbag. At the top of the sandbag, there was an instrument for calculating force, which would display the data of each strike. Use your maximum strength and punch this sandbag. Ning Kaidai said again. Without thinking, Su Yang gathered his strength and punched the sandbag. The instrument showed 500 caddies. This number left not only Ning Kaidai dumbfounded, but also made Su Yang a bit distracted. He could actually burst out a force of 500 caddies in an instant, which was simply incredible. Mr. Su, are you interested in becoming a professional boxer? Ning Kaidai asked hurriedly. If you want, I can introduce you to a top domestic coach. What does it mean to burst out a force of 500 caddies with one punch? At his peak, Mike Tyson could only deliver a full force punch of 930 pounds, that is, 843 caddies. And that was when he was in the most ideal state with long-term training and a body weight of 200 caddies. Su Yang only weighs 140 caddies. If he increases his weight and practices force, exerting for a long time, even if he can't match Tyson, he will still become a world-class boxer. However, Su Yang exhibited no interest in becoming a boxer and resolutely declined. Miss Ning, I believe these dumbbells are of no use to me. Instead, please teach me some self-defense techniques. Su Yang stated, his gaze fixed on her. It would be most advantageous if I could learn the combat skills you acquired in the special forces. Ning Kaidai, upon witnessing his refusal, felt a fleeting pang of disappointment in her eyes, yet she quickly composed herself and prepared to impart the military hand-to-hand combat techniques she had learned in the special forces. This style of combat was remarkably powerful, accessible only within the ranks of elite soldiers. It comprised two categories, one focused on grappling, enabling the practitioner to swiftly subdue an adversary, rendering them incapable of resistance. The other emphasized relentless offense, devoid of any superfluous maneuvers, with each strike aimed directly at the enemy's vital points. Perhaps due to the significant enhancement of his physical capabilities after reincarnation, Su Yang grasped the techniques with remarkable speed. A single demonstration was sufficient for him to retain nearly all the moves, and after a few rounds of practice, he executed them with considerable finesse. Thus, Su Yang and Ning Kaidai commenced their sparring. Initially, he was thoroughly outmatched, but it wasn't long before he began to counter her strikes occasionally. After 3 hours of intense training, while Su Yang remained invigorated, Ning Kaidai was left breathless and fatigued. Su Yang's learning ability and the explosive power he displayed were astonishing, coupled with a terrifying level of endurance. From being dominated at the outset, he had progressed to a point where their exchanges were nearly equal, and it would not be long before he could match her in technique alone. As Ning Kaidai continued her practice, she speculated that in less than 5 days, her opponent would undoubtedly surpass her prowess. All right. The time for today has come to an end, she exclaimed, panting heavily. Make sure to rest well and rehearse in your mind what I have taught you. Tomorrow, we shall continue our training. Very well, thank you, Miss Ning, Su Yang replied, turning to leave. By now, it was already past 10 in the evening. He drove back to the hotel and immediately sought out the duty manager. In a few days, I will be hosting a banquet and require a reservation for 1,000 tables of banquet meals at your hotel. Have your chefs prepare them and pack them for delivery to the designated location tomorrow. Sir, 1,000 tables of banquet meals are quite expensive, the duty manager responded. Do you think I can't afford it after booking your presidential suite for 3 months? Just tell me the price, Su Yang retorted, somewhat annoyed. 5 million. The duty manager scratched his head, realizing he had overlooked the fact that the person before him was a wealthy magnate. After all, he had booked the presidential suite at 5,000 per night for an extended stay of 3 months. Su Yang promptly transferred the 5 million to the manager, who left with a cheerful demeanor. Once the manager departed, Su Yang took a hot shower and began to plan the tasks he needed to accomplish in the coming days. He also reflected on any omissions from his inventory of survival supplies gathered earlier, jotting down any forgotten items. He noted with pleasant surprise that his physical condition had indeed improved, and acquiring combat techniques typically reserved for special forces was an immense gain. Tomorrow, I shall continue my practice, striving for proficiency to deliver a lethal blow to my adversaries. Only after meticulously planning for the following day did Su Yang succumb to a deep slumber. Chapter 13. The Potential of a Sharpshooter. unerring accuracy. Awakening early, Su Yang commenced his stockpiling once again. Though large-scale procurement was not feasible, the vastness of Jizhou City allowed for multiple visits to various locations, cumulatively resulting in a significant accumulation. All supplies were delivered to the spacious warehouse he had previously rented. This time, his procurement list expanded beyond the essentials of bottled water. Rice, flour, grains, oil, fruits, vegetables, alcoholic beverages, tobacco, and daily necessities, including clothing and assorted snacks. He also included pharmaceuticals. Although medicines may not be frequently required, they are indispensable, especially in a post-apocalyptic scenario. Who can guarantee immunity from illness or injury in such harsh conditions? Furthermore, the storage of medicinal supplies demands stringent conditions, as they can easily lose efficacy in extreme cold. Thus, prior acquisition is imperative. Essential items include disinfectants, antiseptics, antibiotics, cold remedies, anti-inflammatory drugs, and treatments for cardiovascular ailments, among others. In essence, no remedy should be overlooked. The morning swiftly passed, and Su Yang stored all the delivered provisions within his designated space. He then proceeded to call various 4- and 5-star hotels, making over 20 inquiries. Under the guise of hosting banquets, he placed orders for 1,000 banquet tables at each establishment. Although each order amounted to millions, such sums were trivial to Su Yang. When one possesses an abundance of wealth, it becomes exceedingly challenging to exhaust it. Fortunately, it was only the 3rd day of his rebirth, and there were nearly 3 months left until the end of the world. Spending all the money surely wouldn't be a problem. After having lunch in the afternoon, instead of going to purchase supplies, he went to a shooting range in Jeju City. Since he had decided to stockpile guns, he definitely needed to practice in advance. He should first improve his shooting accuracy to avoid cramming at the last moment. After paying the money and having the instructor explain some usage procedures to him, Su Yang immersed himself in the practice. Holding the gun with both hands, he took a deep breath, concentrated intently, aimed, and fired. Bang, 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 bang. After firing 10 shots in a row, he reloaded the bullets and aimed and shot again. He repeated the shooting 100 times, and all 100 bullets hit the bull's eye of the 10 targets 10 meters away. Seeing this, Su Yang smiled with satisfaction. So I have the potential to be a sharpshooter. Being reborn was no less than being born into a good family, with all kinds of talents maxed out. Even the staff who had previously guided him were at a loss for words when they saw his results. This was completely a master. They had been guiding someone who was far more capable than themselves, and they were even afraid of being laughed at. Quietly, the staff opened the door and walked out of the venue, leaving Su Yang alone to practice. What was the point of further guiding? With Su Yang's perfect shooting ability, he was more than capable of guiding them. However, Su Yang didn't become complacent because of this talent. He earnestly immersed himself in the practice again. After shooting out several hundred bullets, he still hit the target every time. Then he started to practice shooting with a rifle at a distance of 30 meters and 100 meters. As before, every shot hit the target. After practicing for an entire afternoon, he would not have left had it not been for the unbearable strain on his ears from the continuous gunfire. He stored away the 1,000 banquet tables he had reserved the previous night. After dining, he returned to the gym to commence his warm-up exercises. Following an hour of rigorous training, he booked another 3 hours of personal training with Ning Saidi. The moment they began, a spirited duel ensued. Though it was not a matter of life and death, both were exceedingly earnest, especially Su Yang. He continually reflected on his mistakes to identify shortcomings and improve upon them. By the end of the 3 hours, he was able to engage in a balanced exchange with Ning Saidi. "Mr. Su, are you certain you do not wish to become a boxer?" she inquired, unable to hide her astonishment at Su Yang's talent, which exceeded her expectations. "I have a friend who is a top coach in the country. He can provide you with the finest and most scientific training, along with the most professional team. Once you achieve success, you will earn a substantial fortune." She genuinely did not want to see such a gem remain unpolished. Based on his performance, the advantages of becoming a boxer were immense. The only potential drawback was his age, as he was already 24, making his entry into the sport rather late, not having trained from a young age. However, his innate talent could undoubtedly compensate for this deficiency. "Miss Ning, do I appear to be someone in need of money?" Su Yang retorted, and as she pondered his response, he turned and walked away. Through this confrontation, Su Yang discovered that his strengths extended beyond sheer power. In addition to his rapid learning ability and excellent stamina, he possessed remarkable speed and control over his strength. By the end of the day, He had unearthed several unexpected advantages within himself, leaving him pleasantly surprised. Was I inherently suited for survival in a post-apocalyptic world? Su-Yang shook his head, dismissing such an unrealistic notion from his mind. Who would willingly choose to endure life in a frozen wasteland, especially someone like him, an elite inheritor of a vast fortune? In this prosperous era, indulging in pleasures and revelry was far more enticing. To court the most exquisite women and squander resources at what was a life he relished. Alas, the onset of the apocalypse could not be reversed by mere human effort. What was destined to arrive would inevitably come, and what was meant to be confronted must be faced. As long as he adequately prepared himself and adjusted his state to its optimum, he could surely navigate the apocalypse more favorably than most. The fate of those who perished in the apocalypse bore no relevance to him. With a multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, Su-Yang returned to the hotel. He took a hot bath, instantly invigorating his spirit. He reflected on the day's actions and planned for the morrow. Perhaps the months spent in the icy apocalypse had exposed him to the harsh realities of human nature, subjecting him to profound betrayal and revealing the treacherous depths of the human heart. Since his rebirth, Su-Yang had become exceedingly cautious, harboring reservations or distrust towards everyone. He meticulously contemplated every action, striving to eliminate any potential flaw, seeking optimization at every turn. This disposition could not be strictly classified as good or bad, yet it was undeniably the most fitting for survival in a world gone awry, and it served his interests remarkably well. Whether labeled as cautious or suspicious, such skepticism was not a flaw. Rather, it was a natural consideration for any rational being. However, indecision born of doubt could indeed become one's most fatal weakness. Having endured betrayal, death, and subsequent rebirth in the apocalyptic world, Su-Yang had undergone a profound transformation. At this moment, he was decisive in his actions, formidable yet indifferent, suspicious and ruthless. Just as he had completed outlining his plans for the following day, his phone illuminated with notifications. Upon inspection, he discovered an overwhelming number of missed calls, well over 100, most of which were from the insipid Bailu. The messaging app displayed a staggering count of unread messages exceeding 99, predominantly from neighbors residing in the same building of the Fengyan community. Some extended greetings, while others showered him with flattery and sycophancy. There was even an elderly neighbor, Wang, requesting a loan for his son's impending marriage and home purchase. Some went so far as to express a desire to follow him, seeking employment opportunities. All these messages were met with his indifference. The mere sight of these avaricious, ungrateful neighbors ignited a fierce wave of murderous intent within him. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. What if he simply hired a few assassins to eliminate them? However, this notion was quickly dismissed. In his homeland, murder was a grave offense, particularly in such numbers. There was no secret that could remain concealed forever. Should any mishap occur, or if the assassins left behind even the slightest evidence, he would be implicated as well. Patience was essential. He would bide his time until the frigid apocalypse descended, at which point he would possess ample means to deal with these individuals. To end their lives so swiftly would merely grant them an undeserved reprieve. It was far more gratifying to let them linger in fear, to torment them repeatedly, before finally extinguishing them, thus alleviating the resentment that festered within him. With a determined swipe, Su-Yang navigated further, ultimately opening Bailu's chat interface, where he was astonished to find she had sent him hundreds of messages. It was merely a question of inquiring about his whereabouts over the past few days, why he had neglected to respond to messages or answer calls. Upon visiting Villa number 001, she discovered it was under renovation. She knocked on his door, only to find it unoccupied. Concurrently, she cautioned him to remain vigilant against the deceitful tactics of the two sisters, Su Yunqi and Su Muyu, lest he fall victim to their schemes of financial and emotional exploitation. Ultimately, she confessed her acceptance of Su Yang's courtship, realizing through introspection over the past few days that she harbored genuine affection for him and wished to be together. Upon receiving these messages, Su-Yang felt a wave of nausea wash over him, nearly causing him to regurgitate the day's meals. The audacity of this green tea bitch was appalling. She articulated the most repugnant sentiments without a hint of shame. Simultaneously, she conspired with Lu Su. Upon opening the chat interface with Lu Su, he was met with the following message. Su-Yang, where have you been these past few days? Bailu has not seen you for several days. She is consumed by thoughts of you to the point of illness. She truly loves you, even calling your name in her sleep. I have decided to withdraw to facilitate your union. You must not let her down. Please make time to see her. unable to bear it any longer. Su-yang gulped down several glasses of water to quell the tumult in his stomach. To deliver a greater blow to the shameless duo of Bai Lu and Lu Su, he snapped a few photos of a presidential suite and sent them to Bai Lu, accompanied by the message, "I am enjoying my time with the twin sisters. Do not worry." He then turned off his phone and collapsed into bed. How infuriating. What on earth had the wretched twins done to ensnare Su-yang, rendering him utterly entranced? Bai Lu seethed with anger upon viewing Su-yang's message and images. 3 people are staying in the presidential suite. That was supposed to be my domain. The shameless and despicable woman, willing to sell her body for monetary gain, possesses little more than a modicum of beauty. What makes her superior to me? That night, Su-yang slumbered peacefully, while the scheming Bai Lu remained in the hall, seated throughout the night, emitting furious roars that incited the ire of the neighbors. Outside her door, they berated her, exclaiming, "Are you a she-tiger? What are you roaring about in the dead of night? If you refuse to sleep, at least allow others their rest." Initially, Su-yang pursued her fervently, laying bare his heart, yet she rejected him. She consumed his generosity, squandered his resources, and toyed with his affections, embodying the very essence of a green tea bitch. Now that Su-yang has attained wealth, what makes her think he would still be interested in someone of her ilk? If I were him, I would also turn my back on her. Su-yang, a truly remarkable individual, and yet she failed to appreciate him. Regrets and anger now serve no purpose. The onlookers do not sympathize with Su-yang. Rather, they revel in the misfortune of Bai Lu. Most impoverished neighbors harbor disdain for the destitute while fearing the affluent. Bai Lu had a golden opportunity to elevate her status, but let it slip through her fingers, inviting their scorn and ridicule. These individuals are particularly venomous, with every word striking at Bai Lu's vulnerabilities, inciting her fury while rendering her speechless. Awakening to a sunlit day, Su-yang continued his routine as before, spending the morning procuring supplies and receiving the banquet provisions delivered from various prestigious hotels into his space. In the afternoon, he practiced at the shooting range, and in the evening, he engaged in workouts and sparred with Ning Kai-dai. Thus, half a month passed, bringing them to March 18th. With less than 2.5 months remaining until the impending apocalypse, noticing the time was ripe, Su-yang decided it was time to return to the Fengyan community. He once again procured an assortment of items, arranging for them to be delivered to his residence. Although the house had already been listed for sale at a price below market value, likely due to the sluggish real estate market over the past 2 years, it remained unsold. Su-yang chose to temporarily disregard the matter, opting instead to utilize the space for the time being. Upon his return, the neighbors, having noticed his recent acquisitions, greeted him with enthusiasm. Despite his silence over the past few days, during which he neither answered their calls nor responded to messages, their initial anger simmered beneath the surface, leading them to disparage him in private. How quickly he forgets his old acquaintances now that he is wealthy. They lamented. They say distant relatives are no match for close neighbors. Yet Su-yang seems to have entirely disregarded our past connections. What a sham. It's merely a few paltry riches, and he acts as though he has ascended to a higher status, ignoring our calls and messages. He doesn't even acknowledge us when we see him. Such a heartless individual will undoubtedly face retribution. I shall craft a figurine to curse him, and mark my words. Within 3 months, he shall find himself in misfortune. Despite their vehement criticisms behind his back, upon encountering Su-yang, they instinctively donned a facade of cordiality. They were eager to assist the delivery personnel, yet he rebuffed their advances, fully aware of their ulterior motives. Their intentions were far from altruistic. Under the guise of helping him with his belongings, they might well pilfer his newly acquired goods. Such behavior was second nature to them, their ingrained greed unyielding to change. Once the items were successfully transported into his home and stored away, an unexpected visitor arrived. "Su-yang, it's been over half a month since we last met. I've missed you terribly," exclaimed Li Bin, bursting forth with unrestrained enthusiasm. He behaved as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for years. This hypocrite. Su-yang coldly snorted in his heart. Coming to see me at this time, there must be no good intentions. As the leader of a hooligan gang with over 100 underlings, he is engaged in usury, helping people collect unpaid wages and extorting protection fees outside. He is by no means a good person, having committed all sorts of evil deeds, and having connections both in the underworld and the legitimate world. Usually, he looks down upon Su-yang. Being so polite all of a sudden, it would be strange if there was something good. Facing the prime culprit who killed him in his previous life, Su Yang naturally wouldn't show him any kindness. It was already good enough not to go up and punch him a few times. If you have anything to say, just come to the point. My time is precious. Su Yang's words made the other party's eyes change, yet he remained calm on his face, still smiling and saying, I came today to do a deal with you. Brother Su, I heard that you're selling this house. I've taken a fancy to it and want to buy it at a high price. What do you think? How much are you offering? Su Yang asked bluntly. This amount. Li Bin held up one finger and said, 1 million. Bah, Su Yang said irritably. You want to buy my house with just 1 million? It's worth nearly 3 million. This is the price he listed on Lianjia. Even with the current decline in housing prices, this house of his is still worth that much. Do you really think I'm running a charity? Su Yang snorted coldly. At such a low price, you might as well rob me. Chapter 15. Unappreciative and greedy. Li Bin was furious to see that Su Yang was so unappreciative and didn't give him any face at all. His eyes gradually became sharp. Brother Su, one must not speak so definitively. Although the price at which you are offering your property is significantly lower than the market rate, the current real estate market is quite dismal. It has remained unsold for half a month. Why not sell it to me at a bargain? We are neighbors in the same building, after all. If you assist me in this matter, I will owe you a favor. However, should the situation become strained, it would benefit neither of us. I have many brothers under my command, and should they become enraged, I cannot guarantee your safety. Li Bin's words were laden with a palpable threat, under the impression that Su Yang was still the submissive and easily intimidated individual he once was. He believed that a mere hint of intimidation would compel compliance. Regrettably for him, he was mistaken. Upon hearing his words, Su Yang raised his head. His gaze icy as he looked at Li Bin and asked, Are you threatening me? You may interpret it that way. Li Bin retorted with a sneer. I have never failed to obtain what I desire. I have been cordial and amiable in our discussions solely because we are neighbors. Should you refuse to sell, you are well aware of the consequences. Li Bin, observing Su Yang's calm demeanor, intensified his tone. If you do not cooperate, a single word from me could render your experience in Fengyun community unbearable. Not only will you be unable to sell your house, but even your newly purchased villa will become uncomfortable to inhabit. I hope you do not mistake my willingness to negotiate as weakness. He understood Su Yang all too well. Perhaps luck had favored him, allowing him to amass such wealth. The advantage of such individuals is their lack of depth. With just a slight maneuver, one can easily gain the upper hand. Very well, I await your next move, Su Yang replied defiantly, ready to face whatever challenge lay ahead. Su Yang coldly stated, Feel free to unleash any means at your disposal. I am prepared to counter. He eagerly anticipated his opponent's aggression, for this was his domain, and should the adversary strike, he would be poised to retaliate without hesitation. Even if he incapacitated the assailant, he would face no legal repercussions. After all, trespassing and assault could lead to charges of unlawful entry, and more grievous offenses might entail accusations of provoking trouble. In contrast, Su Yang's defensive response would be entirely justifiable and lawful. Furthermore, since his rebirth, his physical prowess had been significantly enhanced, and he had diligently trained under Ning Kaida in the combat techniques of special forces. Having practiced for countless days, he had mastered these skills to an impressive degree. He was confident that he could dispatch not only Li Bin, but even several armed thugs with a single strike. This confrontation would also serve to alleviate the lingering resentment he harbored from his previous life, when Li Bin had stormed into his home without a shred of mercy. Su Yang had meticulously recorded Li Bin's transgressions in his mind. He would eventually settle this score. Young people should not be overly impetuous. Li Bin glared at Su Yang with malice, yet refrained from making a move. As someone who had long traversed the murky waters of illicit activities, he was acutely aware of the repercussions of acting within another's home. To teach his adversary a lesson, he need not sully his own hands. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to provoke, but the little demons are troublesome. He merely needed to orchestrate a series of disturbances, occasionally sending someone to discipline Su Yang. Eventually, when Su Yang could no longer endure the harassment, he would be compelled to submit and acknowledge his faults. At that juncture, not only could Li Bin exact his revenge, but he could also seize Su Yang's property without cost. Although the actions of individuals like him were often shrouded in darkness, most would prefer to avoid confrontation, typically opting to pay for peace instead. Is it still called youth if one lacks ambition? Su Yang remarked unexpectedly. I am fully aware of your thoughts. Others may fear you, but I do not. If you truly provoke me, I possess countless ways to annihilate you. His words instantly ignited Li Bin's fury, his eyes glinting with malice. "Just wait. I will make you weep." With a cold snort, Li Bin turned and strode out of the room. "Anyone can make threats. Your capabilities are rather limited," Su Yang taunted. "What? Are you dissatisfied? Just do not express your discontent in my presence." The sound of the security door slamming echoed through the air. In the dimly lit corridor, Li Bin's countenance darkened as he silently entered the elevator, pressing the button for the 17th floor. Upon returning home, he immediately began making calls. "Wang Lu, gather a few reliable and tough brothers to my house." Li Bin bellowed into the phone. Right away. Before long, Wang Lu arrived with 6 men in tow. The sight of these ruffians made Li Bin's wife want to unleash a tirade, but she was silenced by Li Bin's sharp command. "Go back to your room," he said impatiently. "I've never treated these brothers with kindness. Look at how you've spoiled them." Recognizing her husband's genuine anger, his wife recoiled, saying nothing as she retreated to the bedroom. "What has transpired, boss? Who has provoked you to such anger?" Wang Lu inquired cautiously. "Which fool should I take my brothers to teach a lesson?" "Indeed, boss." The other 6 echoed. "Who dares to cross you? I shall deal with him. It is none other than Su Yang." Li Bin replied, his expression ominous. He told his underlings everything that had happened before in great detail and ordered, "You guys keep a close eye on that Su Yang from now on. No matter what he does, go and disrupt it. Knock on the door of his house at night so that he can't sleep. If he dares to go out, beat him up, beat him hard. Also, if his villa is renovated, go and vandalize it. I want him to regret going against me and kneel down to beg me." When the others heard this, they thought their boss had summoned them in such a rush for something really big. But it was actually what they usually did. They were quite experienced in this and believed they could drive the opponent crazy within a few days. Only Wang Lu, upon hearing that the person to be targeted was the one who had caused him to be scolded by the boss that day, a faint and imperceptible sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said to Li Bin, "Boss, why make it so complicated? Since it's Su Yang who offended you, why don't we just kidnap him?" Wang Lu lowered his voice and said cautiously, "I heard he's made a fortune recently and had the audacity to offend you. How about we brothers kidnap him, take the money from him and divide it? Then we can live a wealthy life from now on." His words made the eyes of several of Li Bin's underlings light up. Among the 6 people, several lived in Fengyan community and had all heard that Su Yang had recently made a fortune. They immediately became greedy and looked at Li Bin with eager eyes. Kidnapping and extortion are serious crimes. Li Bin pondered. "Even if I know some people in the police station, I won't be able to escape if things come to light." "Boss, you're overthinking it." Wang Lu tried hard to persuade. "Once we have the money, there's nowhere we can't go." Su Yang's villa, worth millions, was acquired at a whim, indicating that the sum of money in his possession must be astronomical. "When the time comes, we shall divide it and then eliminate him. Not only will this quench our thirst for vengeance, but you shall also take us abroad to live in luxury. Who could possibly apprehend us then?" Chapter 16, Hidden Intentions. Boss, consider this. While we appear to live grandly, we are merely treading on the edge of a knife, engaging in activities that flirt with the law, Wang Lu coaxed, gradually luring him in. "There may come a day when we find ourselves behind bars. Instead of living in constant fear alongside the brothers, why not seize a substantial opportunity? Once we obtain the money, we can vanish and ascend to a life of privilege abroad." Although Wang Lu typically thrived on flattery without possessing much else in terms of skill, his words resonated deeply with Li Bin this time. After a thoughtful discourse, Li Bin felt a stirring within him. A growing sense of injustice brewed in his heart. Why should Su Yang, a person he deemed insignificant, revel in such a splendid lifestyle? Meanwhile, he fought tooth and nail in society, facing peril at every turn, enduring countless injuries, yet earning far less than Su Yang's mere stroke of luck. The seeds of malevolence gradually took root in Li Bin's heart, though he masked his feelings well. He lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag, while Wang Lu and the others remained silent, patiently awaiting his response. They were aware that this was a moment of contemplation for their leader. Once the cigarette was extinguished, a glimmer of determination shone in Li Bin's eyes. "All right, let us proceed with this plan." "Splendid." One of the younger brothers, even more jubilant than Wang Lu, clapped his hands and exclaimed, "I'll go summon a few more brothers." Li Bin reprimanded him. "Why summon so many? 8 of us are more than sufficient. The more people there are, the greater the chance of exposing our plans." Since they were determined to proceed, meticulous planning was essential to minimize risks. Furthermore, the more individuals involved, the more shares of the spoils there would be. He had no intention of dividing his wealth among many. For safety's sake, "I shall fetch a firearm." At that moment, another younger brother, his eyes gleaming with menace, spoke up. This individual, Zhang San, was Li Bin's ace enforcer. Fierce beyond measure and unrestrained by any law, those who crossed him often faced injury or worse. Fortunately, he had been lucky, as those he had harmed were too frightened to report him to the authorities, especially with Li Bin, the leader, managing the aftermath, allowing him to evade legal repercussions thus far. What use is a gun against someone without bodyguards? Li Bin expressed his dissatisfaction. You all must heed my commands. Do not act on your own volition. If anyone disobeys, I shall not include them in this endeavor. His authority as leader proved effective, as Zhang San, akin to a chastised child, lowered his head in silence. Li Bin inwardly cursed. What a bunch of incompetent allies, with your volatile temper and a gun in hand. You might inadvertently take out our target. He then addressed his subordinates. While we cannot wield firearms, it is prudent to carry knives just in case. Remember, until we secure the money, no one is to harm Su Yang. Once we have the funds, however, I want him to be utterly destroyed. Understood. Several individuals readily agreed. And Wang Lu subsequently inquired, Boss, when shall we commence? Tonight, under the cloak of darkness, we shall don our masks and endeavor to avoid the surveillance in the corridors. Li Bin remarked with a smirk, then turned to a man with furtive features and said, Mouse, the task of lockpicking shall be entrusted to you. As long as you can unlock the security door of Su Yang's residence, we shall storm in, subdue him, and transport him away concealed within a sack. After Li Bin delineated the plan, he retrieved a box from the side, containing an assortment of sharpened tools, machetes and cleavers, allowing the 7 individuals to select their preferred implements. He then instructed his wife to prepare a meal, and once they were satiated, he urged them to rest and conserve their energy for the impending operation. Meanwhile, Su Yang, observing Li Bin's departure, revealed a barely perceptible smirk, aware that he had thoroughly enraged his adversary. Given Li Bin's temperament, retaliation was inevitable. This night would undoubtedly be tumultuous, but he remained unperturbed. Should Li Bin dare to confront him, he was prepared to ensure that the latter would face dire consequences. In the afternoon, Su Yang refrained from practicing marksmanship at the shooting range and did not seek out Ning Caixue for a spar at the gym. Instead, he devoted the entire afternoon to stockpiling survival supplies, unwilling to squander his time. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, after meticulously organizing his acquisitions, Su Yunqi sent him a message. Apologies, boss. I left in haste recently and have yet to register the 2 companies you assigned. My sister and I have already traveled abroad. After more than half a month of diligent endeavor, I have successfully concluded my tasks at hand, and Mr. Su's fixed assets have been sold. Meanwhile, Muyu remains in the new nation, and once the stocks of Su Tian Group are liquidated, she will return. This morning, I took the initiative to return to the country. The company registration has been submitted and will take effect tomorrow. Upon glancing at the message from Su Yunqi, I felt a sense of relief as the registrations for both the large logistics company and the major live streaming platform have been completed. Once these 2 companies become operational, I can finally commence large-scale inventory accumulation. I opened the chat window and conveyed my appreciation to Su Yunqi. Thank you for your hard work. Even if the stocks of Su Tian Group are fully divested, there is no need for Muyu to return just yet. I have significant arrangements to make. Please take a good rest and be ready for my updates, as I have important matters for you to handle. After sending the message to Su Yunqi, I finished my dinner but chose not to return to the 5-star hotel I had booked. Instead, I reclined on the sofa in the living room, closing my eyes to gather my thoughts. I anticipated that Li Bin would take action against me tonight. Thus, I decided to wait at home for his arrival, curious to see what tricks he might employ. As the clock struck midnight, I heard faint sounds in the hallway. Sitting in the living room, I opened my eyes. Is he finally here? Mouse, are you confident you can unlock it? Li Bin whispered as he glanced at Mouse, who kept his voice to a minimum. Boss, rest assured, while I may struggle with other locks, I have never failed to open a security door. Mouse replied, examining the structure of the security door at my residence as he retrieved his tools from his bag, crouching before the door, prepared to unlock it. We were all ready to surge in the moment it swung open. Li Bin instructed the others, try to remain as silent as possible. Our first priority is to subdue Su Yang. We cannot allow him to raise the alarm. Do you understand? Ever since Su Yang became aware of his enhanced physical abilities, his hearing had improved significantly. Even from the living room, he could hear the voices of those outside with crystal clarity. A slight smile crept across Su Yang's lips as he stealthily approached the door. Peering through the peephole, he saw that several individuals were armed with knives. Inwardly, he mused, Li Bin, if you seek your demise, allow me to collect some interest from you today and teach you the meaning of cruelty. At that moment, the rat inserted the lock-picking tool into the keyhole, twisting it repeatedly until a satisfying click resonated. The rat exclaimed with delight, Get ready, the door is about to open. Chapter 17, 18 stabs, each avoiding the vital points. Li Bin and his companions believed the rat had successfully unlocked the door with his skills. In truth, it was Su Yang who had grasped the handle of the security door and opened it himself. The instant the door loosened, Su Yang exerted a powerful shove. Bang! The heavy security door, propelled by immense force, collided with the rat's head. The rat was caught off guard, and a dent formed on his forehead as blood began to flow, rendering him unconscious. The sudden turn of events startled Li Bin and the others. Before they could react, Su Yang dashed out with astonishing speed, knocking down two individuals in his path before reaching the staircase of the emergency exit. He shouted, Help! Li Bin is killing people, and then sprinted down the stairs. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Bin and his companions silently acknowledged their predicament. The adversary was prepared, allowing the young man to escape. What should we do, boss? Zhang Sen inquired anxiously. Since we have already been exposed, if they report us, we will be the ones in trouble, Li Bin replied coldly. We must take decisive action. Let us subdue that young man first. After him. Without a glance at the fallen rat on the ground, the seven of them hastily pursued through the emergency exit. Meanwhile, Su Yang ran while shouting. Deliberately moderating his pace to ensure his pursuers could keep up, he called out, Help! Li Bin is a murderer. The commotion awakened the entire 24th building. Su Yang's intention was to make the situation widely known, to cultivate a narrative that painted him as the victim. Thus, even if he inflicted severe harm upon his pursuers, it would be deemed an act of self-defense, absolving him from legal repercussions. Of course, killing Li Bin and his companions was out of the question. In the summer heat, a homicide would undoubtedly be a major incident. Even if it were ultimately ruled as self-defense, the ensuing investigation would linger for months, perhaps even half a year, before reaching a conclusion. Until then, he might find himself under scrutiny. Even with the assistance of Su Yunxi, a top-tier lawyer, and the possibility of bail, Su Yang would still be monitored. If he were placed under house arrest, all would be lost. With just over 2 months remaining until the impending winter apocalypse, Su Yang could not allow such an outcome. He had many tasks yet to accomplish. From the very beginning, he had devised a plan. As long as no lives were lost, he could inflict any amount of suffering upon Li Bin and his companions in self-defense without consequence. Even if he did not end their lives this time, he intended to ensure they remained bedridden for at least 2 months, imparting a lesson they would never forget, while simultaneously quenching his own thirst for vengeance. Once the apocalypse arrived, he would settle the score entirely. Help! Li Bin is going to kill someone. Su Yang shouted once more, his voice echoing in desperation. Observing that Li Bin and his 6 accomplices were closing in, he dashed down the stairs again. Shut your mouth! Li Bin bellowed angrily, pursuing him with his 6 underlings. The more commotion they caused and the longer they delayed, the more difficult their situation would become. They were determined to capture Su Yang as swiftly as possible. As Su Yang continued to shout, he raced down the stairs, swiftly descending from the 11th floor to the ground level, and burst out into the open. Raising his voice, he called out between several buildings, rousing the residents of the neighboring structures. They emerged onto their balconies, gazing down in bewilderment at the scene unfolding below. 7 masked figures brandishing knives were in pursuit of a single individual. This sight was unprecedented for the onlookers, and they were instantly taken aback. Meanwhile, Su Yang, witnessing Li Bin and his crew emerge, felt a cold smirk form on his lips. He reached a streetlight equipped with a surveillance camera and gradually slowed his pace. In an instant, Li Bin and his group surrounded him. Run, you little brat. Why have you stopped? Zhang Sen shouted, brandishing a machete with a fiery temper. If I catch you, you'll be in for a world of pain. Enough chatter. Let us apprehend him first. Li Bin urged. The group advanced towards Su Yang step by step, knives in hand. Su Yang feigned a look of extreme fear, his hands trembling as he grasped a fruit knife. He quavered, Don't come any closer. I have a knife in my hand. Looking at the fruit knife that seemed like a toy, Li Bin and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter and paid it no heed. They continued to encircle him. Don't come near. I have money. As long as you don't harm me, I'll give you all my money. Su Yang feigned fear once again. However, the others remained unmoved. I'll fight you. Seeing the others getting closer and closer, Su Yang let out a roar and charged forward first. Courting death, Zhang San roared, took a step forward, and kicked towards Su Yang. In his eyes, the opponent posed no threat at all. Just as his foot was about to land, Su Yang, who still seemed scared on his face, lifted his knee to block the foot. At the same time, he punched towards Zhang San's leg. With a crack, under the huge force, the bone in his leg broke on the spot. Before the other could cry out, Su Yang bent down and struck Zhang San's rib with an elbow, instantly disabling him. He fell to the ground, curled up in pain, and wailed continuously. Subsequently, Su Yang attacked again, and his fighting technique reached a state of perfection. Each move, though seemingly without pattern, went straight for the vital parts of the remaining people. Had he not held back deliberately and only broken their bones, these people would have long been dead. In less than 20 seconds, he knocked down 6 of Li Bin's subordinates. This was him deliberately controlling the situation. Otherwise, these people would have fallen even faster. At that moment, Li Bin, driven by fury, swung a knife towards Su Yang's face. With ease, Su Yang evaded the strike, feigning instability and stumbling into Li Bin's embrace. Elated by this unexpected turn, Li Bin did not react in time as Su Yang seized his wrist, executing a deft maneuver. Instantly, Li Bin felt a numbing sensation in his wrist, rendering him powerless. The heavy blade slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Seizing a fruit knife, Su Yang lunged at him with relentless precision. With each thrust, Li Bin emitted a chilling scream as the blade pierced his thigh, arm, abdomen, ribs, shoulder, and right chest, leaving a trail of wounds. Su Yang delivered a total of 18 precise strikes, deliberately avoiding vital areas. He expertly controlled the force of his attacks, ensuring that while the blood flowed, Li Bin's life remained intact. Bloodied and weakened, Li Bin collapsed to the ground. Internally mocking him, Su Yang feigned terror, exclaiming, I have killed someone. He discarded the fruit knife onto the ground, murmuring, it was not intentional. You sought to end my life, and I merely retaliated. In a state of panic, he retrieved his phone and dialed for help. Officer, I need to report a murder. I have killed someone. His voice trembled as he relayed the address and circumstances of the incident. Shortly thereafter, police and an ambulance arrived simultaneously, taking Su Yang away while Li Bin and his companions were loaded into the ambulance. Chapter 18. The Unfathomable Hostility. The residents of Building 24 in Fengyan community witnessed the earlier scene as if a war god had descended. In less than a minute, it was Su Yang who dealt with 7 knife-wielding gangsters. Everyone was so astonished that their mouths gaped open. After they witnessed the gangsters being taken away, a sneering smile emerged on their lips. They felt extremely delighted in their hearts. What was the use of having money, since he dared to commit murder? Even if he wasn't sentenced to death, he would surely be imprisoned for 10 or 8 years. Murder is a serious crime, and one must pay with their life regardless of the reason. It seemed that Su Yang had the ability to earn money, but not the fortune to spend it. He became prosperous, but didn't take care of us neighbors. Bah, he deserved it. The jeers from the neighbors never ceased. Bai Lu rushed downstairs and looked at Su Yang being led away. Her feelings were rather complicated, a mixture of schadenfreude and a sense of loss. The schadenfreude stemmed from the fact that after he became prosperous, he no longer fawned over her. In her heart, she thought his downfall was deserved. The sense of loss was because if Su Yang was executed for murder, how could she rely on him in the future? She had been envisioning soaring to great heights with his help and living a wealthy life ever since. It seemed she had to find someone else now. Alas, your Su Yang Gij has committed murder. It seems your dream of becoming a rich madam is about to shatter. At this moment, Lu Su's taunting voice came from behind Bai Lu. These days, all that Su Yang Gij talk seems to have been in vain. You just know how to mock. Bai Lu said angrily, didn't I do this for our future? Weren't you the one who agreed that I should humble myself? Who has been incessantly whispering in my ear that Su Yang is my devoted admirer, albeit wealthy, but lacking in intellect, and that his current aloofness is merely a result of his insatiable desire for amusement. They insist that if I persistently court his favor, he will eventually return to me once he is settled down. At that juncture, with a modicum of manipulation, I can seize control of his wealth, and we can luxuriate in a life of opulence. Bai Lu retorted acrimoniously, what's the point of heaping scorn upon me now? Suddenly, Bai Lu's eyes gleamed with a newfound realization. Those individuals were brandishing knives while pursuing Su Yang. What if he's deemed to have acted in self-defense? The mere thought ignited a spark of hope within Bai Lu's heart. Let's go, accompany me to the police station, Bai Lu urged, tugging at Lu Su. Observing his bewildered expression, Bai Lu elucidated, don't be daft. If Su Yang is acquitted on the grounds of self-defense, he'll be unscathed. If I demonstrate my concern for him at this juncture, he'll be profoundly moved, making it effortless to win him over. Upon hearing this, Lu Su concurred. Hailing a taxi and whisking by Lu away to the police station. Captain Lu, what case is this that requires such a large contingent in the dead of night? A man and a woman inquired of Captain Lu, who had just returned from the mission, before Su Yang was even escorted from the vehicle. It's likely a matter of life and death. Captain Lu gestured towards the car, stating, there's an individual named Su Yang who was embroiled in a conflict with a group of people, injuring 7 and inflicting 18 stab wounds on one person. Su Yang. Upon hearing the name, the male officer smirked, musing inwardly whether this individual could be a former high school acquaintance, and when he had become so audacious. He then glanced at the female officer beside him, who also wore a sardonic smile. These two were indeed known to Su Yang. The male was named Wang Shiqi, and the female, Chui Yaqing, possessed a somewhat plain appearance, with a swarthy complexion and diminutive stature. During high school, she harbored affections for Su Yang, which were unrequited, leading to enduring resentment. Although they had crossed paths a few times at post-graduation reunions, there had been little contact. It was unknown when she and Wang Shiqi had become a couple, and through his family's connections, both had joined the police force, one working on the front lines and the other as a clerk. Aware of Chui Yaqing's animosity towards Su Yang stemming from unrequited love, Wang Shiqi naturally held no goodwill toward him. However, Su Yang remained oblivious to all of this. At that moment, the police car door opened, and Su Yang was escorted out. It really is you, Su Yang, Wang Shiqi exclaimed, who gave you the audacity to commit murder? Seeing these two familiar faces, Su Yang was taken aback, not expecting to encounter them here. However, noticing the cold smiles and gleeful expressions on their faces, he felt somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, he remained unconcerned, as their paths had rarely crossed since graduation. What could their animosity amount to? With the apocalypse only a little over 2 months away, he wouldn't need to deal with them himself. They wouldn't survive long anyway. Seeing that he was ignoring them, the two became incredibly enraged. Su Yang, what is your attitude? Since you've committed a crime, you must acknowledge it. Wang Shiqi exclaimed with a voice laden with anger. As long as you obediently confess and exhibit good behavior, there may be a chance for a reduced sentence. However, should you remain obstinate, you will find only a path to demise. Su Yang retorted sharply. Are you implying that you are using your authority to extract a confession? You are exceedingly audacious. Chui Yaqing's expression shifted dramatically as she responded. You must comprehend where you currently stand. Su Yang found their hostility perplexing, his gaze icy as he regarded the two. Enough. Return to your posts. I shall commence the interrogation. Captain Lu interjected, ushering Su Yang into an interrogation room. The formalities unfolded as he inquired about Su Yang's name, origin, profession, and the circumstances leading to the conflict with Li Bin and his associates. When confronted with their piercing gazes, Su Yang recounted the events that transpired when Lu Su attempted to purchase his property below market value, leading to the altercation. Later that evening, he noticed commotion outside and revealed the retaliatory intentions of the opposing party. Given that the Fengyun community was under surveillance, a simple inquiry could ascertain the truth of his statements. Captain Lu instructed his team to retrieve the surveillance footage, which clearly captured Lu Su and his 8 accomplices donning masks, appearing at the entrance during the night, and Su Yang's escape down the emergency exit. The footage also documented him being surrounded and forced to retaliate in self-defense. Due to Su Yang's remarkable acting skills, which rendered his performance strikingly authentic, Captain Lu's brow furrowed in contemplation, pondering the sheer improbability of such coincidences. It was simply like a scene from a movie. If all of this wasn't premeditated, they couldn't convict Su Yang. Judging solely from the video, the other party seemed to be a victim who, having no other choice, eventually fought back. Even if the person stabbed 18 times had died, it wouldn't be considered excessive self-defense for the other party. Captain Lu shook his head and called a colleague at the hospital, asking, "How are those 8 people injured?" "Seriously," the person replied, "the other side is really ruthless." Besides one person who was hit by the security door, had his head split open and passed out without waking up yet, the others all suffered severe injuries. Their bones were broken, especially that Li Bin, who was stabbed 18 times. If not for the timely rescue, he would have died from excessive blood loss long ago. The person thought for a moment and then said again, the other side was also lucky. Being stabbed 18 times in a row, each stab avoided the vital parts. Chapter 19. Contacting foreign arms dealers, Captain Lu hung up the phone and returned to the interrogation room. Staring at Su Yang, he said, "I'll tell you some good news. Li Bin didn't die and was saved." He said this just to see what expression the other party would show upon hearing this news. However, Su Yang's acting skills were so superb that Captain Lu didn't detect anything amiss. Phew. Su Yang let out a long breath and said, "It's good that no one died. I didn't kill anyone. That's great. But this still can't clear you of the suspicion of stabbing with a knife." Captain Lu changed the topic, his eyes glinting with sharpness. Su Yang sneered in his heart, thinking, trying to scare me. However, no expression appeared on his face as he weakly remarked, "I was merely acting in self-defense. They were all armed with knives, and I could not simply stand there and wait for death." Captain Lu inquired once more, "How do you explain that they targeted you with knives over a trivial dispute? They were never good people and have frequently bullied the weak." Su Yang explained, "Perhaps they heard of my wealth and sought to kidnap and extort me. The fact that I purchased a villa for 30 million is well known among the residents of Building 24 in Fengyan community. You may investigate." As an experienced police officer, Captain Lu felt a surge of helplessness upon hearing Su Yang's response. He instinctively sensed that there was something amiss with the case, yet he struggled without any evidence. All indicators suggested that the other party was innocent. "Then tell me, as an ordinary person, how did you manage to severely injure 7 armed men? Their bones were shattered." Captain Lu raised his voice, demanding answers, particularly regarding one named Li Bin, who had been stabbed 18 times, all wounds skillfully avoiding vital areas. "Do you dare claim that was unintentional? Perhaps I am simply endowed with considerable strength." Su Yang replied candidly, "Recently, I have been learning some self-defense techniques at the gym. And when faced with a life-threatening situation, I was able to unleash my inner potential, resulting in this outcome. By the way, the instructor who taught me is named Ning Kai Dai, and she also resides in our Fengyan community. You may verify this. You had better be speaking the truth." Captain Lu, realizing he could extract nothing of value further, decided to cease the interrogation. At this moment, a hubbub resounded within the police station. Bailu shouted loudly, "My brother Su Yang is innocent. You can't arrest him." Bailu deliberately raised her voice, intending for Su Yang to hear. "Do you know this person?" Captain Lu inquired. Su Yang shrugged and replied, "A neighbor from the same building. Not very familiar. Perhaps she thinks I'm innocent." Before long, Su Yunqi arrived. Su Yang recounted the incident. The other person smiled knowingly and said, "Leave it to me. Within 24 hours, boss, you'll be able to get out." Indeed, after 24 hours, Su Yang was exonerated and released without charge. "Captain Lu, are you just going to let him go like this?" Wang Shiqi said, looking at Su Yang, who was about to walk out of the police station. "This is a major case. The other party surely isn't clean." At the same time, Cui Yaqing joined in, adding fuel to the fire. He must have intentionally injured someone. Their words made Su Yang laugh in anger. "What's the matter? Are you two old classmates not going to be satisfied until you convict me? One should speak based on evidence, or else I'll see you for slander." As he spoke, he pointed at Su Yunqi beside him. "So what if you have a bit of money? What's so great about that?" Cui Yaqing snorted and turned around. Her eyes were filled with hatred. Su Yang ignored her, regarding her as if she had gone crazy and was ranting. He led Su Yunqi and walked out. How could he have imagined that if someone he had once liked didn't accept him, and years later, if he was doing better than her, it would surely arouse her jealousy. The jealousy in one's heart has no place to be reasoned with. "Well, don't be angry anymore." Wang Shiqi, looking at Su Yang's departing back with a cold glint in his eyes, comforted Cui Yaqing, saying, "Give me a few days. I'll secretly follow him and surely find evidence of his crimes." "Brother Su Yang, you're safe." At the sight of Su Yang coming out, Bailu immediately stepped forward and said, almost seeking credit, "I knew you were wronged. When they asked me about you, I said a lot of good words for you. I've been waiting for you here day and night. I was so worried that I couldn't even eat." Scram. Su Yang snapped, not even glancing at her, and then left with Su Yunqi in a haughty manner. Bailu watched helplessly as Su Yang disappeared from sight, then pointed at Su Yunqi's back and cursed loudly. "It must be this damned bitch again, ruining my good deed and taking all the credit. And you, Su Yang, you useless sycophant. If I had known you'd treat me like this, I wouldn't have spoken up for you. You deserve to be hacked to death by Li Bin and shot." Bailu and Lu Su left in a huff. "Boss, the 2 companies you wanted have been registered. What else would you like me to do?" Su Yunqi asked while driving. "Help me contact a reliable and large-scale foreign arms dealer," Su Yang said, looking at Su Yunqi's back. At the mention of the arms dealer, Su Yunqi was visibly shocked and remained silent for a long time. This was the second time she had heard her boss say such a thing. At first, she thought he was just testing the loyalty of her and her sister on purpose. But it turned out he was really planning to get involved with arms. Su Yang observed the silence from the other party, refraining from speaking himself, as he quietly regarded Su Yunqi. He intended to ascertain whether she would acquiesce. After all, should this matter be disclosed, they would all face dire consequences. He was not in a hurry, allowing her time to deliberate. After an extended period of silence, Su Yunqi finally resolved to speak. Very well, I will contact you once we return. It was only at this moment that a smile illuminated Su Yang's face as he warned her. Do not make the call domestically. It will be monitored. Reach out from abroad. Su Yunqi was taken aback by her young boss's astuteness, realizing he had considered every angle. Su Yang's thoughts were not merely astute, they were impenetrable. In the country, both phone calls and messaging applications were under surveillance. Any discussion concerning national security or other grave matters would trigger immediate detection, leading to a swift report to the nearest police station, resulting in an investigative call or even potential arrest. Given the perilous nature of their undertaking, prudence was paramount. After Su Yunqi consented, both of them exhaled in relief. She glanced at Su Yang and inquired, Boss, what would you have done if I had refused? To avoid any leaks. He replied candidly, eliminate you. Su Yang had no intention of concealing his thoughts. Should she decline, he would not hesitate to eliminate Su Yunqi, regardless of the risks involved. Su Yunqi didn't display the look of fear as imagined. Instead, she smiled gently and said, Boss, I appreciate your candor. Rest assured, my sister and I won't betray you. We'll spare no effort to accomplish whatever you instruct. Su Yang nodded without uttering a word. Boss, it's getting late. Where shall we go? Su Yunqi asked again. Chapter 20. Commenced large-scale stockpiling. Su Yang was taken away at 12 o'clock at night and returned at the same time. The neighbors in Building 24 of Fengyan community had all fallen asleep, so naturally no one disturbed him. And he didn't ask Su Yunqi to stay overnight either. Su Yang sat on the sofa, a sneer curling his lips. Cui Yaqing, Wang Shiqi, regardless of why you bear hostility towards me. As long as you don't disrupt my plan within these 2 months, I won't take action against you for the time being. But if you dare to cause trouble, don't blame me for disregarding our friendship as classmates. It was obvious even to a fool that these two had been targeting him repeatedly and harbored ill will towards him. However, Su Yang wasn't so stupid as to lay hands on 2 police officers. If 2 police officers were really killed, the entire city of Jizhou would be thrown into a storm of cracking down on gangsters and evil forces. He didn't act against them for the moment only on the condition that they didn't make trouble for him. If they really didn't know what's good for them, then that would be a different story. On March 20th, Su Yang got up very early. When he appeared in the community, the neighbors in Building 24 were astonished. They never expected that Su Yang would be released so soon. Just as they were about to gather around to exchange greetings, they were deterred by Su Yang's cold gaze. They knew that the other party was no longer the pushover they used to be. The scene of taking on 7 opponents single-handedly that night was still vivid in their minds. These people, by nature, were bullies who feared the strong and picked on the weak, so they were naturally terrified. Humph! Su Yang snorted coldly, ignored them, and turned to leave. The large-scale online live streaming company had been registered and was in effect. Su Yang intended to stockpile supplies on a large scale and had no time to waste on these people. The plan had been formulated before deciding to conduct large-scale stockpiling. The entire Jizhou city was divided into 6 major districts: the East District, South District, West District, North District, High Tech District, and City Center District, with a total population of 15 million. All the daily necessities in the whole city, as well as those in supermarkets and bazaars, were sourced from various large and small farmers' markets and then sold to everyone. And the goods in these farmers' markets were all purchased from 4 major wholesale markets. These 4 markets, which were well stocked with everything, were located in the 4 directions of the entire Jizhou city. The first place Su Yang contacted was the Quanshan wholesale market, which was the closest to the North District where he was. Hello, this is Wei Hongming, the general manager of the Quanshan wholesale market. What can I do for you? Hearing the voice on the other end, Su Yang didn't beat around the bush and said directly, I want to set up a large-scale online live streaming company. I plan to purchase a large quantity of agricultural products, meats, and fruits as self-operated products to sell through online live streaming. I'd like to cooperate with you. How much do you want to purchase? Wei Hongming then asked, and what kinds of products do you need? I need you to provide me with raw pork, mutton, beef, various aquatic products, as well as vegetables, rice, noodles, grains, and oils every day. The variety should be complete, with 10,000 caddies of each type. Although each item requires 10,000 pounds, which may sound substantial, it is negligible compared to the daily consumption of the entire Jeju City. Previously, Su Yang conducted a statistic that indicated, based on the population of Jeju City, approximately 22,000 pigs are consumed daily. Assuming each pig weighs around 200 pounds, the city's daily consumption of pork amounts to a staggering 4 million pounds. This does not even account for the countless fruits and vegetables. For a super large market, a requirement of 10,000 pounds for each item would hardly impose any burden on the city, nor would it raise suspicion among the relevant authorities. Caution is key, as even with ample wealth, one must proceed with prudence. Are you certain? The person in charge inquired urgently. If what the other party stated was true, he would stand to gain immensely. After all, he was merely the manager of the market, and the entire market did not belong to him. With such a significant sum of extra income, it would be foolish not to seize the opportunity. As for why such a large quantity of goods was being procured, Wei Hongming did not suspect the other party had ulterior motives. We are in the age of the internet, and live streaming sales are widely recognized. Many companies engage in selling their inventory as self-operated products. Previously, he had numerous companies approach him for collaboration, yet he had never encountered an order of this magnitude. I am not jesting with you. As long as you can guarantee freshness and quality, we can establish a long-term partnership, Su Yang stated candidly. I will first provide a deposit of 20 million. Once you deliver the required goods to the designated location, I will pay the remaining balance. Upon hearing the other party's agreement and promptly providing the deposit, Su Yang picked up his phone once more to call the managers of 3 other wholesale markets. The objective remains unchanged. Under the guise of a live streaming company, goods are procured, commencing with a deposit. The 4 responsible individuals exhibit remarkable efficiency, delivering everything to the factory previously rented by Su Yang within a mere afternoon. Fortunately, this facility is sufficiently spacious to accommodate such a substantial quantity. Otherwise, it would have posed a significant challenge. Once Su Yang settles the remaining balance, the leaders of the 4 wholesale markets are visibly elated, engaging in a transaction worth several hundred million for the first time. They are particularly pleased with a generous owner who promptly fulfills financial obligations. This is their preferred type of client. Will the owner require more goods tomorrow? Wei Hongming inquires with a cheerful demeanor. Yes, the same specifications, and from you 4 again. Su Yang replies assertively, adding, however, remember this. The goods must be fresh and safe, or our cooperation will be terminated. Understood, rest assured, with a benefactor like you, we would never dare to be negligent. The quartet promises before taking their leave. Yet, Su Yang does not immediately store these items within his space. Instead, he secures the factory door and departs. He has noticed that someone is observing him, none other than his former high school classmate, Wang Shiqi. A cold smirk graces Su Yang's lips as he leisurely drives towards the upscale district of Jeju City. Wang Shiqi, intrigued, wishes to ascertain Su Yang's activities. Upon witnessing, he is utterly astonished, filled with envy as his eyes widen in amazement. Su Yang is indulging in lavish purchases, premium items such as tomahawk steak, wagyu beef, king crab, lobster, abalone, caviar, bluefin tuna, and golden caviar. A large truck was entirely filled with these items, which Wang Shiqi and Cui Yaqing could hardly afford. After completing this purchase, Su Yang ventured into the luxury goods section, acquiring everything in sight, leaving Wang Shiqi in disbelief and frustration. What was the point of surveillance when one could only watch others indulge in a lavish lifestyle? Wang Shiqi cursed under his breath and turned away, not out of a desire to abandon his monitoring, but because the situation had become infuriating. He finally acknowledged that Su Yang had indeed become wealthy, exceptionally so. This incited a deep-seated envy within him, especially since his wife had once been fond of Su Yang, and now he found himself eclipsed by him. This ignited a burning resentment in his heart, and he resolved to seize an opportunity to use his position to teach Su Yang a lesson. Reluctantly, he departed. Noticing his exit, a faint smile crept across Su Yang's lips. He understood the motive behind the surveillance. Such individuals were driven by jealousy, unable to bear the thought of former acquaintances thriving while they languished in mediocrity. He arranged for the items to be delivered to the factory, then stored the vast quantities of supplies he had just acquired, before heading back to the gym to practice combat techniques with Ning Kai-dai. In Chapter 21, Industrial Overview. After 2 days, Ning Katie's eyes brightened upon seeing Su Yang again. Following her previous inquiries with the police about him, she learned that they resided in the same community, which made her more amiable towards him. After 3 hours of practice, Ning Kai-dai found herself outmatched. They exchanged contact information, and Su Yang returned to the 5-star hotel he had reserved. After resting for another night, he resumed his relentless accumulation of supplies. Due to prior arrangements with the heads of the 4 major wholesale markets, he instructed them to deliver directly, eliminating the need for him to wait at the warehouse. This afforded him ample time to attend to other matters. Once the apocalypse descends, temperatures will plummet significantly, in an environment reaching -50 or 60 degrees. Even indoor air conditioning proves futile. The most effective means of warmth remains the fireplace. Naturally, within the nuclear-grade war fortress constructed by Jianlong Security Group, a fireplace is included. The optimal fuels for such a fireplace are smokeless coal and timber. Furthermore, half a month into the apocalypse, power outages are expected to occur, lasting anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour each day, far from sufficient. His war fortress requires a reliable supply of electricity, necessitating the procurement of a substantial number of large, silent generators or batteries. Thus, Su Yang promptly acquired a multitude of generators and batteries for contingencies. However, the need for gasoline poses a considerable challenge. Both coal and gasoline are strategic national resources, making large-scale purchases within the country virtually impossible, particularly for gasoline, should one not drive to a gas station. Even a small canister of gasoline would necessitate rigorous scrutiny, requiring the provision of one's name, identification number, and phone number, as authorities are wary of combustible materials being misused. Nevertheless, Su Yang is undeterred. He begins by sourcing smokeless coal from various manufacturers throughout Jizhou City, ensuring each purchase remains discreet and within a controlled quantity to avoid suspicion, albeit with more frequent transactions. He also procures timber from major lumber markets, where regulations are less stringent, allowing for unrestricted purchases. As for gasoline, he devises a plan as well. Does he not own a large logistics company as well? Under the pretext of transporting goods, he purchased dozens of large cargo trucks. Such vehicles are typically designated for long-distance transport, equipped with immense fuel tanks capable of holding up to 1,000 liters of gasoline. Su Yang employed numerous individuals, instructing them to drive these trucks to various gas stations across Jizhou City each day. They would rotate stations daily to eliminate any suspicion. Each time they returned with a full tank, he would siphon the fuel into his own reserves. This routine continued for several days, allowing him to stockpile coal, timber, and gasoline simultaneously. He also collaborated with the 4 major wholesalers in Jizhou City, receiving an abundance of essential supplies daily. Su Yang spent money with abandon, dispersing at least several hundred million each day. Ever since Wang Shiqi had been driven away by his extravagant displays, he had not reappeared. Su Yang paid him no mind. His absence was, in fact, a relief, as he was well aware that both Wang Shiqi and Cui Yaqing harbored ill intentions towards him. At this juncture, he had no time to deal with them. After the impending ice apocalypse arrives, he would find an opportunity to eliminate both. Anyone who posed a threat to him must be eradicated. There was no room for mercy. Half a month slipped by in this manner. With 2 months remaining until the advent of the ice apocalypse, and Su Yang's account still held a staggering 10 billion. He ceased his stockpiling of coal and gasoline and instructed the heads of the 4 wholesale markets to temporarily halt supplies. He had a crucial task ahead, a journey to Shuqing province. Previously, he had seen a news report regarding a national industrial assessment. It has come to light that a company in Sichuan province has designed the double-tailed Scorpion drone for delivery purposes. Due to its exceptional performance, the technology was seized and repurposed into an unmanned bomber. Consequently, Su Yang decided to test his luck in procuring some of these drones. Although he could not acquire military-grade models, he aimed to obtain several civilian versions. These drones are inexpensive and easily modifiable. Once he amassed sufficient weaponry, he could simply have them altered for military use. The presence of a nuclear-capable fortress would render the double-tailed Scorpion drone a pivotal element in Su Yang's survival strategy in a post-apocalyptic world. With both offensive and defensive capabilities, it would naturally secure his position of invincibility. When the time came, who would dare to provoke him? He could effortlessly control the unmanned bomber and unleash destruction at will. With these thoughts in mind, Su Yang resolved to conduct an industrial reconnaissance. Without hesitation, he boarded a flight to Sichuan province. Upon landing, he hurried to the company responsible for designing and producing the drones. "Mr. Su, may I inquire about your intended use for our drones?" asked the product manager who greeted him. Their double-tailed scorpion drone has garnered worldwide acclaim, and they harbored fears of it being acquired by ill-intentioned individuals for conversion into bombers. Such an eventuality would lead to dire consequences. They were particularly vigilant against those who might betray their country. Thus, the company ensured that any drones sold were to clients with a clean domestic background. As for state procurement, that was beyond their jurisdiction. They exclusively focused on civilian applications, while military modifications fell under the purview of relevant authorities. I have registered a logistics company, with plans to merge all logistics enterprises across the nation, aspiring to create the largest unmanned logistics company in the country. Su-Yang smiled and said, "Of course, the drones are purchased for delivery." The product manager nodded. He didn't see any signs of lying on the other's face. After all, when Su-Yang first said he wanted to purchase their drones, they had already obtained the other's information. They knew that he had inherited hundreds of billions of assets and also registered a large-scale logistics company. It seemed that he really wanted to develop in the logistics field. "Mr. Su, do you have any special requirements for our twin-tail scorpion drones?" The product manager didn't rush to talk about the advantages of their products. Instead, he wanted to see if the other party had any special requirements. For them, service came first. What if this boss who had inherited hundreds of billions of assets was happy and ordered a few more drones? Not many other requirements. Su-Yang thought for a while and asked, "Is your aircraft stable in low-temperature conditions?" In the future, our company's logistics business will focus on delivering to every corner of the country, competing with the postal service and being even faster. The requirements for temperature are relatively high. I'm just afraid that it can't fly normally in winter. After all, the temperature in the north is relatively low. Su-Yang talked eloquently, just like a boss about to show great ambitions. The product manager listened carefully and then smiled and replied, "Mr. Su, don't worry. Our twin-tail scorpion drones have been nationally certified. Otherwise, the relevant departments wouldn't have purchased from our company. You don't need to worry about the quality. Even in ultra-low temperatures of -80 or 90 degrees, it can fly normally without being affected at all." Chapter 22. The Twin-Tailed Scorpion Large Unmanned Aerial Vehicle. Stealth coating that eases my mind. Su-Yang nodded. What he cared most about was whether it could still be used in low-temperature conditions. It couldn't be that they went through all the trouble, spent the money, and completed the modification, only to find that when the ice apocalypse arrived and the temperature dropped to -50 or 60 degrees Celsius, it couldn't be used. Wouldn't all that effort be in vain? How far can this UV fly? Su-Yang pondered and then asked. After continuous iterative improvements, our 3-engine twin-tailed Scorpion UAV can fly up to 4,000 kilometers at the farthest. The product manager replied proudly. "I saw in the news that it can fly 8,000 kilometers." Su-Yang knitted his brows. "That's the military version. When on a mission, it's designed to not return." The product manager explained, "The 4,000 kilometers I mentioned is one way. Flying back and forth, isn't it also 8,000 kilometers?" "Oh, I see." Su-Yang feigned an expression of understanding. "It seems Mr. Su doesn't know much about our large UAV yet." The product manager smiled and said, "Let me introduce it to you in detail. Take our latest 3-engine twin-tailed Scorpion UAV as an example. Itself, weight is 3.25 tons. Payload is 1.5 tons, and the round-trip flight distance is 8,000 kilometers. Its loitering time is 40 hours, and it can reach an altitude of 10,000 meters. Its cruising speed exceeds 380 kilometers per hour. It is also equipped with a precision delivery system. The UAV doesn't need to land and can accurately drop the goods at the designated location." After the product manager finished the introduction, he quietly looked at Su-Yang. Merely a 1.5-ton load capacity. Even though Su-Yang was astounded by such high performance features, he still feigned a tinge of disappointment. "Mr. Su, we know you've always been a paragon of perfection, with rather stringent requirements regarding load capacity," the product manager promptly explained. "However, a 1.5-ton load capacity is currently the highest achievable. Perhaps you have little concept of this weight. Let me put it this way. After the relevant departments purchase and modify it, it can be equipped with 12 precision-guided missiles, which can strike targets up to 1,000 kilometers away. A 1.5-ton cargo is no meager amount. If you need to transport more goods, you can dispatch 3, 5, or even 10 units simultaneously. Won't they collide when so many take off together? Su Yang inquired with a touch of concern. No. Our triple-engine twin Scorpion drones are capable of clustered intelligent control. As long as you issue commands, they can form a formation and reach the designated location. The product manager continued. If you're still dissatisfied with other aspects, especially the load capacity, we can design a large-scale drone with a higher load capacity specifically for you, albeit it will take some time. No need. This model will do. He simply didn't have that much time to wait. Then, Mr. Su, how many do you intend to purchase? The product manager eagerly asked. If you buy in large quantities. We're offering a 20% discount at the moment. Then I'll take 100, Su Yang said indifferently. 100 should suffice for my company's needs. Upon hearing the quantity, the product manager was initially taken aback, but then couldn't contain the joy welling up inside. Evidently, this was an extremely significant client. Mr. Su. Our 3-engine twin, tail Scorpion large-scale unmanned aerial vehicle is priced at 8 million yuan per unit. For 100 units. That amounts to 800 million yuan. With a 20% discount, it's 640 million yuan. No problem. Let's proceed with the card payment. Su Yang readily paid the money. Money wasn't of great concern to him. If not for fear of arousing suspicion, he would have purchased even more. Not to mention 100 units. He would have liked to buy 1,000. The crux of the matter was that there was no place to store so many. Although they could be stowed away in a space, buying such a large quantity and having them disappear all at once was simply unbelievable. It was better to be prudent. We'll deliver them to the designated location in Jizhou City 5 days later. Upon seeing the money credited to the account, the product manager's face bloomed into a broad smile. He personally escorted Su Yang to the company's main entrance. Oh, by the way, won't your unmanned aerial vehicle be vulnerable to hacker attacks? Just before leaving, Su Yang suddenly thought of this issue. What if it was hacked? There would be a risk of it being controlled or hijacked. Please rest assured. The control system within is independent and won't be subject to intrusion. The product manager quickly explained. That's good. If it performs well, I'll continue to purchase from you. Su Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Then, here's to our pleasant cooperation. The two shook hands. Su Yang then left by car. Having settled a major matter, Su Yang finally felt a sense of relief. In Sichuan province, he made a large-scale purchase of local specialties, such as delicious foods, fruits, hot pots, and various snacks. Then he set off again, boarding a plane bound for Anhui province. The large-scale unmanned aircraft has been accomplished. Naturally, it is necessary to obtain some complementary items. As he knows, there is an enterprise in Anhui province that has developed a type of paint. Initially, it was designed for automobiles. Once applied, even speed measuring radars couldn't detect it. Later, during the comprehensive industrial survey, it was discovered by the state and utilized as the stealth coating for stealth bombers. This has significantly enhanced the fighter jet stealth technology of Daxia. Su Yang's trip this time is for this kind of paint. Meanwhile, he intends to stockpile some local specialties and fruits. As long as he can acquire this paint and apply it to the newly purchased twin-tailed Scorpion unmanned aircraft, it will be able to evade the detection of satellites and radars. Having survived for a month in the apocalyptic world in his previous life, he clearly knows that although there was a shortage of electricity and frequent power outages at that time, the network and communication signals remained operational. Surely, many base stations and servers were still running, and it is highly likely that the satellites in the sky were also functioning continuously. In case a satellite captures the presence of large-scale unmanned bombers at his location, it will surely cause trouble. He doesn't want to be held accountable after the end of the ice apocalypse. Obtaining this paint was easier than expected. Previously, the enterprise had sold it in large quantities. But later, it was reported by competitors. The relevant departments in Anhui province imposed a fine on this enterprise, and later it was requisitioned by the state. That's why Su Yang assumed it would be difficult to obtain. Unexpectedly, it was quite easy to purchase. He didn't buy a large amount and easily got it. After making another extensive purchase in Anhui province, he left gracefully. The next destination is Guangdong province, where there is a drone company ranked first in the world. Due to their global renown, numerous countries procure their products for modifications intended for military use. The quality of their products is exceptional, commanding an impressive 80% share of the global drone market. Since their operations in Daxia are solely civilian, they do not attract scrutiny on military procurement lists, allowing for extensive purchases without raising suspicion. Thus, on the surface, Su Yang appears quite at ease. Nevertheless, he resorts to his customary rhetoric. I aspire to establish a large-scale unmanned logistics company, intending to utilize drones for deliveries. I wonder if you meet the necessary criteria? Chapter 23. Intelligent Drone Swarms and All-Terrain Autonomous Vehicles. Mr. Su, you have made an excellent choice by selecting us, exclaimed Li Jing, the female manager of the drone company. Our drones are renowned worldwide. You need not be concerned about either quality or control. However, our deliveries tend to be quite heavy. Are your drones capable of handling that weight? Su Yang inquired, slightly apprehensive. There is no need for concern on that front. We have a model specifically designed for delivery purposes, Zhang Jing replied with a smile. This drone can carry a maximum load of 100 kilograms. When fully charged, it can remain airborne for up to 40 hours, reaching altitudes of 1,500 meters. Not only is it suitable for deliveries, but it can also be employed for agricultural spraying. I also plan to contract several thousand acres of land in Yi province for crop cultivation, Su Yang continued. Given the abundant wild boar population there, I am considering using drones to drive them away during winter. Do you have any effective solutions for this? That is rather straightforward. We can equip you with a set of active phased array radar. Zhang Jing pondered for a moment before responding. This radar can monitor the fields around the clock, detecting every movement and identifying nearby wild boars or even humans. Once you set it up, the radar will issue a warning upon detection, prompting the drones to automatically take flight and drive them away. This is an exceptionally intelligent device. Once configured in advance, it requires no further manual control. It can accurately identify not only wild boars but even humans. With a frown of concern, Su Yang remarked, given the frigid temperatures in Yi province, will the drone systems remain operational? What if they suffer from a cyber intrusion? Zhang Jing replied without hesitation. Our drones are unaffected even at temperatures as low as -70 or 80 degrees. As for cyber intrusions, that is out of the question. We operate independent systems. Very well, I shall place an order with you then. Su Yang feigned a grand demeanor. How many units do you wish to order, Mr. Su? Zhang Jing inquired. Our drones are equipped with intelligent systems, achieving a level of clustering. 10 drones form a group, 100 make a cluster, and 1,000 constitute a large cluster. The operation is straightforward. Simply input your commands, and they will automatically execute the assigned tasks. Not only are they convenient for deliveries, but they can also perform various drone displays. Eager to maximize sales, the representative extolled the myriad functions and advantages of their drones. Wait a moment. Su Yang interjected, continuing. I have one final question. I read online that drones can carry autonomous, smart robotic dogs. Can yours do that? I'm afraid it might not be sufficient to drive away wild boars solely with drones. It would be ideal if they could be paired with electronic dogs. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jing was overjoyed at the prospect of additional business. She promptly replied, of course. We've achieved an integrated system of drones and electronic dogs, both in the air and on the ground. Once the drone receives an instruction, it can not only complete the task on its own, but also airdrop the electronic dog to the ground and control it to execute the mission. The electronic dogs are intelligent, capable of either independently fulfilling the orders or being manually operated. Moreover, they are immune to external hacker intrusions and manipulations. Very well. Bring me 100,000 of each, said Su Yang, finally relieved, emphasizing they're a perfect match. The price of one drone is 58,000 yuan. Since we're collaborating with a company in Hangzhou province for the intelligent electronic dogs, we'll charge you 15,000 yuan per unit. Zhang Jing calculated rapidly, 100,000 drones plus 100,000 intelligent electronic dogs amount to a total of 7.3 billion yuan. Su Yang made the payment promptly. By now, the money in his card was almost depleted. However, he wasn't worried. After all, he had substantial funds overseas. The stocks of Su Tian Group had been sold. Added to the $2 billion from the second master and the $5 billion in his overseas account, he still had a total of 21.4 billion, which was equivalent to 149.8 billion yuan in RMB. Su Muyu was overseas, ready to follow his commands at any time. All he needed to do when short of money was make a call, and the funds would be transferred within 10 minutes. Both the drones and the electronic dogs were not very large in size. Even with a large quantity, there would be ample storage space, and no one would suspect anything. After completing the procurement, he also purchased a large amount of supplies in Guangdong province. Su Yang sought out another company specializing in laser equipment and purchased a substantial quantity of laser devices. His intention was to install them on drones and electronic dogs for use as weapons. Subsequently, he located a domestic company manufacturing unmanned surface vessels. Their unmanned surface vessels had achieved clustering and were also utilized by the military. Equipped with missiles, they could charge forward with great power. Su Yang contemplated that if he were to go to sea someday and encounter danger, these might come in handy. While customizing the unmanned surface vessel, he learned that the unmanned speedboat manufactured by the other party could not only operate under normal water temperatures, but also function without restriction on ice. This was precisely suitable for him. After the procurement, Su Yang spent 4 billion yuan on purchasing a large luxury yacht and had it modified to be capable of breaking through ice layers and withstanding the impact of ordinary missiles. After completing all these tasks, he had numerous sheds built in the factory to cover 100 large twin-tail Scorpion drones. At the same time, he stored the 100,000 drones and 100,000 electronic dogs delivered into the storage space. Then he set off again and arrived at the final destination, a domestic company manufacturing all-terrain unmanned intelligent vehicles. Mr. Su. The all-terrain unmanned intelligent vehicles produced by our company can not only operate autonomously, but also be manually controlled. They can climb slopes of up to 70 degrees, scale snow-capped mountains, reach high plateaus, and even execute a 360-degree turn on the spot. With the exception of inaccessible cliff faces, they can traverse jungles, shallows, deserts, snow-covered areas, and swamps. There is also a propeller at the rear, enabling them to pass through water rapidly. Additionally, they can surmount obstacles up to 1.2 meters in height, with a maximum speed of 100 kilometers per hour and a full tank allowing for approximately 400 kilometers of travel. This vehicle boasts a payload capacity of 100 kilograms, capable of accommodating up to 6 individuals, each standing at 1 meter 80. It is perfectly suited for delivering parcels. Even without cargo, it excels in transporting personnel. A staff member enthusiastically extolled its virtues to Su Yang. Even with all 4 tires deflated, it can maintain full speed. It operates effectively in extreme temperatures, whether plunging to -100 degrees or soaring to +100 degrees. Moreover, it can be customized at will. In our nation, it has been adapted into various lightweight weapon launchers and unmanned control platforms, with installations including 12 7mm machine guns, 35mm grenade launchers, 107mm rocket launchers, and 120mm howitzers, alongside small air defense missiles, multipurpose missiles, and anti-tank missiles. The media has previously exposed these weapon modifications, and the company has not concealed any details. This information serves to illustrate the exceptional quality of their all-terrain unmanned intelligent vehicle. After the presentation, Su Yang did not hesitate to invest 100 billion to acquire 1,000 units, finding this option even more cost-effective than the dual-tailed Scorpion drone. Aside from its inability to fly, it is fully functional. Su Yang couldn't help but marvel at the prosperity of the current era. The wealth of private enterprises has enabled the production of formidable weaponry and advanced technology. The acquisitions he made would serve as his foundation for survival in the impending ice and snow apocalypse. Thus, half a month later, Su Yang received a message from Su Yunqi. Chapter 24. Procuring Arms, Treasures Beloved by Men Boss. Your passport for international travel has been prepared. This was the coded phrase he had established with his counterpart for the sake of security, indicating that the arms dealer had been contacted. Su Yang visited Su Yunqi at her residence, where she informed him that this arms dealer operated on a grand scale in Bear Country and possessed deep connections within the military. In the past, the dealer had been pursued while abroad and was saved by Su Tianchong, a favor he remembered with gratitude. Thus, he was deemed relatively trustworthy. Upon hearing this, Su Yang inhaled deeply, contemplating, what does trustworthy even mean? How many who engage in such dealings can truly be relied upon? It all boils down to self-interest. As long as the benefits offered are substantial enough, trustworthiness is assured. He fervently hoped that there would be no treachery involved. After much deliberation, Su Yang resolved to take the plunge. The following morning, armed with the passport arranged by Su Yunqi, he set off. He boarded a flight to Black Province, which had recently opened its borders to Bear Country. The area was bustling with individuals from Bear Country, indulging in shopping and dining. With minimal scrutiny, Su Yang crossed the border into Bear Country. Awaiting him was a contact arranged by Su Yunqi, a sharp-eyed elder in his 60s, accompanied by several imposing men. Upon spotting Su Yang, the elder approached warmly. You must be Su Yang, the grandson of Su Laoxiansheng. I am Torlovsky. Your grandfather once saved my life. The translator conveyed the message, and Su Yang smiled, nodding as he shook hands with the elder, though he remained acutely vigilant within. His piercing gaze discerned the weapons on the person before him. Exercising caution was prudent. Upon entering the adversary's vehicle, they journeyed towards a clandestine base. Trokovsky was remarkably loquacious, engaging in light-hearted banter with Su Yang throughout the ride. While Su Yang offered half-hearted responses, his attention drawn to the scenery outside, diligently memorizing the route taken. Although it was nearing May, the proximity of the Bear Country to the Arctic Ocean rendered the air still somewhat chilly. As the vehicle passed by Lake Baikal, Su Yang found himself lost in contemplation, gazing at the boundless expanse of water. After more than 4 hours of travel, they finally arrived at the base. Stepping inside felt akin to entering an ocean of firearms and ammunition. An array of weaponry was on display. AK-47s, submachine guns, the blue-flamed Gatling gun, handguns, grenades, and landmines. All meticulously packed in crates. Various types of ammunition dazzled the eyes. "Mr. Su, what do you think?" Trokovsky inquired proudly. "Surely you find these items appealing?" "Indeed. They are precisely what I desire." Su Yang nodded, then added, "These are mostly antiquated models, correct? I had heard that you sell them by the bulk. That one could acquire a heap for a mere few $100,000. He gestured towards the piled weapons, "and they even come with ammunition. No wonder you are the grandson of old Master Su. You possess a keen business acumen," Trokovsky remarked, giving a thumbs up before shifting his tone. "That was in the past, but times have changed. As you know, since last year, we have encountered various conflicts, and these are the very armaments our frontline soldiers utilize. Such equipment is currently in great demand, with prices skyrocketing to a staggering $1 million for a batch." Regarding the events between the two nations, Su Yang had indeed seen them reported in the news and was aware that the opposing party spoke the truth. He had no intention of haggling, but instead looked at Trolovsky and said, "I am not here merely for these items. I require the finest." "The finest, of course, is available," Trolovsky replied with a slight smile, leading Su Yang further inside. Within a vast warehouse, exquisite weaponry was displayed all around. Su Yang picked up a sniper rifle, captivated by its craftsmanship, examining it meticulously. This particular model was the M200 sniper rifle, renowned globally for its unparalleled precision, measuring 1.18 meters in length and weighing 14 kilograms. Perhaps due to Su Yang being the grandson of Su Tianchong, Trolovsky accompanied him throughout the visit, personally offering insights. This rifle is chambered for 10.36 millimeters ammunition and can hit a target the size of a penny from a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers. Once Trolovsky concluded his introduction, Su Yang felt an eagerness to try it out. With a wave of Trolovsky's hand, an assistant brought a magazine, and he pointed towards a distant shooting target. Su Yang aimed and fired 5 or 6 shots, all striking the bullseye. The recoil had no effect on his precision, astonishing Trolovsky in the process. "How many do you have?" Su Yang inquired. 100, came the response. "I'll take them all," Su Yang declared, setting the M200 sniper rifle down. As soon as the translation was completed, several individuals emerged to pack the 100 M200 sniper rifles he requested into boxes, simultaneously lifting out numerous large crates of corresponding ammunition. At this moment, Su Yang picked up a longer sniper rifle once again. Trolovsky continued his introduction, the Macmillan TAC, with an overall length of 1.45 meters and a weight of 11.8 kilograms, fires a caliber of 12.7 millimeter bullets, achieving velocities nearly at the speed of sound. The farthest recorded kill was accomplished on the battlefield, where an enemy was struck from a distance of 3.5 kilometers. Due to the influence of wind speed and gravitational pull, the bullet took approximately 10 seconds to reach its target. Su Yang responded, "I would like 100 of those as well." Once more, individuals began to pack the boxes. Su Yang then grasped the Barrett sniper rifle with a length of 1.44 meters, weighing 14.8 kilograms, boasting a maximum effective range of 2.5 kilometers. It is renowned for its long range, high precision, and tremendous power. Utilizing 12.7 millimeter caliber ammunition, it can fire both single shots and bursts. It is universally acknowledged as the king of sniper rifles. The Croatian RT-2, a 20 millimeter caliber sniper rifle, is capable of targeting armored vehicles and helicopters alike, capable of destroying fortified targets from 2 kilometers away. The recoil of this weapon is astonishing, with propellant gases ejecting backward upon firing. It is imperative that no walls, vehicles, or friendly troops are positioned behind the shooter. The marksman must lie on the left side of the firearm to avoid accidental injury. after Torlovsky introduced a powerful sniper rifle. He noticed Su Yang picking up another one and immediately spoke. What you are observing is an anti-material sniper rifle, measuring 8 meters in length and weighing 31 kilograms. It possesses formidable firepower, utilizing a 20 millimeters caliber. Instead of bullets, it is loaded with 20 millimeters anti-aircraft shells. Its effective range can eliminate targets with protective capabilities from 2 to 3 kilometers away, be it a vehicle, an aircraft, or even a fuel depot. None can withstand the impact of this weapon. The final sniper rifle is named the Anxiao Monster, also a 20 millimeters caliber anti-material sniper rifle, measuring 2 meters long and weighing 31 kilograms, equipped with 14 7 millimeters armor-piercing rounds. It can penetrate armored vehicles, tanks, and other heavily fortified structures. Its maximum accurate range extends to 5 kilometers. Su Yang gently caressed the rifle's body, the sensation akin to touching the cold, smooth skin of a woman. These are the grand treasures that every man adores. How could one not develop an affection for them? I want 100 of each. Su Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Today, I shall take them all. Chapter 25. Powerful cutting-edge combat equipment. Torlovsky instructed his subordinates to pack all the sniper rifles that caught Su Yang's eye. Each one was accompanied by a vast supply of ammunition. Once packed, Su Yang inquired, how much? $20 million. Torlovsky replied, holding up 2 fingers. This is the final price. The combined value of the sniper rifles and ammunition hardly justified such an expense, yet it was not exorbitantly priced. Take Barrett as an example. As the manufacturer, the United States offers them for approximately $12,000 domestically. When Torlovsky procured them, the price was certainly higher. When reselling to Su Yang, he must also earn a profit. Even if the transaction price were $30,000 each, for 100 units, that would amount to $3 million. This does not even account for the immense quantity of ammunition supplied by the counterpart. Furthermore, it is rather impractical to purchase such a diverse array of sniper rifles in one go from another location. This explains why many individuals prefer to invest considerable sums in procuring arms from the black market, as such items are inherently scarce despite their value. Therefore, acquiring several hundred sniper rifles with formidable capabilities, along with an inexhaustible supply of ammunition, though 20 million may seem exorbitant, does not constitute extortion. Su Yang did not engage in haggling. Instead, he addressed Torlovsky with, provide me with an account, and may I borrow your phone? For reasons of security, he would not utilize his own device. After Torlovsky handed him a phone, Su Yang promptly dialed the number of Su Muyu, who was in the new country. Transfer $20 million to this account. Without hesitation, Su Muyu executed the transaction to the account he had provided. Su Yang's decision to pay upfront subtly conveyed to Torlovsky that he possessed ample funds to secure these provisions, simultaneously cautioning him against any unscrupulous intentions, lest he find it challenging to encounter such a straightforward client in the future. Indeed, upon witnessing the funds deposited, Torlovsky's demeanor became even more cordial. A buyer who does not haggle, purchases in bulk, and settles payment before taking possession is a rarity, and he must seize this opportunity. With a smile on his face, Torlovsky addressed Mr. Su. I have something even better here. Would you care to take a look? Faced with this invitation, Su Yang could hardly refuse. For the purpose of his visit was to procure arms, particularly those formidable missiles. It was inconceivable to leave prematurely without securing a purchase. Before long, Torlovsky led Su Yang to another warehouse. This space was modest in size, resembling more of a collection gallery. It housed various antiquities, including firearms from the First World War and fighter planes, alongside machine guns from the Second World War and battered helmets. Additionally, there were some medieval paintings and armor on display. Su Yang found himself puzzled as to why Torlovsky had brought him to this place. Mr. Su, please take a look at this set of equipment. Just as he was about to speak, Torlovsky pointed to a set of sleek black combat attire and proclaimed, this is a cutting-edge combat gear developed by our esteemed nation. It is crafted from nanomaterials, rendering it not only incredibly soft, but also remarkably resilient. It withstands both slashes and flames without sustaining any damage. Even bullets fired from an AK-47 at close range cannot penetrate it. Su Yang ran his hand over the combat attire, which felt as smooth and soft as ordinary clothing. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Isn't this merely an ordinary outfit? Noticing Su Yang's skepticism, Torlovsky chuckled, offering no further explanation. He took a razor-sharp knife from one of his subordinates and struck the fabric repeatedly in the same spot. After a dozen strikes, Not a single mark remained on the combat attire. Subsequently, Trelawski instructed his subordinates to produce a flamethrower, directing its several hundred degrees of heat onto the combat suit. After several minutes of exposure, there remained no alteration. The adversary then unleashed a barrage from an AK-47, yet the suit retained its pristine condition, devoid of even a single bullet mark. Mr. Su, this combat suit is not only capable of withstanding temperatures exceeding 300 degrees, but it also remains impervious to the effects of low temperatures up to 120 degrees. Furthermore, it is remarkably lightweight, ensuring that the wearer experiences no discomfort, akin to donning regular attire. While the suit appeared formidable, it must possess a critical flaw. Su Yang pondered momentarily before inquiring. Even if it allows one to endure extreme temperatures and offers bullet resistance, its thinness may render it vulnerable to blunt force trauma. Should I strike a person clad in this suit with a hammer, they would, at the very least, sustain severe injuries, if not fatal ones. Likewise, if I were to unleash a hail of bullets from an AK-47 upon someone wearing this suit, even if the projectiles do not penetrate, their body would surely be unable to bear the impact. Su Yang chuckled lightly and added, nevertheless, the imperfections do not overshadow its merits. Equipping our personnel with such combat attire would significantly reduce casualties. At this, Trelawski applauded in appreciation. You truly are the worthy successor of the venerable Su Tianchong. Your perceptiveness is remarkable, he lauded. You have identified the sole shortcoming. However, this suit is designed specifically for close-quarters combat, he continued to elucidate, to ensure the safety of our soldiers when engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the enemy. Simultaneously, it can also be employed for perilous missions and charges on the battlefield. In fact, there is an additional outer layer to this combat suit. With a wave of his hand, Trelawski's subordinate presented a heavily armed and robust combat suit, glistening with metallic luster on the surface. This outer, worn one can endure gravitational impacts, as long as it isn't hit by armor-piercing bullets. Regular bullets can't penetrate it. It significantly enhances soldiers' survival and combat capabilities. Initially, our bear country designed such combat suits to counter the elite, focused warfare proposed by the Eagle country, arming soldiers to the teeth to enable them to fight against 10 or even 100 enemies single-handedly. However, due to the unexpected rise of your Great Xia and the invention of unmanned combat weapons, even the most elite individual equipment can't withstand the continuous bombing of drones. The Eagle country has already abandoned such a combat strategy, and so have we. Moreover, because the manufacturing cost of such combat suits is too high to produce in large quantities, for a large country like ours, they have become a white elephant. I assume it would still be of assistance to you, Mr. Su? Trelawski smiled as he looked at Su Yang. How much is one set? Su Yang inquired. How many sets do you have in total here? The inner and outer layers together make one set. Trelawski replied. $5 million per set. I only have 10 sets here. I'll take them all. I'll transfer the money to you right away, without any hesitation. Su Yang once again asked Su Muyu to transfer the money. Just as the other party had said, such combat suits were helpful to him. Such high-tech and sophisticated combat suits could be life-saving items in critical moments. Even if the other party didn't mention that there was another set of equipment outside that could resist blunt force impacts and was bullet-proof. Just looking at the inner set, Su Yang was already intrigued. It was like wearing an ordinary set of clothes, yet it could block ordinary weapons, resist bullets, endure high temperatures, and even withstand the cold of minus 120 degrees Celsius. Wasn't this a divine artifact in the ice apocalypse? Why not have one more life-saving item? After the other party packed up these 10 sets of high-tech combat suits, Su Yang looked at Trelawski and asked, Do you have missiles here? Chapter 26. The main event. Various missiles, yes. Trelawski, who had already witnessed Su Yang's financial resources, replied very readily, We have all kinds. The other party led him to a huge underground space. Below were displayed various missiles and weapons, which almost dazzled him. Su Yang came to a shooting weapon with a large base, resembling a Gatling, but with a much larger caliber. He took a fancy to it at first sight. This is a close-in weapon system. Trelawski introduced. This cannon is equipped with an accurate detection radar, integrating detection and attack. It can quickly detect incoming missiles, automatically lock on, and automatically attack. It can fire 15,000 shells per minute until the target is shot down. It is generally used for near-Earth defense or on large warships. How much? Su Yang asked without hesitation. $1 million per unit. Trelawski replied. Okay, I'll take 100 units. Subsequently, Su Yang also ordered some other types of missiles. Some had a range of 2 to 300 kilometers, while others had a range of 5 to 600 kilometers. He ordered a great deal of each kind. Tolovsky and his subordinates were astonished. They knew the other party was wealthy, but never expected such extravagance. Buying missiles was like buying cabbages. Eventually, the seller got a bit frightened. Fearing that too many purchases might cause trouble, he specifically warned Mr. Su, "I have no objections to your buying so many missiles. But remember, under no circumstances should you resell them to our hostile forces. If it's discovered, neither you nor I can escape the consequences." Tolovsky's eyes were as cold as a knife. Sweeping over Su Yang, he wasn't afraid of selling the arms, but worried that these powerful missiles might fall into the hands of hostile forces, which would spell trouble. Even the emperor couldn't protect him then. Sell to others? I'm not that stupid. Su Yang sneered inwardly. He promised the other party, "Don't worry. Although I'm bold, I'm not foolish enough to seek death on my own initiative." That's good. Tolovsky, seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, finally felt at ease. Are there any even more powerful missiles? Su Yang then asked. Yes. The seller led him to a missile several meters tall and introduced penetration bomb. The range is 500 kilometers. It's equipped with a highly precise locator and can penetrate 40-meter deep rocks and 60-meter deep fortifications. After explosion, it generates an ultra-high temperature of 500 degrees, enough to raise a building over 20 stories to the ground. Over here, there's also the precision-guided missile, which can lock onto and track targets. It's known as the nemesis of warships and fighter jets. The range is 2,000 kilometers. There is also the most powerful one, which is currently the most popular in the arms market. Only 2 countries in the world can manufacture it. One is our bear country, and the other is your Great Xia. However, the precision of what we produce is not as high as that of Great Xia. It is this hypersonic missile. The one I have here only has a range of 2,000 kilometers. Its speed can reach Mach 10. And it is also known as a missile that cannot be intercepted. After the other party introduced all the high power and long-range missiles, Su Yang's eyes sparkled. He wished he could buy out everything, but he knew it was unrealistic. With such high speed and powerful missiles, no matter how powerful the future enemies might be, there was no need to fear. As for the precision, a difference of 10 or 8 meters didn't matter. Just pressing a button could make the enemy be struck with one shot. Su Yang purchased a significant amount of each type of missile. There were bunker-busting bombs, high precision-guided missiles, hypersonic missiles, torpedoes, and various high-power missiles for different purposes. The ranges varied from 1,000 kilometers to 500 kilometers, and then to 2,000 kilometers, with everything available. Anyway, since he had money, it would be a waste not to buy. After the ice and snow apocalypse arrived, that money would be of no use. With these weapons of mass destruction, perhaps he could make good use of them during the apocalypse. The fact that he stockpiled so many supplies could not be hidden from the managers of the 4 major wholesale markets. After all, those supplies were purchased from them. He had to be cautious. What if they leaked the news to others? His enemies would only increase. Even if he had a nuclear-proof war fortress, he couldn't always stay inside it. Thus, it is said that it is better to seek avenues than to block them. It is preferable to take the initiative rather than to rely solely on defense. If those individuals did not provoke him, all would be well. However, should they dare to incite his wrath, these provisions are prepared specifically for them. All fear stems from inadequate firepower. With these resources, Su Yang shall harbor no trepidation. Alone in this apocalyptic world, he embodies a formidable force. Even if these assets are never employed, they still warrant preservation. A smile graced Su Yang's face as he once again procured a substantial quantity of RPG rocket launchers, alongside an assortment of explosives and an inexhaustible supply of ammunition from Tolovsky. He did not overlook even the firearms, grenades, and landmines. Each valued at a staggering $1 million, he acquired them all. In the end, he also requested a dozen tanks. With the current arsenal at his disposal, he could easily equip and overpower the armed forces of a medium-sized nation, particularly one of considerable might. Mr. Su. The total cost for these armaments amounts to $150 billion. Tolovsky's secretary announced after completing the calculations. At that moment, astonishment washed over the crowd. Given Su Yang's previous lavish spending, Tolovsky had anticipated a significant procurement. However, he was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of it. The entirety of the Bear country's annual military exports did not even reach such a sum, marking a lucrative opportunity for him. Not only would he reap substantial profits, but he would also earn respect from the upper echelons. By generating such revenue for Bear country, he would secure a notable position for himself. I will first transfer $2 billion as a deposit. Please ensure all missiles are discreetly delivered to the shores of Lake Baikal. Upon my inspection and approval, the remaining balance will be settled in full. This time, Su Yang did not provide the entire sum of money up front. After all, it was a substantial amount, and he feared the possibility of being swindled. If he paid everything at once and received nothing in return, where would he go to seek redress? Mr. Su, let us set the record straight, Trilovsky said earnestly. We are only responsible for delivering you to the shores of Lake Baikal and ensuring your concealment. How you transport it thereafter is entirely your concern. Should you be captured, it is of no consequence to us. Rest assured, if I dare to request such a sum, I possess the means to transport it back without shortchanging you in the slightest. Su Yang replied, his expression betraying no emotion. You need only follow my instructions. Mr. Su, do you require a nuclear warhead? Just say the word, and I can procure one for you. Trilovsky, intrigued by Su Yang's audacity, remarked, It will cost you $10 billion for a single unit, and I can have it arranged within 6 months. Su Yang was taken aback and quipped, Is the Bear country so impoverished that they are selling such formidable weapons? For the sake of national revenue. Trilovsky chuckled. Nonetheless, he declined the offer. He too coveted a nuclear weapon, a rare instrument of destruction universally regarded with respect. However, it was impractical. Only a worthy adversary would justify its use, and the associated risks were far too great. Moreover, with the impending apocalypse just over a month away, 6 months was a luxury he could not afford. Chapter 27. Acquiring the entire Baikal Lake after settling the deposit, Su Yang departed, taking with him a substantial cache of weaponry and equipment. Previously purchased sniper rifles, high-tech combat suits, piles of firearms, ammunitions, medium-range rockets, landmines, grenades, and even tanks were loaded on hundreds of semi-trailers. All of them were covered with tarpaulins. Although the target was huge, Su Yang was not afraid. As an arms dealer with profound connections, Trilovsky must have already greased the wheels at various checkpoints. No one would come to conduct inspections. Moreover, the Siberian region is vast and sparsely populated, so there were even fewer people to encounter. After transporting the goods to the shores of Lake Baikal, he asked the others to return. After checking that there was no one around, Su Yang put both the arms and the semi-trailers into the space. He came to the lakeside and opened the space portal. A powerful suction force emerged, and a huge whirlpool appeared on the surface of Lake Baikal. Endless lake water was drawn into the space. It works, Su Yang exclaimed, then closed the space portal to stop absorbing the lake water. This was just an experiment. Since the space could really absorb the water of Lake Baikal, he felt relieved. But now was not the time. If he really drained the lake dry, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. What about the missiles he bought? It would be better to wait until the missiles were delivered before emptying the lake. For safety's sake, Su Yang did not stay at the place arranged by Trilovsky. Instead, he found a hotel nearest to the border of the Great Xia. For 3 days, he generally did not go out, because he knew that although the people of the North Bear country seemed very enthusiastic towards the people of the Great Xia, some of them specifically targeted lone Great Xia people for robbery. Especially those who travel alone, not following the larger crowd, have frequently fallen victim to theft, with local authorities turning a blind eye. Although he possessed the strength to deter any would-be robbers, he preferred to avoid unnecessary troubles and thus refrained from venturing out easily. It was not until 3 days later that the goods finally arrived. The message was sent to the borrowed phone from Trolov's, prompting him to check it urgently. Only then did Su Yang step out of the hotel and head towards the shores of Lake Baikal. At that moment, the vicinity of Lake Baikal was devoid of any human presence for miles around. After searching for a considerable time, he eventually discovered various models of missiles brought in by the other party in a highly concealed location. Once confirming their integrity, Su Yang stored the items in his space. He then dialed Su Muyu using the phone provided by the other party, transferring the remaining funds. Simultaneously, he sent a message to Trilovsky, expressing his satisfaction with their collaboration, and began to extract water from Lake Baikal. A massive whirlpool reappeared on the lake's surface as water surged wildly into his space. After 5 hours, the world's largest freshwater lake had completely dried up. Peering down to the lakebed, Su Yang beheld a colossal platform inscribed with intricate and profound trigrams. Perhaps due to its prolonged submersion, the platform was unable to withstand such immense pressure, and the trigram designs bore numerous cracks resembling a spider's web. Su Yang felt as though he were experiencing an illusion, sensing a chilling aura emanating from beneath the trigram. Before he could continue his observation, the platform engraved with the trigram began to slowly sink, vanishing from sight. Su Yang shook his head and departed from the shores of Lake Baikal with remarkable speed. He found the presence of a Bagua diagram from the Great Xiao perplexing, yet his curiosity did not compel him to investigate further. Upon reaching the border, he meticulously erased all the information from his phone and discarded it on the ground. He then sailed back to Heilongjiang province, procured some local specialties, and returned to Jizhou City. After his return, he continued stockpiling supplies while arranging for Su Yunqi to go abroad to establish contact with the weapon development agency she had previously mentioned. This time, Su Yang focused on accumulating anthracite coal, timber, and gasoline. He aspired to amass a substantial quantity of coal and gasoline in the shortest possible time. Unfortunately, the domestic regulations surrounding these commodities were exceedingly stringent, and his requirements were substantial. Venturing abroad would not only be a waste of time but also pose challenges for personal procurement. He could only devise strategies to stockpile as much as possible before the impending apocalypse. If all else failed, he planned to gather resources from major gas stations once the catastrophe struck. Nearly 2 days after his return, news of Lake Baikal's desiccation surged to the forefront of public discourse. As the world's largest freshwater lake, its sudden depletion was indeed a significant event. Su Yang chuckled at several news reports, almost finding the situation amusing. According to renowned domestic experts, the drying up of Lake Baikal could be attributed to global warming. In the coming months, the world would likely experience soaring temperatures, with many regions facing drought, resulting in catastrophic crop failures. Some experts voiced dissenting opinions, suggesting that the lake's disappearance might be linked to extraterrestrial visitation. A number of specialists even visited the shores of Lake Baikal, where they discovered a colossal footprint, speculating that the vanishing of the lake could be connected to this enigmatic imprint. Indeed, experts are quite remarkable, speaking with such ease. It's truly unbearable to witness. Within 2 days, Su Yunqi returned. Simultaneously, she brought him a piece of good news. She had found a weapon research and development institution on the verge of bankruptcy in the United States. There were over 20 experts in it, adept at weapon research, development, manufacturing, and improvement. However, they had been unable to secure investment and were on the verge of closing down. This precisely met his objective. Without any hesitation, Su Yang applied for a visa again. He was prepared to head to the United States. But first, he made a trip to Japan. With the advent of the ice-snow apocalypse, there would be a shortage of survival supplies. As a once passionate young man, he, of course, didn't want to miss the opportunity to take action against Japan, which had a long-standing enmity with China. He had to play a trick on them. Upon arriving in Japan, Su Yang embarked on a spree of purchasing local food. The crucial thing was that he dared not buy other items, fearing nuclear radiation. The Japanese are inhumane, discharging nuclear, contaminated water into the sea. Especially, most of the fish have been contaminated by nuclear radiation. One must be extremely cautious. The acquisition of supplies was just a pretense. He secretly emptied many large Japanese shopping malls using his spatial ability. Regarding the use of this method against Japan, he didn't feel there was anything wrong with it. In Japan, it seems that most of the people are like demons and monsters, with extremely low moral character. There's no need to be chivalrous towards them. Moreover, on New Year's Day in 2024, an earthquake of magnitude 7 or above occurred in Japan. Not only did they reject international rescue, but their own people also refrained from providing assistance. They must be hiding something. For there was a nuclear power plant in the earthquake-stricken area. It was highly likely that there was another leakage, and they might want to discharge it into the sea again. Faced with such a morally bereft race, it suffices to regard them as beasts. As the end times approach, gather up their survival supplies. Let them starve then. It would be best if they all perished from hunger. After dealing a blow to the cherry blossom country, Su Yang felt thoroughly refreshed. Only then did he board the plane bound for the Eagle Sauce country. Chapter 28. Zero Cost Shopping. The disappearance of the 5 Great Lakes in the Eagle Sauce country. Upon landing in the Eagle Sauce country, instead of directly seeking out the weapons research and development institution that Su Yunqi had contacted for him, Su Yang first made his way to the major supermarkets and the 5 great freshwater lakes there. The people in the Eagle Sauce country have a tradition of zero-cost shopping. Since he was there, of course he would follow the local customs. The supermarkets in the Eagle Sauce country differ from those in the Great Xia. In a certain area, there is only one supermarket. People from a community or within a certain radius all purchase items from this place. It has everything in it and is of a large scale. Generally, they are large-scale chain supermarkets. As soon as Su Yang arrived, he saw people everywhere engaging in zero-cost shopping. Under the cover of night, when all was quiet, he used his spatial ability to empty several supermarkets in a row. After several days, over 100 large-scale chain supermarkets had been emptied. Even if the police were alerted, it was of no use as they had no idea who was responsible. Feeling that it was about enough, Su Yang then headed for the 5 Great Lakes. Before collecting the water from the 5 Great Lakes, he tested the water quality by a small riverside. Immediately, he burst out in a stream of curses. Damn it! The heavy metal content exceeds the standard. All day long they shout about protecting the environment. But they're really so hypocritical. Fortunately, the water quality of the 5 Great Lakes was still good. He easily collected the water. Only then did Su Yang go to find that Weapons Research and Development Institution. Upon arrival, he immediately said to the person in charge, "I can help you tide over the difficulties, but you need to return to Daxiao with me to accomplish one thing." The person in charge hastily inquired, "How can you help us through this tough time?" "You know, weapon research and development is extremely costly. There are 20 experts proficient in weapons in your institution, including you. I'll transfer $3 million to each of you first. After you finish my task, I'll transfer another $7 million to each of you. This money will be directly given to you. Whether you spend it on your own or continue to use it for weapon research and development, I won't interfere." Hearing this, the person in charge's eyes lit up, and he readily agreed. "Very well. I've already arranged tourist visas for you to Daxia, and the duration is 1 month." Su Yang spoke straightforwardly without any circumlocution. "After arriving in Daxia, for the sake of security, I'll confiscate any communication devices on you. As long as the money is in place, these are not problems." The person in charge nodded. He also knew that the task the other party wanted them to do must be highly confidential. Seeing that the other party had agreed, Su Yang asked the person in charge to summon all the weapon experts in the institution, then called Su Yunxi and transferred $3 million to each person on the spot. After that, he took out a monitoring device and inspected everyone thoroughly. After finding no problems, he said to everyone, "Let's go. The plane tickets have been bought. Follow me," and set off. At this time, there was exactly 1 month left until the end of the world. The items he had purchased during the Industrial General Survey had not been modified yet, let alone equipped with weapons. Time was of the essence. As soon as he got off the plane, he, without a moment's delay, led more than 20 people to the large factory building he had rented. He asked them to first modify the twin-tailed Scorpion large unmanned aerial vehicle and install weapons on it. After all, leaving these big fellows here all the time was not secure. Although these large unmanned aerial vehicles took up a lot of space, their number was not large. After they were modified, Su Yang, when those people were not paying attention, directly put them into the space. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He then started to have those people modify the all-terrain unmanned vehicles and unmanned boats. After finishing the modification of these large items, finally, he arranged for these people to install weapons on the unmanned aerial vehicles and intelligent electronic dogs. Keeping these people working around the clock almost made them lose their temper. Fortunately, Su Yang noticed in time and solved the problem with his financial power. He asked Su Muyu to transfer $7 million to each of them again. And then the situation was calmed down. These people once again threw themselves into the busy work. During this period, Su Yang was not idle either. He sent Su Muyu back to the country, asking her and Su Yunxi to help stockpile supplies. At the same time, he also asked them to find for him a domestic enterprise that was the most outstanding in forging knives. He spent 10 million to forge 10 Tang swords. Although he had stockpiled countless arms, they were all for long-range attacks. To be on the safe side, he also needed to be prepared for close combat. Su Yang also took the time to inspect the nuclear bomb-proof war fortress built for him by Jianlong Security Group. After setting the access command so that only he could enter and exit, and settling the remaining balance, Wang Jianmin left happily, amidst the incessant hustle and bustle. As Su Yang observed the seamless installation of the drone and the intelligent electronic dog, he stealthily made his way to the company that customizes luxurious large yachts to discreetly store the modified vessel within his spatial realm. With growing adeptness in utilizing this space, he discerned a particular drawback. Although he could indeed accommodate substantial objects, The portal to this realm could only be opened within a mere 5 meters of his physical form. Under his command, the spatial gateway emitted a pulling force. However, it could not draw in moving entities unless they actively collided with it. Despite this limitation, it mattered little, for the essential tasks had been accomplished. Each day, he merely needed to stow away the refurbished drone, the electronic dog, and the amassed supplies. With merely half a month remaining until the impending apocalypse, Su-Yong made another visit to Fengyan community. Once again, he procured an array of extravagant items, inciting envy and admiration among his neighbors who beheld his acquisitions. Particularly, Bai Lu had been persistently messaging him over the past 2.5 months. Upon encountering Su-Yong once more, her eyes sparkled, and she rushed towards him, only to be met with the abrupt closure of the heavy security door. In her heart, Bai Lu seethed, cursing, "Why didn't you allow Li Bin to finish you off last time? Sooner or later, I shall have you in my grasp." Casting a final glance at the residence bequeathed to him by his adoptive parents, Su-Yong understood that he would never return. The house had already been sold. Today it was being cleared out, and tomorrow it would belong to another. Just as he was about to store all his possessions within the confines of his space, an unexpected figure emerged. Duan Qian, the wife of Li Bin, had arrived. Duan Qian stands at a height of 165 centimeters, boasting a slender and shapely figure with an alluring hourglass silhouette. Although her facial features might merit an 85-point rating, her demeanor exudes the mature and enchanting charm of a captivating young matron. Her allure far surpasses that of naive young maidens untouched by the trials of life. Su-Yong, gazing into her eyes, which were brimming with a pitiful and alluring expression, couldn't help but mutter to himself that Li Bin may not have the best character, but he sure has an eye for beauty. Despite his mutterings, he was well aware that her presence at this moment was undoubtedly to plead with him on Li Bin's behalf. "Mr. Su, may I beg a favor of you?" Duan Qian looked at Su-Yong and said, "Could you possibly reconcile with Li Bin?" As he had expected, ever since he stabbed Li Bin 18 times, leaving the latter severely injured, Su-Yong was acquitted on the grounds of self-defense, while Li Bin's plight was dire. Not only did he spend 2 months recuperating in the hospital, but even upon his impending recovery, he faced the specter of imprisonment. Despite the 8 of them insisting firmly in front of the police that their intention was merely to intimidate Su-Yong, the possession of controlled knives and the act of gathering to cause trouble could still land them a prison sentence of several years. The only recourse was to seek reconciliation with Su-Yong. If he agreed to sign a letter of understanding, the 8 of them could avoid jail time and merely be subject to corresponding fines. Chapter 29. You don't want your husband to go to jail either, do you? You want me to show leniency? On what grounds? Su-Yong scoffed coldly. "Mr. Su, I'm fully aware that this request is rather excessive," Duan Qian pleaded. Seeing Su-Yang's unyielding stance, "Could you, in your magnanimity, overlook his transgressions and spare Li Bin this once? I can assure you that Li Bin will never trouble you again, nor will he seek revenge." Seeing that he still refused to yield, the other party said again, "Mr. Su, if you're willing to sign the letter of understanding, how about we compensate you with 1 million? Do I look like someone short of money?" Su-Yong scrutinized Duan Qian from head to toe and said with a cold smile, "Trying to use 1 million to buy Li Bin's freedom from prison? Wishful thinking." Duan Qian felt uneasy under his sharp gaze, a blush appearing on her face. However, out of concern for Li Bin, she said nothing. She put on a piteous look again and said to Su-Yong, "Mr. Su, I know you're not short of money, but we're neighbors. We can't avoid seeing each other. Could you be magnanimous? If you can spare Li Bin this time, you'll be our family's great benefactor from now on. I'll be willing to do anything you ask." Her mature and charming demeanor, coupled with that piteous look and those enchanting eyes, was truly captivating. Su-Yong looked at her, a faint, imperceptible smile curving his lips, and asked, "Really willing to do anything?" Duan Qian didn't quite understand the meaning behind Su-Yang's words at the moment. Thinking he was finally relenting, she hurriedly said, "Of course, I keep my word." Su-Yong smiled faintly and said, "Then I want you. I want you to accompany me once." Duan Qian's expression changed. "Mr. Su, your request is a bit excessive, isn't it? Although I'm married to Li Bin, I'm not a street-walking prostitute. I can't be at everyone's beck and call." "Then forget it. Li Bin can just wait to go to jail." Su-Yong shook his head, preparing to show the guest out. "Mr. Su, wait a moment." Duan Qian hastily interjected, "Mr. Su, could you possibly consider an alternative condition? I would agree to anything else." "Only this one condition," Su-Yong replied, leisurely peeling an apple in his hand, exuding an air of control over the situation. This stipulation had come to his mind the instant he laid eyes on Duan Qian. He had never intended to imprison Li Bin. Even if the latter refused his demand, he would still sign the letter of understanding. In his past life, Li Bin had taken his life, and he had yet to exact his vengeance. How could he allow the man to perish in a cold cell? Li Bin's demise must be at his own hands. However, upon seeing Duan Qian, Su Yang devised a different scheme. With her striking beauty and her status as Li Bin's wife, he saw an opportunity not to be squandered. In a previous life, you took my life. This time, I shall indulge in your wife before orchestrating your torment to death, a gratifying duality of revenge. Moreover, Su Yang, reborn, was not devoid of interest in women. He had merely suppressed such inclinations due to the pressing need to amass resources. Otherwise, neither Su Yunqi nor Su Muyu would have escaped. Now, having completed the preparations necessary for survival in the apocalypse, the wife of his adversary stood before him, a captivating young woman. How could he be devoid of ulterior thoughts? Not only did he harbor such thoughts, but he felt no burden in his heart. Duan Qian fell silent, lost in contemplation. As Su Yang finished the apple, he noticed her cheeks growing increasingly flushed. He recognized that Duan Qian was beginning to waver, still clinging to her previous reservations. At this juncture, a mere spark would suffice to lead her into complete surrender. Let out a sigh and said slowly, over the years, Li Bin has indeed offended many people, accumulating numerous enemies. If he were to be imprisoned, those adversaries would turn their vengeance towards you. As a defenseless woman, how will you navigate the days to come? His words pierced Duan Qian's heart like a sharp needle, sending a shiver down her spine. He was undeniably correct. Li Bin had many foes. If they sought trouble, she would be utterly powerless to defend herself. No, Li Bin must not go to prison. Duan Qian thought to herself, if he were incarcerated, I would surely suffer when those enemies come for me. It's merely a matter of sharing a bed. One could liken it to a mosquito bite. Resolutely, Duan Qian declared, Mr. Su, I agree to your terms. However, you must sign a letter of understanding afterward. Otherwise, I shall ensure we both meet a dire fate. Su Yang replied, a promise is a promise. I stand by my word. Now, let us proceed. Duan Qian felt her face flush crimson as she closed her eyes. After a considerable amount of time had passed without any indication of Su Yang making a move, she looked at him in confusion and asked, You're not having second thoughts, are you? With a smile, Su Yang raised his hand, gesturing for her to undress. He could not act first. What if she used that opportunity to accuse him of impropriety? Slowly, Duan Qian removed all her clothing, revealing her alluring figure to the air, her entire body blushing with a delicate hue. Su Yang picked up her clothes, inspecting them meticulously, discovering no recording devices, and then powered off her phone. Finally, he took in the stunning view before him. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, How old are you? Duan Qian responded with annoyance. Su Yang remarked, I was inquiring about your age. Where did your mind wander? Duan Qian awkwardly smiled, 27. 2 hours later, everything would dissipate like smoke. During this time, Su Yang did not forget to take photos and record videos. Upon witnessing this, Duan Qian sternly demanded, Mr. Su, how could you do this? Please delete the videos and photos at once. If these are leaked, my reputation will be ruined. Su Yang chuckled. I will keep them merely as mementos, rest assured. I won't share them. He smiled, putting away his phone. He felt the need to retain evidence. If Li Bin did not wear the green hat, he would have to force it upon him. Moreover, Su Yang feared that Duan Qian might retaliate by accusing him of misconduct, which would only bring him trouble. After all, as Li Bin's woman, she surely possessed some cunning. He had to be thoroughly prepared. As long as Su Yang held these photos and videos, she would likely refrain from ruining both their reputations. With no other option, Duan Qian resigned herself to her fate. Only after Su Yang signed the agreement did Duan Qian limply depart, repeatedly imploring him not to let those videos and photos circulate, especially not to send them to Li Bin. Su Yang nodded in agreement. As he watched her retreating figure, he secretly rejoiced. Subsequently, he gathered all the items in the room into his space and returned to the factory. Chapter 30. Decisive Actions. Thus, half a month passed quietly amidst the relentless busyness of Su Yang, Su Yunqi, and Su Muyu. His vast fortune had nearly been depleted, leaving him with only a few thousand. Should the icy apocalypse fail to arrive due to his reincarnation, he would have some reserves. The time has now reached the afternoon of May 31st, 2024. In just one night, by the morning of June 1st, Children's Day, a blizzard will descend, accompanied by a sharp drop in temperature, heralding the arrival of the apocalypse. Boss, have we completed all our tasks? Is there anything else you require of us? Both Su Yunqi and Su Miyu inquired simultaneously. If not, we shall return to rest. Do take a good rest. Observing the weariness etched upon the faces of the two sisters, a pang of concern tugged at Su Yang's heart. Through their interactions over the past 3 months, he had come to realize that these twin sisters were unfailingly loyal to him. Their dedication had not gone unnoticed. Initially, he had contemplated inviting Su Yunqi and Su Muyu to reside in his stronghold of war, but upon reflection, he decided against it. There was no urgency. He could bring them back when the time was right. After all, both possessed considerable strength, and when the apocalypse truly unfolded, should chaos ensue, it was uncertain who would pose a threat to them. Su Yang resolved to allow the sisters to witness the harsh realities of human nature in the post-apocalyptic world. Once they had encountered the true ugliness of mankind, their loyalty to him would be all the more significant when he eventually brought them back. It was not that Su Yang harbored distrust in his heart. He recognized the unwavering loyalty of the twin sisters. However, his past experiences during a month of survival in a frozen wasteland had left deep scars. He had been betrayed by Bai Lu, whom he had treated with utmost sincerity, only to be deceived. He had shared his survival resources with neighbors, only to have his provisions stolen and ultimately met a tragic end. His body dismembered and turned into reserves. He had witnessed the darkest depths of humanity and the coldest hearts, betrayed in the most profound manner. In the frigid and chaotic world of endless snow and ice, survival transforms every individual. Thus, Su Yang remained exceedingly cautious. Nevertheless, he did not forget to remind the sisters. Su Yunqi and Su Muyu, stay home tomorrow and do not venture outside. Gather several loads of water and food for reserve. Understood. The two responded with light laughter. However, we need not worry about those supplies. During our procurement, we have already taken advantage of our positions to bring back quite a few. Our home is currently overflowing. Very well, then. Make sure to rest early. Su Yang reiterated. Remember, do not go outside. Got it. The sisters teasingly remarked, Boss, you now sound like an old man. They then skipped away merrily, blissfully unaware of the colossal blizzard that would soon claim countless lives. The earth was on the brink of being encased in ice, heralding a new era. After bidding farewell to the twin sisters, Su Yang stored the supplies within his space and opened the door to a large workshop. The 20 weapon specialists, brought in from Eagle Country, had tirelessly worked day and night to equip all drones and intelligent robotic dogs with weaponry. Su Yang presented them with their tickets back to Eagle Country. All right, your mission is complete. I will escort you to the airport so you can return. Mr. Su, do you think a mere plane ticket will suffice to dismiss us? The leader asked with a cold smirk, while the others regarded him with discontent. What is the matter? The payment has been settled. We owe each other nothing. Is there a problem? Su Yang regarded the 20 individuals before him with a cold smile, instantly discerning their intent to exploit him. Mr. Su, the Great Xia imposes stringent regulations on firearms, ammunition, and weapons of mass destruction, the representative stated bluntly. You have egregiously violated our laws by unlawfully acquiring and storing military ordnance and weapons of mass destruction. If this matter were to leak, it would undoubtedly cast a shadow over your reputation, Mr. Su. The official wore a smug expression, reveling in his perceived advantage. And what do you propose? Su Yang inquired, his tone icy. If you could graciously provide us with an additional 20 million US dollars each, we would, of course, safeguard your secret, the representative threatened. Upon hearing this, Su Yang replied coolly, in Great Xia, we have an ancient adage, greed can lead a snake to swallow an elephant. Have you heard of it? The representative smirked, retorting, Great Xia also has a saying, fortune favors the bold. Noticing the obstinacy of his adversaries, an inexorable killing intent surged within Su Yang's eyes. He had initially contemplated sparing them, hoping they would refrain from causing a disturbance and hastily depart for the Eagle Country. By that time, the harsh winter apocalypse would have set in, and their survival would have grown precarious. Even if they were to divulge the existence of his vast arsenal, it would be too late. Yet, their insatiable greed left him no choice but to resort to lethal measures. Mr. Su, do you intend to eliminate us to silence our tongues? The representative boldly met Su Yang's gaze, unflinching. There is but one of you and 20 of us. No, Su Yang shook his head. I am prepared to offer you cash. He discreetly opened a portal before him. The 20 individuals, upon hearing Su Yang's intention to provide them with cash, harbored no doubts or suspicions. He swiftly advanced, and the first 10 individuals entered the space, vanishing without a trace in an instant. The following 10 realized the peril they were in, their expressions turning ashen. Before they could react, Su Yang brandished a tang knife, its blade gleaming with a chilling luminescence. In a swift motion, he lunged forward, the knife slicing effortlessly through the necks of 3 men. In the blink of an eye, he dispatched the trio. And without a moment's hesitation, he thrust the blade into the 4th, piercing his throat. A few more decisive strikes followed, and the remaining assailants fell, all succumbing to a single blow. The wounds were all situated at the neck, severing their carotid arteries. In their final moments, none of them uttered a sound, gazing at Su Yang as if he were a demon, their eyes closing in reluctant resignation. Although it appeared that he took an eternity to eliminate these 10, in reality, it was less than 3 seconds. His training with Ning Kai Dai in the art of combat had imparted this efficiency. There was no hesitation in his actions. Each move aimed precisely at the enemy's vital points, ensuring a swift demise. This exemplifies the advantages of Special Forces combat techniques, whether unarmed or wielding weapons. They can take lives with ease. I spared your lives, yet you sought your own demise. What was the necessity? Su Yang pondered as he surveyed the corpses strewn about. Letting out a sigh, he was not one to embody compassion. These individuals had threatened him, and thus, their fate was sealed. Yet, this marked his first experience of taking a life, evoking a sense of reflection. Fortunately, on the last day before the apocalypse, he had the chance to grasp the process and sensations of killing. When the end times arrived, he would be far more adept at dealing with the treacherous neighbors that awaited. Su Yang collected the 10 bodies into the space and meticulously cleaned the bloodstains from the ground. Then, a large pit was dug in a corner of the factory building, where 10 corpses and a pile of minced meat were buried. After handling everything properly, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Su Yang drove back to Villa No. 001 in Fengyan community, deliberately carrying numerous bags and parcels. Those who knew him and his former neighbors, upon seeing he had bought so many things, cast envious yet resentful glances. Chapter 31. Snow in June. The end of the world descends after 3 months of toil. On this night, Su Yang managed to sleep soundly. A rarity. When he woke up, it was the ringtone of his mobile phone that roused him. Glancing at the time, it was 8:30 in the morning on June 1st, 2024. There was only half an hour left until the arrival of the snow apocalypse. Su Yang got up, washed up, and then took out a breakfast from the space and started to eat. After finishing, he went to the 4th floor and, with the aid of the space, installed the missiles purchased from the Bear Country and other weapons onto the launchers. Thanks to the assistance of the space, installing these items didn't consume much of his time. The villa he bought originally had a quite large space, with 3 underground floors and 4 above-ground floors. Although he had the Jianlong security group transform the villa into a nuclear, bomb-proof war stronghold, the overall structure remained largely unchanged. The 3 underground floors were the functional areas, housing a gym, a billiards room, a game room, a cinema room, as well as a sauna room, a massage room, and various entertainment rooms. On the 4 above ground floors, the 1st floor had a huge living room, a kitchen, and 2 bedrooms. On the 2nd floor, there are an additional 4 bedrooms, each equipped with an independent bathroom. As for the 3rd floor, there is only one luxurious bedroom, which serves as his master bedroom. The 4th floor has been entirely transformed into a weapons launcher, installed with various heavy, firepower weapons. The points of external attack of the entire war fortress are not confined to the 4th floor. Every floor has them. Su Yang did not overlook any point and installed weapons at all of them. An elevator has been installed from the 3rd basement floor to the 4th floor above ground, yet only he can control it. Meanwhile, blocking devices have been installed at the stairs, enabling him to separate each floor individually in an instant if he wishes. The 1,000 square meter courtyard outside the villa is completely covered by the toughest glass, connected to the villa. Even a missile couldn't penetrate it. In the courtyard, various flowers and plants are planted. In the constructed water system, 30 koi carps are raised, and a swimming pool has been dug. It is not only magnificent but also extremely luxurious. Every person passing by his villa can't help but glance inside and then reveal expressions of envy, jealousy, and hatred. After all the weapons were installed, Su Yang came to the balcony on the 3rd floor, wearing pajamas, quietly waiting for the arrival of the apocalypse. Before long, a blue light flashed across the sky. The blue light vanished in a flash, and goose down, like snow began to fall from the sky. It's snowing. Many people exclaimed. The weather in June is already extremely hot, and it's the first time to witness such a wonder. As the snow grew heavier, the temperature started to drop rapidly. It's so cold. The weather this year is really abnormal. Many people complained and began to return home one by one. Su-young shook his head as he watched the people running home in a hurry. These people were yet unaware that this was not merely an abnormal weather phenomenon. Instead, a true ice and snow apocalypse was about to descend. The entire globe would enter an era of icebound desolation. Flowers, plants, and trees would perish in the frigid temperatures. Earth would no longer be suitable for the growth of crops. Countless people would freeze to death, and an even greater number would starve due to lack of food. Human society would plunge into utter chaos. The machinery of the state would cease to exist, and even the military would vanish, with no one knowing where they had gone. Turmoil and slaughter would become the themes of this era. After an hour of heavy snowfall, Su-young checked the temperature measuring device in the villa. The screen showed that the outdoor temperature was minus 30 degrees Celsius. Although the thermal insulation effect of his villa was particularly excellent, the temperature inside had already dropped to 5 degrees Celsius. He took out the purchased firewood from his space and lit it in the fireplace, controlling the temperature in the villa to a most comfortable 23 degrees Celsius. Su-young felt warm and cozy. He took the elevator downstairs and went to the courtyard. Since the courtyard was integrated with the villa, the heating systems were also connected. Under-floor heating was installed in the courtyard, so the temperature there was the same as indoors. Su-young held a bottle of red wine, half reclining on a deck chair. He watched through the glass as the snowflakes fluttered down from the sky, then melted upon touching the warm glass, turning into water droplets that trickled down and formed a thick layer of ice outside the courtyard. The ice and snow apocalypse has finally arrived, Su-young murmured to himself. Those neighbors who killed me in my past life, without my help in this life, what heinous deeds will they commit? At this moment, he was like a person detached from the mortal world, calmly observing the clouds gathering and dispersing outside the window. However, Su-young was acutely aware that the tranquil days would not endure for long. As the relentless chill intensified, and with scant provisions and no sign of rescue, it was inevitable that many would cast their covetous eyes upon him. It was not just the residents of Building 24 who would be tempted. The majority of the entire community would undoubtedly turn their gaze in his direction. Would he be afraid? Su-young shook his head. In this protracted apocalypse, amidst the ceaseless snow and monotonous days, one must find diversions to pass the time. Perhaps he would indulge them in their games. A smile graced his lips. Yet, he did not intend to exact revenge upon the neighbors who had betrayed him in his previous life just yet. The time was not ripe. The apocalypse had merely begun, and it would not do to grant them an easy release. He felt it necessary to allow these individuals to experience the despair he once endured, to let them perish in a sea of unending agony, thus alleviating his own resentment. As for others, as long as they did not provoke him, he would not harm the innocent. After all, he was not a monster, and he would not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Should anyone be foolish enough to provoke him, Su-young would ensure they understood the meaning of cruelty. Time swiftly passed, and afternoon arrived, with the snow showing no signs of abating. The outdoor temperature had plummeted to a chilling minus 50 degrees. Under such frigid conditions, many could no longer endure. Even with the air conditioning running, it proved ineffective. They were compelled to retrieve their winter down jackets and don them once more, layering themselves with thick blankets in a desperate attempt to feel a modicum of warmth. What an unprecedented weather phenomenon, many lamented in the community group chat. In previous years, the coldest days in Jizhou City barely reached minus 10 degrees. Temperatures plummeting below minus 20 had not been witnessed for 2 or 3 decades. Who has witnessed such heavy snowfall in June, accompanied by such frigid temperatures? The crucial difference is that during winter, we have heating, but now we can only rely on air conditioning, which fails to raise the indoor temperature. I have layered 3 thermal garments beneath my down jacket, yet it provides little comfort. This wretched weather, if it persists for several days, could very well freeze us to death. Su-young observed the complaints in the community group chat, remaining silent. Below him, the residents' committee members continually reassured everyone in the chat. Dear homeowners, please do not panic or fret. This unusual weather will not last long. Please stay calm at home and avoid venturing outside to prevent frostbite. Heavy snow may be merciless, yet humanity is compassionate. As long as we unite in solidarity, we shall believe that the ice and snow will eventually pass. With the comforting words from the committee members, the complaints in the group chat diminished considerably. They realized that merely lamenting in the chat was futile. After all, it was June, and even the most bizarre weather could not last indefinitely. Instead of squandering time on complaints, it would be more prudent to contemplate ways to keep warm. Later in the afternoon, Su-young's phone chimed. Upon checking, He saw that Su Muyu was calling him via video. Chapter 32. The Fortune of Old Wang Boss. Did you foresee such weather would occur? Su Muyu asked candidly. Indeed, I had an inkling. Su Yang smiled, revealing nothing further. As he looked at them clad in pajamas, their alluring figures unmistakably displayed. Their faces bore no signs of concern for the heavy snow and the biting cold outside. Upon learning of these two extraordinary twin sisters, Su Yang was aware that they led a rather comfortable life, with their financial means residing in a high-end community in Jeju City. Installing a fireplace at home was well within their reach. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so warm. Boss, with such heavy snowfall, could the earth really be returning to the Ice Age? Su Yunxi, the elder sister, inquired with a tinge of worry. Until the very end, anything is possible. Su Yang replied, for now, it seems the snow won't stop anytime soon, and the temperature will drop even further. Regarding the survival of the two sisters, Su Yang wasn't overly concerned. They had procured quite a few survival supplies from him. As long as they didn't, like himself in his past life, be overly benevolent and give them away to help others, it would be no problem for them to comfortably endure for 3 months. Before ending the video call, Su Yang reminded them not to open the door to strangers and to protect themselves. Once they encountered a crisis they couldn't handle, they should inform him promptly, and he would find a way to bring them over. Don't worry, boss. Su Muyu giggled. When you asked my sister to contact the arms dealer in the Bear Country, we deduced that something momentous was about to happen and had our home renovated in advance. Our front door is difficult to open unless we do it ourselves, and it's not easy for ordinary people to get in. Truly the elites in their respective fields. Su Yang exclaimed in admiration, they're quite something. Knowing that these twin sisters would be safe, Su Yang was completely at ease. He took out a lobster, a tomahawk steak, and some vegetables from the space, prepared a sumptuous table of delicious food, poured himself a glass of Lafite, and sitting in the warm villa, began to feast heartily. Since he discovered an enhancement in his physique, his appetite has significantly increased. Although this meal was quite lavish, not a morsel went to waste. Everything was consumed. Su Yang contentedly let out a satisfying belch and reclined on the sofa in the living room to rest. Before long, the clock struck 6 in the afternoon, and the temperature outside had plummeted to a chilling -60 degrees. Su Yang rose and made his way to the underground gym to commence his workout, simultaneously practicing the combat techniques he had learned from Ning Kai Dai. 2 hours later, drenched in sweat, he took a refreshing swim in the pool, dried himself off, and then reclined once more on a chaise lounge in the courtyard, enjoying the sight of snowflakes dancing in the air. The image of Su Yang, comfortably draped in a bathrobe, lounging on the chaise lounge, was inevitably seen by residents of the nearby high-rise buildings. When the photograph circulated in the group chat, it caused quite a stir. Although the image was not particularly clear, there was only one villa in the entire community. Moreover, the courtyard was enveloped in glass, resembling a sunroom. Those familiar with Su Yang immediately recognized him. How can your home be so warm in such frigid temperatures, wearing a bathrobe and feeling no chill? They inquired, tagging him in the conversation. Isn't that obvious? He is a wealthy magnate living in a villa, replied a jealous individual in the group. Surely, Su Yang's home is equipped with central air conditioning, keeping it comfortable. How can we mere mortals compare? We are freezing to death while he swims comfortably in his pool. Upon witnessing such spiteful remarks aimed at inciting enmity, Su Yang did not indulge them, retorting in the group. What I wear or where I live is none of your concern. Have the ability, you guys go swimming too. You'd be lucky not to freeze to death. What are you looking for discomfort in the group at night, instead of sleeping? You might as well think about how to keep warm during this time. Yell, yell. That's all you know how to do. Are you a dog? What do you mean by that, Su Yang? Song Fei's face changed when he saw the other party's rude words. To actually dare to scold him in front of so many people in the community group. If he didn't retort, wouldn't he lose face and be laughed at later? Immediately, he typed in the group. What do you mean, Su Yang? I just mentioned your situation. Is it necessary to be like this? We're all from the same neighborhood. We see each other often. Now everyone is freezing badly. But your home is as warm as spring. Since you're so wealthy, shouldn't you help everyone? You can't be heartless just because you're rich. At least let some of the elderly stay at your place first. They can go back when the snow stops and the temperature rises. How could Su Yang not understand Song Fei's little scheme? It was clearly an attempt to stir up trouble and morally blackmail him. Sure enough, before long, quite a few people in the group started to him, especially those neighbors from Building 24. Su Yang, your uncle and aunt are old and can't endure the cold for a long time. Their bodies won't be able to take it. How about you be kind and let us stay at your place for one night? Anyway, your house is big. Uncle Wang also said at the same time, "Don't worry. We'll leave after one night. We definitely won't trouble you." "Fine. I'll let you all stay in my villa then," Su Yang replied irritably. Old Wang, unable to comprehend the underlying meaning of the conversation, cheerfully exclaimed, "How can I be so presumptuous? Let me call my wife, son, and daughter-in-law to come over." In response to the greedy old Wang, Su Yang sneered, "What are you thinking? You want to move in with your entire family? How audacious of you." Infuriated, old Wang's face turned crimson as he shouted in the group chat, "You little rascal! Have you no respect for your elders? Your house is so spacious. What harm is there in me staying for a night? Are you a dog, seeking a place to rest anywhere?" Su Yang retorted without reservation. "People like you just want to take advantage. You can't even afford a wedding house for your son, yet you shamelessly ask me for money. Now you've even brought your daughter-in-law home, probably deceiving her into coming. You old fool, how dare you? It is said that one should strike only where it counts and refrain from revealing painful truths." In front of thousands in the group, Su Yang unleashed a torrent of insults while exposing old Wang's sordid affairs. Upon witnessing this, old Wang felt as if he might explode with rage, nearly losing consciousness. "Old man, what's wrong? You mustn't frighten me," his wife cried out. Hearing the commotion, his son Wang Ping rushed over, first dialing for emergency services. Subsequently, he tagged Su Yang in the group chat. "Su Yang, you scoundrel. If my father truly suffers any harm due to your provocation, I will ensure you lose everything. Just because he fainted, what is the big deal?" Su Yang replied in the chat. If he had a clear conscience, how could he be so easily upset? "Surely, I have spoken the truth. Your wife has been deceived." Upon hearing that the other party had fainted due to anger, Su Yang inwardly mused, "This old fool cannot even withstand a slight provocation. He collapsed at my mere jest?" Wang Ping, feeling somewhat guilty, glanced at his girlfriend and sighed in relief. He furiously typed in the group chat, "Su Yang, what nonsense are you spouting? My father has fainted because of you. What do you propose we do about this matter?" Chapter 33, Assembling all the underlings. How absurd. Su Yang retorted without hesitation, "He merely fainted. He is not dead. To live on in old age is akin to being a thief. Existence only serves to squander resources. If that old fool were truly to perish, you might even find yourself thanking me." Wang Ping, "Su Yang, are you even speaking like a human being? Just you wait. Tomorrow, I shall see if I can teach you a lesson." Wang Ping, anxious about the delayed arrival of the ambulance and his father's condition, uttered a fierce remark before vanishing. However, Su Yang had no intention of letting him off lightly, continuing to lambaste him in the group. "Are you all a family of dogs? The old dog barks, and the pup follows suit. What will it be? I shall be waiting at home tomorrow. Can you truly bite me?" In his past life, this family had drained him of his vitality. Su Yang had no intention of sparing them any dignity. The community group members, especially the neighbors who had older relatives, initially considered using this incident as a means to have the elderly reside with Su Yang. Yet, witnessing his ferocity and unwillingness to be provoked, they fell silent, harboring even deeper resentment towards Su Yang in their hearts. Seeing that there was no conversation in the group, Su Yang once again tagged Song Fei, whom he had previously provoked deliberately. "Don't think that after cursing others, you can escape unscathed. Don't ever provoke me again. My affairs are none of your concern. If you feel discontented, find a place to end it all. If you dare to bother me again, I'll break your legs." After venting his frustrations on these individuals, Su Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He placed his phone aside and began to meditate. He held no fear for these people, especially for Wang Ping and his family, who had a hand in his demise in his past life. He had long wished to settle scores with them. As for those like Song Fei, whose envy drove them to morally coerce him or create troubles, they were even less deserving of leniency. If they remained obstinate, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. The apocalypse had already descended, and even if the entire community banded together, he would not flinch. Why should he fear a few clowns? It was simply laughable. Upon seeing Su Yang's insults in the community group, Song Fei was infuriated. He responded in the group, "Su Yang, don't think that just because you have some money, you're impressive. It remains to be seen who will break whose legs. You better be ready for tomorrow." After a prolonged silence in the group, feeling utterly ignored only fueled Song Fei's anger. He began to tag Wang Ping, "Brother, let's go teach that little brat Su Yang a lesson tomorrow, so he understands what respect means." Wang Ping said nothing but replied with an okay gesture in the group, while anxiously glancing at his father, hoping that no trouble would arise. Despite calling for emergency services several times, they had yet to see an ambulance arrive. Little did he know that the temperature had plummeted to such lows that the hospital staff were shivering uncontrollably. The snowfall was so heavy that the ground was blanketed in snow, rendering vehicles immobile. As the ambulance failed to arrive, Wang Ping's family began to panic. At that moment, old Wang gasped and regained consciousness, allowing Wang Ping to breathe a sigh of relief. With a venomous gaze directed towards the direction of Su Yang's villa, he picked up his phone and added Song Fei as a friend, initiating a discussion on how to deal with their adversary come morning. Meanwhile, Li Bin, wrapped in his blanket, fixated on the image of Su Yang lounging comfortably in a bathrobe on a recliner, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. 2 months prior, he had attempted to kidnap Su Yang, only to be outmaneuvered, resulting in him suffering 18 stab wounds and enduring a 2-month hospital stay, nearly facing legal repercussions as well. Given his vengeful nature, he had longed for retribution but had not found the right opportunity until now. Gazing out at the relentless snowfall, an idea began to form in his mind. He promptly made a phone call. "Gather all the brothers at Fengyan community." "Boss, now?" came the reluctant reply from a subordinate on the other end. "The snow is so heavy, and the temperature is freezing. We could get frostbite." "Quit your whining," Li Bin bellowed. "You will do as I say. Let me be clear. If anyone dares to disobey, once the snow has ceased, they will face dire consequences." Upon hearing this, the subordinate shivered and promptly agreed. Just as he was about to end the call, Li Bin's voice echoed once more. "Bring along your supplies." Though puzzled, the subordinate acquiesced. One by one, he called upon over 100 local thugs, who braved the heavy snowfall and frigid temperatures to rush to the Fengyan community in the dead of night. Li Bin, having ascended to the leadership of such a considerable gang, was not devoid of cunning. Observing the relentless snowfall, an ominous premonition gnawed at him. This blizzard might not abate any time soon, and its protracted nature could herald turmoil. He needed to swiftly gather his subordinates in preparation for any eventualities. Despite the late hour, with temperatures plummeting to over -60 degrees and the snow accumulating thickly beneath, he understood the necessity of this action. If the snowfall continued for another day or two, rallying such a number of thugs would become an impossible task. Li Bin was consumed by thoughts of vengeance against Su Yang, longing to reclaim his territory. Yet, the adversary was formidable, necessitating a capable crew. The few subordinates residing in the Fengyan community were woefully insufficient. "Why do you wish to provoke Su Yang again? I must warn you, he is not one to be trifled with." Duan Qian discerned Li Bin's intentions and hastily cautioned, "We cannot afford to antagonize him. It would be best to let this go." Her face bore an expression of concern, primarily fearing that her husband might incite Su Yang's wrath. For if he were to release photos and videos, she would be left mortified. "Am I to simply overlook the 18 stabs he inflicted upon me?" Li Bin exclaimed in anger, "I have always been the one to strike others. I have never been on the receiving end. This time, I shall dismantle him piece by piece." But he has signed a letter of understanding with us. Duan Qian implored once more, "We cannot be so ungrateful. Such naivety only breeds folly." Li Bin snorted coldly, "Do you think I'm just simply retaliating against him?" "No. I'm thinking about our future. Look at this snow. Does it seem like it's going to stop? If it doesn't stop in a few days and the temperature remains this low, do you know what we'll be facing? Now, even the air conditioners are useless. Without rescue and survival supplies, many people will freeze to death or starve to death. Su Yang's villa has excellent warmth, retention properties, and a central air conditioning system. Over time, he also has the habit of stockpiling supplies. As long as we seize it, we won't have to worry about freezing or going hungry in the future." Upon hearing this, Duan Qian's eyes lit up. Instinctively, she didn't want Li Bin to cause trouble for the other party. She was even more afraid that Su Yang would release those photos and videos. However, she knew she couldn't persuade him, so she had to give up. At this moment, Bai Lu, shivering from the cold, was wrapped in a quilt. Looking at the chat records in the group, especially when she saw the photos of Su Yang in the villa, she cursed in her heart. What a despicable person. He used to court me so wholeheartedly, but now that he has money, he stopped. Has your sincerity been devoured by a dog, Su Yang? No. I must think of a way to move into Su Yang's villa. His villa is luxurious, comfortable, warm, and there are a lot of delicious things in it. At the thought of this, a look of resentment and yearning appeared on Bai Lu's face. Chapter 34. Teasing Bai Lu took out her phone and made a video call to Su Yang. The moment she saw that the other party answered her call, a hint of joy appeared on her face. She put on an obsequious smile and said, "Brother Su Yang, are you still angry with those people in the community group? Those individuals are truly despicable, constantly scheming to take advantage of Brother Su Yang. They are utterly oblivious to their own worth, lacking any sense of self-awareness. They are not even worthy of carrying your shoes. Observing the video, whereby Lu is wrapped in a thick blanket, shivering as she speaks, Soo-young cannot help but smirk coldly. This green tea BTCH harbors no good intentions. One can only wonder what scheme she is concocting now. He decided to toy with her. Turning to Bai Lu, Soo-young remarked, "These people think they can reside in my home. It is far too warm for them to stay. If they occupy my space, where would I go? Look, I'm already sweating from the heat." As he spoke, he directed the camera towards himself in the lavish living room. He was clad in a bathrobe, droplets of water glistening on his head, while the living room boasted designer sofas. The dining table was adorned with leftover emperor crab shells and remnants of fine red wine. In his past life, he had bared his soul to Bai Lu, yet she repaid his kindness with betrayal, leading to his untimely demise. He intended to provoke her, to let her see his life of luxury but remain unable to grasp it entirely, driving her to madness. Soo-young planned to play this game slowly until she was thoroughly broken. As Bai Lu gazed around the villa, envy began to swell within her. Was this not the life she had always yearned for? To find a wealthy partner and live in abundance? In her eyes, his villa resembled paradise. While she froze in her own home, he basked in a spring-like warmth. As she gnawed on instant noodles, akin to chewing wax, he indulged in gourmet delicacies and sipped red wine worth hundreds of thousands per bottle. Bai Lu felt a surge of frustration within her. Her face betraying a greedy expression as a self-satisfied smile danced at the corners of her lips. "Brother Soo-young," she said, "you must be feeling quite lonely at home all by yourself. Would you like me to come and keep you company? I can not only cook for you, but also alleviate your boredom. Moreover, your large house surely needs some tidying up. Allow me to take care of that for you, and I promise to leave it spotless. I would love for you to come over as well." Soo-young sighed, a sense of helplessness washing over him. "However, I just declined the invitation of an elderly resident in our community. It would not be proper to allow you to move in now. Furthermore, you, being a young woman of such decorum, suddenly residing here might invite unwelcome gossip," he replied. "Brother Soo-young." Before Bai Lu could articulate that she was unbothered by others' opinions, Soo-young interrupted her. "Besides, you and Lu Su share a deep bond as childhood friends. If I were to let you stay here, he might come after me in a fit of rage." With a shake of his head, he concluded, "Let me bear this solitude and loneliness alone. It is a pity that these fine wines and exquisite dishes remain unshared." With that, he abruptly ended the call, a cold smirk gracing his face as he disregarded Bai Lu, silencing his phone before retreating to his bedroom on the third floor for some rest. Reclining on his luxurious bed, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him and soon drifted into slumber. "Brother Soo-young, Sue." Bai Lu longed to express more, but it was only upon seeing the notification that the call had ended that she reluctantly set down her phone, her heart heavy with unfulfilled desires. "Wang Ping, Song Fei, and you old rascals. If it weren't for your meddling, I would have moved into Soo-young's villa today. I wouldn't have to endure the hardship and cold here anymore." This scheming woman didn't realize that Soo-young was deliberately playing tricks on her. She resented Soo-young for not allowing her to enter his villa, but she hated the neighbors in the community even more. At the same time, she also held a grudge against Lu Su. If it weren't for him, she would have been with Soo-young long ago. When Lu Su called her for dinner, Bai Lu didn't hold back her sarcasm. Lu Su looked at her in bewilderment, not knowing what had gotten into her. He tried to please Bai Lu, saying, "How about we sleep together tonight? It'll be warmer this way." "Get lost." Bai Lu cursed angrily. She thought to herself, "It's because of you that Soo-young won't accept me. You're such a jinx. If he knew I was sharing a bed with you, he'd loathe me even more." Bai Lu huffed and went back to her room alone. When going to bed, even with 4 or 5 layers of quilts, she still felt a bit cold. In the middle of the night, the door of Li Bin's house suddenly rang. When he opened the door, there were more than 40 people standing outside. All of them were his underlings. By then, they were almost frozen stiff, shivering all over. Their clothes were covered in snow, and their hair was full of ice chips. Li Bin asked with a menacing look, "Why are there only you guys? Where are the others?" I don't know." One of the underlings was so cold that he stammered, "We came as soon as we got the notice. Come in, all of you." Li Bin opened the door and let these people in, saying at the same time, "I'll settle accounts with those people later." In fact, he didn't know that it was quite good that more than 40 of his over 100 subordinates could come to his home. The others got lost and froze to death in the night in the heavy snow. Seeing that these more than 40 people were severely frozen, Li Bin didn't let them go to the homes of other subordinates in the community. Instead, he let them all stay at his home. Due to the large number of people, they could only sleep on the floor in the living room and 2 other bedrooms. After a night passed, Su-young woke up refreshed. He turned on his phone to check the time. It was 8 o'clock in the morning on June 2nd, 2024. It had already been the second day since the arrival of the snow apocalypse. After washing up, Su-young took out a cage of steaming Xiaolong bao, a bowl of hulatang, and 2 boiled eggs from his space and began to eat. After having enough to eat and drink, he went to the courtyard to feed the fish and then water the flowers. In such a snow-filled and extremely cold apocalypse, there were almost no people as leisurely and refined as him. The people in Fengyan community gradually got up. They had originally thought that the heavy snow would stop after one night and the temperature would return to normal. When they saw that the heavy snow still showed no sign of stopping, many people had worry on their faces. Just as Su-young was playing with the koi carp, Wang Ping and Song Fei, who had a feud with him, gathered. Song Fei also called several close friends and was determined to teach Su-young a lesson this time. "Dad, Mom, what are you following us for when we go to teach Su-young a lesson?" Wang Ping asked with some unease when he saw his father, Elder Wang, and his mother coming along. "Of course your mom and I are going to back you up." With a cold snort, a look of hatred on his face, Grandpa Wang said, "Yesterday, I was nearly infuriated to death by that brat Su-young. This grudge must be avenged. Your mother and I will tag along to see what kind of end he will meet." "But what about your health?" Wang Ping asked with some concern. "My health is excellent," Grandpa Wang said resolutely. "At that time, your mother and I will take the lead. I bet he won't dare to lay a hand on us old folks. If he really hurts me, I'll make sure he goes bankrupt. While we hold Su-young back, you all seize the opportunity to subdue him and beat him to a pulp." Chapter 35. Break your leg as promised. Last night, Su-young made their family lose all faith in the entire community. Grandpa Wang and his wife were so enraged that they couldn't fall asleep all night. Their hearts were filled with boundless hatred, and today, they must teach Su-young a lesson. Perhaps they could even take this chance to extort some money, which would then provide for their son's wedding house. Song Fei and the others originally didn't want these 2 encumbrances to tag along, but upon hearing Grandpa Wang's words, a barely perceptible smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. Song Fei said to Wang Ping, "Let the old couple come along." Su-young wouldn't dare to act rashly. Wang Ping's family of 3 and the 4 people brought by Song Fei, a total of 8 people, made their way towards Su-young's villa. The snow in the community had reached waist high. The 8 people trudged through the snow, advancing with difficulty. Originally, they could have taken the underground garage, but considering that they couldn't open the door of Su-young's villa from below, they had to take the community road. Although it was a bit more arduous this way, as long as they smashed the glass in the opponent's courtyard at that time, they could rush in and pin the opponent down. Among the 8 people, except for the elderly couple, Mr. Wang and his wife, the others were all moving forward, propping themselves up with steel pipes in their hands. They had not walked far when they were gasping for breath from fatigue, coupled with the bitterly cold weather and the heavy snow. All 8 people were completely covered with snow, turning into snowmen. However, relying on their perseverance, they finally arrived not far from Su-young's villa. As soon as they saw that Su-young was leisurely feeding fish in the sunroom, Wang Ping and Song Fei flew into a rage. They led the others to quicken their pace. The moment these people appeared just over 200 meters away from the villa, Su-young detected them. After all, the early warning radar installed in the villa was not in vain. As soon as these people showed up, they were detected and the alarm started. The screen clearly displayed the images of the 8 people. Taking advantage of the fact that these people hadn't arrived yet, Su-young returned to the living room, put on the high-tech combat uniform bought from the Bear Country, and casually picked up a baseball bat. Then he came to the sunroom and waited for them. On second thought, Su-young casually picked up a watering hose and held it in his hand. Nearly half an hour later, the 8 people finally came before him. "Su-young, come out," Mr. Wang shouted, pointing at him. Then he and his wife were about to rush into the yard. Unfortunately, the place closest to Su-young's yard was frozen. As soon as Mr. Wang and his wife stepped on it, their feet slipped, and they fell heavily on the ice with a plop. If it weren't for the thick clothes they were wearing, this fall would have been quite a torment for them. Since the place where Su-young's villa was located had a relatively high terrain, the ice surface formed a slope. The 2 of them kept sliding down, looking like turtles lying on the ice. They slid back to where they had come from. Upon seeing his parents stumble and fall, Wang Ping hastened forward and helped them to their feet. Only after ensuring they were unharmed did he heave a sigh of relief and say, "Mom and Dad, wait here. We'll go up." Song Fei realized it wouldn't do to let the elderly couple take the lead, so he, accompanied by his 4 friends, briskly followed Wang Ping. The 6 of them managed to keep from slipping down only by using steel pipes for support. They gradually approached the glass. Just then, they saw Su Yang looking at them mockingly, as if they were clowns. Wang Ping and Song Fei flew into a rage and shouted, "You scoundrel, come out. You're truly worthless." Su Yang taunted them in front of the glass. "You're stumped by such a short distance. You think you can deal with me? You're not even worthy to be my opponents. You're still blustering in front of me at this moment." Song Fei cursed. "Let's see if you can still laugh when we break in." Then he exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Ping. Wang Ping understood and picked up the steel pipe in his hand, smashing it against the glass in front of him. Bang! The glass didn't shatter as expected. Not even a single trace was left. Wang Ping's hands went numb from the impact, and the steel pipe slipped out of his hand and hit his head. His forehead split open immediately, and blood flowed out, congealing rapidly in the low temperature. Wang Ping's mind went blank, his vision darkened, and he let out a scream. His body went limp and slid down the steep slope. Grandpa Wang and his wife let out a cry of distress, rushed over immediately, and kept shaking him. Seeing this scene, Su Yang's lips curled into a cold smile. With such intelligence, he wondered how he had been deceived by this guy in his previous life. Not to mention hitting this glass with a steel pipe. Even a missile couldn't break through it. Utterly useless. Song Fei exclaimed vehemently. "You can't even shatter a piece of glass." Nevertheless, he was reluctant to meet the same fate as Wang Ping. Instead of hastily attempting to break the glass with the steel pipe in his hand, he cast a cold glare at Su Yang and said, "Is that all you can do? Hiding away at home? If you're capable, come out and face me one-on-one." Provoking him, Su Yang replied with a scoff, "If I come out, you'll have plenty to endure." He truly did not wish to waste any more time with such a lackluster opponent. Even a minute of confrontation felt like an affront to his intelligence. With a gentle press against the glass, a door in the sunroom opened. This door seamlessly blended with the sunroom, accessible only by him from either side. When closed, it appeared as an integral part of the glass, boasting the same impenetrable defense. Dressed in advanced combat gear, Su Yang felt no chill as he exited the villa, wielding a baseball bat in one hand and a water pipe in the other. He elevated the water pipe and unleashed a torrent upon the 5 adversaries below. The icy water drenched them instantly, sending a bone-chilling cold through their bodies. Their clothes became soaked and froze solid, causing them to lose their footing and fall. Having prepared thoroughly, Su Yang wore non-slip shoes and swiftly pursued them. He aimed the water pipe once more at the 5, ensuring not even Wang Ping's family escaped the deluge. They all became drenched, suffering under the relentless cold. Wang Ping, doused in icy water, regained a measure of clarity, yet the unending chill left him shivering uncontrollably. Particularly, the elderly couple, Mr. Wang and his wife, were so frozen that they could barely stand. Su Yang lunged forward, wielding a baseball bat as he swung it mercilessly at the 5 individuals surrounding Song Fei. The immense force of the blows left them writhing in agony on the ground, utterly powerless to retaliate. Crack! The bat struck Song Fei, eliciting a horrific scream. His right leg was shattered by Su Yang's blow. He had previously vowed to break his opponent's legs, and he would not go back on his word. "Since you dared to break my leg, I will report you. I will sue you," Song Fei shouted, his eyes ablaze with rage as he lay on the ground. "Go ahead." Su Yang retorted defiantly, bringing the bat down again onto the shattered limb. "Ah!" Song Fei cried out in pain. Cold sweat pouring down his face as he nearly lost consciousness, clutching his broken leg in the snow and howling. The 4 companions he had brought with him looked on in terror, exclaiming, "Please, don't come any closer. This has nothing to do with us. We were merely here to watch." Su Yang sneered, "Is watching free of charge then?" With a swift kick, he sent one of them sprawling, and the bat followed suit, crashing down onto the man's right leg. Another crack echoed as the bones shattered. Before the man could utter a sound, Su Yang struck again, breaking his second leg. Chapter 36, Venting a Grievance. The remaining 3 were not spared either, each suffering the same fate as Su Yang broke both of their legs as well. These individuals were even more despicable than Song Fei. They deserved no mercy. Their involvement was unwarranted, yet they chose to join in as accomplices. Had Su Yang fallen into their hands, his fate would have been equally dire. Thus, their punishment was harsher than that meted out to Song Fei, who had only lost 1 leg, while the 4 accomplices had lost 2. Inadvertently, Su Yang sowed a seed of hatred within their hearts, merely awaiting its blossoming and fruition. A cacophony of anguished cries echoed throughout the community, a chilling and unsettling sound. After dealing with Song Fei and his companions, Su Yang approached the Wang family. the true focal point of today's grim spectacle. The earlier encounters were merely an appetizer, as he beheld Elder Wang, his wife, and Wang Ping. A torrent of hatred surged within him. In his past life, he had devoted himself entirely to assisting them, providing both financial and material support. Yet, in the end, he met a gruesome fate at their hands. How could he not harbor resentment? Had he not wished to spare them a swift demise, he would have unleashed drones upon them on the very first day of the apocalypse. He needed these wretches to endure endless suffering before he extinguished their lives. What do you intend to do? Elder Wang stammered, trembling. He continued, hitting someone is against the law, and you cannot bear the consequences. If anything happens to my family, I will ensure you rot in prison. I am so frightened. Su Yang scoffed, disregarding the old man's fears. He seized a baseball bat and struck at them with force. You feeble old fool, did you ever imagine this day would come? The bat rained down upon them like a storm, causing Elder Wang to grimace in pain, utterly incapable of resistance. As he cried out, "Stop! I realize my mistakes." Su Yang coldly replied, "It is too late to know your wrongs now," and struck again. He did not spare even the old woman, who was hurling curses from the sidelines. This old hag was the true parasite, devoid of reason. In his previous life, during the assault led by Li Bin, she had been the most voracious in seizing supplies. With relentless blows delivered in succession, Wang Dage and his wife lay on the ground, wailing in anguish. Ultimately, Su Yang approached Wang Ping, striking him down with a single blow that rendered one of his legs useless. The moment he regained a flicker of consciousness, the excruciating pain jolted him awake. He let out a piercing cry, sitting upright, his mind fully alert. Subsequently, overwhelmed by the torment, he curled up on the ground, rolling in agony. After exacting punishment upon Wang Ping's family, Su Yang felt a sense of vindication wash over him, his demeanor growing markedly calmer. He admonished the 8 individuals sprawled on the ground, "Scram. Do not wail before my doorstep." The 8, filled with trepidation, cast a fearful glance at Su Yang, enduring their pain as they slowly crawled across the snowy terrain. Terrified of further beatings yet equally fearful of freezing to death, they could only drag themselves away, desperate to escape the sight of their torment. Su Yang regarded them with a cold smirk before retreating into the villa, shutting the glass door behind him. His decision not to kill these individuals stemmed not from a fear of police repercussions. In such heavy snowfall, law enforcement would be unable to respond, preoccupied with their own survival. Nor was it an act of mercy. Rather, he believed it preferable for them to endure a prolonged existence filled with suffering. In this apocalyptic world, death merely offered solace, while life became a veritable purgatory. Take, for instance, Song Fei and his companions, who, in temperatures plummeting to -60 degrees, were doused in icy water. With broken legs and lacking immediate medical attention, they were bound to contract severe illnesses, and their injuries would only worsen. Su Yang could easily envision the endless torment awaiting them. They would not last long without his intervention. Even if Song Fei, who suffered a broken leg, manages to survive, the families of the other 4 will surely not let him off the hook. After all, they came to offer assistance, yet he emerged with the least injuries, which is simply unacceptable. As for Wang Ping's family, their plight is even more dire. Wang Ping has sustained a severe head injury and a broken leg, rendering him unable to care for himself. Meanwhile, Mr. and Mrs. Wang, already advanced in age, have endured numerous blows from Su Yang and are drenched in icy water. Even if they manage to return home, they will likely succumb to illness. If they do not perish from hunger, they will freeze to death. After dealing with the group, Su Yang paid them no further mind and instead changed into his swimwear and dove into the pool for a swim. In a post-apocalyptic world, maintaining a robust physique is paramount. Regular aerobic exercise is essential. The 8 individuals, despite the agony coursing through their bodies, struggled to crawl back. They all understood that they could not afford to stop. Halting would mean certain doom. Observing that Su Yang had not pursued them, their courage began to swell. They shouted into the snow, "Su Yang, how dare you commit such violence? I will call the authorities and have you arrested. Just wait, this matter is far from over. Once the snow ceases, I will ensure your disgrace. Su Yang, you scoundrel, I will bring you to ruin." In truth, some had attempted to call the police immediately after Su Yang broke their legs, but their calls had gone unanswered. Hearing their curses directed at him, Su Yang emerged from the pool and utilized the villa's loudspeaker to retort, "Did I strike too lightly just now? If you wish to avoid further punishment, then shut your mouths and get lost." This shout frightened Wang Ping, Song Fei, and the other 6 people out of their wits. Immediately, they dared not make a sound. In their eyes was a hateful glint. Transforming their hatred into motivation, they quickly crawled towards their respective homes. A journey that usually took a few minutes. They painfully crawled for 3 hours. Due to being severely injured and drenched in ice, cold water, by the time they got home. Every part of their bodies was frost-bitten. They had high fevers. Wang Ping's girlfriend looked at this family of 3 with disgust, thinking to herself, why on earth did I soften my heart and come to his home with him back then, in such a cold weather? I couldn't eat well or drink to keep warm. I'm really extremely unlucky. Now, they went and caused trouble for others but got beaten. Now they can't even take care of themselves. And she has to take care of them. Listening to the 3 people howling continuously, she felt extremely irritated. That Su Yang had given Wang Ping, Song Fei, and the other 6 people a thrashing soon spread within Building 40 of Fengyan community. Hearing that he was so ruthless, many people took a deep breath inwardly. They secretly noted that this Su Yang was not to be trifled with. It was better to avoid provoking him in the future. The families of Song Fei and the other 4 people called the police, but no one came. They could only mention the neighborhood committee members in the community group, hoping for their help. Su Yang blatantly used weapons to beat people and severely injure my husband. Don't you, the neighborhood committee, care about this? Yes. Such a villain actually committed atrocities openly in our community. How can you just stand by and watch? The families of the other 4 people echoed. Originally, the neighborhood committee members didn't want to get involved. It was better to avoid troubles as they were not a law enforcement agency. However, the police are currently unable to arrive, and the number of injured individuals is considerable. Given the grave nature of the situation, the head of the community committee has decided that they must intervene and temporarily detain Su Yang to ensure the tranquility of the neighborhood. They will transfer him to the relevant authorities once the snowfall ceases. Chapter 37. The community committee causes trouble. The responsible figure of the committee, Kai Yihong, although eager to assert his authority by controlling Su Yang within the community, is reluctant to brave the frigid weather and heavy snow to confront him directly. Given that the assailants have just severely injured several residents, it is likely they are still in a furious state. He is not foolish enough to risk meeting the same fate as those unfortunate individuals. First, he reassured the families of Song Fei and the others in the group chat. Please do not panic or be anxious. Focus on caring for the injured. The committee will provide you with a resolution and ensure that no wrongdoer escapes justice. We will not allow any destabilizing factors to persist. Upon hearing this, the families felt their anger subside slightly, and they expressed their gratitude towards Kai Yihong. As ordinary citizens, they held a considerable trust in the community committee. Witnessing their eagerness to please him instilled a sense of pride within Kai Yihong, further solidifying his resolve to deal with Su Yang. With a clever thought, he devised a plan. In the group chat, he tagged Su Yang. Su Yang, you have committed a crime by intentionally causing harm today. Due to the heavy snow, the relevant departments are unable to come. We will temporarily take you into our custody at the community committee office located in room 101 of building 1 for investigation. Rest assured, we will not wrong any good person. If you didn't intentionally injure others, we won't do anything to you. As soon as the other party arrives, immediately have someone hold Su Yang down and get him under control first. The other party's intentional injury is a certainty, and the nature of the incident is egregious. Once the heavy snow stops, sending him to the police station will be a great achievement. It not only establishes one's authority in the community, but also raises the status of the neighborhood committee in the hearts of the property owners, and moreover, earns praise from above. It's a win-win-win situation. So why not do it? As soon as this news was released, it instantly resonated with many community property owners. When it comes to doing practical things for us ordinary people, it's still Director Kai. After all, the neighborhood committee is the manager of the community, and it can step forward at critical moments. The climate is abnormal these days, and people are in a state of panic. The community can't afford any more unrest, and a leader like Director Kai must stand up to uphold justice. Kai Yihong was overjoyed again when he saw the flattering words in the group. Bai Lu was furious when she saw that many people in the group were implicitly or explicitly satirizing Su Yang. If this continued, when would she be able to move into the other party's villa? She was just about to refute these people in the group. But then she stopped and deleted the words she had typed. According to her personality, she should have shown herself off well in front of Su Yang at this time. She should strive to move him and use means to capture Su Yang's heart so that she could move into the villa. However, she wavered. This time, the matter Su Yang caused was no small feat last time. Injuring Li Bin and the others could still be considered self-defense. But this time, it might not be the case. If she were to rashly come to the other party's defense, it would surely arouse public wrath. Even if she could move into the other party's villa, she wouldn't be able to enjoy it for long. Once the police arrived, she might even get implicated. It would be better to hold one's horses and observe for a while. However, she didn't sit around passively. Instead, she secretly sent a message to Su Yang. Brother Su Yang, I believe you're innocent. You must have done this out of necessity. At the same time, Li Bin had been keeping an eye on the messages in the community group. When he saw the message Kai Hong sent to Su Yang, a faint sneer appeared on his lips. What a lousy neighborhood committee director. People call you director out of courtesy. Without that, you're nothing. With your petty schemes, you want to establish your authority by using Su Yang? It's simply wishful thinking. Others might be afraid of the neighborhood committee members, but he wasn't. He knew that the other party would surely meet with setbacks when causing trouble for Su Yang. The other party wasn't someone to be trifled with. Otherwise, he himself wouldn't have been tricked and fallen into Su Yang's hands back then. However, he didn't speak up to remind. What did it have to do with him? He was still waiting to seek revenge on Su Yang. The reason he hadn't taken action yet was to observe the situation, to see if the police would show up again. He was only too glad that someone went to cause trouble for Su Yang at this time. If the neighborhood committee really couldn't handle the other party and the police didn't appear, he could just seize Su Yang with his subordinates and tidy up the mess. Thousands of people in Fengyan community would then follow his lead. Not only could he move into Su Yang's big villa that was as warm as spring, but he could also lord it over in Fengyan community. This was something he wouldn't have dared to dream of before. Just wait, Su Yang. I'll deal with you in a few days. Li Bin murmured, once you fall into my grasp, I shall make your existence a living hell. All that you possess shall be mine. Just after finishing his workout, Su Yang noticed several messages from Kai Yihong in the community group, prompting him to retort immediately. Kai Yihong, are you blind? Yesterday, Wang Ping and Song Fei instigated trouble in the group. They even conspired against me. The consequences they face today are entirely of their own making. If you want me to undergo an investigation, why not direct the demand toward them? Kai Hong awaited a considerable time before finally receiving a response from Su Yang. Upon reading the messages in the group, his expression darkened progressively. The other party was openly questioning him, which was quite embarrassing, since they chose not to accord me the respect due to the community committee director. I shall see how I can deal with you. Once more, he sent a message to Su Yang in the group. Everyone was merely caught up in emotions yesterday. We are all residents of the same community. Why take it so seriously? You cannot inflict such harm upon them. It could lead to tragic outcomes. Even if your actions were provoked, such severity is unwarranted. They are victims too. Who else should we investigate if not you? The police have already entrusted this case to our committee, and if you refuse to cooperate, it will amount to a serious offense. Once the police arrive, we will not be able to shield you. He was attempting to intimidate Su Yang by leveraging his position within the community committee and the police's involvement. Though he had heard rumors of Su Yang's newfound wealth, what did that matter? He was still a civilian, and with a little maneuvering, he could easily frighten Su Yang into submission. Observing the deceitful and menacing words of his adversary, a cold smile played upon Su Yang's lips. How could he possibly be oblivious to the intentions of those in the neighborhood committee, each of whom seems to regard themselves as a leader, eager to showcase their authority? To put it charitably, they are officials. To put it bluntly, they are scarcely more than temporary workers. Yet, despite this, many individuals strive to join their ranks, driven by a desire to flaunt their power before ordinary people, to bask in the illusion of authority, to indulge in the whims of governance. In truth, they wield no actual control over anyone. They resemble those elderly women who don red armbands emblazoned with the words neighborhood committee, parading around the community at dawn. They claim to be patrolling, yet their true intention is to broadcast their affiliation as committee members, to assert their dominance, and to satiate their vanity. While others may bow and scrape before them, Su Yang does not indulge their pretensions. He swiftly retorts, do not presume to wield authority with mere feathers. Does your committee possess any enforcement power? Why should I cooperate with you? If you seek to establish your authority through me, you have chosen the wrong individual. Chapter 38. A self-inflicted disgrace. Su Yang is most vexed by those who seek validation through trivial means. Even in a community group comprising thousands, he shows no deference to his interlocutor. Kai Yihong, witnessing Su Yang's rebuttal in the group, was instantly infuriated. As the director of the neighborhood committee, he considered himself a figure of some stature. When had he ever been so openly challenged? Should this attitude take hold, governance over the community would become increasingly difficult, and the residents would no longer regard him with any seriousness. Su Yang, you are exceedingly arrogant. Kai Yihong replied with a scowl in the group. I am informing you, not seeking your counsel. Your actions have resulted in the injury of 8 individuals, disturbing the tranquility of the community, and have already crossed the line into criminality. Should you continue to refuse to acknowledge your wrongdoing and reject investigation, your transgressions will only escalate. Having sent this, he felt insufficiently satisfied and continued to type. The relevant authorities are already aware of your actions, and we, the neighborhood committee, have been entrusted to handle this matter. If you do not surrender, brace yourself for the full force of the law. Law? In this apocalyptic world, what law remains? Su-yang regarded the threatening words with a slight, cold smile. He retorted, do not overestimate your authority. My actions are none of your committee's concern. And you possess no right to intervene. Attempting to intimidate me with legalities and police force is futile. While others may succumb to such tactics, I shall not. Currently, the relentless snow continues to fall. Your committee's priority should be to serve the thousands of residents in this community. Devise a plan to ensure the warmth and safety of the people. Have you not always touted your selflessness and dedication to the public? Where's your action? You shirk the essential duties and merely flaunt your authority before me. What purpose does that serve? Su-yang's words struck Kai Yihong sharply, leaving him at a loss for a rebuttal. Kai Yihong gripped his phone tightly, his teeth clenched, his face flushed with anger. Su-yang's remarks had pierced him deeply. If not addressed promptly, this could undoubtedly incite unrest within the community. Observing Kai Yihong's silence, Su-yang scoffed. You believe you can wield influence over me. How about I harness the collective power of thousands in this community against you? Can you withstand that? Su-yang, do not distort the concepts. Kai Yihong was unwilling and replied again, these are 2 different matters. Even if you are eloquent, you can't change the fact that 8 people were seriously injured and the stability of the community and society was disrupted. Don't wrongly accuse me. Su-yang retorted unyieldingly. I will not attack others unless they attack me first. They brought this on themselves and can't blame others. Moreover, this matter is none of your neighborhood committee's business. Is this how your neighborhood committee serves the residents? You don't do a single thing you should worry about, but you meddle in everything you shouldn't. It's so cold and the snow is so heavy now. Why don't you go door to offer consolation and care? Why not find ways to clear the snow? Stop bothering me, or else I'll let you feel how hard the stick in my hand is. After saying this, Su-yang threw his phone aside and ignored the other party. People like this are full of vanity. They think that just because they hold a trivial position, they can show off in front of others. The more you argue with them, the more energetic they become. Although he has plenty of time, he won't waste his energy on this. He isn't idle enough to do so. As long as the other party doesn't provoke him in the future, that's fine. If the other party doesn't know what's good for them, he might as well get rid of them to have peace. Damn it. Damn it. Kai Yihong was rebuked by Su-yang again and felt humiliated. He flew into a rage in the neighborhood committee. Su-yang, just wait and see how I deal with you. You're done for when the snow stops. This time, instead of establishing his authority, he lost all his prestige and even made the dignity of the neighborhood committee disappear. It can be said that he completely failed to achieve his goal and suffered a loss instead. Kai Yihong opened his phone again and saw the message sent in the community group. He suddenly felt completely drained of strength. Su-yang's words completely awakened the residents of the community. With the cold weather and heavy snowfall, should they not seek assistance from the neighborhood committee? What purpose does this organization serve otherwise? Director Kai, everyone is feeling quite cold. Please consider a solution for us. Indeed, the accumulation of snow in the community is nearly overwhelming, and our food supplies are dwindling. We are unable to venture out to procure necessities, and everyone is relying on your committee for assistance. Director Kai, my elderly relatives suffer from cardiovascular diseases and cannot endure such low temperatures. Our medication is running out. Could you send someone to fetch a few boxes of medicine? We assure you that we will compensate you for your effort. Since you are already out, would you kindly bring us something as well? We have not had a warm meal all day. Children need nutritious food for their growth. Kai Yihong observed the incessant stream of messages in the community group, feeling utterly overwhelmed. What could he possibly do? He, himself, felt as if he were freezing. And if it weren't for the neighborhood committee's efficient heating, he would have long since left to enjoy the warmth of home with his wife. However, he understood that he could not outright refuse these requests at this moment. If he did, a single person igniting the flames of discontent in the group could incite the entire community against the committee. Yet, it was impossible for him to venture out with committee members to buy supplies. The cold was treacherous enough to pose a serious threat to one's life. Moreover, his subordinates, who were typically agreeable when it came to casual gatherings, would hardly venture out into the heavy snowfall without substantial motivation, until a more viable solution emerged. It was imperative to offer reassurance. The majority of individuals in the community group, noticing the lack of response, grew increasingly anxious, incessantly tagging him. Kai Hong endeavored to calm his own emotions and, adopting the most tranquil tone, addressed the group. Please, remain composed and do not panic. I understand that everyone is facing challenges. However, difficulties are transient. Let us all exercise patience and refrain from inundating the group with irrelevant messages. Given the severity of the snow, our community committee members are also unable to venture out. Nonetheless, we have received word from higher authorities, indicating that this heavy snowfall is merely a result of abnormal weather patterns. It shall soon pass, and within a day or two, temperatures are expected to rise. Surely, you have seen the news at home. Trust in the experts and the assurances from our superiors. It is vital that we unite and refrain from causing disturbances. Together, we must maintain the stability of our Fengyan community, and once the snow subsides, our lives will return to normalcy. Kai Director, is what you say true? Someone inquired within the group. Will the snow last for another day or two? Of course, they wouldn't deceive us. Kai Hong replied without a moment's hesitation. Yet, deep down, he recognized that he had not received any such communication from above. Even his attempts to contact them had proven futile. However, to avert public outrage, he felt compelled to maintain this facade. Instinctively, he believed that such unusual weather could not persist for long. After all, how could it snow daily in June, or maintain temperatures plummeting to -60 degrees? After calming the people in the community, Kai Hong finally heaved a sigh of relief. Such an unstable element as Su Yang in the community must be eliminated as soon as possible, Kai Hong said with a cold glint in his eyes. If we keep him around, even if the snow stops and we return to normal life, because of his existence, it will be difficult for our neighborhood committee to manage. Chapter 39. Control Su Yang first. As for killing Su Yang, he naturally didn't dare. We must first find a way to control him, make him suffer a bit, and hand him over to the police when the snow stops. Kai Hong hated Su Yang to the core now and didn't want this unstable element to stay in the community for even a moment. His existence was not conducive to the management of their neighborhood committee. Director, don't you just want to control Su Yang first? This is easy. Another person from the neighborhood committee suggested, let's find a reason to deceive him out and then tie him up when the opportunity arises. This person had also seen the news in the group about Su Yang contradicting Kai Hong. As a member of the neighborhood committee, how could they allow someone to contradict them like this, especially their director? If this matter got out, it would be difficult for them to carry out their work in the community in the future. How could they accept bribes in the future? You make it sound so simple. Kai Hong said irritably, I tried it at the beginning, asking him to come to our neighborhood committee for investigation. But he didn't fall for it. What can I do? The man smiled and said, you were too straightforward. He just seriously injured 8 people. How could he come when you asked him to come for investigation? So what do you suggest? Kai Hong frowned tightly. We might as well employ a policy of appeasement. The man, wearing a sly smile, whispered. Let us use the name of the neighborhood committee and request that each household in the community send out one person to clear the accumulated snow. After all, in Su Yang's household, he is the only one. If everyone else is out, he must join them. This way, we won't raise his suspicions. Once he steps outside, we can seize the opportunity to overpower him and take him into custody. That's a splendid idea. Kai Hong's eyes sparkled with excitement, a smile gracing his face. After pondering for a moment, he inquired again, what if he chooses to stay holed up at home? Would he dare? The man replied leisurely. Can he withstand the wrath of so many in the community? As long as we stoke the flames a little, his villa could easily be reduced to rubble. Even if he remains inside, having the residents clear the snow will still be a significant achievement. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Upon hearing this suggestion, Kai Hong's spirits soared. He promptly opened his phone and began messaging in the community group. Dear residents, due to the overwhelming accumulation of snow in our neighborhood, to prevent disruption to daily life, the neighborhood committee has decided that each household must send one representative this afternoon to assist in snow removal under the committee's guidance. We hope all residents will cooperate with the committee's efforts. The community is our home. Clearing the snow relies on everyone. After sending the message, numerous residents began to voice their grievances in the group. In this frigid weather, how can we possibly venture out in such heavy snow? Aren't we afraid of freezing to death? Snow removal is for all of us. In case the snow stops and the accumulated snow can't be cleared in time, it will also affect everyone's daily life and work. Everyone, please bear a little more hardship. Not only you will come out to sweep the snow, but all the staff of our neighborhood committee will also go out in a collective effort to set a good example. Seeing that Kai Yihong had said so in the group, even those who didn't want to come out to sweep the snow could only reluctantly agree. After all, at this time, ordinary people didn't want to completely offend the people from the neighborhood committee. Humph, this is really ridiculous. Su Yang shook his head helplessly as he watched the messages in the group. These people really had simple thoughts. How could the snow be dealt with at this time? The Fengyan community was so large, and dealing with such thick snow was inherently a huge project. Moreover, the snow was still falling. Even if it was cleared in the afternoon, after a night's accumulation, it would be piled up again the next day. It was simply a waste of effort. Besides, Su Yang detected a hint of conspiracy from this message. The people from the neighborhood committee might be targeting him. He had just clashed with them, and then they organized snow removal in the afternoon. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? If you want to remove the snow, do it yourself. Anyway, I'm not going. Su Yang murmured to himself, it's so cold outside. How comfortable it is in my war stronghold. Only a fool would go outside to look for trouble. Having experienced a month of the ice, snow doomsday in his previous life, he knew that this snow would never stop. At least, it hadn't stopped until the moment he was killed, and that was already a month later. Anyway, Su Yang wouldn't go out. It was too dangerous. He couldn't put himself in a dangerous situation. It is safer to stay at home, no matter how terrifying the blizzard outside is, nor how sinister the hearts of people outside may be. As long as he doesn't go out, no one can harm him. Soon, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Having nothing to do, Su Yang sat in the courtyard, admiring the snow scene outside. Looking out, everything was a vast expanse of white. It really had a touch of the charm of a snow-covered land. At this moment, Su Yang had been waiting for someone. Waiting for that person to take action against him. That person was Li Bin, ever since he signed the letter of understanding. The other party wouldn't have to go to prison. He also knew that the other party had recovered. Su Yang knew him too well. With Li Bin's character, he would surely seek revenge on him. However, what he didn't expect was that the other party could endure so much. Until now, he still hadn't made a move. But Su Yang knew that he was about to. If this heavy snow continued to fall for another day or two, Li Bin would eventually be unable to hold back. Before long, one person from each household in the community came out and started to gather on an open space in the community. Except for Wang Ping, Song Fei, and the 4 friends of Song Fei who were injured by Su Yang, whose families had no one go. Almost every household had one person present. Kai Hong asked his men to count the number of people and inquired, "Are all here?" The person who had given him advice before replied with a cold face, "Only Su Yang and Li Bin are absent." At the mention of the name Li Bin, Kai Yihong's heart tightened. "Don't care about Li Bin. Call Su Yang over for me." Li Bin was a well-known hooligan leader in Fengyan community. Kai Yihong couldn't afford to offend him and didn't dare to. If the other party didn't show him respect, he didn't dare to say anything. He could only pretend not to know. But Su Yang showed him so little respect, which made him a bit unbearable. Originally, he intended to use the collective snow removal as a ruse to lure the opponent out, conveniently preparing to deal with him. However, the other party showed no interest at all, complicating matters significantly. At this juncture, several residents from Building 24 began to sense that something was amiss. Where were Li Bin and Su Yang? Yet, they dared not mention Li Bin's name, merely clamoring, "Director Kai, why hasn't Su Yang arrived? We agreed to tackle the snow together. Surely, he cannot be given special privileges. If your community committee acts in such a manner, then we shall take our leave as well." Indeed, every household has contributed. The benefits cannot be monopolized by Su Yang alone. As the residents of Building 24 raised their voices, discontent quickly spread among those from other buildings, who also began to protest. "What are you all complaining about? What grounds have you for your grievances?" At that moment, a voice of impatience interjected. "Su Yang is now affluent and influential. How could he possibly venture out into such frigid weather to shovel snow with us?" The speaker was none other than Zhang San, Li Bin's trusted enforcer. Although Su Yang himself was absent, Zhang had dispatched several subordinates residing in the same complex to incite animosity against him. Chapter 40. Dousing over 200 people with cold water. Upon hearing this statement, many individuals glared with indignation, ready to reprimand the speaker. Yet, upon recognizing that it was Zhang San, they all fell silent. "In our community, Su Yang is indeed quite exceptional." Zhang San continued to stoke the flames, asserting, "Let us not even consider giving the community committee any face. Even if we all united, he would still look down upon us." In the Grand Villa, where one can indulge in abundant food and drink and bask in a warmth akin to spring. How could one possibly emerge to join us in clearing the snow? Zhang San's words resonated deeply with the sentiments of the crowd. Of course, these sentiments were not entirely his own. They had been instilled in him by Li Bin beforehand. Human nature tends to be more disturbed by inequity than by scarcity. If everyone were to endure the cold together, it might be more bearable. Yet, it was precisely the case that while all others suffered, Su Yang luxuriated in his villa. This disparity ignited a sense of injustice within many. Whether they were acquainted with him or not, they simmered with pent-up frustration, shouting in unison, "Why should this be so? Is wealth truly so formidable?" Regardless of one's riches, when it comes to community maintenance and snow removal, equality should prevail. Kai Yihong and the members of the neighborhood committee observed the escalating chaos, which had surpassed the earlier disorder. If the situation was not swiftly contained, dire consequences were inevitable. Kai Yihong promptly stepped forward to calm the crowd, stating, "I understand the imbalance you feel. However, our committee currently lacks authority over Su Yang. Just today, Wang Ping and Song Fei were severely injured by him. In the face of such a ruthless individual, we, as a neighborhood committee, are powerless." He continued, "Let us first clear the snow, directing our efforts towards Su Yang's villa. With our numbers, we can then collectively confront him, ensuring he is subdued for a time and refrains from further acts of violence." Kai Yihong recognized the challenge of luring Su Yang out, yet he could still incite the crowd to storm his residence. Surely, even Su Yang could not contend with thousands. His words found agreement among many, who began to rally around his plan. The majority of these people were the former neighbors of Su Yang from Building 24. In their hearts, they felt more unbalanced than anyone else. Originally, everyone's life was not so good, especially Su Yang, who was even worse off than them before. Now, however, he had become prosperous, and their jealousy had long since started to stir. There were also some people who considered themselves righteous, believing that a heinous person like Su Yang must be severely punished and should not be allowed to commit crimes any longer. Some had other ulterior motives in mind, and there were those who were simply joining in for the fun. Nevertheless, quite a few people only agreed to help the neighborhood committee with snow clearing and did not participate in dealing with Su Yang. Although Kai Yihong was rather disappointed in his heart, at least his purpose had been achieved. There were 200 or 300 people following his command, and Su Yang would surely be unable to resist. Thus, the people from the neighborhood committee led over 1,000 people to clear the snow within the community. It was around 6 o'clock in the afternoon when they finally reached in front of Su Yang's villa. By this time, Su Yang had already prepared dinner. He turned on all the lights in the sun room, which was then brightly illuminated. Near the glass in the yard, a table was placed, on which there were several delicious dishes. There were lobsters, abalones, the belly meat of bluefin tuna, and quite a number of fresh fruits. The sight of it made people's mouths water. Su Yang poured himself a glass of red wine and ate and drank leisurely. Kai Yihong, who saw this scene, was almost driven mad with anger. He and the others had been working vigorously all afternoon, without even having a sip of water. Yet the other party was so blatantly feasting on delicacies and savoring red wine. He felt that the other party was deliberately embarrassing him and trying to make fun of him. Those who could not stand it more than him were Su Yang's former neighbors. They were exhausted as if they were grandchildren, cold and hungry, clearing the snow in the community. The others had nothing to do, neither freezing nor starving, and they feasted more abundantly than anyone else. "Su Yang, your actions are utterly excessive," Lu Su shouted from the courtyard. "Not only do you refuse to help with the snow removal, but you also possess so much food. Yet you refuse to share it with everyone. Why is it that while everyone else is shoveling snow, you do not lift a finger?" Li Changshun, who had caused his demise in a previous life, echoed his discontent, saying, "Su Yang, this is simply wrong. We are all residents of this community. The responsibility of clearing the snow should be shared equally. If you have good things, you should also share them. Why should I share my belongings with you?" Su Yang retorted with a cold smile. "Clearing the snow? Do you think I am foolish? The snowfall is so heavy, and the temperature outside is so low, by clearing it today, it will only accumulate again tomorrow. Should you choose to be deceived into performing unpaid labor? Do not drag me into your folly. I will not subscribe to your narrative. Su Yang, do not incite the crowd here." Kai Hong's expression changed as he hurriedly interrupted him. "If you continue to speak, many will surely become agitated. The snow will cease in a day or two. And if you dare to stir public sentiment further, you will be held legally accountable." Kai Hong placed a heavy accusation upon Su Yang. "Then continue as you wish." Su Yang disregarded their protests, raising his glass towards them. Here's to your success in clearing the snow from the community. Kai Yihang's face flushed crimson with anger at his actions. His eyes blazed with fury as he gritted his teeth and said, Su Yang, you deliberately injured Wang Ping, Song Fei and others. Your act is of a heinous nature. The neighborhood committee has decided to detain you temporarily. Please come out and accompany us. Leave this place at once. Scram. Don't interrupt my meal. Su Yang snapped with a menacing expression. If your neighborhood committee continues to be so insensible, I'll kill you all. Being confronted like this, if he didn't teach the other party a lesson, others would think he was an easy target. Although he didn't want to lead a dull life in the long ice, snow apocalypse, neither did he want to be constantly bothered. What? Do you still want to resist? Kai Yihang sneered. With so many people by his side, he had no fear at all. You won't leave, will you? Su Yang's eyes were filled with a murderous intent. He turned around and walked towards the villa, then took the elevator to the 3rd floor. Don't let this villain escape. Everyone, charge in and seize him. Kai Yihang shouted. Holding a spade in his hand, he led several members of the neighborhood committee and rushed towards Su Yang's courtyard first. At the same time, Zhang Sen also mingled among the crowd and shouted, Charge with Director Kai. We mustn't let this law breaker stay in the community any longer. Zhang San, Li Bin and several other lackeys shouted fiercely, but didn't charge forward. Lu Su also held back. They all had their own reservations. Only the more than 200 people before rushed forward. Although the ground outside Su Yang's courtyard was all covered with ice and extremely slippery, they managed to reach the glass outside the courtyard with the spades in their hands. Kai Yihang mustered all his strength and smashed it towards the glass. Bang! The moment the spade touched the glass, it was shattered. The head flew backwards, nearly hitting their own people. What kind of glass is this that it's so hard? Kai Yihang thought to himself. Then he said to the crowd, smash it hard. At his command, over 200 people simultaneously stood in front of the glass in the courtyard, mustered their strength, and smashed at the glass. Even with all their might, not a single mark was left on the glass. Su Yang stood on the balcony of the 3rd floor, sneering as he watched this group of clowns. He pressed a button on the device in his hand. A hole opened on the 4th floor, and a high-pressure water sprayer slowly rose to the rooftop. Seeing how hard you're working and that you're all sweating, I'll give you a cold shower. As Su Yang's voice faded, the water sprayer went full throttle. Icy water with great pressure sprayed towards the crowd. Chapter 41. Scattering in panic in the low temperature of -60 degrees, they were drenched thoroughly by the icy water. Some people's bodies froze instantly. They shivered all over and were then hit by the water with huge pressure. Unable to keep their footing, they all slipped. As a result, the icy water fell even faster. These people were like experiencing a heavy downpour, completely soaked, shivering from the cold, and unable to stand up. Su Yang, you're treating human lives with utter disregard. Kai Yihang shouted. In such cold weather, being doused with icy water, many people will get sick. If you don't stop, something really bad will happen. Is this considered treating human lives with utter disregard? If one truly desired to end your life swiftly, simply brandish an AK-47 and unleash a volley, and then you'd understand what it means to treat human lives with utter disregard. However, Su Yang had no intention of doing so. After all, it was merely the 2nd day of the apocalypse. Revealing his trump card so soon was not in line with his style. There were far more numerous and formidable enemies awaiting outside. Dealing with these people in the community was a rather straightforward task. It was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. At least until Li Bin made an appearance. He was reluctant to resort to using a gun. But relying solely on ice water was insufficient. They needed to be made to feel pain. Su Yang retrieved a high-intensity composite bow and several bundles of arrows crafted from refined steel from his spatial storage. He knocked an arrow, drew the bow, and fired towards the crowd below. With such a densely packed throng, he could hit his mark even with his eyes closed. Whiz! The arrow hurtled forth and struck a person. The man let out a blood-curdling scream. As the others turned to look, they saw that his thigh had been pierced through. The blood that flowed out congealed rapidly. He writhed in agony on the ground. Not good. The people who had been drenched into soaked rats by Su Yang's ice water reacted instantaneously. Initially, their entire bodies had been numbed by the cold, and some couldn't even run. But upon seeing how ruthless their opponent was, they promptly started running in all directions. The arrows in Su Yang's hands seemed to have a homing ability, hitting their targets with unerring accuracy. All those people had their legs pierced through and fell to the ground, wailing incessantly. The ones he paid special attention to were Kai Yihang and those from the neighborhood committee. Each of them had an arrow piercing through their leg, even penetrating the bone. They lay on the ground, struggling desperately. Quite a few people from Building 24 were also severely injured. In particular, Li Changshun had his lung lobe pierced through by an arrow and collapsed, unable to get up. Blood trickled from his mouth, freezing the moment it flowed out. A barrage of over 40 arrows was unleashed, each striking its target with unerring precision. In an instant, the community was filled with the anguished cries reminiscent of slaughtered swine. The more than 40 individuals struck were paralyzed by fear, dragging their grievously wounded bodies away in frantic escape. Meanwhile, those fortunate enough to evade the onslaught vanished without a trace. Ultimately, Li Changshun was carried away by others. The bystanders, who had no intention of confronting Su Yang, were equally terrified of being inadvertently harmed. They uttered not a word and swiftly turned to depart. This scene etched a profound sense of terror in the hearts of many. In their eyes, Su Yang appeared as a merciless automaton, acting with ruthless efficiency before a multitude, executing his actions without a hint of compassion, an entity to be feared. This incident also illuminated an unsettling truth. With such a cacophony echoing through the community, it was only logical for someone to have alerted the authorities. Yet, the absence of police presence suggested they would not arrive until the relentless snowfall subsided, exacerbating their unease. After instilling a measure of dread among the neighborhood committee and those who harbored ill intentions, Su Yang closed the balcony window, choosing to disregard them further. As he observed the retreating figures of Zhang San, Wang Lu, and Li Bin along with several of their associates, a faint, cold smile crept across his lips. Word of the afternoon's tumult had spread throughout the community, yet no one dared to discuss it in the group chat. It marked the only moment of tranquility within the community in the past 2 days. However, not long thereafter, around 8 o'clock in the evening, the families of those injured by Su Yang began to flood the group chat with messages, desperately inquiring if any doctors were available. Among them, Li Changshun had sustained the gravest injuries. A lung lobe had been pierced, leaving him with a high fever and coughing up blood, which greatly alarmed his family. He had been cursing Su Yang in his heart, eagerly hoping to find a doctor in the neighborhood to provide him with treatment, yet he received no response. There were others who were even more anxious, namely, the family of Song Fei and those of his 4 friends. They had sustained their injuries earlier and were continually howling in agony. The painkillers proved ineffective, and the leg that had been shattered began to swell, leaving them in a state of confusion. Kai Hong and the members of the community committee were no better off. Their injuries were more severe, exposed to such low temperatures. Their legs pierced by bullets, wrists becoming useless without timely medical attention, and even if they survived, they would be permanently impaired. Throughout the night, the neighborhood echoed with cries of despair and relentless curses directed at Su Yang. Meanwhile, Su Yang remained indifferent, attending to his meals and sleep without concern for the cold or the threat of intruders breaching his villa. He slept soundly each night. Upon waking, it was June 3rd, the 3rd day of the apocalypse. The snow continued to fall, with no sign of temperature rising. The snow that had been cleared the previous day had once again blanketed the entire neighborhood. Many could no longer remain patient, beginning to voice their grievances in the group chat. How long will this snow last? I can no longer endure the cold. Director Kai, didn't you say the heavy snowfall would cease? Why is it still falling? Our food supplies are nearly exhausted. If rescue does not arrive today, we will be left to fend for ourselves. Director Kai, please think of a solution. Contact the higher-ups and request they send some supplies. Upon the utterance of these words, a wave of panic engulfed many individuals. Numerous families found themselves in similar predicaments. Should the food be depleted and the relentless snow continue to fall, they would be left to await their demise by starvation. In a moment of desperation, many resorted to tagging Kai Yihong in the community group. Having endured a night of tormenting pain, Kai Yihong had just fallen asleep when the cacophony of the group roused him once more. Enduring the agony in his legs, he perused the messages. A malevolent glimmer flickered in his eyes as he tagged everyone. Our community committee members are all injured and utterly incapable of venturing out. However, I have heard that Su Yang hoarded a considerable amount of supplies. If you are in need of sustenance, do not hesitate to borrow from him. After dispatching his message, he set his phone aside, murmuring, Su Yang, I shall surely repay this grievance. His words ignited the imaginations of those lacking provisions, particularly among the residents of Building 24, who were well aware of Su Yang's ample stockpile. They promptly tagged him or sent private messages. Su Yang, could you lend me some food? Rest assured, I shall return it once the snow ceases. In response to these appeals, Su Yong remained indifferent. He was no benevolent saint, unwilling to extend his goodwill. Moreover, many among them were individuals who had caused him harm in his previous life. He replied in the group, "I apologize, dear friends. But the landlord's household has no surplus to offer. I am unable to assist you." In light of Kai Hong's deliberate provocation, a fierce determination gleamed in Su Yong's eyes. "I had originally intended to grant you a reprieve, to play along with you for a while. However, since your committee members seek their own demise, do not blame me for the ensuing consequences." Chapter 42. Incurring public wrath. Su Yong sent a message in the group, saying, "It's of no use asking me for supplies. With just one person, how much could I have purchased? I've almost consumed them all. You could turn to our director Kai. There are quite a number of supplies in their neighborhood committee. Usually, the rice, flour, cooking oil, and gifts distributed to the elderly over 60 years old by relevant departments are first delivered to the neighborhood committee and then handed out by them. However, the elderly in our community have never received any. Accumulated over time, these items are enough for the entire community to consume for several days." After sending the message, Su Yong turned on the TV and started watching the news. He had anticipated that Kai Hong and the members of the neighborhood committee would surely have a tough time ahead. Usually, even if they embezzled these things, no one dared to say anything. But this was a special period. The snow was falling heavily, supplies were in short supply, and it was impossible to go out to buy things. If they still didn't take out the supplies, it would surely incur public wrath. Sure enough, not long after Su Yong sent this message, the entire community group erupted. Many people angrily questioned, "Director Kai, usually we didn't say anything even if you kept these supplies, considering the difficulties your neighborhood committee faced. But now that it's come to this, everyone's supplies are almost used up. It's unreasonable for you to still hold them back. Take them out quickly. My family is almost out of food. You surely can't just watch us starve to death. After all, the things distributed by relevant departments belong to all of us and should be collectively owned. Director Kai, you cannot be so heartless. Is it your intention to let everyone starve by withholding supplies?" Kai Hong, enduring the pain in his legs, observed the messages sent by the individuals in the group chat. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over him. He quickly clarified in the chat, "Do not listen to Su Yong's baseless accusations. This person is inherently malevolent, seeking to incite hostility towards our community committee. The authorities have never dispatched any supplies. If our committee possessed such resources, we would have distributed them long ago." Unfortunately, his explanations fell on deaf ears, as he was met with scorn for his morally bankrupt actions. Under normal circumstances, such behavior might have been overlooked, but the dire lack of survival resources could prove fatal. It was imperative to compel the other party to relinquish the misappropriated supplies. The community chat erupted into chaos, leaving Kai Hong feeling overwhelmed. "Director Kai, what should we do?" Several committee members, witnessing the situation spiraling out of control, wore expressions of deep concern. If they were not injured, it would have been manageable, but now, severely wounded, they had no means of escape should the unruly crowd descend upon them. "How can I possibly know what to do?" Kai Hong replied weakly. "Perhaps we could distribute some of the supplies from the committee?" One person tentatively suggested. "Distribute? How could we possibly divide it? There are thousands at Fengyun community. Is there enough to go around?" Kai Hong retorted. "Even if we had not sold those supplies previously, there would still not be enough for everyone. With our meager stock, we can barely sustain ourselves. If we do distribute them, it would only incite their insatiable greed. Not only do we find ourselves deprived of nourishing fruits, but soon we may face the dire prospect of starvation. If you wish to succumb to hunger, I shall not hinder you." Upon reflection, these few individuals realized that the provisions sent to the elderly had long been sold by their hands. This month's supplies have yet to arrive. Gazing at the relentless snowfall outside, with no sign of cessation, they understood that this month's rations might not be forthcoming either. The neighborhood committee had never retained much, and with their bodies bearing severe injuries, they knew they could scarcely endure without sustenance for more than a few days. A fierce resolve ignited within them. Why should these others receive aid while we, bereft of food, stand on the brink of survival? Concurrently, their animosity towards Su Yong deepened. Dialing for the police yielded no response, and the call for an ambulance proved futile. The pain they endured twisted their hearts further. Observing that Kai Hong had not replied in the community group for an extended period incited a collective fury, leading them to unleash a torrent of vitriol against him and the neighborhood committee. They hurled every conceivable insult, even cursing their ancestors' lineage. Yet, Kai Hong and the committee members chose to adopt a strategy of evasion, remaining silent in the face of the uproar. Shortly thereafter, Li Bin made his entrance. He addressed the group, saying, "Everyone, remain calm and listen to me. It is now evident that the neighborhood committee has embezzled the supplies meant for us. We cannot passively accept this. I have resolved to reclaim those provisions on your behalf. However, should any untoward events transpire, you must bear witness that I act as your representative with no intent to engage in unlawful actions." The members of the community group were elated to see Li Bin willing to stand up for them, given their personalities. Even if they were aware that the neighborhood committee was embezzling the supplies sent from above for the elderly each month, they would merely vent their frustrations within the group, too intimidated to confront the committee directly. Although many households were indeed low on supplies, they had not yet reached the critical point of desperation. They were reluctant to completely alienate the few members of the committee, fearing potential retribution once the snow had melted. In light of someone standing up for them, they were more than willing to let that individual take the lead. Even if trouble were to arise, it would not directly implicate them. This reflects the inherent selfishness of human nature. In times of crisis, self-preservation reigns supreme. Li Bin was acutely aware of their thoughts, yet he proceeded nonetheless, as it allowed him to garner favor among the populace. Should the committee possess any supplies, he would seize the opportunity to claim them entirely for himself, never once contemplating the distribution of these resources. With so many subordinates under his command, and despite their arrival with provisions, the supplies were scant. The biting cold necessitated greater caloric intake to sustain body heat, leading to a significant daily depletion. Li Bin had never cultivated a habit of stockpiling supplies at home, and now they found themselves on the brink of scarcity. If he did not devise a plan soon, his subordinates would inevitably go hungry. Rather than resorting to plundering from other residents, which would only incite widespread lamentation, it seemed far more prudent to take action against the committee, especially since they had already provoked the collective ire of the community. Swiftly seizing the resources of the neighborhood's residents would prove to be an ill-advised venture. Under the trend of the general situation, if one takes action against the neighborhood committee, no one will say anything. Moreover, the members of the neighborhood committee have all been injured by Su Yang's arrows, making it easier to rob them. Sure enough, after Li Bin sent out the message, many people replied, "Brother Bin, you're awesome. We support you. Get our things back. If anything really happens then, we'll testify for you." With everyone's support, Li Bin felt reassured. He replied, "I, Li Bin, have been around for so many years. I may not have much else, but I have 3 things. First, I'm loyal. Second, I have many brothers. Third, I can't stand the existence of injustice. Everyone, wait for my good news. I'm going to the neighborhood committee right away to get the supplies back." After replying, Li Bin called up more than a dozen underlings, took their weapons, and went out. Chapter 43 Dog Bites Dog Hurry. Quickly locked the door from the inside. Kai Hong panicked immediately when he saw the message Li Bin sent in the group. He stood up, enduring the pain in his body. The remaining few people also quickly took action, first locking the door, and then moving sofas, chairs, and stools to block the door. Since these people were all seriously injured, they were already out of breath after blocking the door. But that was better than letting Li Bin lead people in. If the other side took all their supplies away, they would be left with only death. Although Kai Hong and the others locked the door, fear still lingered on their faces. They were extremely nervous in their hearts, knowing that Li Bin was not someone to be trifled with. They could only hope that this door could hold off the other side. Su Yang snorted coldly when he saw the message Li Bin sent in the group. Serendipitously, this obviates the necessity for my direct involvement. Let them engage in internecine conflict. Subsequently, I resumed perusing the news. A presenter, enveloped in multiple layers of blankets, was tremulously delivering the broadcast. The majority of the content was dedicated to assuaging the populace, imploring them to remain calm, emphasizing that the heavy snowfall would eventually cease. The confluence of substantial snowfall and frigidity had persisted for a tridiurnal duration. Irrespective of temporal or spatial considerations, a 3-day interval constitutes a critical juncture in the face of adversity. Should relief efforts fail to materialize within this period, humanity is inexplicably susceptible to succumbing to a state of panic. Within the initial 72 hours, trepidation remains the predominant sentiment. However, upon surpassing this temporal threshold, the inherent propensity for violence within individuals is gradually activated, accompanied by agitation and disquietude. In the absence of intervention during this phase, the prolongation of the ordeal precipitates increasingly extreme behaviors among those afflicted. This phenomenon may be attributed to the innate instincts shared by all members of the animal kingdom. Consequently, numerous television presenters are diligently endeavoring to provide reassurance, aspiring to avert widespread pandemonium, as the cessation of the snowfall remains uncertain. Moreover, as employees of the Broadcasting Corporation, they possess a more comprehensive understanding of the situation than the average citizen. It is plausible that assistance will never arrive, relegating the world to a state of anarchy. However, Su Yang found himself perplexed by the motivations underlying the presenters' actions, questioning whether they were acting autonomously or under the directive of higher authorities. Regardless, Su Yang shook his head, dismissing the matter. Irrespective of the underlying factors, the calamity had already befallen, rendering these considerations inconsequential to his immediate concerns. Perpetual appeasement is ultimately futile. Once the populace's resources are depleted, society will descend into a state of disarray, escalating to an uncontrollable nadir. I shall observe the progression of the altercation between Li Bin and the neighborhood committee, Su Yang murmured to himself, subsequently releasing several dozen miniature drones from his interspatial storage. These drones, equipped with pinhole cameras, transmitted clear images to the screen before him. Su Yang pressed a button at his side, causing dozens of apertures to materialize in the villa's walls, through which the drones silently darted. These avian-sized, pristine white contraptions blended seamlessly into the heavy snowfall, rendering them virtually invisible. Su Yang commanded the drones to maintain surveillance over Building 24. It wasn't long before they captured footage of Li Bin leading a group of over a dozen individuals, braving the blizzard towards Building 1. Most of them brandished machetes, while Zhang Xin clutched a shotgun and Li Bin gripped a pistol. Observing Li Bin's newfound caution through the drone's feed, Su Yang couldn't help but smile. It appeared his previous deception had instilled a sense of vigilance in his adversary. Li Bin and his entourage trudged laboriously towards Building 1, taking nearly 2 hours to arrive. After clearing the snowdrift blocking the entrance, he gestured for his men to advance to the community office of Room 101. Anxious to avoid detection, Su Yang refrained from directing the drones inside, instead instructing them to adhere to the exterior of the community office windows and relay the visuals. Despite their diminutive size, the drones boasted impressive capabilities. Their pinhole cameras, equipped with infrared technology, effortlessly penetrated walls and obstructions, capturing a crystal-clear view of the interior. The video revealed Kai Yihong and 7 members of the community committee prone on the floor. Each person had an arrow lodged in their leg. Although the bleeding had been stopped, due to the severity of the injury and the arrow remaining unextracted, the arrow, wound sites had become inflamed and suppurated. The entire leg was extremely swollen. The pain emanating from their legs caused them to furrow their brows tightly, and from time to time, someone couldn't help but groan in pain. Just then, Li Bin arrived with his men. The loud pounding on the door sent Kai Yihong and the others into a state of utter terror. Kai Yihong, I know you're inside. Open the door right away. Zhang San, following Li Bin's signal, pounded on the door while shouting towards the inside. How dare you embezzle the supplies distributed to the elderly by the authorities? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Open the door immediately and hand over the supplies, so that our boss can distribute them uniformly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. Hearing such aggressive words, Kai Yihong and the others trembled all over, almost on the verge of crying. Kai Yihong said with a trembling voice, Boss Li, it's not that I don't want to open the door for you. If we open the door, with your character, you will definitely not let us go. What's more, our neighborhood committee doesn't have any supplies. Don't be incited by Su Yang to create disharmony. Cut the crap. Li Bin snorted. The neighborhood committee is supposed to do practical things for us residents, not engage in corruption here. Open the door and hand over the supplies at once. If you remain obstinate, it won't be as simple as just handing over the supplies. Seeing the other party's unrelenting attitude, Kai Yihong, out of fear, inadvertently aggravated his wound again. The excruciating pain made cold sweat stream down his forehead, yet he pleaded, there are truly no supplies. Every word I say is the truth. Boss Li, you guys should leave quickly. It is at Su Yang's place where there are real supplies. Staying here with us is merely a waste of time. If there are no supplies, why lock the door? You just want to keep them all for yourselves. Li Bin remarked with an unfriendly expression. Not wanting to waste any more words with the other party, he gave a subtle signal to the rat beside him. The rat fiddled with the lock-picking tools for a while, then said with a gloomy face, Boss, they've broken the lock from the inside. It can't be opened. Li Bin snorted, Fine. Director Kai has been well prepared, huh? Locking the door from the inside, thinking I can't open it? Smash it open for me. Li Bin turned to look at Zhang San. A cruel smile appeared on the latter's lips. He held an axe in both hands and struck the solid wood door with all his might. In an instant, wood chips flew everywhere, and soon the solid wood door was hacked to pieces. Under such brute force, the door frame even separated from the wall. Zhang San kicked the dilapidated door. Even the sofa block behind the door was sent flying. Kai Yihong and the others quickly dragged their injured legs and retreated. Li Bin and his men cleared away the chairs and benches behind the door. They looked at Kai Yihong with a fake smile and said to their underlings, "Go and search out all the supplies for me. Boss Li, these supplies are our rations. If you take them away, we'll starve to death." Kai Yihong and the 7 neighborhood committee members kept pleading. Chapter 44: The Annihilation of the Neighborhood Committee. Shut up. Li Bin hardly cared about the fate of the residence committee. At this juncture, securing essential supplies for survival was of utmost importance. With a dozen brothers under his command, the depletion of resources would inevitably incite discontent among his men. Should unrest arise, he would find it exceedingly difficult to manage. Such was the burden of numbers, with a pronounced demand for provisions. Thus, he had no choice but to procure what he could from the residence committee. After all, those individuals, gravely injured, had little time left to live, leaving him with scant reservations. Kai Hong was rendered mute by Li Bin's intimidating shout, his face betraying a look of despair. He had intended to voice something, but a mere glance from Li Bin silenced him. Zhang San, accompanied by a group of subordinates, rummaged through several offices within the committee. Before long, they emerged into the hall laden with a haul of goods. "Boss, we scoured every corner," Zhang San reported coldly, pointing to 3 bags of 50 kilograms of flour, a 10-kilogram sack of rice, a half-eaten bag of noodles, and over 20 eggs. "This is all we could find. Are you certain you have searched every nook and cranny?" Li Bin inquired, his demeanor foreboding. "Is there nothing overlooked?" Zhang San nodded affirmatively. "The entire residence committee is this compact. There can be no omissions." Upon hearing this, Li Bin's anger surged. He approached Kai Yihong and kicked him directly at his wounded spot. The arrow, previously lodged in his thigh, was propelled through by Li Bin's immense force, blood gushing forth. The agonized cries that followed were akin to the wails of a slaughtered pig. Racked by excruciating pain, one could scarcely stand firm and tumbled to the ground. Clutching the thigh from which blood gushed profusely, one struggled ceaselessly. "Tell me, where are the supplies hidden?" Li Bin forcefully yanked Kai Hong up. Disregarding the searing pain of the other, his gaze was like a sharp sword, piercing straight into the latter. Kai Yihong looked at the other with eyes resembling those of a ravenous beast ready to devour. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and the clothes on his back were soaked through with sweat. He replied feebly, "Ellie, Boss Li, I really didn't deceive you. Our neighborhood committee doesn't have any supplies. Doesn't the relevant department distribute a batch every month for the elderly over 60 in the community?" Li Bin asked again, "Where have these things gone? Don't tell me you've eaten them all." "The relevant department does distribute a batch every month, but we sold them all and then divided the money, despite being extremely weak." Due to the deep-seated fear of Li Bin in his heart, and dreading even more excruciating torment, driven by a powerful survival instinct, Kai Yihong was still trying his best to explain. "Useless wretch." Upon hearing the other's words, Li Bin flew into a rage. He pushed Kai Yihong to the ground, and the other let out another agonized howl. Pointing at all the people in the neighborhood committee, Li Bin cursed. "All of you in the neighborhood committee are good for nothings. How much could those supplies for the elderly be worth? If it weren't for your greed for money, these supplies would have been enough for hundreds of people to eat for a month or 2. The angrier he got, the more he lashed out, kicking several other people in the neighborhood committee. The places he kicked were precisely where they had been wounded by arrows. A couple of individuals could not withstand the excruciating pain and fainted on the spot. Meanwhile, Kai Yihong and the others who remained conscious exchanged glances filled with despair. At that moment, Su Yang resembled a mere spectator, observing the unfolding drama through the images transmitted by a small flying device. As he savored his Longjing tea, he relished the fierce conflict between the two sides, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. To him, neither Li Bin nor the community committee led by Kai Yihong were commendable entities. Both were adversaries. Even if they did not engage in direct conflict, he would extinguish them at an opportune moment. It was merely unfortunate that the two factions were not evenly matched this time. Su Yang yearned to witness a visceral clash between two opposing forces, a spectacle that would be exhilarating. Regrettably, he had previously dealt a devastating blow to the committee members. leaving them grievously wounded and devoid of the capacity for resistance. Sighing, Su Yang resumed his enjoyment of the scenes displayed on the screen. After venting his pent-up fury, Li Bin's countenance darkened significantly. He had never anticipated that the community committee possessed such meager resources, a mere 300 pounds of flour and 20 pounds of rice, barely enough to sustain them for a few days. As for the remaining half of the noodles and dozens of eggs, they would be consumed in one meal by his 40-odd subordinates. This was untenable. He needed to devise a plan. Li Bin murmured, "Given the current situation, it seems this snowfall will not cease anytime soon. If necessary, I shall take action against the residents of the community. With 40 buildings in this complex, gathering the supplies would ensure that my brothers and I no longer need to worry about our sustenance. Indeed, there is also Su Yang. He surely possesses a substantial stock of survival supplies. If I eliminate him and take over his villa, it would be sufficient to establish my dominance over the entire Fengyan community." The mere thought of Su Yang ignited a torrent of hatred within Li Bin. "Let us bring these supplies back," he commanded his subordinates, turning to exit the community office. "You cannot take these things away. Without them, we will starve." Kai Yihong and several members of the community committee pleaded incessantly, yet their cries fell on deaf ears. Zhang San, who had followed Li Bin out of the office, heard their desperate shouts and returned. Addressing the committee members, he coldly stated, "Since you wish to avoid starvation, I shall grant you relief now." With that, he brandished the machete in his hand and swiftly slashed the throats of Kai Yihong and his companions. As Su Yang watched through the screen, a glimmer of disappointment flickered in his eyes upon witnessing the demise of Kai Yihong and the others. Their swift end left him feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Nevertheless, it was no longer his concern. Their deaths could indeed prevent any incitement of the community against him. "Is everything taken care of?" Li Bin inquired of the returning Zhang San. Zhang San nodded, acknowledging the query. The group then made their way back to Building 24. Upon arriving home, Li Bin promptly began to send messages in the community group. "Dear residents, I have visited the community office. We did not find the supplies that the relevant authorities had distributed to the elderly in our neighborhood. They have all been sold by that group in the committee. However, I have ensured that my brothers have taught the committee members a lesson on your behalf. For those facing shortages at home, you will need to seek alternative solutions. It seems that we can no longer count on the neighborhood committee, but rest assured, there's still me. If any one of you encounters difficulties, you can come to me. I will never decline to help you all." Sounds better than it actually is. Su Yang sneered as he watched the message sent by the other party in the group. However, he didn't say anything in the group. What the other party was doing was nothing but courting favor. Li Bin was by no means an easy person to deal with. He was a ruthless individual. If someone really turned to him for help, not only would they fail to obtain survival supplies, but they might even end up losing their own supplies. Chapter 45. The precursor of chaos, Su Yang didn't remind the residents of Fengyan community in the group. After all, people vary greatly, and he had no obligation to care about others' lives and deaths. Everyone chooses their own path. If some people want to attach themselves to the powerful and eventually get bitten back, it has nothing to do with him. As long as those people don't provoke him, everything will be fine. When the residents of Fengyan community saw the message sent by Li Bin, indeed quite a few people started to speak up. Most of them were flattering Li Bin just as they had flattered Kai Yihong before. "Brother Bin is awesome. When it comes to being loyal, it has to be Brother Bin. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have known that those people from the neighborhood committee were so despicable, daring to embezzle the supplies distributed by the relevant departments. In the future, when we're living in this freezing environment, we'll have to rely on you, Brother Bin. Those people from the neighborhood committee really deserve to be taught a lesson. If it weren't for you, Brother Bin, we really couldn't have dealt with them. Thank you, Brother Bin, for avenging us." Su Yang watched the messages in the community group, shook his head helplessly, and thought to himself, "There are so many fools." Although he was reluctant to remind these people not to seek the skin of a tiger, he also didn't want Li Bin to achieve his goal easily. After simply editing the video transmitted by the aircraft, he sent it to the group. Soon, quite a number of people opened the video and started watching. From Li Bin leading more than a dozen subordinates with machetes out of Building 24, to arriving at the neighborhood committee and torturing Kai Yihong and others, then to his subordinates carrying away bags of flour, and finally to Zhang San returning and killing everyone in the neighborhood committee. All of it was recorded in the video without the slightest omission. Many people who finished watching the video gasped in horror. They said to their family members, quickly lock the door of the house. It won't be long before the whole community is in chaos." Then they quickly locked the door of the house and subsequently moved a cabinet to to block the door. These people were rather farsighted. From Su Yang's blatant act of shooting and wounding people before, to Li Bin leading people to seize supplies and then kill people, neither side had the slightest scruple, which was sufficient to indicate that the community was about to be in chaos. Once such a thing starts, it will keep spreading, and more people in the community looked at the dead people in the video with fear on their faces. Their hearts became extremely panicked. Li Bin talked better than he sang, claiming that he would distribute the survival supplies to everyone once he got them. But in the video, he clearly got them, yet said he didn't. He said he had taught the people in the neighborhood committee a lesson, but in fact, he killed them. This kind of person is even more ruthless than Su Yang. At least Su Yang didn't take the initiative to provoke others, and those who provoked him were at most just wounded. But Li Bin and his group were different. They not only had knives in their hands, but also guns. They showed no mercy when killing people. The entire community group became deathly silent. Those who had previously praised Li Bin grew silent. The fear in their hearts began to escalate rapidly. When Li Bin saw the video suddenly released by Su Yang, he was consumed with anger. He racked his brains, but couldn't figure out how the other party had managed to film him and his companions, and with such clarity. Could the other party have installed a camera at the neighborhood committee? But that was impossible. What would be the point of installing a camera there? Perhaps there were other methods. Li Bin's face turned cold, and he gained a clearer understanding of Su Yang's methods in his heart. This person was not easy to deal with, Li Bin thought to himself. He must get rid of this person as soon as possible. This individual posed too great a threat to him. If he didn't eliminate him, everything he did in the future would be under the other party's surveillance. After a moment of contemplation, Li Bin didn't offer any explanation in the group. At this time, the more he explained, the more it would plunge everyone in the community into fear and make them even more vigilant against him. It was better to remain silent. Instead, he directly mentioned Su Yang. Are you courting death by doing this? Upon seeing the message from the other party, Su Yang smiled and replied, It's not certain who will court death. What? Have you already forgotten the pain once your wound is healed? Don't think that a bit of will get you anywhere with me. Li Bin said arrogantly, I only lost to you last time because I was careless. This time, you can just wait to be torn to pieces by me. With so many subordinates at his beck and call, how could he be afraid of just one person? Even if the other party was extremely skilled in combat, could he be faster than a bullet? Li Bin was full of confidence this time and said to Su Yang again, You'd better be careful, or one day you might fall asleep and never wake up. After sending the message, Li Bin turned off his phone, no longer paying attention to the group chat. Instead, he pondered how to deal with Su Yang. He had already witnessed the other party's methods and was aware that the glass in their courtyard was remarkably sturdy, impervious to ordinary tools. Furthermore, the villa was equipped with sprinklers. A frontal assault would likely result in him being drenched in icy water, much like the 200 individuals before him, rendered mere targets. If a direct approach proved futile, it seemed the only option would be to infiltrate through the underground garage, thereby circumventing the sprinklers atop the roof. However, he needed to carefully consider how to unlock the entrance to the basement. Li Bin was not in haste to confront Su Yang. Instead, he intended to wait a while longer to devise a solution that would serve both parties well. Meanwhile, a smile played on Su Yang's lips. He secretly hoped that Li Bin would muster the courage to confront him, should the other party dare to approach. He would ensure that they would not leave the confines of the villa alive. Just as Su Yang finished his cup of tea and prepared to head to the gym, a message arrived on his phone from none other than his former fitness coach, Ning Kai-dai. He had seen her once during a snow removal event organized by the community, but had not given it much thought. To his surprise, she had reached out to him. Su Yang, you should steer clear of Li Bin and his associates. They are armed, and you are no match for their numbers. Ning Kai-dai warned with concern. Also, be discreet about your substantial stockpile of survival supplies. Otherwise, you will become the enemy of everyone in the neighborhood. The snow shows no signs of relenting for the time being. Remember to conserve food and avoid waste. Ning Kai-dai, having previously served as a special forces soldier, possesses knowledge that eludes the average person. Since the onset of the IC apocalypse, she has attempted to reach out to some of her former comrades who have not yet retired. Alas, none have responded. The absence of news from those still in service is, without a doubt, the most dire of omens. Ning Kai-dai speculates that something grave has transpired, and society may descend into chaos. She maintains few friendships, and within this community, she is only acquainted with Su Yang, whom she kindly advises. It seems her role as a mentor has not gone unappreciated. Thank you. I shall be cautious, Su Yang replied, stifling a laugh at her concern. At this moment, many are preoccupied with their own survival, and yet Ning Kai-dai takes the time to send him a message of caution. Truly, she embodies the spirit of a soldier, harboring a profound sense of justice. Although Su Yang is not particularly fearful of the circumstances, he nonetheless responds, Ning coach, you should also take care and protect yourself. Chapter 46. Internal strife. Since she has shown concern for his well-being, he feels compelled to reciprocate her kindness, thus repaying a favor. While Ning Kai-dai is driven by a strong sense of justice, Su Yang has never contemplated allowing her to reside in his villa. He is resolute in avoiding any semblance of danger. His twin sisters, Su Yunxi and Su Muyu, who are unwaveringly loyal, remain under his scrutiny. As for others, gaining entry into his villa is an even more formidable challenge. After conversing with Ning Kai-dai for a while, Su Yunxi and Su Muyu initiated a video call. The two sisters informed Su Yang that a tense atmosphere had begun to permeate their community. Some individuals had already grown restless, engaging in rampant acquisitions of survival supplies from others. Residing in an upscale neighborhood, populated by affluent individuals, they found that even exorbitant prices failed to attract buyers. Groups of people had begun to congregate, resorting to acts of theft. Today, numerous individuals had attempted to force open the door of their home, but to no avail. Su Yang smirked. After all, the wealthy were not foolish. They were acutely aware that the snow disaster could persist indefinitely. Surely, they would not relinquish life-sustaining provisions for immediate gain, especially when they were not financially constrained. In the absence of available survival supplies, it was inevitable that some would become increasingly agitated, their thoughts turning to extremes and igniting a desire to seize what they could not acquire through lawful means. Is it still safe there? Su Yang inquired with concern. We are quite secure, Su Yunxi responded. Those individuals have been unable to breach our door, and for now, no one has returned. That is reassuring. Should any danger arise, please inform me immediately. After conversing with the two sisters for a while, he ended the call. Shortly thereafter, a video call from Bai Lu came through. Upon connecting, Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Bai Lu, wrapped in a blanket and shivering from the cold. Su Yang, did those many people cause you any harm? Bai Lu asked sweetly. I was so worried about you. Worried about me? It seems you are more concerned with my survival supplies, he replied, aware that neither Bai Lu nor Lu Su had a habit of stockpiling provisions at home. They preferred either ordering takeout or dining at local restaurants. If it were an ordinary time, it would not have caused much concern. However, now that the icy apocalypse has descended for 3 days, even with her and Lu Su rationing their food, it is evident that little remains. The pallor on Lu Su's face suggests that for these 3 days, their sustenance has been limited to mere instant noodles. I'm fine, quite well indeed, Su Yang replied, not wishing to engage in further conversation. Brother Su Yang, didn't you stockpile a great deal of supplies? Bai Lu feigned a pitiful expression and inquired, could you spare me some? My provisions are nearly depleted. Sighing, Su Yang responded, when Lu Su ventured out to clear the snow, I intended to have him bring you a lobster. However, I noticed his hostility towards me and assumed you had ample food. Thus I relinquished the idea and ended up dining alone. I doubt you would appreciate such delicacies. So perhaps it is best to stick with instant noodles at home. He continued, just endure for a few more days. Perhaps this snow disaster will soon pass. Upon hearing these words, Bai Lu's expression shifted dramatically, a surge of resentment towards Lu Su igniting within her. Had it not been for him, she could have savored the exquisite lobster. Yet, she remained undeterred and implored, Brother Su Yang, instant noodles will suffice. Could you send me a few packets? My stock is almost gone. I wish I could send them to you. Su Yang replied with resignation, but you know I've offended many in the neighborhood, and venturing out would be perilous. You wouldn't want me to encounter danger, would you? Moreover, with Lu Su harboring such animosity towards me, should I appear at your doorstep, he would undoubtedly resort to violence. Su Yang's tone shifted abruptly. He initially instilled a glimmer of hope in Bai Lu, only to subsequently plunge her into utter despair. Her emotions plummeted within a minute, resembling a roller coaster ride. She internally scolded Lu Su, her incompetent ally, countless times. Yet, she refrained from expressing her frustration outwardly and instead addressed Su Yang with a hint of deference. Brother Su Yang, since it is inconvenient for you to come out, perhaps I could fetch it for you. This way, I could keep you company and assist with tidying up, watering the plants, or feeding the fish. Let it be, Su Yang replied, shaking his head decisively. Given Lu Su's petty nature, if he discovers you residing in my home, he would most certainly dismantle my villa. Even if you were to retrieve supplies, The moment he hears you collected them from me, he would undoubtedly lay blame upon you. He concluded, do not entertain the idea of employing the same tricks from our previous life to deceive me and seize my resources. That will not happen. With that, he terminated the call. Lu Su, come here this instant. Bai Lu exclaimed, her heart still tumultuous after the video call ended. She shouted in frustration. Lu Su hurriedly wrapped himself in a blanket and rushed over, asking, What's wrong? What's wrong? How dare you even ask? Bai Lu retorted angrily. If it weren't for you targeting Su Yang while shoveling snow, we could have savored exquisite lobster. Because of your actions, not only did we miss out on the lobster, but now I have no chance of residing in Su Yang's villa. He is even unwilling to send us some food. You are utterly useless. A hindrance rather than a help. Bai Lu unleashed a torrent of invective towards Lu Su, her fury escalating with each word. How unfortunate I am. Having grown up alongside you, and even sharing a residence, if it weren't for you, I would have long been Mrs. Su, enjoying a life amidst the upper echelons of society. Lu Su's expression darkened, and the anger within him reached a boiling point. No longer willing to extend any courtesy to Bai Lu, he retorted coldly, Now you regret our cohabitation? At the time, when Su Yang pursued you, you used me as your shield, did you not? Without my presence, how could you have obtained all those advantages from him? Noticing her silence, Lu Su continued with derision. Even now, you still indulge in the fantasy of becoming Mrs. Su. Wake up. Su Yang is far too affluent to ever consider you. I concede that you possess a modicum of beauty, yet neither your figure nor your appearance qualifies you as a true beauty. Just look at those twin sisters we encountered before. They left you in the dust. They are accustomed to finer things. Who would settle for your coarse offerings? What are you saying? Who is coarse? Bai Lu's face flushed with alternating shades of red and purple. She had never anticipated that Lu Su, who had always been so compliant, would speak to her in such a manner, leaving her feeling deeply aggrieved. Of course, I am speaking of you. Who else could it be? Lu Su replied bluntly. You dim-witted fool, can you not see? Su Yang has merely been toying with you. He never intended for you to reside in his villa. Nor did he contemplate treating you to lobster and abalone. Those previous remarks were nothing more than a game for him, inciting discord between us. Bai Lu was thoroughly awakened by Lu Su's words. With an expression of disbelief on her face, she exclaimed, No, it can't be true. Brother Su Yang would never do such a thing. He pursued me for so long and treated me so well. Despite the stark candor of the other party's words, she was still reluctant to accept the truth of Lu Su's assertions. Chapter 47. Everything is under control at this point. You still refuse to give up? Lu Su said coldly. If Su Yang wanted you to stay at his villa, he would have sent you there long ago. Why would he make you wait until now? You are despicable, Su Yang. Bai Lu gritted her teeth, declaring, How dare you play with my emotions? Only then did she reluctantly begin to acknowledge Lu Su's claims. I will not let him off the hook. I want him to suffer without a trace. An overwhelming sense of hatred surged within Bai Lu. With a grim expression, she turned to Lu Su and asked, What should we do now? How do we deal with Su Yang? Our supplies at home are running out. How are we to procure more? We will have to borrow survival supplies, Lu Su replied, shaking his head, as he too lacked a viable solution. Given the current scarcity of resources, who would lend us anything? Bai Lu inquired, her tone sharp. Don't you know how to charm and play cute? Go find some single men. Perhaps you could procure a few items. Lu Su suggested with a hint of mischief. I refuse to put myself out there to beg those impoverished fools for food. Bai Lu decisively rejected the idea. She had never regarded ordinary people with much esteem. Otherwise, she would not have kept Su Yang in suspense for so long, as her ambition was to marry someone wealthy. There is still one more option. Suddenly, Lu Su seemed to have an epiphany, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he said, You should seduce Su Yang. Persuade him to open the door, and then we can storm into his villa. Once we drive him out, everything inside will belong to us. If he shows no mercy, we shall not be bound by righteousness. Su Yang, that brute, is quite formidable. Previously, he had dealt with Li Bin and several armed men with ease. Bai Lu, feeling a sense of trepidation, remarked, Can we really succeed with just the two of us? Then we shall seek cooperation with others. Lu Su replied with a cold smirk. Let us find Li Bin. He has many men at his disposal. As long as you can trick Su Yang into opening his door, I will lead Li Bin and his crew inside. At that point, we need merely to claim a bedroom and share the spoils. A splendid idea. Bai Lu concurred. Li Bin harbors a grudge against him. He will certainly not refuse our proposal. This will also provide us the perfect opportunity to deal with Su Yang. In an instant, the anger within Bai Lu subsided, yet her eyes still shimmered with hatred. Let us seek out Li Bin at once. Bai Lu rose eagerly. Wait. Lu Su interjected, blocking her path. Are you foolish? If we go to find Li Bin now, we will inadvertently reveal that our resources are dwindling. Exposing our ace at this juncture would leave us without any leverage for negotiation. We still have a few bags of instant noodles left. We can make do for a few days. Once Li Bin and his men have exhausted their supplies, we can approach them with a higher chance of success. The conversation and every action of Bai Lu and Lu Su were meticulously observed by the small drone released by Su Yang. With a chilling expression, Su Yang gazed at the screen before him, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. Bai Lu, Lu Su, do you truly believe that the events of our past will unfold once more? If you dare to approach, that day shall mark your demise. Disregarding the two, Su Yang indulged in a lavish meal before returning to the gym for his workout. For him, the day passed swiftly, and before he knew it, it was the morning of June 4th, the fourth day since the apocalypse had begun. On this day, most residents of the community succumbed to a pervasive sense of panic. Some could no longer contain their agitation and resorted to venting their frustrations or hurling insults in the community group chat. Many began to buy supplies at exorbitant prices, causing inflation to soar. A single packet of instant noodles was now priced at 500. Yet, they could scarcely acquire any. By nightfall, tragedy struck within the community as 4 of Song Fei's friends succumbed to their injuries. Their wounds were severe. Both their legs had been broken by Su Yang, and they had been drenched in icy water, suffering frostbite in the frigid temperature of -60 degrees for 3 hours. Given the lack of timely assistance, it was a miracle they had lasted this long. The families of the 4 incessantly condemned Su Yang in the group chat, threatening legal action and seeking financial compensation, yet received no response. With no one to address their grievances, they redirected their fury towards Song Fei. After all, these 4 had gone to assist him. And not only had he survived, but he also bore lighter injuries than they did. Is there no justice? Is there no law? Their families unanimously believed that Song Fei was using those 4 individuals as scapegoats. Although Su Yang did not peruse the messages in the group chat, the images transmitted by the small flying device revealed that the entire community lay within his grasp. Su Yang ignited a cigarette and took a deep drag, savoring the unfolding events within Song Fei's home as depicted on the screen. The families of the 4 stormed into Song Fei's residence, disregarding his injuries, and forcibly dragged him from his bed. The excruciating pain elicited a heart-wrenching scream from him, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Song Fei's family desperately attempted to intervene but were pushed aside. Song Fei, my brother stood up for you, and now he is dead. A burly man demanded with fierce intensity. What do you propose we do? Yes, our husband is dead. What do you suggest we do? 3 women glared at him with equal fury. You should confront Su Yang. He is the cause of all this. Seeking me out will yield no results. Song Fei lamented, his voice tinged with tears. I, too, am a victim. My leg has been broken, and without treatment, I shall not survive much longer. And yet you still seek to evade responsibility. The burly man scoffed. If it weren't for your insistence on having them defend you, would they have suffered such grievous injuries, ultimately leading to their demise? How dare you complain when you have merely sustained a broken leg? The man grew increasingly enraged, slapping Song Fei's face several times, and reiterated, we will certainly seek retribution from Su Yang, but before we do, we must settle our accounts with you. My brother is dead. How do you propose to resolve this? How could I possibly know? Song Fei said helplessly, I didn't kill the person, but the person died because of you. The burly man stepped on Song Fei's broken leg. The latter let out a heart-rending scream that could be clearly heard by everyone in the entire building. It was Su Yang who killed them. You should go find him. He's wealthy and will surely compensate you. Due to the excruciating pain, Song Fei was drenched in sweat all over. The burly man asked with a malicious expression, are you trying to make us fight Su Yang to the death? Then he placed his foot on Song Fei's broken leg and ground it forcefully. Song Fei's father couldn't bear to see his son being so brutally tortured. He rushed into the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife, and pointed it at the burly man, shouting, You've gone too far. Let my son go. Get out of here. The burly man's eyes glinted with ferocity. He kicked Song Fei's father in the chest. Under the powerful force, the old man crashed into the wall behind him, and the kitchen knife in his hand fell to the ground. The burly man picked up the kitchen knife and swung it at Song Fei's father's neck. Chapter 48, Pandora's Box, is opened. As the heavy snow and low temperature showed no sign of stopping, the burly man had long been extremely irritable. Coupled with the death of his younger brother today, he was deeply grieved. Song Fei's father pointing a kitchen knife at him made him furious, and he lost control. With one strike, Song Fei's father's carotid artery was severed, and blood spurted onto the ceiling. The people who came with the burly man were startled at the sight and stood there, not daring to utter a word. Only Song Fei's mother shouted, "Murder!" "Shut up!" Song Fei roared angrily. With a resounding slap, Song Fei's mother was struck across the face. Her vision clouded as she collapsed beside her elderly companion, lying in a pool of blood. "Chen Mingjing, do you dare to kill my father?" Song Fei struggled to rise, but with a broken leg. He was utterly powerless to fight back, reduced to impotent cries. Chen Mingjing wielded a bloodied kitchen knife, striking the back of Song Fei's head with the hilt, rendering him unconscious in an instant. Dark clouds loomed over Chen Mingjing's countenance as he surveyed everyone present. Under the scorching intensity of his gaze, all averted their eyes in fear. These individuals had merely sought an explanation, yet inadvertently found themselves embroiled in a tragedy. The weight of their despair was palpable. Meanwhile, the murderer, Chen Mingjing, felt a pang of guilt, but steeling himself, his expression morphed into a more menacing glare. If Su Yang and Li Bin could commit murder without fear, why should he be any different? Pointing at Song Fei's father, he coldly declared, "This old fool deserves to die. Had he not attacked me with a knife, he would not have met his end at my hands. However, I came with all of you, and even in murder, we shall share the burden." The representatives from the other three families exchanged glances, ultimately directing their attention toward Chen Mingjing, their expressions conveying a sentiment of, "You are the killer. What concern is it of ours?" Without needing to ponder, Chen Mingjing understood the treacherous thoughts swirling in their minds. His gaze turned icy as he addressed them all. "Do not think that because you did not lay a hand on him, you are absolved of this matter. A life has been taken, and should the police investigate, you will not escape culpability. Even if you did not strike the blow, you are complicit. The guilt is shared among all." Upon being intimidated by him, these people were immediately at a loss. Chen Mingjing, observing the expressions of everyone, a faint smile crept onto the corners of his lips, and he said softly, "However, there's no need for you all to worry too much. Given the severity of this snow disaster, perhaps the police will never arrive." As he spoke, Chen Mingjing walked to the door of Song Fei's house and locked it from the inside. The sound of the door being locked sent a shiver down the spines of everyone present. Subsequently, they stepped back repeatedly, fearing that he might kill them to silence them. "Don't be afraid, everyone." Chen Mingjing smiled and said, "I have no intention of harming you. I just want you to understand that at this moment, even if we were to commit murder, no one would be able to punish us. Think about it. How many people have Su Yang and Li Bin killed? And yet, they're still unscathed." Persuaded by his words, the people from those families relaxed slightly. However, they still watched him warily. After seeing these people calm down, Chen Mingjing spoke again. "Since you all agree with what I said, why don't we form a group and advance and retreat together to get through this snow disaster? Rest assured, with me around, I definitely won't let any of you be bullied by outsiders. Moreover, I might even help you avenge your loved ones." Influenced by Chen Mingjing's persuasion, these people thought it made sense. In this entire community, quite a number of people had died in recent days, and the police hadn't shown up to handle the situation. Without anyone to maintain order during this snow disaster, the community would become even more chaotic in the future. It was necessary to unite, for only by having more people could they cope with the dangers that might lie ahead. "All right, I agree to form a team with you." Someone made up their mind on the spot. "I concur." Shortly, all unanimously assented. "Since we'll be a team hereafter, we should share weal and woe." Chen Mingjing, looking at these people with a cold gaze, said, "Go and hack one knife into each of the two survivors. This way, we can be regarded as swearing an oath of alliance with blood." Although these people agreed to unite with Chen Mingjing, they never expected to commit murder personally. All of them shook their heads. "What?" Chen Mingjing knitted his brows tightly, his face gloomy as he raised the blood-stained kitchen knife in his hand. "Do you want to see if the knife in my hand is sharp? You want my protection but don't want to share the consequences with me. Then what's the use of you?" Faced with his relentless pressure, these people had no choice. When they had retreated to the point of no return, someone finally hardened their heart. A man took the kitchen knife from Chen Mingjing and hacked at Song Fei's mother. A shrill scream rang out, and Song Fei's mother was awakened by the pain. Before her scream could fully escape, another person came over, took the kitchen knife, and hacked again. Soon, the victim was hacked beyond recognition. Heart Rending screams resounded throughout the building. Many people were so frightened that they hid under the covers, covering their ears. After Song Fei's mother was killed, these people, stimulated by the blood, became completely frenzied. They hacked at Song Fei one knife after another, and in no time, Song Fei gasped his last breath. Chun Mingjing, looking at these crazed people, finally let out a sigh of relief. After checking that Song Fei's family had completely died, he ordered to empty all the supplies in their home and take them away. Su Yang shook his head as he watched everything happening in the picture. From this day forward, the Pandora's box has been completely opened. One should never start with murder, for once started, it's hard to stop. Before, Li Bin's act of killing was somewhat explainable, given that most people in the community knew he was extremely vicious. Killing was nothing to him. Most people could barely convince themselves. However, once an ordinary person gets caught up in the act of killing without receiving punishment, it will incite more people to follow suit. When there's no food, people will resort to seizing, and during this process, some will die. In the future, killing for survival supplies will become a common occurrence. Su Yang once again turned the screen to Wang Ping's home. To his surprise, Wang Ping was still alive, and so were Grandpa Wang and his wife. Wang Ping had regained consciousness, but the injuries on his leg and forehead were severe, leaving him extremely weak. Grandpa Wang had a high fever but was still conscious, while his wife remained in a coma, which worried him greatly. All three of them could barely move, and only Wang Ping's girlfriend, Tang Qing, was taking care of them. However, there was more impatience on her face. If it weren't for the snow disaster, she would have left long ago. Subsequently, Su Yang used the infrared on the small aircraft to check those who had targeted him before. Many of those who had been shot with arrows had their injuries worsened and were on the verge of death. And those who had only been drenched in ice water also had high fevers and were weak all over. These people really got what they deserved. With a sigh, Su Yang turned off the screen in front of him, waiting peacefully for Bai Lu, Lu Su, and Li Bin to attack his villa. Chapter 49, The Collapse of Order. Su Yang waited like this for 3 days. The time had reached the 7th day since the advent of the ice and snow apocalypse. Most households in the community have nearly depleted their supplies of food. Furthermore, following the unfortunate incident instigated by Chun Mingjing, who murdered the Song family, the residents of the upper floors have grown increasingly bold. Over the past 3 days, there have been continuous breaches of others' doors, with individuals storming in to seize supplies. Some have gone so far as to kill the male heads of households, claiming their wives for themselves. However, the overall chaos remains relatively contained. After all, the icy apocalypse has only persisted for 7 days. In the entirety of Fengyan community, which comprises 40 buildings, aside from the more than 40 followers led by Li Bin and Chun Mingjing's group in Building 17, no significant factions have yet formed in other buildings. Although many have perished in the struggle for resources, the turmoil has not spread beyond each building's internal conflicts. It is anticipated that within a week, as the icy apocalypse reaches its 2-week mark, the entire community will descend into utter chaos, with each building establishing its own substantial faction to wage war against others. Currently, the factions that concern Su Yang the most, aside from Li Bin and Chen Mingjing's cohorts, are those in Building 2, where Ning Kaidai resides. While Building 2 appears tranquil, it harbors personnel from the property management, a youthful group of over 20 individuals equipped with riot shields, batons, and other tools. Though they remain inconspicuous, they gathered on the very first day of the apocalypse, undoubtedly plotting something. Perhaps they are lying in wait, biding their time until the residents of other buildings weaken each other through conflict, after which they will emerge to claim the spoils. Su Yang understands that a dog that bites seldom barks. This group poses the greatest threat. After observing those people from the property management, Su Yang secretly made a mental note. He once again surveyed those who had had conflicts with him before. He discovered that most of the people he had injured with arrows had died. Even those who didn't die had their limbs amputated due to severe injuries and wound infections. Without medicine and with no way to stop the bleeding effectively, these people were not far from death. With several thousand people in the entire community, such a small number of deaths wouldn't cause much of a stir. After all, Fengyan community had never been peaceful since the first day of the ice-snow apocalypse. However, the families of those who had died harbored even more hatred towards Su Yang. They secretly contacted each other, eager for revenge. Su Yang didn't take these people to heart at all. No matter what kind of enemies came, it didn't matter. He would be waiting in the villa. If they could even cause the slightest damage to his villa, he would admit defeat. Su Yang turned off the screen and made a video call to the sisters, Su Yunxi and Su Muyu. Boss, Why did you take the initiative to call us? Do you miss us? A smile played on Su Muyu's lips. She was much livelier and bolder than her elder sister, Su Yunqi. Such a joke didn't seem like anything to her. I do miss you a bit after not seeing you for so long. Su Yang smiled, and then asked, how is your community now? Our community is getting more and more chaotic now. Su Yunqi thought for a moment and replied, quite a few people have started to organize and engage in battles. Several hundred people in the whole community have already died. Fortunately, we were forward, looking and renovated the house in advance. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see us. Su Muyu continued. Listening to the two people's accounts, he gained a deeper understanding of the outside world. At least he knew that high-end residential communities like Su Yunqi and Su Muyu had more casualties than their Fenggan community. Considering the relatively small number of residents in those high-end communities, hundreds of people died within just 7 days of the ice and snow apocalypse. It has to be said that the competition among the wealthy is truly intense. After chatting with the other party a few more words, Su Yang hung up the video call. He walked into the courtyard and started feeding the fish. Those 30 koi carps were already very familiar with him. As soon as they saw Su Yang, they quickly swam over. In this icy and snowy environment, the fish raised by Su Yang lived more freely than 99% of the people in the world. Su Yang played with the koi carps for a while, and then trimmed the branches and leaves of the plants he had grown. Thus, unconsciously, it was already noon. He took out the meals that had been prepared before from the space. They were still steaming hot after being taken out. There were braised chicken, mutton soup, and some traditional delicacies from various places. He had a simple meal like this. After the meal, he ate a few fresh grapes. Then he lay on the recliner, enjoying the wind and snow outside. 2 hours later, when he had rested enough, Su Yang started to engage in fitness. Fitness was of prime importance. In order to survive better in the apocalypse, it was necessary to keep the body healthy. He didn't finish until 6 o'clock in the evening. Su Yang took out a tomahawk steak from the space and ate it with red wine. At the same time, he turned on the monitor in front of him. He could see everything in Li Bin's house clearly. Damn it, eating thick soup all day long. My mouth tastes like nothing at all. Zhang San grumbled and put the bowl in his hand aside. Li Bin, addressing his subordinate, remarked, Boss, how is it that you remain so composed? The others upstairs are in turmoil over supplies, yet we have yet to make a move. Perhaps we should seize some resources ourselves. After all, our provisions are nearly depleted, and it is hardly sustainable to have our brothers subsisting on gruel day in and day out. What is this? Even the gruel has lost its appeal. Li Bin's gaze turned cold as he retorted, I suspect your intentions are not merely to procure supplies, but rather to pursue women. Am I correct? He was all too familiar with these young men, whose desires for female companionship were insatiable. A day without such indulgence left them restless. The fact that they had managed to endure for 7 days was commendable, but it was clear that their patience was wearing thin. Caught off guard by the boss's insight, Zhang San managed a sheepish smile. Boss, you're always making quite the noise with your wife, and the brothers are feeling left out. It's hardly fair for you to feast while they are denied even a taste of soup. They're about to burst. You rascals. Li Bin chided with a laugh. Get out there, but do not be excessive. Remember to clean up after yourselves. Long live the boss. Zhang San shouted, rallying over 40 men before they ventured forth. Before long, anguished cries echoed from Building 24. 2 men were slain, while 2 women lay on the bed, barely clinging to life. Zhang San ordered the retrieval of the scant remaining supplies from both households. Casting a glance at the 2 vulnerable women sprawled on the bed, he pondered whether to bring them back with him. Ultimately, he shook his head, brandishing the machete in his hand and swiftly drawing it across their necks. The other young men, witnessing the scene, silently lamented, what a shame. How wonderful it would be to take this back and use it for a long time. But I'm afraid of being scolded by our boss if I do so. There's no choice but to silence those who know. Done? Li Bin asked irritably as he saw Zhang San and the others returning. Was it handled thoroughly? You can rest assured about my work. Zhang San replied casually. He didn't understand why their boss was still being so cautious at this moment. Boss, with our strength, we could easily flatten the entire community. You're being overly cautious. Aren't you? Zhang San questioned. You just don't understand. Li Bin smiled and explained. Although we have over 40 people, there are thousands of people in the whole community. Many people are already on guard against us. If we go too far, we'll surely push these people to unite and fight against us. Even if we have guns in our hands, we're no match for thousands of people. What's more, Su Yang, that threat hasn't been eliminated yet. Chapter 50. Locked in a confrontation, Su Yang is just one person. Why should we be afraid of him? Zhang Xin said indifferently. After we take control of the whole community, it won't be too late to deal with him slowly. Have you all forgotten the losses we suffered at his hands last time? Li Bin reminded with a malicious expression. This person is no ordinary one. He might have anticipated the snow disaster and made preparations in advance. Can't the fact that over 200 people couldn't break the glass in the yard explain anything? So what should we do? Wang Lu and Zhang Xin asked simultaneously. Are we just going to let go of our revenge? How could that be? I've long been eager to kill him. Li Bin spoke with a fierce determination. Once we eliminate Su Yang and seize his villa, all the supplies he hoarded will be ours. It will spare us from enduring the cold. So, when shall we strike, boss? Zhang Xin eagerly inquired. Having long harbored a desire for vengeance since Su Yang had previously broken his leg, let us not rush. I will first seek out some scapegoats within the community to lead the charge, Li Bin replied thoughtfully. Su Yang possesses an abundance of supplies, and we are not the only ones coveting them. Those who were once intimidated by him are now too fearful to confront him without a leader. At this juncture, many households were on the brink of depleting their resources. If they wished to avoid starvation, they would have no choice but to heed our command. Li Bin continued. In the end, we will turn them into pawns to our advantage, depleting the community's living forces while simultaneously dealing with Su Yang. It's a strategy that yields multiple benefits. What a brilliant plan, boss! His entourage exclaimed, their eyes shining with admiration as they raised their thumbs in approval. Meanwhile, Su Yang, eavesdropping on Li Bin's scheme and observing the expressions on their faces, could not help but chuckle in disbelief. Had this plot been concocted against anyone else, it might have indeed led to their demise. However, the target was he himself, and such an endeavor was destined to fail. Not to mention them. Even a well-trained army would find it impossible to breach his villa. The two parties were simply not on the same level. In Su Yang's eyes, no matter how many minions Li Bin gathered, they were merely insignificant insects attempting to shake a mighty tree. Come forth, this time. Not only will I impart a profound lesson, but I shall also ensure that you live perpetually in fear. Su Yang silently contemplated. This time, I shall accompany you well, so that you may understand the true meaning of formidable firepower. Li Bin, noticing that the time was ripe, reopened the community group chat that had long been dormant. He directly tagged Su Yang. Su Yang, the supplies for each household in the neighborhood are nearly depleted, and many have succumbed to starvation. Given the substantial reserves you had previously accumulated, it is time to share some with everyone. Surely you cannot bear to watch them perish before your eyes. Su Yang retorted without hesitation. Those supplies were procured through considerable expenditure and effort on my part. Why should I distribute them to you? Isn't your behavior rather excessive? Li Bin thought to himself with a smirk, continuing to stoke the flames in the group. In the face of this snow disaster, we should unite as one to overcome this adversity, rather than exhibit the selfishness you display. You have hoarded so many supplies. What harm would it cause to share a little? Remember, I am not merely requesting supplies for myself, but representing the thousands of residents in our community. How absurd. Su Yang scoffed. A notorious rogue dares to lecture me on selflessness. Who do you think you are? If you are so altruistic, why not distribute the supplies you seized from the neighborhood committee to everyone? Despite being on the receiving end of such harsh words, Li Bin felt no anger. His intent was to provoke Su Yang into revealing a cold, domineering facade. This would further incite the ire of the majority in the community, rallying more individuals to seek trouble with him. Though the residents had yet to voice their opinions in the group, their silence spoke volumes. However, Li Bin was acutely aware that the majority of individuals were closely monitoring every action within the community group. Su Yang, do not misrepresent the situation. Li Bin continued in the group. Although I have previously committed some regrettable acts, I am now focused on taking tangible actions for the benefit of our community in this time of crisis. My prior incursion into the neighborhood committee was to reclaim what rightfully belongs to us all. However, those supplies were sold off by them, leaving me with no recourse. Yet you, residing comfortably in your villa, indulging in gourmet delicacies, possess an abundance of resources yet fail to share with others. What is your true intent? The phrase wealth without benevolence aptly describes individuals like you. Indeed, Su Yang, why not distribute some of your supplies among us? We beseech you. We shall remember your kindness in the future. With the vast quantity of resources at your disposal, parting with a portion would not significantly impact you. Once the snow ceases, we shall return it to you. Su Yang, you cannot treat us this way. We are all members of the same community. Should we perish from hunger, The government will certainly hold you accountable once the snow clears. Evidently, after Li Bin's message, it resonated with many, compelling them to pressure Su Yang into relinquishing his supplies. It seemed that these individuals had truly forgotten the lessons taught by hardship. Su Yang lamented, "I was far too lenient with them before. Do they perceive me as someone easily taken advantage of? To share my resources with such insatiable individuals? Never. Having faced betrayal in my past life, I have learned my lesson well. I shall not be bound by the moral constraints imposed by these individuals. If I were to distribute supplies to them, their demands would only grow more excessive and their greed more insatiable. Today they request provisions. Tomorrow they may audaciously demand to reside in my villa. The avarice of human nature knows no bounds." Su Yang observed this, remarking, "It is not merely my desire to share these resources. It is a collective appeal." Li Bin chimed in the group chat, reiterating, "As I have said before, there are no supplies to be had." Su Yang replied with unwavering resolve, "Your survival holds no significance for me. Should you desire provisions, why not offer your wife in exchange? She is quite beautiful and you seem to care for others. Why not make a small sacrifice? Satisfy me, and I shall grant each of you a packet of instant noodles." "Su Yang, you are courting death." Li Bin's eyes glinted with cold fury, his heart nearly bursting with rage. "Should you dare to insult my wife again, I will end you. Previously, you spoke so loftily. Now you hesitate to sacrifice your wife?" Su Yang challenged. "Is it truly so unreasonable for me to desire your wife? It seems you are not merely coveting my supplies, but wishing for my demise. Come if you dare. I shall await you at home." Su Yang continued to provoke. This time, it won't merely be a matter of 18 stabs. He added with a smirk, "I find your wife's services rather satisfactory. Even if you do not come, I shall ensure to send you 2 packets of instant noodles when the opportunity arises, as a token of gratitude for your prior instruction. After all, one must not forget the well digger when drinking water. I possess a heart full of gratitude." Chapter 51. A mole on your wife's inner thigh. Upon seeing the message sent by Su Yang in the group chat, Li Bin's expression darkened immediately. "What do you mean, Su Yang? What do you think I mean?" Su Yang replied with a light chuckle. "You have a wonderful wife. If it weren't for her, you would have long been embroiled in legal troubles instead of arrogantly conversing with me. What do you think that implies? Are you out of your mind?" Li Bin retorted furiously. "If you aim to sow discord between my wife and me, at least come up with a more plausible reason. This is nothing but a baseless insult." Despite his vehement denial, doubt began to creep into Li Bin's mind. It was his wife, Duan Qian, who had initially secured the settlement agreement with the other party. What could have compelled them to sign so readily without some form of compensation? As this thought crossed his mind, Li Bin felt a surge of anxiety. His expression grew increasingly grim, and his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the bedroom. When he noticed that Duan Qian's demeanor appeared relatively normal, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. As a man, there are few things more intolerable than the thought of being cuckolded. Just as he contemplated reigniting the conflict in the group, Su Yang's next statement completely shattered his composure. "Your wife has a mole on her inner thigh that is rather seductive." Su Yang continued, "I have photos and videos. Would you care to appreciate your wife's skills together sometime?" While Su Yang made such audacious claims, he refrained from sharing any photos or videos in the group chat, for he considered himself a person of ethics. His sole objective was to instill belief in Li Bin regarding his assertions. As expected, upon seeing the message about a mole on his wife's thigh, Li Bin's mind momentarily blanked. Subsequently, a tempest of rage surged within him. Clenching his fists with a crackling sound, he erupted, "Su Yang, how dare you sleep with my wife?" He turned on his heel, intent on confronting Duan Qian in their bedroom. Duan Qian, upon noticing Su Yang's message in the group chat, turned pale with panic, silently cursing, "It's over. This matter has been revealed." Just then, the bedroom door slammed shut with a resounding bang. The group of subordinates in the living room exchanged glances, apprehensive of the unfolding drama, and hastily wrapped themselves in blankets to evade the brewing storm. This was a private affair of their leader, and they deemed it inappropriate to involve themselves or overhear what should remain undisclosed. However, many of the subordinates couldn't help but entertain inappropriate thoughts. "Sister-in-law is so beautiful and alluring. Her figure is divine. I could only ever dream of such fortune. Yet Su Yang has snatched it away. What a pity. When will we be so fortunate?" Alas, these thoughts remained unspoken, confined to their minds. "You wretched woman!" Li Bin swiftly approached Duan Qian, seizing her by the collar and demanding, "Have you been sleeping with that beast, Su Yang? Have you betrayed me?" Coughing, Duan Xian struggled to breathe, her hands flailing against his arm. When he finally released her, she gasped for air, tears brimming in her eyes. Don't think that playing the victim will spare you. Li Bin hissed menacingly, raising his hand as if to strike her. Go ahead, hit me, Duan Xian shouted out. Realizing that there was no escaping her predicament, she resolved to embrace the situation with reckless abandon. The matter had already been exposed, and no amount of explanation could quell the fury simmering within Li Bin. Regardless, she would face the consequences. Silence would not resolve the issue. What kind of man are you, Li Bin? Do you think having a band of lackeys makes you formidable? Duan Xian challenged. Yes, I slept with Su Yang, so what? It was all for you. Had I not done so, you would have long been imprisoned, unable to flaunt your bravado here. Duan Xian unleashed her grievances. Gazing at the contorted visage of Li Bin, she continued, You, a man of such stature, can only resort to violence against your wife? Your wife has been sullied by another, yet you choose to direct your wrath at me. What sort of logic is that? Go ahead, strike me. Just don't let me lose respect for you. Duan Xian defiantly raised her head, fixing her steadfast gaze upon Li Bin. For the first time, she felt that marrying him was truly not worth it. How had she ever found herself attracted to this utterly worthless thug? If it weren't for her family's connections, he would not have even risen to the role of a petty gang leader, but rather might have been slain on the streets long ago. Li Bin's chest heaved with rage, taking a deep breath as he lowered his raised hand. Ultimately, he could not bring himself to inflict serious harm upon Duan Xian. Yet, an inferno of anger continued to blaze within him, threatening to consume his very insides if left unvented. A murderous intent gathered in his eyes, glowing ominously red. He yearned for vengeance, longing to dismember Su Yang. Looking at Duan Xian with an unkind expression, he said, You just wait. After I deal with Su Yang, I'll deal with you. Then he opened the door of the bedroom and walked into the living room. Seeing the man leave, Duan Xian seemed to have lost her soul. Her body slumped onto the bed, and she burst into tears with a loud cry. Hearing her sobs, Li Bin felt even more irritated. He clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails dug into his flesh without him even noticing the pain. The additional hat, implied metaphorically, didn't bring him any warmth. He casually wrapped the quilt around himself, trying hard to quell the anger in his heart. He took out his phone again and Su Yang in the community group, saying, Trying to enrage me through my wife is useless. No one believes those words you said before either. I'm asking you one more time. Will you take out the survival supplies in your house and distribute them to everyone? Believe it or not, I've had my fun anyway. Su Yang promptly retorted, There's no way you can get the supplies. After seeing this sentence, a sneer appeared on the corner of Li Bin's mouth. He knew the time was almost right. The anger in the hearts of most people in the community had also been ignited. Ignoring Su Yang, he everyone in the group instead, saying, Dear homeowners, you've all seen that Su Yang has so many survival supplies at home but refuses to share them. He wants to watch all of us starve to death. Do you want to starve to death? No. Immediately, the following messages were all no. Li Bin then asked, So what do you think we should do? Join forces to condemn Su Yang and make him distribute the supplies, replied the people in the community. Li Bin, gazing at the responses in the community group, inquired once more, Very well. I've decided to lead everyone to Su Yang's residence early tomorrow and have a thorough talk with him. Is there anyone willing to accompany me? I'm willing. I'd like to go too. Willing one. In no time, over 500 people replied, expressing their eagerness to follow him. A large proportion of these individuals were those whose family members had been severely injured and killed by Su Yang using a compound bow. Some had been drenched with cold water by him, and though their colds weren't too severe, there were also those whose family supplies were on the verge of depletion. Without more supplies, they would have to resort to robbing others. Instead of robbing, they preferred to tag along and fish in troubled waters. Once they dealt with Su Yang, they wouldn't have to worry about supplies anymore. Li Bin glanced at the number of people and asked again in the group, Are only these 500 people going with me? Seeing no one else speaking, Li Bin said with an unfriendly expression, Let me put it bluntly. Those of you who don't go tomorrow won't get a share of the supplies. Chapter 52, The Mob. Boss Li, good advice can't persuade those bent on their own destruction. Someone replied in the group, Those who are willing to starve to death have nothing to do with us. If they don't want to go, so be it. Right after that, someone else said to Li Bin, Boss Li, these people are more than enough. Don't force those who don't want to go. With too many people, it'll be difficult to manage. But rest assured, those of us going will surely carry out your orders earnestly. These people weren't thinking of those who didn't go. Instead, they were afraid that if too many people went, there wouldn't be enough supplies to divide once they obtained Su Yang's provisions. With over 500 individuals involved, how much could each person possibly receive, even if Su Yang's family possesses abundant resources? If the entire community mobilizes, the distribution will be negligible. Indeed, fewer participants would be preferable. Well then, it is settled. Li Bin declared to the assembly. Tomorrow morning at 8. We shall convene in the underground parking lot of the community to confront Su Yang and claim our share of the supplies. We shall not wait for tardiness. After sending the message, Li Bin switched off his phone. Casting a glance at his wife, Duan Qian, he inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury that simmered within him. A sinister glint flickered in his eyes as he gritted his teeth, muttering, "Tomorrow marks your demise, Su Yang." At that moment, Bai Lu, wrapped in a blanket, entered Lu Su's room and inquired, "Why are we not participating in this assault on Su Yang? Are you foolish?" Lu Su replied, gazing at her as if she were simple-minded. "Is Li Bin a benevolent character? With so many subordinates, why does he still summon more people in the community group? He is undoubtedly exploiting them. Li Bin fears that Su Yang might have contingencies in place. He intends to use these individuals as scapegoats. If we were to join, we could very well face a dire fate, even if we were to storm Su Yang's villa and seize the supplies. Do you really believe that Li Bin would share any with them?" Bai Lu shook her head in response. "But what if they indeed breach the villa and take the resources? What will we do then? Having no supplies is far better than being used as pawns, only to end up with nothing left." Lu Su chuckled. At that moment, Lu Su seemed to have emerged from a frigid ordeal, having gained a measure of wisdom. Yet, it was merely a semblance of cleverness, largely derived from his underlying fear of Li Bin. He found himself compelled to tread carefully. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Bai Lu and remarked, "If so many of them cannot gain access to Su Yang's villa, this presents us with an opportunity. We should proactively seek cooperation with Li Bin. You could deceive him into opening Su Yang's door, and we shall act when the time is ripe. Once we have control over Su Yang, we will emerge as the greatest benefactors. Even if Li Bin is reluctant, he will have no choice but to allocate us a room and a considerable amount of supplies." At this juncture, he no longer aspired to an equitable share. Having enough for the two of them would suffice. Bai Lu nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Chun Mingjing and his cohort from Building 17 opted not to participate in this operation. He clearly understood that his limited number of subordinates were no match for Li Bin, and they were not currently in dire need of supplies. Should provisions run low, they could easily pry open the door of a family living above and seize their resources. The women could be kept for warmth, while the men could be disposed of. This approach was both comfortable and safe, rendering unnecessary the desire to venture out into hardship. Should Li Bin and his group engage in a fierce conflict, it was possible that he could reap the benefits of their mutual destruction while avenging his brother's grievances. Chun Mingjing's strategy was astute, yet he overestimated his own capabilities. Not to mention that he could not contend with Li Bin. Even Su Yang could extinguish him with a mere finger. At home, Wang Ping endured his physical pain, his mind restless as he perused the messages in the group chat. He could only lament his injuries, which rendered him unable to partake in the forthcoming operation against Su Yang. If it were possible, he would desire nothing more than to eliminate his adversary. At that moment, Tang Qing brought him a bowl of instant noodles. Wang Ping gazed at the bowl, noticing only broth without any noodles, and inquired, "Where are the noodles?" "I've eaten them all," she replied. Tang Qing disdainfully remarked, "Having soup is already a blessing. In a few days, we may have none left." "What did you say?" Wang Ping, infuriated by her demeanor, retorted, after sustaining such severe injuries. "You only allow me the remnants of the soup? It is not merely for you," Tang Qing coldly responded, "but for your entire family of 3 to share. You vile creature, I will make you pay." Wang Ping, consumed by rage, attempted to confront her, but the strain on his wounds caused him to collapse helplessly onto the bed. "You consume our resources and yet treat us this way," Grandfather Wang hoarsely shouted, weakened. "My family is gravely ill. Without nourishment, we shall perish." "Your family should have perished long ago," Tang Qing scolded vehemently. "There are but a few packets of instant noodles left, which are scarcely enough for me. If I share with you, what shall I eat? You still have the audacity to speak. If it weren't for Wang Ping deceiving me into coming here, would I have met this fate? The promises you made to purchase a home for me and to ensure a carefree life were all lies. How could I have ever been attracted to such a useless waste of space?" As Tang Qing turned to leave, Wang Ping, in a panic, cried out, "Qing Qing, you cannot leave. Please, grant us just a morsel. My injuries are severe. Without sufficient food, I shall die. My father is burning with fever, and my mother lies in unconsciousness. They too will perish without sustenance. There is no food left in your home. If you wish to eat, procure it yourself. To offer you a bowl of hot soup would be a testament to my conscience. Tang Qing replied, her face expressionless, refusing to even glance at him. Otherwise, you might as well borrow some. Even a little would suffice. Without food, we simply cannot survive. Wang Ping pleaded. Look at the chaos outside. Don't pretend you are unaware. Tang Qing retorted sharply, which family would lend out their supplies? If I venture out, not only might I fail to procure anything, but there's also no guarantee I'll return. While you may disregard my well-being, I cannot be so indifferent. Why not seek assistance from Su Yang? He mentioned in the group that he would provide food in exchange for companionship. Wang Dajie exclaimed, as if he had discovered a lifeline. Su Yang is notoriously lecherous. He once showed interest in someone like Bai Lu. Compared to her, you are 100 times more attractive. He could never refuse you. Upon hearing his father's words, Wang Ping turned to his girlfriend with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. At this moment, he cast aside any concerns about his dignity, yearning only for sustenance and survival. Everything else seemed trivial. You shameless old man. How can you be so disgraceful? Tang Qing, incensed, stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap across Wang Dajie's face. The impact left him dazed, his head spinning and his face ablaze with pain. I am your daughter-in-law. How can you suggest I sleep with another man? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Tang Qing, fueled by indignation, struck him several more times, rendering Wang Dajie unconscious. Witnessing his father collapse into oblivion and his girlfriend storm out in fury, Wang Ping lay in bed, helplessly struggling. Yet, no one paid him any heed. Disillusioned with Wang Ping's family, Tang Qing retreated to her room, sinking into a deep slumber alone. As Su Yang observed the scenes transmitted by the small drone placed outside, he was deeply moved by the blatant display of humanity's ugliness in the apocalypse. His eyes were filled with disdain and indifference towards Li Bin and his motley crew. Chapter 53. Gathering to take action. However, not everyone in the Fengyun community harbored ill intentions towards Su Yang. At the very least, Ning Kaidai sent him a message, cautioning him. Li Bin and his group are armed and have gathered a considerable number of people. You cannot contend with them. It would be wiser to come to my home tonight and wait this out. Although Ning Kaidai recognized Su Yang's exceptional aptitude and was aware that he had honed the combat techniques learned during her time in the special forces to an extraordinary level, making even her, his mentor, unable to match him, she understood that no matter how skilled one may be, they cannot rival firearms, regardless of an individual's prowess. Could one truly confront more than 500 adversaries simultaneously? Ning Kaidai shook her head. She had never witnessed such a person, unless the opponent possessed heavy weaponry. It seemed implausible. Su Yang had previously exhibited a rather arrogant demeanor and had injured several individuals, yet he had never resorted to firearms. Furthermore, Ning Kaidai instinctively believed that acquiring firearms in the Daxiao region was exceedingly difficult. The fact that Li Bin had managed to obtain 2 weapons was already beyond her expectations. She could not conceive of any effective strategy Su Yang might employ against such a vast number of foes. Should they manage to escape, the frigid and heavy snow outside would surely spell doom for them. To mitigate any potential risks, it was wiser to allow them to discreetly come to her home. Perhaps that would ensure greater safety. Thank you for your kind intentions, Coach Ning. Su Yang replied with a smile. These inept individuals lack the capacity to force me into retreat, let alone 500. I would not fear even if 1,000 were to come. As for visiting your home, I shall refrain. I fear it may bring you trouble. Su Yang did not reveal even the slightest hint of his true capabilities. For the human heart is exceedingly enigmatic. There was no necessity for him to disclose his authentic strength to another. Even though the other party harbored no malice towards him and was genuinely concerned for his well-being, it could only be said that Ning Kaidai was rather kind-hearted. While others kept their distance, she continued to care for his safety. Su Yang silently noted that should she encounter any peril, he could offer his assistance, thereby repaying her kindness. Seeing that Ning Kaidai could not sway Su Yang, she had to relent, reminding him to exercise caution the following day and to retreat promptly if he found himself in a situation beyond his capabilities. Su Yang smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. After enjoying a warm shower, he lay down upon his comfortable bed and drifted into slumber, needing to replenish his energy for the grand spectacle awaiting him the next day. Soon, June 8th arrived. Su Yang rose at 6 o'clock, attended to his morning routine, and then retrieved from his storage a delightful breakfast of meat-stuffed buns, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and 8 treasure porridge. After donning a comfortable outfit, he ventured into the garden to feed the koi. Before he realized it, the clock struck 7:30. Returning to the living room, he activated the monitor, revealing every corner of the underground parking garage on the screen. His villa was equipped with the most advanced radar technology, military-grade no less. Once activated, it could detect any movement within a 200-meter radius of the villa's grounds. Moreover, the underground garage was not only under radar surveillance, but also contained various miniature cameras that he had discreetly set up in areas beyond the radar's reach. As soon as an individual appears in the underground parking lot, they cannot escape the gaze of the cameras. Many had arrived early, clad in heavy down jackets. Even though they were shielded from the heavy snowfall, the biting cold still caused their legs to tremble. They paced restlessly, occasionally grumbling, "Why hasn't Lee Bin arrived yet?" Some couldn't resist sending messages in the community group. "Brother Ben, everyone is here. Hurry up, or we might freeze to death." It was not until precisely 8 o'clock that Lee Bin, accompanied by over 40 followers, made his entrance. Upon seeing his companions wielding gleaming machetes, a shiver ran through the crowd, while the sight of knives was somewhat reassuring, as they too were armed with various implements. The sight of Li Bin holding a knife in one hand and a gun in the other, with Zhang San beside him brandishing a shotgun, sent a jolt of fear through them. Although they had previously seen firearms in Su Yang's videos, witnessing them in reality was a different matter entirely. Li Bin chuckled and greeted them. "I hope you haven't been waiting too long. I apologize for underestimating your punctuality. Now that everyone is here, let's not waste any more time and head to the basement of Su Yang's house." He stated plainly, "To compensate for your wait, once we open their door, feel free to take whatever supplies you find inside." A gleam of excitement sparkled in the eyes of over 500 individuals as they armed themselves with steel pipes, hammers, shovels, and various tools, making their way from the underground parking lot towards the basement of Villa 001. With these individuals leading the charge, Li Bin subtly gestured to his subordinates. They slowed their pace, trailing behind, especially as they approached the entrance to Su Yang's basement, intentionally creating distance from those he had incited. At last, they have arrived. Su Yang extracted a bottle of 82 Lafite, pouring it into a crystal glass. He elegantly swirled it before taking a delicate sip. Observing the dark throng on the screen, he refrained from making any immediate move. "Open the door," Li Bin scoffed. In truth, his words were unnecessary. Some had already commenced their efforts. The door to Su Yang's basement appeared seamlessly integrated, unmistakably an electronic barrier. Such doors boast remarkable anti-theft properties, impervious to standard tools. They had not contemplated employing conventional methods. A robust man, brawny and imposing, gripped a massive hammer, striking the door with all his might. Bang! The resounding noise echoed through the underground garage, leaving those nearby wincing from the reverberation. The man's hands tingled from the impact, nearly losing his grip on the hammer. As the crowd gazed at the door, they were astonished to find it unchanged, the paint intact. "What on earth is this door made of? It's extraordinarily resilient," the man grumbled, raising the hammer once more to deliver another blow. Again, a thunderous sound erupted. Yet the door remained unscathed. "Have you not eaten? If you can't handle it, let us take over." Some jeered, mockingly suggesting his bulk was a sheer waste of resources. The door truly was formidable. Doubts about his own strength began to fester within the man, igniting a sense of indignation. Before he could make a move, someone brandished a cutting machine. The grinding wheel whirred violently as it approached the door. The moment the wheel made contact with the door, it emitted a piercing sound. Sparks flew, and before long, the entire grinding wheel was worn down, yet the door remained unscathed. "Damn it!" The individual wielding the cutting machine cursed vehemently. He kicked the basement door with force. Ouch! The excruciating pain rendered him unsteady, causing the cutting machine to clatter to the ground. At that moment, the patience of the onlookers had worn thin. They unleashed their tools upon the door, shouting vehemently, "Su Yang, you cowardly turtle, come out this instant." Amidst the cacophony of noise and the sight of enraged, contorted faces on the screen, Su Yang let out a cold snort. He gently pressed a button to the left, revealing a 20-inch screen of indiscernible material at the outer layer of the basement door. The dashing Su Yang appeared on the screen, holding a glass of red wine. Addressing the crowd, "Who are these wild dogs that dare disturb my repose? What madness is this? Do you all wish for death?" Chapter 54. Leave your life behind. Over 500 individuals gazed through the screen, witnessing Su Yang leisurely savoring his wine, and their anger surged. Ignoring his warning, they retorted furiously, "Why do you get to live in comfort while we suffer in the cold and go hungry? My circumstances are none of your concern." Su Yang replied with a cold smirk, taking a sip of his wine. "I warn you for the last time, if you do not depart, do not blame me for unleashing a massacre." "Humph." Li Bin snorted coldly, staring straight at Su Yang. "Do you have the ability to kill us? There are so many of us. Even a single spit from each of us could drown you. You're really useless, Li Bin." Hearing the other party's voice, Su Yang sneered. "Afraid to come after me alone? You had to gather so many people to die together. I thought you were something special. But you're just a disappointment even when given a chance." As he spoke, Su Yang turned to look at the crowd in front of the door again and said faintly, "Don't you have any sense? Lured by Li Bin, you come to cause trouble for me. You can't even scratch my door. What makes you think you can seize my supplies? Be careful not to be used. Brothers, don't listen to his nonsense." Li Bin's face changed when he heard Su Yang trying to drive a wedge between them. Then he regained his composure and sneered. "Although his door is strong, it may not withstand the simultaneous attack of 500 of us. Your attempt to create discord only proves that you're afraid and trying to intimidate us into backing down without a fight. Let's charge together and smash his door. Right. With so many of us, what do we have to fear? Let's go together. I don't believe we can't handle a mere villa." Many people echoed, eager for action. "Since you're so eager to court death, come ahead," Su Yang said icily. "Don't blame me for not warning you. It'll be too late to plead for mercy then. What else can you do? Spraying ice water or shooting arrows, that's all." Li Bin spoke up, "But this is not the ground. There are no water sprays or archery stations here. Did you really think you could intimidate us?" As soon as Li Bin's voice faded, over 500 individuals simultaneously unfurled their umbrellas. The mention of cold water instilled a foreboding sense of dread among them. Previously, while clearing snow, some had already sought trouble with Su Yang. Judging from past behavior, Su Yang appeared to be quite cunning, having fortified his villa so robustly. Moreover, he had preemptively prepared water sprayers and compound bows. What rational person would anticipate such preparations? Such measures reflected a profound fear of death. Consequently, those who had come today were well prepared, particularly those standing at the entrance. Each of them cautiously used their umbrellas to shield themselves, leaving no gaps. They slowly advanced, urging one another not to hesitate and to swiftly resolve the conflict. Li Bin, observing this scene, shouted, "He can't spray water or shoot arrows here. What are you afraid of? It's freezing outside, and we cannot afford to drag this out." The crowd considered his words and recognized the truth in them. Yet they clung to their umbrellas. The first few dozen individuals wielded tools and struck forcefully against the door. Heaven's misdeeds can still spare a life, but self-inflicted calamity is inescapable. Su Yang coldly regarded these individuals intent on courting death. He uttered a final remark and severed communication with them. The screen on the gate vanished, restoring the door to its original state. However, every movement outside was meticulously monitored by him via radar. At the precise moment when the group struck the gate, a surge of high-voltage electricity surged forth. Arcs and sparks crackled from the equipment, and the unfortunate dozen were hurled backward, screaming, as they were struck by the electric current. A multitude of individuals was knocked down behind me, while the equipment that fell to the ground ignited under the intense heat. A foul, burnt aroma wafted through the basement, reminiscent of pork charred to a crisp in one's home. This was dire. The door was electrified with high voltage, witnessing the tragic demise of several companions. One individual quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and retreated hastily. Meanwhile, others stood frozen in terror, gazing at the door before them, which flickered ominously with arcs of electricity, their hearts wavering with trepidation. "What on earth are we so afraid of?" Li Bin brandished his pistol, directing it towards the grim faces of the over 500 individuals before him, and bellowed, "Is it merely the high voltage on the door that has instilled such fear in you? There is no peril elsewhere. We can simply break through the wall. Who knows if Su Yang has any tricks left up his sleeve?" Someone begrudgingly shook his head. He had no intention of sacrificing his life. Li Bin's gaze turned icy as he regarded this individual, tempted to pull the trigger. Yet, he understood that this was not the opportune moment. To act against these people now would inevitably incite their wrath, potentially uniting them against him and falling right into Su Yang's cunning trap. His mind raced, and in an instant, a plan materialized. He shouted to all present, "Is a single Su Yang capable of instilling such fear in you? If we return empty-handed this time, We shall never have the chance to confront him again. Rather than waiting to perish in this frigid desolation, let us take a bold gamble. Li Bin brandished his pistol, asserting, "We possess firearms and an abundance of equipment. Even if we must pry our way through, we can breach this basement. Once inside, we shall never again worry about food. Indeed, why should we fear with so many of us?" Li Bin's entourage echoed in fervor. "Eliminate Su Yang, seize the supplies." In an instant, the enthusiasm of all was rekindled. They discarded their umbrellas and wielded their tools, striking at the walls flanking the basement door. Alas, despite their utmost efforts, they could not inflict even the slightest damage upon the sturdy walls. Just as confusion washed over their faces, Su Yang, seated before the screen, smiled faintly. He activated the villa's counterattack system. Under his command, numerous fist-sized holes materialized in the walls, from which emerged several ominous black gun barrels. Some, still hopeful that their exertions had borne fruit, were about to rejoice when, bang, 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 the gunfire erupted, and several individuals collapsed in a pool of blood. The crimson liquid quickly congealed in the frigid air. "Run! They have guns!" Someone finally grasped the dire situation, shouting as they discarded their tools and fled. "No one is allowed to escape. Return at once." Li Bin's expression turned grave as he fired 2 shots towards the upper parking garage. Yet his pleas fell upon deaf ears. In that fleeting moment of their retreat, a barrage of AK-47s, under the control of the counterattack system, unleashed a relentless hail of bullets upon the crowd. Each AK-47, capable of holding 30 rounds with an effective range of 400 meters, could ideally fire 600 rounds per minute. As a multitude of AK-47s discharged simultaneously, the cacophony of gunfire ensued. The bullets flew wildly, reaping the lives of those attempting to escape like a merciless scythe. In the blink of an eye, over 100 souls lay lifeless near the entrance of Su Yang's basement. As the gun automatically reloaded, the remaining individuals scrambled in disarray, fleeing in every possible direction. The underground parking garage, with its numerous supporting pillars, prevented the bullets from curving, allowing many to escape to a considerable distance. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene, Li Bin and his cadre of over 40 subordinates dared not linger. They turned and fled at the onset of the first volley. Su Yang, observing the screen depicting these panicked souls like lost dogs, smirked coldly, thinking, "It won't be so easy to escape. Since they have come, they shall pay with their lives." Chapter 55, Deployment of Intelligent Electronic Dogs. Su Yang was resolute in ensuring these individuals did not evade capture. Having recognized their ill intentions, he intended to eliminate them all in one fell swoop, inflicting pain and instilling fear. He harbored no sympathy for those who wished him harm. Once more, he pressed a button, awakening the intelligent electronic dogs concealed throughout the parking structure. Each of these robotic canines was equipped with weaponry and controlled by a sophisticated system capable of discerning friend from foe. With a mere command from Su Yang, they would execute their tasks without hesitation, delivering lethal strikes to the enemies. As dozens of individuals approached the elevator, they were met with the sight of several electronic dogs fixating on them. A chill ran down their spines upon noticing the firearms mounted on these robotic beasts, awakening a sense of dread. They could not fathom from whence Su Yang had procured such advanced technology, nor could they comprehend how he had amassed so many weapons. Their minds were consumed by a singular thought: escape. Retreating further was an impossibility, as the grim fate of the over 100 individuals previously shot lingered painfully in their memories. Dozens of individuals exchanged a tacit glance and shouted in unison, "Life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility are ordained by the heavens. Whether we survive or not rests solely on our luck." They promptly turned and fled in different directions. In that very instant, the intelligent robotic dogs unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Several individuals were struck in the chest, collapsing to the ground, their bodies convulsing as life ebbed away. A dozen robotic dogs then fired additional rounds into the fallen, ensuring their demise. Subsequently, they turned their attention to the remaining escapees. Those targeted by the robotic dogs were not limited to this group. Everyone faced the same fate. Whether they fled together or alone, no one was spared. The robotic dogs unleashed by Su Yang had effectively blocked all exits of the underground parking lot in the Fengyun residential complex, as well as the stairwells and elevators. After eliminating those who had scattered in panic, they began to encircle the remaining survivors. From an initial group of over 500, only a little more than 100 remained. The sound of gunfire echoed incessantly, accompanied by the wails of the dying. Casualties mounted rapidly, and soon only Li Bin and his 40-odd comrades were left. Positioned at the rear, they quickly sensed the danger and made their escape. Their losses were minimal. Initially, only 2 of their younger members were shot, while 3 others sustained gunshot wounds to their arms. As they witnessed the relentless pursuit of the robotic dogs, Li Bin and his companions felt a chilling sense of dread, as if they were entrenched in a futuristic battlefield. During their flight, they too were intercepted by the robotic dogs. Fortunately, armed with a shotgun, they managed to eliminate 2 of the mechanical beasts, creating an opening through which they could escape. However, 10 of the underlings were left behind. When the remaining group finally reached the elevator entrance of Building 24, a sigh of relief escaped their lips. Yet, before they could fully comprehend the situation, gunfire erupted once more. 2 of the underlings fell, struck in the chest. Li Bin, his heart racing, gazed ahead and saw a dozen armed robotic dogs waiting for them. Enraged, he bellowed at his subordinates, "Charge with me. If we don't, we'll all perish when the pursuers arrive." With that, he surged forward, the shotgun in his hands emitting a deafening roar. Flames erupting from the muzzle as he fired upon one of the robotic dogs. They dashed towards the elevator entrance at breakneck speed. The others, fueled by desperation, followed suit. The robotic dogs unleashed a volley of gunfire, claiming the lives of several more underlings, who collapsed beside the elevator, just moments from opening. Li Bin, gripping his shotgun, fired 7 or 8 rounds at the robotic dogs, managing to strike only 2. Ding! At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and Li Bin along with the remaining underlings hurried inside. Fortunately, most of his men had already fallen, leaving only a handful of them, thus avoiding overloading the elevator. As the doors slowly closed, Li Bin and his comrades exhaled in relief, stealing fearful glances at the robotic dogs outside, wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads. However, before they could fully appreciate their survival, the remaining robotic dogs turned and unleashed another barrage at the already closed elevator doors. The sound of gunfire was deafening, and at such close range, bullets penetrated the elevator doors, aimed directly at the trapped occupants within, leaving them with nowhere to hide. The man at the very front was shot and fell. In an instant, the elevator was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Fortunately, Li Bin, standing at the rear, was not hit. It was not until the elevator ascended from the underground garage to the first floor that those robotic dogs ceased firing. Li Bin nervously felt all over his body with his hands. After confirming that he was uninjured, he let out a long sigh of relief. Then, along with the other underlings, he realized that out of the dozen or so people who had initially entered the elevator, only 6, including himself, were still alive. Even Zhang San, who was usually extremely fierce, was so frightened that his face turned deathly pale and his legs trembled. The pistol he had been holding dropped to his feet. Needless to say, the others were all stunned, rooted to the spot, and some even lost control of their bowels. A nauseating smell, mingled with the stench of blood, was so overpowering that it made people's eyes sting, forcing back the discomfort in his stomach. Li Bin picked up the pistol and tucked it into his waist. He leaned against the elevator wall behind him, cradling a shotgun in his arms, and only then did he fully relax. Moments later, the elevator stopped at the 17th floor. When the door opened, Li Bin led 5 underlings, all with expressions of lingering fear, out of the elevator. As for those who had died inside, he paid them no heed. Once back home, Li Bin, Zhang San, and the others finally came to their senses and slumped to the ground. On the screen, Su Yang watched as all those who had come to cause trouble for him, except for Li Bin and the other 5, were eliminated. The 200 to 300 intelligent robotic dogs in the underground garage dragged all the corpses out of the garage, slightly cleaned up the blood on the ground, and retrieved the few damaged robotic dogs. These robotic dogs were the heroes of this operation, and Su Yang would never abandon them. In case someone with ulterior motives takes them, repairs them, and makes use of them again, wouldn't it bring trouble upon oneself? Although those several robotic dogs were damaged, the guns installed on them were still functional. They must not fall into the wrong hands. Su Yang disassembled the guns from those broken robotic dogs and simultaneously stored them in the space. He replenished ammunition for the remaining robotic dogs, fully charged their batteries, and released them again. Subsequently, he prepared a table full of delicious dishes: sweet and sour spare ribs, candied sweet potatoes, lobsters, abalones, stewed chicken with mushrooms, and stir, fried potato, eggplant, and green pepper. After placing them on the dining table, he opened a bottle of Maotai and poured it into the wine glass. Then he casually took a photo, posted it in the community group with the caption, "For friends, there is fine wine. for enemies. There is a shotgun. The content posted by Su Yang was quickly seen by most people in the community group. Throughout the whole morning, the people in the entire community could hear clear gunshots and screams. At first, no one thought it was Su Yang who did it. They thought the police had come. Not until lunchtime, when the families of those who had gone to cause trouble for Su Yang didn't wait for their loved ones to come back, did they realize that something bad must have happened. Chapter 56. Killing until one feels fear now. Seeing the photo of Su Yang having a meal posted in the group, they were even more certain that the other party had won. Their relatives would never come back. While cursing Su Yang in their hearts, those people drooled at the food in the photo, especially Li Bin, who stared at the picture in the group with a gloomy look, constantly swallowing his saliva. Boss, we're hungry. At this time, Wang Lu said while covering his growling stomach. Let's eat first. Li Bin said coldly to Duan Qian, you damned bitch. Go cook right now. Upon hearing the words in the bedroom, Duan Qian's expression darkened instantly. What is there left at home? You consumed everything this morning. Now, not only is there no flour, but not a single grain of rice remains. Upon hearing this, Li Bin's countenance shifted dramatically as he muttered darkly. How could the supplies from the neighborhood committee be exhausted so swiftly? He failed to consider that there had been over 40 mouths to feed. Glancing at the remaining 5 brothers, whose stomachs were growling with hunger, the fear on his face lingered. Coldly he declared, come, follow me outside. At this moment, he was compelled to take action against the neighbors in Building 24. Initially, he had intended to deal with Su Yang first, coercing these individuals into becoming his subordinates, thereby gradually consolidating control over the entire Fengyan community. However, that plan was now abandoned. He was on the brink of starvation and could no longer afford to be concerned about such matters. Armed, Li Bin and his subordinates exited their home and once more entered the elevator. As they beheld the lifeless bodies of their comrades within, a profound silence enveloped them. The elevator halted at the 23rd floor. The 6 men disembarked. After surveying the doors of the 2 units on the top floor, Li Bin chose to open the left one first. He ascended, swiftly dispatching the male occupant with a knife, instructing his men to restrain the female occupant, before proceeding to the other unit. Before long, he returned with a tearful woman in tow, along with some supplies. He bound the 2 women and commenced preparing a meal. Once they had feasted, Li Bin turned his gaze towards the weeping women. Su Yang sleeps with my wife. Why should I not indulge in another man's wife? Li Bin thought wickedly. He then commanded Zhang San and Wang Lu, hold these 2 women down for me. Once I have indulged myself, you may proceed. The glint of depravity shone in Zhang San's eyes as he and his companions approached the 2 women. Terrified, the women huddled in the corner, powerless against the 5 burly men. Over an hour later, Li Bin and his companions, having looted all supplies, took the 2 women back to their dwelling. Upon seeing the 2 women brought in, Duan Qian refrained from comment. She was astute enough to recognize that this was not the moment to adopt her previous demeanor. Otherwise, she could find herself in dire straits. Although Li Bin felt a surge of irritation upon seeing Duan Qian, he nonetheless offered her a piece of bread to prevent her from succumbing to starvation. Duan Qian said nothing and began to eat the bread. After venting their frustrations, the lingering sense of dread gradually dissipated within Li Bin and Zhang San's group. The 6 sat in silence until Zhang San, unable to contain himself, broke the stillness, asking, Boss, Su Yang possesses an overwhelming array of advanced equipment. Engaging him feels akin to fighting a future war. We are simply no match. What shall we do next? The other 4 looked at him with hopeful expressions, still haunted by memories of their previous encounter, nearly succumbing to fear once more. Let us bide our time. Li Bin suggested thoughtfully, addressing the 5. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. After all, Su Yang is unlikely to emerge from his villa without hesitation. Even if he wields high-tech weaponry, it does not guarantee he can reach us. We possess firearms as well. Within Building 24, none can stand against us. Once we have consolidated control over Building 24, we can gradually subjugate the other buildings and muster a force to confront Su Yang head-on. I cannot believe that his resources will be exhausted. Once his food supply is depleted, he will be compelled to vacate the villa, at which point we shall have him at our mercy. Upon hearing this, the 5 others also grasped the logic and ceased their discussions about Su Yang. They were not inclined to take the risk of being murdered by intruding upon the rival's villa again. Suddenly, Zhang San seemed to have an epiphany. His eyes sparkled as he glanced toward Duan Qian in the bedroom. Addressing Li Bin, he inquired, Boss, what about our sister-in-law? What are you suggesting? Li Bin's gaze pierced through Zhang San like a blade, instilling a sense of dread in him. Nevertheless, he continued, since your sister-in-law has already betrayed you, why not share her with the brothers? How dare you? Li Bin erupted in fury, slamming his pistol onto the table. Your sister-in-law may have shared a bed with Su Yang, but it was for our sake. If not for her, we would have long languished in prison. From now on, should anyone dare to lay a hand on your sister-in-law, do not blame me for turning against you. Upon witnessing their leader's wrath, Zhang San, Wang Lu, and the others fell silent, casting unfriendly glances at the two women who had been brought back. The two women, sensing the peril, were reduced to tears and retreated further. Alas, they were ultimately no match for Zhang San and his companions, who cornered them. Li Bin, observing this scene, chose not to intervene. Instead, he returned to the bedroom and closed the door. At this juncture, it was imperative to allow his subordinates some leeway. Otherwise, the cohesion of the group would falter, making leadership increasingly difficult. That day, the entire Fengyun community was far from tranquil, beginning with the gunfire and anguished cries that echoed through the morning. By afternoon, the sound of weeping echoed from several buildings throughout the community. The men of the household had vanished without a trace, and supplies were dwindling rapidly. The entire neighborhood was in disarray, and the women who had lost their husbands were filled with trepidation. What haunted them most was the fear of retribution from Su Yang. Yet, such worries did not perturb him in the slightest. He continued to indulge in his daily routines, dining and drinking as usual. After a period of rest, he engaged in fitness, swimming, tending to his plants, and feeding his koi fish. As night fell and the hour grew late, Su Yang commenced his review of the day's events. Although he had taken the lives of over 500 individuals, he had witnessed the formidable power of high-tech weaponry. There remained a slight shortcoming. Despite the significant lethality of the intelligent robotic dogs, their speed and agility were somewhat lacking. Unlike humans, they could not shoot freely without adjusting their direction, which had allowed Li Bin and his companions to escape. Nonetheless, Su Yang felt a sense of satisfaction with his achievements, having eliminated over 500 foes while only losing 4 robotic dogs. A mere trifle when measured against their unit cost in the hundreds of thousands. As for the fleeing Li Bin, Su Yang had no intention of letting him go. He resolved to pursue him relentlessly, planning a surprise attack for the night. Uncharacteristically, he stayed up late, retrieving an armed drone from his space. He piloted it out of the villa, directing it towards Building 24. This drone was equipped not only with advanced weaponry and reconnaissance equipment, but also carried an intelligent robotic dog beneath it. Ascending steadily, the drone's flight path remained unaffected by the heavy snowfall. Chapter 57 Midnight Assassination. What noise is that? How deafening. The sound of the small drone's propellers resonates quite loudly in the stillness of the night. In Building 24, those who are not in a deep slumber are irked by the commotion. Yet, even when roused, no one dares to emerge from their warm blankets to investigate the disturbance. After all, the chill outside is rather biting. Meanwhile, Su Yang remotely pilots the drone from his villa, directing it to hover outside the balcony of Li Bin's residence on the 17th floor. He unleashes a barrage of fire, a relentless onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets shatter the glass on the balcony, even severing the security railing of the outer door. The glass and railing do not impede the force of the bullets as they soar into the living room. Puff, puff, puff. 2 of Li Bin's subordinates, still lost in slumber, have no chance to react before they are turned into mere husks. Not good. We are under attack. Zhang San roars, throwing off his thick blanket and frantically scrambling into the side room for cover. The cold wind that rushes in through the open space jolts the other 2 awake, prompting them to hastily follow Zhang San into the sanctuary of the side room. Tragically, the 2 women they had captured suffer a grim fate. Exhausted from a day of turmoil, they had finally settled into a deep sleep, only to be met with a hail of bullets, succumbing to an untimely death. Until their last moment, they never opened their eyes to behold the world once more. Li Bin, startled awake by the gunfire, instinctively sits up, inadvertently kicking Duan Qian off the bed. Grasping his shotgun, he remains vigilant, reluctant to exit the confines of his bedroom. And the 3 of them, Zhang San included, were huddled up, their faces contorted with terror. Could it be that Su Yang had come charging over? Wang Lu asked, his voice quivering. In his subconscious, the only one daring to attack them was Su Yang, and only he had such an ability. I don't think so, Zhang San said, sounding rather unsure. That fellow is extremely timid. How could he dare to step out of the villa? Then what shall we do now? Another person asked. No matter who is launching a sneak attack, we can't just wait here to die. If we keep like this, We'll either be killed in the fight or freeze to death. It seems we can only charge out and fight. Zhang San gritted his teeth and stood up, about to open the door. How can we fight? Wang Lu's face was etched with fear. The guns are all with the boss. Are we going to fight them with our fists? The other person nodded in agreement. They definitely didn't want to charge out like this and become easy targets. We can only pin our hopes on the boss. Zhang San stopped in his tracks and murmured. Then he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Boss, save us." Hearing Zhang San's cry for help, Li Bin asked Duan Qian to peek out to check the situation outside. After making sure there was no one at the door, he put on his clothes, held a shotgun, and cautiously opened the door. Immediately, a gust of cold wind blew in from the balcony. Li Bin had already realized that the enemy had fired shots into the living room from outside the balcony, but their apartment was on the 17th floor. What kind of person could climb up to the 17th floor in such heavy snow and frigid environment? Was that person insane? Suddenly, Li Bin thought of a possibility. The only one who could do such a thing was Su Yang. Li Bin inched his way along the corridor from the bedroom to the living room. Gradually, the sound of the drone's propellers spinning frantically could be heard. Damn it! Li Bin cursed loudly. It's a drone. In this era, although such small drones were not extremely common, they were fairly prevalent. Li Bin had seen quite a few of them. He could tell just by listening to the sound. However, among ordinary people in the country, no one dared to install weapons on them and convert them into military use ones. Only someone extremely audacious would do that. In his heart, he already knew that this drone was sent by Su Yang. After all, during the day, he had witnessed those electronic dogs that had been transformed into killing machines by the other side. That sly guy, why is he so despicable? Li Bin cursed inwardly. Clearly, he had so many firearms and ammunition that he could dominate the entire Fengyan community, yet he was as timid as a mouse, hiding in the villa and not daring to come out, using unmanned devices to do everything. Regarding Su Yang's behavior, Li Bin felt a deep sense of helplessness and an unprecedented fear in his heart. The other side had an extremely solid and secure stronghold, and so many unmanned devices with powerful firepower output. It was an integrated offense-defense system without any flaws. How could one fight against him? Despite being afraid, he couldn't let the other side kill all his subordinates. Otherwise, he would be left all alone. How could he survive in this icy apocalypse? Li Bin shouted towards the opposite side bedroom, "Don't be in a hurry. The other side is using a drone. It can't break in for the time being. I'll think of a way to shoot down the drone outside first." After shouting, Li Bin returned to the bedroom and asked Duan Qian to help push out a solid wood wardrobe. Although Duan Qian was extremely reluctant in her heart, under the coercion of Li Bin, she had no choice but to do so. The two slowly shifted the cabinet, inching it into the hall. The moment the cabinet emerged, the drone outside began to fire wildly. In an instant, bullets flew everywhere. The sofas in the living room were riddled with bullet holes. Some bullets even embedded in the wall. A corner of the solid wood cabinet was shattered. Li Bin kicked the cabinet out, exposing the entire cabinet to the drone's shooting range. The moment the bullets flew towards the cabinet, he pressed his hand against the corridor wall and fired without even looking. Bang! The powerful recoil made Li Bin's arm go numb. He quickly retracted his arm after shooting. Since he had no line of sight, that shot missed. Su Yang, through the infrared on the drone, saw the tremulous expressions on the faces of Li Bin and Zhang San, and a sneer curled his lips. Did they think he couldn't do anything to them just because they were hiding behind cover? Su Yang controlled the drone to fly to the shattered balcony and dropped a fully armed robotic dog. The robotic dog slowly walked into the living room. Li Bin heard the sound of the drone getting louder and seemed to have entered the balcony. He steeled himself, picked up the quilt from the bedroom, preparing to cover the drone with the quilt and pull it down. But just as he returned, the sound of the drone disappeared. Li Bin knitted his brows tightly and still dared not show his head. He went back and grabbed a bedside table, throwing it towards the living room. Bang, bang, bang. The robotic dog detected something flying out and fired in quick succession. The bedside table was broken into pieces before it hit the ground. My goodness. Li Bin gasped for breath, leaning against the wall. The enemy proved to be incredibly tenacious, seemingly bent on complete annihilation. He could confirm that the drone had withdrawn, yet it left behind an intelligent robotic dog in the room. Oh no. As if struck by a sudden realization, Li Bin shouted at the three people in the side bedroom. Quick, come out. Don't linger. Open the door and run out. Rather clever indeed, Su Yang exclaimed, observing the audio transmitted by the robotic dog. After deploying the robotic dog, he maneuvered the drone to make a detour and positioned it outside the window of the side bedroom, ready to launch a pincer attack on those inside. Just as he was about to open fire on the three in the side bedroom, Zhang San and the others, upon hearing Li Bin's shout, were initially taken aback. Then, gritting their teeth, they opened the door and rushed out. At that very moment, the weapon mounted on the drone roared, and bullets sprayed out. Chapter 58. A stray dog fleeing for its life. Fortunately, Zhang San and the others had fled swiftly enough, and the bullets struck the area where they had been moments before. The floor and walls were riddled with holes. The instant Zhang San and the others opened the door and emerged, the intelligent robotic dog also opened fire. For a while, gunshots rang out incessantly, and bullets rained down towards the three of them. Damn it! Sensing the bullets whizzing past him, Zhang San cursed loudly, with the door within reach. Fearing that he might be hit, Zhang San grabbed Wang Lu beside him and pushed him backward, using him as a shield. "Aya!" A scream rang out as the bullet struck Wang Lu. Blood spurted from Wang Lu's entire body, which was riddled with bullet holes. Taking this opportunity, Li Bin darted out, lunged towards the center of the living room in one swift move, and fired in the direction of the robotic dog. As the entire living room was pitch black, he could only rely on his instincts. This shot missed again. Li Bin's heart sank, and he abruptly pulled another person in front of him. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, more than a dozen bullets struck this underling. Scalding hot blood splattered all over him. Just as the second round of bullets was about to come, Zhang San opened the door. The two of them leaped out and then locked the door. A row of bullets hit the anti-theft door, emitting an ear-piercing sound. Li Bin and Zhang San, who had narrowly escaped death, had their legs go weak. Leaning against the wall, they slowly sat down, gasping for breath. Su Yang, watching the two escape on the screen, shook his head helplessly. He didn't continue to control the drone to pursue and kill Li Bin and the other. "You're lucky this time. I'll come back tomorrow night." Su Yang smiled. He gave another command to the drone, and the drone returned to the balcony of Li Bin's house. The intelligent electronic dog backed out of the living room and was carried back to the villa by the drone. It wasn't that Su Yang didn't want to pursue them to the end, but once the single drone and the intelligent electronic dog fully entered the corridor, the space was too narrow, making them vulnerable to being destroyed by the enemy. Since the enemy escaped tonight, he would wait until tomorrow night. Anyway, there were only two of them left, and Duan Xian was instinctively ignored by him. Even if he couldn't kill Li Bin and Zhang Sin immediately, Su Yang only needed to harass them every night. Even if he couldn't kill them, he could drive them to mental breakdown. After a while, Duan Xian heard no movement in the living room. Her tense heart finally relaxed. She curled up, hugged her head, and burst into tears. She hated Li Bin's heartlessness, ruthlessness. At the critical moment, he actually abandoned her and ran away. Zhang San, his body bare, was shivering from the icy draft in the corridor, his hands and feet stiff. He stammered to Li Bin, "Boss, do something. I'm freezing to death." Only then did Li Bin notice that the other was wearing nothing but a pair of underwear. How reckless, he thought. Who else would get frozen if not you? But he couldn't just watch the man freeze to death. After all, this was his only remaining underling. Another 20 seconds passed. When Zhang Sen could no longer endure the cold, Li Bin roared, "Get out of the way." Then he fired a shot at the anti-theft door opposite. Bang! At the sound of the gunshot, the lock of the anti-theft door distorted and opened automatically. Li Bin kicked open the inner door, and he and Zhang San entered the neighbor's house across the way. As soon as the door was opened, a blinding light came from inside. Due to the huge commotion made by Li Bin's place, all the residents of Building 24 woke up, especially Li Bin's neighbor, who had turned on the light long ago. As a precaution, the neighbor was waiting behind the door with a kitchen knife in hand. When Li Bin saw the man tremblingly holding the knife handle, without a word, he fired a shot at the man's head. Bang! The man's head burst open, and his body fell to the ground. The kitchen knife clanged as it dropped. "Ah!" The hostess rushed out of the bedroom. Seeing her husband dead, she let out a scream. Li Bin rushed forward in one swift move and slapped her across the face. "Shut up." The woman was stunned by the slap and lay on the ground, unable to speak. Zhang Sen rushed into the bedroom at top speed, found some warm clothes, and put them on. It was a long while before he gradually felt sensation return to his limbs. The two bound the woman and hid in a small room without a balcony. It was not until 3 or 4 o'clock in the early morning, when they felt there was no movement outside, that they heaved a sigh of relief. In Li Bin's house, with the balcony and the windows of the side bedroom all broken, wind was whistling through everywhere. Even though Duan Qian was in the bedroom, the air conditioner was turned up to the maximum and she was wrapped in several layers of quilts, yet she couldn't feel a trace of warmth. She could only force herself to endure the fear in her heart and, trembling, stepped out of the bedroom. When she turned on the light in the living room, she found that all the furniture in the living room had been smashed. There were bullet holes all over the wall. Without daring to stay for a single moment, she wrapped the quilt around herself and turned to go out. When she saw that there were signs of gunshots on the anti-theft door of the neighbor across the way, she knew without thinking that Li Bin was hiding here. At this time, she had nowhere else to go. If she fell into the hands of others, she might end up in a more miserable situation. She still had to rely on Li Bin, so she began to knock on the door. Dong dong. The sudden knocking startled Li Bin and Zhang San. The two looked at each other, their faces full of vigilance as they pricked up their ears. Dong dong. The knocking sounded again. Let's go and have a look. Li Bin took out the pistol tucked in his waist and handed it to Zhang San. He himself picked up the shotgun, placed not far away. The two walked out of the room cautiously, afraid of making any footsteps, and slowly made their way to the living room. Li Bin held the gun with both hands, aiming at the direction of the door, and gave Zhang San a wink. Who is it? Zhang San asked. It's me, your sister-in-law. Hearing that the voice coming from the room was Zhang San's, Duan Qian felt relieved and then continued, the house is all smashed up. There's so much wind coming in and it's too cold. Open the door for me quickly. Zhang San cast a glance at Li Bin and witnessed the latter wave his hand. Zhang San took the hint and advanced gingerly. He grasped the doorknob and pushed outwards. The instant the door swung open, he and Li Bin simultaneously aimed their guns outside. They were ready to fire at the slightest sign of trouble. After the door opened and they confirmed that only Duan Qian was there, they finally felt relieved and lowered their guns. They yanked Duan Qian into the room and closed the door again. That night, neither Li Bin nor Zhang San slept well. Even when they were unbearably sleepy and dozed off, they were immediately jolted awake by nightmares. They were truly terrified of Su Yang. From over 40 people originally, in just one day, only the two of them remained. Moreover, they had to be constantly on guard against sneak attacks. They dared not even stay in rooms with windows, instead choosing to hide in more enclosed houses. But for how long could they hide like this? Li Bin felt melancholy in his heart, knowing that Su Yang would never let him go. Only then did they experience what it truly meant to be a homeless dog. Not until 8 o'clock in the morning did Li Bin and Zhang San relax. They asked Duan Qian to cook a meal. After filling their stomachs, they returned to the enclosed room to sleep with Zhang San. And throughout Fengyun community, there were countless people who didn't sleep that night. The gunshots at night were extremely loud and dense, making it impossible for them to fall asleep. From dawn till dusk, the gunshots rang out frequently, as if there was a battle going on. And since the gunshots came from a place not far from them, no one could sleep. Chapter 59, Acting with Principles. The combination of sleeplessness and hunger made some people extremely panicked. Wailing sounds filled Fengyun community. On the 8th day of the ice and snow apocalypse, Su Yang, unusually, didn't wake up early. He slept straight until noon. The first thing he did upon rising was to prepare a table full of dishes and then indulged in a delicious meal. Just as his mouth was greasy with food, the display screen lit up. A figure emerged in the underground garage, wrapped up tightly. However, from the figure's silhouette, Su Yang recognized that it was Tang Qing, Wang Ping's girlfriend. What was she doing here? Su Yang furrowed his brows. He controlled the outside cameras and called up all the surrounding images. After confirming she was alone, his curiosity grew even stronger. Tang Qing advanced cautiously in the underground garage. The occasional pungent smell of blood made her somewhat uncomfortable. Nevertheless, she endured it. More than the smell of blood, she was terrified of starving to death. So, after much consideration today, she decided to come to Su Yang. She wondered if she could borrow some food from him. After all, the heavy snow had been falling continuously for 8 days without the slightest sign of stopping. The food supplies of other residents in Fengyun community should be almost exhausted. Only Su Yang had delicious food here. Tang Qing was ready to take a chance. Before long, Tang Qing arrived at the door of the basement of Su Yang's villa. She knocked on the door with her hand and said, Su Yang, could you please open the door for me? Su Yang had no intention of opening the door. He pressed a button, and a display screen appeared on the gate. A table full of dishes came into view of the person in front. Upon seeing this, Tang Qing couldn't help but swallow her saliva repeatedly. She pleaded, Su Yang, could you give me some food? I'm almost starving to death. Why should I give you my food? Su Yang asked irritably. All of us are neighbors. Tang Qing's voice was tinged with sobs. The supplies in other people's homes are almost used up. Only you can help me. Moreover, you've stored so much. Giving me a little wouldn't be a big deal. Su Yang's expression turned displeased. Trying to morally blackmail me? You've targeted the wrong person. He said to her in an ill-tempered manner, "My food was painstakingly stored by me. Although there's a lot, not a single bit of it is useless. You also know what the situation is like outside. Supplies are equivalent to life. Why should I give them to you for no reason? I can buy them. I'm willing to pay whatever price you ask, as long as you can let me have a full meal." Tang Qing said hurriedly. Money? At this time, money is the most useless thing. Su Yang shook his head. If you don't have anything valuable to offer, then leave. Don't disturb my meal. As Su Yang spoke, he was about to close the screen on the door and focus on his meal. No, I'm willing to trade with my body. Seeing that Su Yang was already impatient, Tang Qing quickly played her trump card. I'm still a virgin. Isn't it worth a full meal? Oh, Su Yang was instantly intrigued. Staying alone in the villa for a long time, he indeed needed some release. After all, he was a normal person with normal needs. Moreover, Wang Ping's girlfriend was not bad in terms of appearance and figure, at least an 80-point score. Although she was far from the Su Muyu and Su Yunqi sisters, and even a bit inferior to Ning Kaidai, she could still be considered a beauty. It would be fine to use her for a while. Are you sure you want to trade this for food? Su Yang asked again. Tang Qing nodded. Slap. Just as she nodded, the door in front of her opened. Tang Qing walked in slowly. Click. The moment she entered, the door closed automatically. The sound from behind startled her. Su Yang appeared in front of Tang Qing, holding an AK-47 pointed at her. At the sight of this, Tang Qing's legs went weak and she trembled. Take off your clothes, Su Yang said expressionlessly. Taking off clothes here, I'll freeze to death. Tang Qing was somewhat reluctant. Cut the crap. Take them off quickly. Su Yang snapped. How can I tell if you're carrying any weapons if you don't take off your clothes? Seeing that the other was angry, Tang Qing first took off her mask and hat and threw them on the ground. Then she took off her clothes one by one. After that, she spread her hands to show the other that she wasn't carrying any weapons. And take off those two as well. Su Yang still pointed the gun at her. These two are just undergarments. What weapons could they hide? Tang Qing knitted her brows tightly. But seeing that the other still didn't trust her, she took them off as well. Now she was truly naked. All right. Su Yang nodded. Feeling that the other had a pretty good figure, he put away the gun and said to Tang Qing, come to the first floor hall. With that, he turned and left. Naked as she was, Tang Qing didn't feel the slightest bit of cold. Instead, she felt that Su Yang's home was as warm as spring. And even a gust of warm air blew towards her. She was instantly filled with envy. She rushed to the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor. But there was no response. Without daring to pause for a moment, she ran down the stairs. When she saw that the table in front of Su Yang was filled with sumptuous delicacies, Tang Qing, oblivious to shyness, stared intently. Eat. Have whatever you desire. Su Yang said calmly. Just don't forget our deal after you're done. Upon hearing this, Tang Qing didn't hesitate at all. She sat aside and began to eat. Half an hour later, after finishing the last bowl of soup, Tang Qing started to burp. Go take a bath, Su Yang said straightforwardly, pointing towards the bathroom. Tang Qing knew what was to come. Her face blushing, she entered the bathroom. While enjoying the comfortable warm bath, Tang Qing thought to herself, it would be wonderful if I could live here permanently. Another half an hour passed, and Tang Qing dried the water droplets on her body and came out. Her enchanting figure and fair skin caught Su Yang's eye. Does Wang Ping know that you come to me to exchange for supplies? Su Yang asked indifferently. Tang Qing nodded. Yes. I don't believe it, Su Yang said with a serious expression. I always act with principles. For the deal between us, your family member must be aware. Call Wang Ping. Otherwise, don't even think about taking any supplies from me. Tang Qing didn't understand why he was doing this, but finally, she dialed Wang Ping's number. Before Tang Qing could speak, Su Yang took the phone and said, Wang Ping, your girlfriend is at my place, offering her body in exchange for supplies. Do you know about this? I know. Wang Ping on the other end of the phone was extremely angry, on the verge of cursing. But he held back. He said to Su Yang again, I told Qing to go. Brother Yang, have mercy on us and give us some food. Very well then, Su Yang said with great decisiveness. Since it's with the consent of you, the family member, I won't say anything more. I'll do this favor. But don't hang up. Wait until I've inspected the goods. Naturally, I'll have your girlfriend take the supplies back. As he spoke, he turned on the speakerphone. On the other end of the line, Wang Ping's eyes were bloodshot, and one of his hands tightly grasped the quilt. He didn't dare to hang up the phone, for fear that if he did, the other party would withhold the supplies. Then his whole family would starve to death. Chapter 60, A Fair Deal, charged by the day Tang Qing, who was nearby, blushed more and more as she listened to the conversation between the two. She was an innocent girl who had not experienced such things. Although she knew what was about to happen and had mentally prepared to some extent, she still couldn't bear the thought of someone listening beside her. Even if that person was someone she deeply loathed, he was still nominally her boyfriend. How could she face others in the future? Soo-young didn't care about that. He abruptly pulled the stunned Tang Qing over and ordered, "Turn your body around." Tang Qing was like a puppet, mechanically turning around. Just like that, after 2 hours, Soo-young let out a long breath. He looked at the snowflakes fluttering down outside the window with a refreshed and carefree expression. The pent-up frustration in his heart these days had completely vanished. No wonder some people often said that people, especially men, couldn't be pinned up for too long. Otherwise, they were likely to have problems. Only then did he believe it. He picked up the phone that had been thrown on the ground and said to Wang Ping, "All right, wait for your girlfriend to bring the food back." Then he hung up the phone. On the other end of the line, Wang Ping clenched his fists and forcefully pounded the bed. For a full 2 hours, he listened on this end of the phone for 2 hours. This is unbearable for any man. "Son, just take it easy. It's already good enough that we have something to eat now." Old man Wang comforted. "Let's find a way to survive first. After the snow disaster passes, I'll find you a wife." Just like Wang Ping, old man Wang also listened for 2 hours. He was angry in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't want to starve to death either. In his mind, staying alive was the most important thing. As for a daughter-in-law, forget it. Anyway, the girl didn't fancy their family. At this moment, Tang Qing felt completely weak, lying motionless on the sofa in the living room. Even her fingers were numb. Soo-young entered the bedroom, took out half a box of instant noodles and 2 packs of ham sausages from the space. He came to Tang Qing and said, "This half box of instant noodles is yours, and these 2 packs of ham sausages are a reward for you. By the way, if you want to trade next time, take good care of your body. If someone else touches you, I won't want you." He placed the half box of instant noodles and 2 packs of ham sausages in front of her and said, "Take your things and go. I'm warning you. Be careful on the way. I'm not responsible for after sales." The energetic Soo-young thought to himself, "In the future, I must do more of these fair transactions where each side gets what they need, neither owes the other, and the charges are calculated daily. Moreover, it's beneficial to both physical and mental health." Tang Qing, looking at the half box of instant noodles and 2 packs of ham sausages in front of her, suddenly felt extremely sad. She had exchanged her most precious thing for these items. Suddenly, Tang Qing came up with an idea. Her eyes lit up, and she said to Soo-young, "I'm not leaving. This place is like paradise. There is an abundance of food and drink. It is as warm as spring, and it is extremely safe. I definitely won't leave." Hearing his words, Soo-young was taken aback. Then, in a fit of rage, he exclaimed, "Do I seem too lenient to you?" Bang! He slapped a pistol onto the table and declared, "We had a fair deal. If you try to renege, don't blame me for being ruthless." Tang Qing was so startled that she shuddered. "Please, don't drive me away. I'll do anything you ask. I don't want to go out. It's such a mess outside right now. It's not up to you." Soo-young said icily, "If you leave with your supplies, you can come back when they run out. But if you're trying to mooch off me and stay here, then I'll have no choice but to kill you." He had no intention of letting the other person stay in his villa. He felt no obligation to take care of their life or death. As he spoke, Soo-young picked up the pistol from the table and pointed it directly at Tang Qing's forehead. Seeing that he wasn't joking, she quickly grabbed the instant noodles and ham sausages nearby and scurried down. She put on her clothes, and the door to the basement opened automatically. She limped out. After the door closed again, Tang Qing couldn't help but glance back longingly. Damn it. She almost managed to stay here freeloading. Soo-young was seething with anger. Do they all think I'm too kind? It seems I haven't killed enough people, and the lessons I've taught them aren't profound enough. After the figure disappeared from the underground garage, a cold glint flashed in Soo-young's eyes. Tang Qing walked up to the elevator, hiding the instant noodles and ham sausages on her person. Fearing to step on the corpse in the elevator, she entered with great caution. When she returned to Wang Ping's home, she saw that Grandpa Wang had been waiting for her for a long time. She took out a pack of instant noodles from herself and threw it over, saying, "Eat it." "Just 1 pack of instant noodles?" Grandpa Wang stared blankly at her. "1 pack is already good enough. How many more do you want?" Tang Qing said with an unfriendly expression. Since it's a deal, there must be generous rewards. How could Soo-young only give you 1 pack of instant noodles after taking advantage of you? Grandpa Wang said somewhat unwillingly. "Old thing, watch your mouth." Tang Qing flared up instantly. "You still have the nerve to talk to me about a deal. If it weren't for you people, would I have ended up in this situation?" Tang Qing's eyes were red with infinite grievance, and she coldly said, "This is the only pack of instant noodles. If you don't want to eat it, give it back to me." If you dare to talk nonsense in front of me again, you won't even get the soup. If you have the guts, go ask Su Yang for it yourself." After saying that, Tang Qing ignored him and closed the door of her room. Grandpa Wang gave her a vicious look, then boiled some water and soaked the instant noodles. He ate half of it by himself first, drank a few sips of the soup, and then brought the remaining food to Wang Ping. After Wang Ping finished eating, he fed the rest of the soup to his comatose wife. Su Yang, having resolved his physical needs, was in high spirits. In the afternoon, he continued to work out, swim, and then played some games. He launched a drone again and made it fly towards Building 24. The drone stopped outside the balcony of the neighbor's house on the 17th floor where Li Bin lived. The bullets started to spray inside. Bang, bang, the glass shattered, and the bullets smashed everything in the entire living room. After discovering that there was no one around, the drone flew in the direction of the bedroom and fired again. At this moment, Li Bin, Zhang San, and Duan Qian were all hiding in a small windowless room. When they heard the gunshots again, they were startled. Especially Li Bin and Zhang San, their eyes were bloodshot. They were extremely angry, yet dared not go out. Su Yang, by looking at the images fed back from the infrared, saw that Li Bin and Zhang San had been cowering in the small room. With fear on their faces, they dared not come out. A cold sneer curled up at the corner of Su Yang's mouth. He had the drone smash all the windows before ordering it to return to the villa. All the windows were broken, and the air conditioner inside was also damaged. The whole house was drafty. Even though the four of them were hiding in the windowless room, they couldn't bear the low temperature. Li Bin forced the woman from yesterday to go out and check the situation. After finding that the drone had retreated, Li Bin didn't dare to delay. He led Duan Qian and Zhang San out of the room, planning to find another place to hide. Before leaving, he killed the hostess of this house with a knife. Since he was being hunted and lacked survival supplies, he didn't want to take a burden with him. Chapter 61. Conspiracy. Li Bin, together with Zhang San and Duan Qian, forcefully opened the door of a family in Building 24 and hid inside. At this time, they were in a state of panic. Even when they heard the wind outside, they were at a loss, for fear that it was the drone sent by Su Yang to attack them. "Boss, we can't keep hiding like this," Zhang San said with a worried frown. "If we are constantly harassed like this by the other side, even if we're not killed, how long can we keep hiding?" Li Bin took a deep breath, picked up his mobile phone, and added Su Yang as a friend in the community group. Reluctantly, he made a voice call to the other party. "Su Yang, this is Li Bin. I have something to talk to you about." Li Bin directly stated his purpose. "What is there to talk about between us?" Su Yang sneered. "Now you're scared by me and want to negotiate peace? What were you doing earlier?" Facing the other party's mockery, Li Bin finally endured it. At present, nothing is more important than staying alive. Holding the mobile phone, he said again, "Don't you want my wife? As long as you promise not to attack me anymore in the future, I'll offer my wife to you with both hands." Li Bin's words made Duan Qian's face look unpleasant. She looked at him with a hostile expression. She had sacrificed her body for him, yet in order to save his own life, he was going to give her away. Duan Qian felt that all her efforts over the years were simply not worth it. However, she didn't say anything. She really didn't want to live this life of constantly hiding and being in danger of death anymore. Following Su Yang, she could have enough to eat and drink and live in a big house, completely safe. Wasn't it much better than following this heartless man, Li Bin? After hearing Li Bin's words, Su Yang burst out laughing. Although Duan Qian, Li Bin's wife, was quite nice and had provided him with a great experience. After she went back, she surely had slept with Li Bin many times. Sending her over now would be a bit like false advertising. Su Yang wasn't a man driven solely by lust. He wouldn't let go of his enemy for the sake of a woman. He was determined to kill Li Bin. "Keep your wife for yourself," Su Yang said coldly. "Do I look like someone who lacks women? I have all the supplies I need. And when it comes to women, there's no type I can't get. Li Bin, you might as well clean your neck and wait for death." With these words, Su Yang hung up the phone and ignored the other party. Duan Qian, hearing the sound from the phone, seethed with anger in her heart. "I possess both vitality and good looks, yet he actually looks down on me. This is simply outrageous." It's not that Duan Qian is being boastful, but she truly believes that there aren't many women in the entire community who can match her. What kind of low-class women they are. Still trying to compete with me? They're overestimating themselves. At this moment, she even harbored a deeper hatred towards Su Yang. Although she already hated him before, her loathing had now intensified. Bang! Li Bin, his face filled with rage, threw his phone to the ground and roared loudly. "Su Yang, you've gone too far. Sooner or later, I'll kill you." Dong dong. Just then, there came a knock on the door. Duan Qian rushed over and, peeking through the keyhole, saw that it was actually Bai Lu and Lu Su standing outside. Li Bin, I know you're in there. Open the door quickly. I have something to talk to you about. After waiting in the corridor for a while and seeing that no one opened the door for a long time, Bai Lu directly said, if you don't open the door, you'll miss an excellent opportunity. Li Bin, upon hearing the shout outside the door, furrowed his brows. He picked up a shotgun and together with Zhang San, aimed it at the door. Then he gave Duan Qian a meaningful look. Duan Qian carefully opened the door. Seeing only Bai Lu and Lu Su, she finally felt at ease. Lu Su, looking at Li Bin and Zhang San's haggard faces, taunted, bossly. Never thought you'd be pushed to such a state by Su Yang. Are you courting death? Li Bin flew into a rage and directly pressed the gun against Lu Su's forehead. Now, even the most insignificant people dare to mock me? Li Bin snorted coldly. I think you two are tired of living. Sensing the killing intent emanating from the other party, Bai Lu and Lu Su were almost scared out of their wits. They quickly softened their stance. Lu Su said meekly, Boss Li, don't misunderstand. I was just joking. I meant no harm. We came here this time because we want to join forces with you to deal with Su Yang. More than 40 of my brothers were killed by him. Do you really think you two can handle him? Li Bin was somewhat skeptical and was about to send the two to their graves with a single shot. He was extremely annoyed at the moment and had no patience to engage in idle chatter with them. Moreover, he was afraid that if he stayed in the living room for too long, Su Yang might find the place where he had just hidden, and then bring the drone for a strafing. I can't, but she can. Lu Su pointed at Bai Lu and said, You've heard about it before, right? Before Su Yang became prosperous, he had been pursuing Bai Lu all the time, but she never agreed. So Bai Lu has always been the white moonlight in Su Yang's heart, and he has always wanted to have her. Seeing that the killing intent on Li Bin gradually subsided, Lu Su said again, as long as Bai Lu uses some tricks, she can deceive Su Yang into opening the door. Then we'll charge in together and kill him. All his belongings will be ours. After it's done, if you give us one room and we split the supplies inside 50-50, how about that? Li Bin asked, somewhat doubtfully. Can you really make Su Yang open the door for you? He had learned a great deal about Su Yang during this period. The opponent is extremely cautious. Despite having numerous firearms, they never dare to come out. They dare not take risks for fear of being discovered by the other side. It would be difficult to escape if that happens. Staying in the residential building is a bit safer. At least, the bullets from the opponent's drones can't penetrate the walls. And those robotic dogs can't move nimbly in the corridor. If they were to return to the underground garage again and get ambushed, they would truly be in a desperate situation with no way out. In fact, this is just Li Bin's one-sided thought. Su Yang really wants to kill him immediately. Nowhere is safe for him to hide. An RPG rocket launcher could send him to his doom. Even without such powerful weapons, dropping a batch of robotic dogs from the drone could also kill him. Su Yang just doesn't want to go through so much trouble and doesn't want to expose too much of his strength. After all, his main enemies are never in Fengyan community. These people don't catch Su Yang's eye and pose little threat to him. Su Yang conceals most of his strength for future enemies. I'm quite confident about this. Bai Lu said indifferently, because I contacted Su Yang before. Although his attitude towards me was a bit cold, it was just because he was angry that I had rejected him before. As long as I act pitiful and go to his door to plead with him in person, he won't refuse to open the door. After all, he has liked me for such a long time. Just based on this, you think Su Yang will open the door for you? Zhang San sneered. If it were before, perhaps he wouldn't, Lu Su continued. But now it's different. I've noticed that Su Yang's ambitions are gradually growing. He's starting to let women into the villa. Chapter 62. With great caution, how so? Li Bin promptly inquired. Previously, I had noticed that the supplies in Wang Ping's home were nearly depleted. He had been howling at home all day long and even quarreled with his girlfriend, Tang Qing. Lu Su replied with great caution, but at noon today, I saw Tang Qing leave home, take the elevator directly to the underground garage. She didn't return until over 2 hours later. She was limping as she walked. Her down jacket was bulging. Presumably, she had exchanged her body for survival supplies. Besides, I secretly overheard the conversation between Tang Qing and Uncle Wang outside the door. Just as I had expected, she had slept with Su Yang and obtained a lot of good things. So, Su Yang is quite lecherous. Zhang San's eyes lit up. Needless to say, Lu Su chuckled. Perhaps you don't know that right after getting rich, Su Yang immediately found a pair of twin sisters. He's quite promiscuous. The snow disaster has lasted for so many days. As a normal man, he surely couldn't endure the days without women. So, as long as a woman is somewhat attractive, he would open the door for her. Moreover, Bai Lu is someone he has always desired but couldn't have. If Bai Lu lowers her stance, do you think he wouldn't be tempted? Lu Su noticed that Li Bin had been silent and not speaking. Then he asked, well, have you made up your minds? Miss this opportunity, and you'll have no chance for revenge. Moreover, you might even be killed by Su Yang. His words caused the complexions of Li Bin and Zhang San to change drastically. They had already made their decisions in their hearts. Zhang San cast a cold glance at Lu Su and Bai Lu and said icily, but you want half of the supplies. Your ambitions are rather overreaching, aren't they? Do you have a better approach? Only we dare to cooperate with you, and the likelihood of us getting into Su Yang's house is much higher than others. Lu Su did not yield an inch. Just as the two were about to engage in further argument, Li Bin interjected, enough. We haven't even eliminated Su Yang yet. And here we are, squabbling among ourselves. What kind of situation is this? Then, looking at Lu Su and Bai Lu, he continued, don't worry. As long as we can enter Su Yang's home and kill him, what's the harm in giving you half of the supplies? Only then did Bai Lu and Lu Su smile contentedly. However, Li Bin sneered inwardly, dream on if you think you can get any supplies. Once I kill Su Yang and obtain the supplies, the first ones I'll eliminate are you two. The conspiracy between Li Bin, Bai Lu, and the others was overheard clearly by Su Yang through the small aircraft he dispatched. Instantly, he perked up. It seemed that his grudges with Bai Lu, Lu Su, and the others could finally be completely settled. This was truly a cause for celebration. Immediately, he opened a bottle of red wine and leisurely sipped it, attentively waiting for Bai Lu, Li Bin, and the others to arrive. Although Bai Lu, Li Bin, and the others had already hatched their plan, in order to ensure its flawless execution, they didn't take immediate action. Instead, it was around 6 o'clock in the afternoon when Bai Lu called Su Yang. Brother Su Yang, how have you been these days? Bai Lu asked with concern. In the past couple of days, there have been frequent gunshots in the community. You must take good care of yourself. I'm doing okay, just a bit lonely, Su Yang replied. Su Yang deliberately sighed and said, alone in such a vast house, with no one to converse with me and no charming beauty by my side, I truly feel an overwhelming sense of emptiness. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu's eyes sparkled. Isn't this the opportunity? She thought. Brother Su Yang, how about I come and accompany you? Bai Lu said softly. Then you won't feel lonely anymore. Su Yang replied. Is that appropriate? I'm afraid Lu Su will get angry. He sighed again. Oh, if only I had met you earlier, there wouldn't be so many concerns. I would have brought you to my villa and made you my girlfriend. Brother Su Yang, why are you afraid of Lu Su? I have nothing to do with him anymore. Bai Lu continued. How about I move into your place and be your girlfriend? You can give Lu Su some food. And surely he won't say anything. Really? Su Yang's voice was tinged with excitement. Do you truly want to be my girlfriend? You're not playing tricks on me like before, are you? Of course. A faint sneer played on Bai Lu's face. I've told you before that the one I truly like is you. All right, then come. Su Yang replied without hesitation. Remember to bring Lu Su along. When the time comes, I'll ask him to take the food and leave directly. From then on, you two will have no further connection. Okay, Brother Su Yang. I'll come right away. Love you. Bai Lu hung up the phone, a smile on her face. Subsequently, she opened the door and returned to the place where Li Bin and Zhang San were. Zhang San and Li Bin picked up their guns and stuffed steel plates in their chests and backs before going down in the elevator with Bai Lu and Lu Su. When they arrived at the underground garage, Li Bin and Zhang San showed no intention of getting off the elevator. You two go and observe for a while to see if there are any cameras or other electronic devices. His words made the two of them startled, feeling rather confused. Li Bin explained, Su Yang is so cautious. What if he installed cameras in the underground garage or placed other things there? Once we show up, wouldn't he notice us immediately? And how could we make him open the door then? So you go out first to check the situation. Once you find any cameras, electronic dogs, drones, etc., inform me promptly. Who on earth would install such things? Bai Lu complained impatiently, but she still left with Lu Su. Along the way, they observed very carefully. However, they didn't find anything suspicious. Su Yang watched the two of them being cautious on the screen, a mocking smile curving his lips. The cameras he installed were all pinhole cameras. How could the other party possibly detect them? Moreover, to avoid arousing their suspicion, Su Yang had specifically retrieved some of the electronic dogs. The rest were lurking in corners that were hard to spot. Besides, it was already dark. Although there were lights in the underground garage, it wasn't very bright. The electronic dogs were small, perfectly evading everyone's sight. Bai Lu and Lu Su constantly sent messages to Li Bin via their mobile phones. after finding no surveillance equipment or the electronic dogs they had encountered last time. Li Bin and Zhang Xin finally felt relieved. They secretly followed behind by Lu and Lu Su, sometimes hiding behind the pillars in the underground garage. Although they were extremely careful and prudent, every move they made was under Su Yang's control. The moment these people stepped into the underground garage, in Su Yang's eyes, they were already dead men. He was merely waiting for their arrival to toy with them to their doom. When Li Bin and Zhang Xin, followed by Lu and Lu Su, and reached the area behind a pillar not far from Su Yang's basement, they finally let out a sigh of relief. From their perspective, this place was a blind spot. The people in the villa couldn't see them, while they could shoot Su Yang the moment he opened the door. As long as Su Yang dared to open the door and show his head, they would unhesitatingly fire at the first moment. Chapter 63. The outburst of acting skills by Lu and Lu Su came to the door of the basement and pressed the doorbell. When the doorbell rang, the screen on the door appeared again. When Bai Lu saw Su Yang, a smile that she thought was very charming curved her lips. "Brother Su Yang, I'm here. Open the door for me." Hearing her voice, Su Yang felt goosebumps all over his body and was overcome with discomfort. Nevertheless, he said to her, "You come to my place, but I can see that Lu Su doesn't seem very happy. Look, there's no smile on her face. Maybe it's better to forget it. I'm really afraid she'll get angry." When Bai Lu and Lu Su heard that Su Yang was reluctant to open the door, they were extremely angry. They had already discussed with Li Bin, aiming to trick him into opening the door and then deal with him. If Su Yang didn't open the door, it would be them who would be dealt with instead. Lu Su forced a smile on her face and explained, "I'm not unhappy. It's just that there's a shortage of food recently, and I'm starving." After Lu Su finished explaining, fearing that Su Yang wouldn't believe him, he continued, "Bai Lu has already told me. I think the two of you are truly in love. I'm willing to let go and help you be together. Could you provide me with some essential living supplies so that I can survive in this icy and snowy environment? Is what you said true?" Su Yang frowned deliberately and asked, "You're not lying to me, are you? How could I lie to you? Before the snow disaster, I told you that Bai Lu truly loves you." Lu Su quickly said, "I said at that time that I would help you be together. If it weren't for this snow disaster, I wouldn't even ask you for supplies. I sincerely wish you well." A cold sneer rose in Su Yang's heart. "If I hadn't been killed by you two in my previous life and seen clearly your true colors, an ordinary person might really have fallen for it. I think you're not here to ask for supplies, but to take my life." However, Su Yang didn't voice these thoughts. Instead, he decided to play with them for a while. Anyway, he wasn't going to open the door. He was so warm in the villa. So let Bai Lu and the others freeze outside. As for Li Bin and Zhang San, they were also under his control. When he had had enough of playing, he would kill them all together. "Although what you said touches me deeply," Su Yang said calmly, "I also very much want to thank you. But I can't open the door right now because I've offended quite a few people recently, and I'm afraid of being ambushed." Su Yang's words made Li Bin and Zhang San's expressions change. They thought to themselves, "This guy, is he still being so cautious at this time? What if he really doesn't open the door?" Bai Lu and Lu Su also became extremely melancholy. However, none of their emotions were manifested on their faces. Bai Lu's eyes instantly welled up with tears as she said, "Brother Su Yang, don't you trust me anymore? Others might harm you, but how could I? When you were taken to the police station, I was the first one to rush there and testify for you." Bai Lu's voice was tinged with sobs. "I thought you loved me, but unexpectedly you're suspecting me. I'm really heartbroken. Keep acting, act your heart out." A hint of amusement flickered in Su Yang's heart. "Let's see how long you can keep this up." Alas, Su Yang heaved a sigh. "It's not that I don't trust you, but I've been harassed so much these past few days that I'm on edge. Especially Li Bin. He even has a gun. If it weren't for the sturdiness of my house, I wouldn't have made it this far. I'm sorry, Lulu. Maybe I'm just being overly cautious." Upon sensing that Su Yang's attitude had softened, Bai Lu immediately felt that there was hope. To reassure him, she said to him again, "Brother Su Yang, I understand you, but you're being a bit too cautious. Look, I'll start a video call with you on my phone so you can see if there's anyone outside." As she spoke, Bai Lu took out her phone and initiated a video call. After Su Yang answered, Bai Lu switched the front, facing camera to the rear, facing one, and started walking around outside. However, she subtly avoided the pillar where Li Bin and Zhang San were hiding. "Brother Su Yang, you see, there are only Lu Su and me outside." Bai Lu smiled and asked, "Are you at ease now?" Su Yang nodded. "As long as there's no one, it's fine. Wait a moment. I'll open the door for you soon. I'm frying steak right now and can't leave," Su Yang said as he moved the camera to the kitchen. In a frying pan, a huge tomahawk steak was being fried. The steak was sizzling with oil, making people's mouths water. When Bai Lu and Lu Su saw this scene, they were insanely jealous. These days, they only had one meal a day, and it was instant noodles. This damn guy was actually eating a tomahawk steak. Was he even human? Brother Su Yang. It's very cold outside. You can open the door for me first and then fry the steak. It won't be too late, Bai Lu urged. No can do. Su Yang shook his head. Steak, if left unattended for too long, is prone to getting burnt. With supplies being so scarce these days, we can't afford to waste them. You're dressed so warmly, you shouldn't get cold. Waiting outside for a while shouldn't be a big deal, right? Since the other party had said so much. If they showed excessive impatience, it might arouse the other party's suspicion. How long could it take to fry a steak? Just wait for him. Then this steak would be theirs, and his life would be gone. What steak would he eat then? Bai Lu and Lu Su thought to themselves. Then they nodded to Su Yang. Waiting for a while isn't a big deal. I knew it. I knew you'd wait, Su Yang said with a smile on his face. Lu Su, after I finish frying the steak, I'll open the door. To express my gratitude, I must give you a good treat. Look, I have not only steak, but also lobsters, king crabs, and good wine, Su Yang said as he showed the things he had placed on the table in advance. Then he ended the video call with Bai Lu, only allowing the other party to see him through the screen on the basement door, solemnly frying the steak. When it seemed almost done, black pepper was sprinkled on it. After it was ready, it was served out. Bai Lu and Lu Su were on the screen. And when they saw it was nearly ready, they secretly rejoiced in their hearts. Just as they were about to open their mouths to ask Su Yang to open the door, unexpectedly, the other party brought some Italian noodles and started cooking them. After preparing the Italian noodles, he began to fry eggs. After finishing the eggs, he started making salad. By the time all these were done, Li Bin and the other three were so frozen that their hands and feet were numb and they could barely stand steadily. At this time, Bai Lu started to get anxious. Just as she was about to open her mouth to urge, Su Yang's voice came through the screen. Wait a minute, it'll be ready soon. The words that Bai Lu was about to say were swallowed back. She secretly winked at Lu Su, as well as Li Bin and Zhang San who had long been unable to bear it, signaling them to get ready. However, Su Yang did not come down and open the door as they had expected. He carefully washed those lobsters and abalones that he had shown before with water, and then put them in a steamer to steam. After that, it wasn't over yet. Su Yang took out vegetables and meat from the refrigerator and started cutting them, preparing to showcase some of his culinary skills in front of the others. Just like this. The four of them were frozen for a full 2 hours in the temperature of -60 degrees Celsius. In Chapter 64, Die with Eyes Wide Open, Bai Lu and Lu Su were a bit better. They could walk back and forth in front of the basement door to relieve the coldness of their bodies. Even so, they were almost numb all over. Zhang San and Li Bin were much worse off. They could only hide behind the pillar without moving. The two of them were like two statues, their bodies stiff, shivering constantly. Especially their hands holding the guns were blue and purple in patches. There was no longer any perception. If a person were to suddenly appear at this moment and simply bend their fingers could be easily broken. If it weren't for the overwhelming hatred towards Su Yang in their hearts, they would have left long ago. When Su Yang placed all the prepared items on the table one by one, then he opened a bottle of red wine, poured it into a glass, slowly sat down, picked up the knife and fork, and gracefully cut the steak. It seemed as if he had completely forgotten about Bai Lu and Lu Su. Seeing this scene, Bai Lu and Lu Su immediately became enraged. Brother Su Yang, have you forgotten about us? Bai Lu asked anxiously. We've been waiting outside for over 2 hours. Why haven't you opened the door for us yet? And you're eating all by yourself. Bai Lu pouted. It's mealtime. What else should I do but eat? Su Yang said in a cold tone. How about you wait outside for a while longer until I finish eating? Brother Su Yang, how could you do this? Bai Lu was extremely angry. You must be joking with me, right? Hurry up and open the door. I can't wait any longer. Humph, open the door? Su Yang snorted coldly. Why should I open the door for you? It was you who said. Before Bai Lu could finish, Su Yang interrupted her. You actually believed I was kidding. As he spoke, Su Yang cut a piece of steak with his knife and put it into his mouth. He picked up the wine glass and took a sip of red wine. He stared at Bai Lu with an unfriendly expression and said, I have food and drink at home. Am I crazy to open the door for you? You have ill intentions and are always trying to harm me. Why should I open the door for you? Having realized that they had been fooled, Bai Lu and Lu Su still refused to give up. Bai Lu said pitifully, Brother Su Yang, I really had no intention of harming you. How many times do I have to say it? What else do I need to do to prove my innocence? Don't act pitiful in front of me. Su Yang said coldly. Your every move is under my control. You came here with the intention of killing me, seizing my supplies and villa. Don't think I don't know. Li Bin and Zhang San are hiding behind that pillar. They're probably almost frozen stiff by now, aren't they? Li Bin and Zhang San's expressions changed drastically, filled with fear. Bai Lu and Lu Su's faces also became extremely unnatural, and they immediately turned to flee. Suddenly, a row of gun barrels emerged from both sides of the wall, and Su Yang's voice echoed, "If you dare to move even an inch, you're dead." This Bai Lu and Lu Su to stand motionless. Li Bin and Zhang San, hiding behind the pillar, struggled to move their stiff bodies. They desperately wanted to leave this troubled place. Su Yang was terrifying. If they could return safely, they would never oppose him again. Their spirits had been completely broken. "Was I not talking about you too?" Su Yang sneered. His voice resounded throughout the underground garage. With a series of clicks, more than a dozen fully armed intelligent electronic dogs appeared around Zhang San and Lu Su. The weapons carried by these electronic dogs were all aimed at the two. They wanted to raise their guns to shoot down these electronic dogs, but found that their fingers wouldn't move. "Su Yang, don't kill me," Li Bin pleaded, kowtowing repeatedly to the electronic dogs. He knew that the other party could surely observe his every move through the electronic dogs. "As long as you don't kill me, not only will I offer my wife to you, but I also swear never to be your enemy." Li Bin kept pleading for mercy. "From now on, Zhang San and I will be your lackeys. Whomsoever you order us to bite, we will do so." Zhang San's performance was not much better than Li Bin's. He also kowtowed and begged for mercy. "I don't want dogs like you." Su Yang shook his head and flatly refused. Then he said to the other party, "Once you're dead, your wife will still be mine. You'd better resign yourselves and leave." After Su Yang finished speaking, the eyes of over a dozen electronic dogs glowed with red light. "No, don't kill me," Li Bin and Zhang San shouted simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. A volley of bullets shot over. Blood spattered on Li Bin and Zhang San, and their bodies were full of bullet holes. Their bodies kept twitching on the ground. Even after they died, their eyes remained wide open, showing extreme unwillingness to die. Seeing the tragic deaths of the two, Lu Su and Bai Lu's legs went weak, and they slumped to the ground, crying continuously. Bai Lu, in particular, was almost frightened out of her wits. She slowly crawled to the door of the basement and pleaded loudly, "Brother Su Yang, I didn't mean to harm you. Please spare me. It was all Lu Su's idea. He made me come here to deceive you into opening the door on purpose. He made me collaborate with Li Bin and Zhang San," pointing at Lu Su. Bai Lu was like clutching at a straw, shifting all the blame onto the other party. "You bitch." Lu Su was enraged. He grabbed Bai Lu's hair and slapped her face several times. "I treated you so well, yet you dared to betray me." There was anger on Lu Su's face. With a swift kick landed squarely on the opponent's abdomen, Bai Lu curled up in pain on the ground. "Brother Yang, don't listen to this despicable woman's nonsense," Lu Su retorted. "All along, it has been this vile creature who has been trying to put you to death. She has never harbored any good intentions towards you. She has been deliberately leading you on, aiming to drain every penny from you. I've always been innocent. You can't wrong me. Didn't you spend the money I swindled from Su Yang? You spent it more lavishly than anyone else." Bai Lu, lying on the ground, retorted, "Su Yang, everything I did to you before was masterminded by Lu Su behind the scenes. You can't let him go." Su Yang watched with keen interest as the two of them turned on each other, a sense of vengeful pleasure welling up within him. "You damned whore. What are you spouting?" Lu Su grabbed Bai Lu's hair and yanked her up from the ground. Bai Lu struggled desperately in pain, her fists and legs flailing at Lu Su. Lu Su cursed, "I've been so good to you since you were a child. If you don't feel grateful, that's one thing. But to try to wrong me just to save your own skin." Slap, slap, slap. Several more slaps landed on Bai Lu's face. Bai Lu was left dazed, lying on the ground unable to speak, yet her eyes still glared at the other with fierce hatred. "Anyway, I'm not going to make it out alive today. I might as well have some fun with you." Lu Su became utterly frenzied. He had long harbored deep affection for Bai Lu, yet she only regarded him as a tool. Today, all the hatred in his heart erupted, as if a little demon had awakened. He lunged at her without a care in the world. Despair welled up in Bai Lu's eyes. Bai Lu's down jacket was torn apart, and Lu Su was like a ravenous wolf. Su Yang curled his lips, turned his head away, and averted his eyes from this scene unfit for children. Chapter 65. The Crisis of Building 24. Lu Su behaved like a wild beast, acting without restraint, right in front of Su Yang. At the door of the basement of his house, he forcefully ripped Bai Lu's clothes. The two of them were thus exposed to the extremely low temperature of -50 or 60 degrees. For a while, shrill screams filled the air. Due to the frigid temperature, although Lu Su had the desire, he lacked the strength. Yet, he remained reluctant to give up. Su Yang, observing the scene outside the basement, shook his head helplessly. The two of them deserved such an end. However, he no longer wished to let these two disrupt his appetite. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bullet pierced the brows of the two. The two died right in front of the door. Blood trickled out slowly and then congealed. Su Yang turned off the screen on the basement door and started feasting heartily. The two people he had hated the most in his previous life were dead. With his deep-seated hatred avenged, the pent-up resentment in his heart was finally released. At this very moment, Su Yang felt an overwhelming sense of lightness all over his body. When he began to savor the sumptuous meal before him, he found it incredibly delicious. He also drank a bit more wine. While he was having his meal, the intelligent robotic dog started cleaning up the waste. It dragged the corpses of Li Bin, Bai Lu, and the other two out of the basement and dumped them in the square of the community. Along with the more than 500 corpses that had been cleared out previously, at this time, the corpses in the entire square piled up like a mountain. All of them were frozen together, and under the illumination of the streetlights, they presented an eerie sight. Regrettably, no one cared about this scene. As time went by in Fengyan community, food became increasingly scarce. It has become even more chaotic. Every day, shrill cries of agony resound. People have turned even more frenzied. Especially those in Building 17, led by Chen Mingjing. They were the first to gather together and the first to reap benefits after committing murder. Now, their audacity has been growing steadily. First, they killed those in Building 17 who refused to submit to their rule. Then, they rallied a group of people and began to launch attacks on other buildings. Chen Mingjing's group has been expanding ever larger, and his ambition has been swelling ceaselessly. This has caused widespread discontent throughout Fengyan community. Regrettably, no one pays heed to the grievances of those people. The residents in each building, in order to survive, can only organize themselves to resist the other side. After Chen Mingjing wiped out 2 buildings, he found that the resistance had become formidable. So, he temporarily halted his outward expansion. Originally, he intended to take over Building 24. However, considering that Li Bin had a gun and not knowing that Li Bin had already died, he had to put it aside for the time being. Although the news of Li Bin's death hadn't spread, the people in the entire Building 24 had fallen into a state of panic. Without the powerful deterrence of force against the people in other buildings, they were like a scattered mess and would surely be breached by the people from other buildings sooner or later. Moreover, most of the young and middle-aged people in Building 24 had died either during the previous snow clearing or in conflicts with Su Yang before. They simply couldn't organize an effective defense. Just then, Li Bin's wife, Duan Qian, added all the people in Building 24 to a group chat and began to plot in the group. Everyone, I'm sure you all know by now, Li Bin and all his subordinates have been killed by Su Yang. Duan Qian said in the group she created, now the people in other buildings have already united. If we remain as scattered as sand like this, sooner or later we'll be breached by other buildings. The men will be killed, and the women will be caged as tools for sexual release. So what do you suggest we do? Someone asked. Now all that's left of us are the old, the weak, the sick, and women. Even if we unite, we're no match for the people in other buildings. Moreover, our supplies are dwindling. When the supplies run out, even without an attack from others, we'll starve to death. How about we go and plead with Su Yang? We've all been neighbors for so many years. Maybe he'll give us some food, or perhaps he'll let us move into his place. That should be possible, right? Yes, let's go and plead with Su Yang. We'll be safer and have something to eat if we live in his house. Let's all go and plead with him. He can't possibly refuse, can he? Duan Qian sneered as she looked at the messages sent by everyone in the group. These people really wouldn't give up until they reached the end. Even now, they were still thinking about moving into Su Yang's place. It was hard to say whether they were stupid or just ignorant. These people had not refrained from speaking ill of Su Yang behind his back. And when the neighborhood committee organized snow clearing, they proposed to control Su Yang. The people in Building 24 were the most enthusiastic, with the largest number of sign-ups. Of course, they also suffered the highest casualties in the end. Su Yang is no fool, nor is he a naive and overly kind person. How could he let his enemies move into his home? What if these people moved in, made all kinds of demands, and eventually even drove Su Yang out? As long as Su Yang isn't stupid, he definitely won't do such a thing. Duan Qian surmised that Su Yang must have long harbored the intention to eliminate the people in Building 24. The fact that he hadn't taken action until now was perhaps due to these people having distanced themselves. Duan Qian's judgment of the situation was astute. Although accurate, she found herself rather helpless. These past few days, she had called upon Su Yang for help more than once, yet the other party flatly rejected her. Duan Qian never expected that, with her excellent skills, alluring figure and charming face, Su Yang would still show no interest. She felt deeply frustrated. Since seeking refuge with Su Yang was a dead end, if she wanted to survive, she could only first integrate the people and resources in Building 24. Only in this way could she endure a bit longer in the increasingly chaotic apocalypse. Duan Qian heaved a sigh and said in the group chat, "Don't count on Su Yang. He won't assist us. You've been speaking ill of him behind his back quite frequently. Don't assume he's unaware. We'd better figure out a way to survive. Su Yang is truly going too far. Yes, how could he act like this? They say a near neighbor is better than a distant relative. Isn't he afraid of having a guilty conscience?" The words Duan Qian said in the group chat had no effect whatsoever, instead triggering another wave of complaints about Su Yang. At the sight of this, Duan Qian felt a headache coming on. They were really a bunch of incompetent teammates, impossible to lead. Finally, Duan Qian lost her temper and directly sent a voice message in the group. "What's the use of complaining here? If you have the ability, go and plead with Su Yang as a group. But I'm telling you, once you all go, there's a high possibility that the news of Li Bin's death will spread. What if people from other buildings come charging over then? A bunch of useless creatures, only knowing how to complain and blame others. You have hands and feet. Can't you think of solutions? Do you only know how to beg for alms from others? If you're so capable, why are you complaining here? Why not storm into Su Yang's villa together and move in yourselves?" Duan Qian's furious voice finally intimidated those people, and no one dared to speak anymore. Duan Qian spoke again in the group. "Those who don't want to be killed and don't want to resign themselves to fate, gather at Unit 1, 18th floor. Let's discuss a solution together." After Duan Qian finished speaking, soon everyone in the group sent an okay gesture. Chapter 66, Duan Qian's decisiveness in making decisions. Seeing this scene, Duan Qian finally let out a long breath. Although these people were of little use and most of them were the old, weak, sick, and disabled. However, when all the people in the building were added together, if they could be utilized well, they could still play a significant role. At least, they could gather the remaining supplies of the opposing side and then use these people to set up defenses. That could at least ensure their own safety. In the dead of night, when everyone in Fengyun community had fallen asleep, only the people in Building 24 were still full of energy. In the whole building, except for those who had died and those who couldn't move, only Tang Qing didn't participate in this gathering. But no one cared about her either. Everyone gathered in room 01, 18th floor. Fortunately, the house where Duan Qian lived had a relatively large area. Otherwise, it really couldn't hold so many people. "So what do you suggest we do?" someone asked as soon as they arrived. "What should we do?" Duan Qian sneered and said, "Of course. We should all unite to resist the people from other buildings." "Just us? How can we resist?" someone else asked. "Naturally, everyone should follow the command of one person. As long as we unite, there's nothing we can't achieve," Duan Qian said with a smile. "First, we gather all the supplies from everyone's homes in the entire building and distribute them uniformly. When everyone doesn't have to worry about survival supplies, we can unite as one." "Follow one person? Whose?" someone asked again. "And everyone's supplies at home are scarce. If we gather them together and distribute, they'll be consumed even faster. In less than 2 days, our supplies will be used up. How can we resist others from other buildings when we're hungry?" "Of course, you should follow me," Duan Qian said straightforwardly. "As for the supplies, don't worry. As long as we unite, can't we just seize the supplies from other buildings?" "Follow you? Do you think you're Li Bin?" someone retorted. "You're a woman. Who can you manage? Who will submit to you? Besides, we don't have guns. There are few young and strong people in our building, and our combat power is greatly reduced. Can we be a match for those in other buildings? So what if I'm not Li Bin?" Duan Qian's eyes turned cold. She slowly walked towards the person who had spoken just now. Then she grabbed the person's hair and yanked it down. With a thud, the person's head hit the table. Before the other could react, Duan Qian revealed a dagger in her hand and stabbed it directly into his temple. The person died instantly, witnessing Duan Qian suddenly strike with deadly force, killing a burly man without so much as a blink of an eye. The others stared at her in sheer terror. Duan Qian yanked out the dagger, and the blood spattered onto quite a few people nearby. With her frigid gaze sweeping across everyone, she demanded, "Am I, a woman, unworthy of leading you?" Being pointed at by a blood-dripping dagger, the others were even more petrified, not daring to utter a single word of retort. This was also the first time Duan Qian had killed someone. Although she was terrified herself, she knew she had to do it. In this icy apocalypse, without a decisive and ruthless heart, for a woman like her, survival would be truly arduous. When she saw that no one dared to refute her any longer, Duan Qian was overjoyed. So, it turns out that only assertiveness and violence can subdue these spineless people, she thought. Since none of you are speaking, it means you acquiesce that I will be your leader from now on. Duan Qian said to the crowd calmly, rest assured, as long as you obey me, I won't treat you badly, and from now on, you won't have to worry about survival supplies anymore. I have no problem with that. I agree. At this moment, a person stepped forward and said, but how can you ensure that people from other buildings won't attack us? And how can you guarantee that everyone will get a share of the survival supplies in the future? That's easy. Duan Qian smiled. Of course. We'll take the initiative to attack. The news of Li Bin's death hasn't spread yet, and people in other buildings still fear us greatly. If we keep huddling in Building 24, we'll be exposed sooner or later. It's better to attack under the guise of Li Bin. This would not only intimidate the people in other buildings, making them think that we are led by Li Bin, with those people fearing us. They surely won't attack us on their own initiative. Moreover, it would create an illusion that Li Bin is still alive. Once we eliminate the people in other buildings, their supplies will naturally be ours, and we'd better take action as soon as possible. If we delay, all the supplies will be consumed, and what's the use then? Duan Qian's words suddenly enlightened everyone present. They all thought what she said made sense and expressed their approval one after another. Duan Qian nodded, her eyes becoming even icier. Gazing at everyone, she said, now that you all agree, I'll put it straight. My team doesn't need cowards. Once I give the order to attack, all of you must charge forward. If anyone holds back, their fate will be the same as this person's. As she spoke, Duan Qian once again plunged the dagger in her hand into the neck of the person she had just killed. The sight of blood gushing out made everyone present feel a pang in their hearts. Also, to prevent the news from leaking, hand over your own and your family members' mobile phones. It's not that I don't trust you, but just in case. If the news gets out, we'll all be doomed. This request of Duan Qian's naturally gained the approval of everyone present. They took out their mobile phones one by one, then went back to their homes and handed in their family members' phones as well. From this moment on, the people in Building 24, led by Duan Qian, were determined to go all out and prepare for a major operation. Duan Qian checked the time. It was already past 3 a.m. Then, addressing the crowd, someone said, let's set off now and wipe out those in Building 23. It was the dead of night, when everyone's vigilance had relaxed, making it an opportune time for killing. Thus, led by Duan Qian, the people from Building 24, armed with kitchen knives, shovels, steel pipes, and all the usable tools, infiltrated Building 23 through the underground garage. Starting from the first floor, they broke open the doors of the houses and began to clear the building floor by floor. When they reached the third floor, the commotion finally alerted everyone in the building. Building 23 was instantly in chaos. Someone's attacking. Wake up, everyone. Prepare to fight back. The shouts woke up all the residents in Fengyan community. Although the people in other buildings got up, they didn't interfere. Due to the early hours of the morning, although the people in Building 23 were awakened, they were ill, prepared, and launched a hasty counter-attack. They were no match for the people from Building 24 at all. Led by Duan Qian, the attackers pushed forward relentlessly, charging all the way from the third floor to the top floor. All the hundreds of people in Building 23 were killed. Meanwhile, over a dozen people from Building 24 died and more than 20 were injured. This was even with their surprise attack and sufficient preparations, resulting in quite a number of casualties. Duan Qian paid no heed to this. Instead, she had her men ransack Building 23, taking away all the supplies. Then, despite their drowsiness, she ordered everyone to carry out all the corpses from Building 23 and throw them outside. After that, she had someone shout, the people in Building 23 dared to reject the offer of surrender from our boss, Li Bin. They truly deserve their deaths. Chapter 67. The deal with Ning Kai Dai. These people deliberately shouted very loudly, ensuring that everyone in the adjacent buildings nearby could hear every word clearly, especially when they saw the corpses piled up in the snow. The people in the neighboring buildings trembled with fear. Since Li Bin led people to conflict with Su Yang, there had been no movement. Everyone thought he was lying low. Unexpectedly, when he made a move, it was like a thunderbolt. This made some people extremely worried. Without even showing up, he sent the people from Building 24 to wipe out all the people in Building 23. Such decisive and inhumane means spread throughout Fengyan community in an instant. When Chun Mingjing from Building 17 heard this news, he felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, at that time, he just thought about dealing with Li Bin but didn't actually do it. Otherwise, all the people in their Building 17 would have died. When it came to being ruthless, it had to be Li Bin. Chun Mingjing exclaimed with admiration, he can wipe out an entire building without leaving a single one. Compared with him, what I do is like children fighting, not worth mentioning. Chun Mingjing quickly told his subordinates not to provoke the people in Building 24. They didn't even harass the people in the nearby buildings. Under the command of Duan Qian, the notoriety of Building 24 spread throughout Fengyan community. Everyone thought it was Li Bin who had people do it. Only Su Yang knew that in fact, it was Duan Qian who had to do this to protect herself. But he didn't reveal anything to these people. What she did had nothing to do with him, as long as she didn't provoke him. Whether Fengyan community will be in chaos in the future, and to what extent it will be in chaos, he doesn't care. At this moment, what he focuses on are those property management personnel in Building 2. These property management people have been in hiding. However, after so many days, they finally couldn't hold back. They began to organize all the people in Building 2 to collect supplies uniformly. Of course, those who refused to submit were killed by them. Soon, they unified the entire Building 2. During this period, they had a conflict with Ning Kai-dai. Several of them were injured by Ning Kai-dai, and then there was no more movement. Even though they had riot control equipment and quite a few burly men in front of Ning Kai-dai, they were just ordinary people. Seeing that she was not easy to mess with, in order not to completely expose their own strength, they didn't deal with her for the time being. Anyway, Ning Kai-dai was just one person. When her supplies were used up, wouldn't she have to ask them? At that time, they would let this former Special Forces soldier join, greatly enhancing their combat power. Although the people in Building 2 had laid plans, they miscalculated one thing. That was, Ning Kai-dai knew Su Yang. Indeed. As those people thought, Ning Kai-dai's survival supplies were almost used up. But instead of turning to them, she made a call to Su Yang. Su Yang, could you lend me some survival supplies? I know this request is excessive, but I have no other choice. Ning Kai-dai had a very good attitude and was an impatient person. She directly revealed her current difficult situation. Su Yang smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth and said, considering that you have reminded me several times, I can give you some food. After all, the other party had reminded him, and this was just an opportunity to return the favor. Su Yang said once again, but I can only provide you with supplies once. Consider it as repaying the favor I owed you, and from now on, we'll be even. If you want survival supplies again, you'll need to exchange them with something. I understand, Ning Kai-dai nodded. However, I still want to thank you for being willing to provide supplies to help me at this time. Come to the door of my basement. I'll put the supplies outside for you. Su Yang informed the other party. He took out a box of instant noodles, several bags of bread, and 4 or 5 bottles of mineral water from the system space and placed them all outside the basement door. Since he had promised to give the other party food, he couldn't be stingy. Anyway, these things were of no use to him. It was a good deal to give them generously once and clear the debt of gratitude. Moreover, Su Yang had done well enough. In less than 3 days, the water and electricity would be cut off. The power cut was not too bad, at least the food could still be eaten. But once the water was cut off, it would be a disaster. The snow water outside was poisonous and couldn't be drunk at all. Water resources would become highly sought after items. So, he considerately gave Ning Kai-dai several bottles of water, which were placed together with the instant noodles and bread in front of the basement door. Anyway, few people came to his place, so he wasn't worried about the items being stolen. After hanging up the phone, Ning Kai-dai got dressed neatly, carried a steel pipe with her, took the elevator to the underground garage, and walked towards the location of Su Yang's villa. Along the way, seeing bloodstains everywhere, she frowned tightly. At the same time, she had a new understanding of Su Yang's strength. So many people couldn't break into the other party's villa. When this person was decorating, did he build it like a security fortress? Moreover, on some walls and pillars were bullet holes. Ning Kai-dai then knew that Su Yang had guns, and there were quite a variety of them. Judging from the bullet holes, there were not only AK-47s, but also sub-machine guns and other models. They were diverse. Ning Kai-dai thought to herself, could Su Yang have made his fortune by smuggling arms? How could an ordinary person possess so many types of firearms? Especially in a country like Daxiao, an ordinary person may never even see a gun in their entire life. Su Yang saw from the screen that Ning Kai-dai was approaching his villa. A faint smile played on his lips, and he said nothing. Soon, Ning Kai-dai saw a box of instant noodles, several packs of bread, and bottled mineral water placed on the ground. She thought in her heart, Su Yang is really generous. Originally, she only intended to borrow some supplies for a few days to tide her over and figure out the rest later, but she didn't expect to receive so much. Soo-young, thank you. Ning Kai-dai shouted towards the door of the basement. Not receiving a response for a long time, Ning Kai-dai no longer hesitated. She picked up the things and left. When she got home, she didn't forget to send a message of gratitude to Soo-young on her phone. Soo-young didn't reply. Instead, he comfortably led his life in his safe haven. 3 meals a day, and if there could be a little more variety each day, that would be even better. After meals, he would either read books, work out, or play games. When he was really bored, he would water the flowers or feed the koi. Thus, time came to June 15th, the 15th day of the ice-snow apocalypse. The day was quite peaceful originally, but at 6 o'clock in the evening, there was a power outage. Suddenly, many people were thrown into even greater panic. It was already extremely cold under the continuous low temperature. The function of the air conditioner is not particularly remarkable, and its heating effect is rather inadequate. Nevertheless, it is still better than having none. Suddenly, a power outage occurred, rendering all air conditioners incapable of heating, which made people feel even colder. Once again, a chorus of complaints filled the air. Subsequently, not only did the electricity go off, but the water supply also ceased. At first, some people didn't notice anything amiss. However, when it came time to cook, they realized that without water, they couldn't even prepare a meal. Many people fetched snow from the balcony, melted it in a pot first, and then used the water to cook. Chapter 68. The deal with Ning Kai-dai. Those who cooked with snow, water could never have imagined what they would face shortly. After consuming the food made with snow, water, many people's bodies underwent changes. They writhed in pain on the ground, and shrill screams echoed throughout Fengyan community. Only then did some people realize the gravity of the situation. There was poison in the snow. Regrettably, it was already too late. Among those who had eaten the food made with snow, water, some had their bodies fester all over, some fell into a coma, and some even bled from all 7 orifices and died in agony. Before the water supply was cut off, they had never attempted to make anything with snow water, nor had they consumed it. They simply had no idea that there was poison in the snow, and it was highly toxic. The first batch of people who consumed snow water served as a wake-up call to the rest, causing their expressions to turn pale. Now, what they were worried about was not merely the issue of food, but the problem of water. Everyone depends on water. Currently, having only food is of little use. Without water, it is equivalent to losing the source of life. Some people who sensed the danger launched attacks on other buildings overnight. Those who hadn't reacted in time were directly killed, and the purified water stored at home was looted. The corpse's blood was drained and preserved. Overnight, in Phoenix Cloud Community, the inhabitants of over a dozen buildings were massacred. Corpses, utterly exsanguinated, lay strewn about, a scene of utter desolation. Hold on. How is it that the Sioux residence still has power? Some individuals, noticing the Sioux residence's grand sunroom still ablaze with light, voiced their queries. Furthermore, the sight of the water in their swimming pool and koi pond ignited avarice in their eyes. Naturally, the Sioux residents would not suffer from the utility outages. The instant the water and electricity ceased, Soo-young activated the silent generator in his basement. Simultaneously, he connected the water pipes to his pre-prepared water storage system. With the volume of water he had stored, it would last him several lifetimes. He had no cause for concern. 2 hours after the utilities failed, Su Yunchi and Su Muyu placed a video call to him. The 2 sisters gazed at him with concern, anxiously cautioning, "Boss, the snow is laced with poison. Please do not consume it. Many in our community have perished because of it. Rest assured, I stockpiled so much water beforehand. I have no need to drink that." Soo-young chuckled. "That's good." The 2 sisters sighed in relief. They chatted with Soo-young for a while before disconnecting the call once more. That night, Soo-young slumbered as soundly as ever. Upon awakening the next day, he heard the sounds of carnage ringing throughout Phoenix Cloud Community, growing ever more intense. Thus, after another half-month had elapsed, the ice-snow apocalypse had persisted for a full month. Phoenix Cloud Community, once home to 7 or 8,000 souls, now numbered approximately 2,000. The remainder perished in a relentless struggle against one another. During this tumultuous period, Wang Ping's girlfriend, Tang Qing, sought him out for supplies. After resolving Su Yang's physiological needs, Tang Qing departed, satisfied with her provisions. However, the quantity of supplies Su Yang provided had diminished significantly compared to their initial encounter, amounting to merely 2 days' worth, and suitable for only one individual. Through her conversations with Tang Qing, Su Yang learned that Wang Ping's entire family had succumbed to starvation, leaving only Tang Qing in their household, who now faced constant harassment from Duan Qian's subordinates. Tang Qing had beseeched Su Yang on multiple occasions to allow her to stay. Yet her pleas were met with refusal. Aside from addressing physiological matters, she offered little else of value. What purpose would it serve to keep her around, especially when it would only heighten his concerns? Ultimately, Su Yang reiterated his steadfast advice: safeguard your own well-being. If someone else were to touch her, she would be lost. After all, he had the capacity to monitor the movements of everyone in the vicinity, and he was acutely aware of whether Tang Qing had been compromised. Reluctantly, she took her leave once more. Shortly after her departure, Ning Kai-dai arrived, hesitantly addressing the door to Su Yang's basement. Su Yang, I've run out of food and water. Could you possibly? The remainder of her request lingered unspoken. Su Yang responded bluntly, what do you offer in exchange? I shall offer my body. Ning Kai-dai, steeling herself, cast aside all reservations. To survive, trading her body for sustenance and water seemed a worthy sacrifice, especially considering that the individual in question was Su Yang, with whom she shared a degree of familiarity. It's not like he's an outsider. It would be better to offer the opportunity to Su Yang, a principled man, rather than someone else. Very well. Su Yang didn't hesitate. He wasn't a hypocrite who would act in a duplicitous way. Since the other party was so straightforward, there was no reason for him to hesitate. The door to the basement opened automatically, and Ning Kai-dai stepped inside. A gust of warm air rushed towards her. She quickly took off the thick down jacket she was wearing. Since she had already started, she might as well take off everything. At this moment, Su Yang's voice came. Ning Kai-dai looked up and saw him standing at the end of the corridor, looking at her. Although Su Yang agreed to an equal exchange with the other party and settle accounts daily, he was still extremely cautious. Even though the other party was no match for him at all, for the sake of safety, he still asked Ning Kai-dai to strip naked to check if she was carrying any weapons. A blush crept onto Ning Katie's face. She started to take off her thermal clothes. With a clatter, a wrench dropped onto the floor. Su Yang frowned and pointed his gun at her. Don't be nervous. This is just for my self-defense. Ning Kai-dai explained. Throw it over here. Su Yang commanded in a cold voice. When Ning Kai-dai threw the wrench over, he caught it in his hand. Then he continued, keep undressing. Ning Kai-dai pouted and took off all her clothes in one go. She even spun around and said, see, I really don't have anything on me. Only then did Su Yang feel relieved. Come with me. He led her to the first floor and said to Ning Kai-dai, go take a bath first. Half an hour later, Ning Kai-dai, wrapped in a nightgown with her wet hair, appeared in front of Su Yang. With an enchanting figure and a perfect proportion, he could hardly tear his eyes away. Taking a deep breath, he asked, shall we start directly or go through the procedures first? It's up to you. A blush crept onto Ning Katie's face, resembling a ripe apple that made one eager to take a bite. Then she continued, I'm already prepared. Well, let's go through the procedures then. Su Yang walked slowly towards her and said, I prefer a slow and gentle approach. This way, there will be more sentiment. Ning Kai-dai had an excellent physical condition, providing Su Yang with an experience several times that of Tang Qing's. After a full 3 hours, the two of them finally finished. At this moment, Ning Katie's stomach was growling with hunger. Su Yang told her to take out vegetables and meat from the refrigerator by herself and only threw her an apron, saying, put it on. Cook as much as you want to eat. Ning Kai-dai rolled her eyes, being completely naked except for the apron. She dragged her tired body and started to cook. Chapter 69, Awakening of Superpowers. Although Ning Kai-dai was extremely fatigued, lured by the food, she endured the soreness in her body and began to cook. Since the advent of the apocalypse, she had never eaten fresh vegetables and meat again. Unexpectedly, Su Yang had all of these, and there were also fresh fruits. This meal took Ning Kai-dai more than 2 hours. Finally, she lay contentedly on the sofa, envying the comfortable environment of Su Yang's home so much that she even didn't want to leave. However, she felt embarrassed to tell Su Yang about it. Eventually, reason prevailed. After taking a short rest, she prepared to get up and take her leave. Su Yang secretly sighed, Ning Kai-dai is really smart. Although the other party was capable and principled, Su Yang still didn't wish to keep her at the moment. When the other party was about to leave, he gave her half a box of instant noodles, 2 packs of ham sausages, and added several bottles of purified water. He still used the words he had first said to Tang Qing. The instant noodles are for fair trade, and the bread and water are rewards for her pleasant experience. Upon hearing this, Ning Katie's face blushed deeply. She took the things, dashed towards the basement at full speed. She put on her clothes and then left. After the other party left, Su-yang rested for a while. Until after having dinner, Su-yang suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. His glabella seemed to be pricked by needles. He felt a force entering his glabella from all parts of his body. A bright light radiated from the glabella. After half an hour, Su-yang finally felt less pain, but his body was full of strength. Is this a mutation of mine? Su-yang frowned tightly. He got up and began to examine himself carefully. In the mirror, he saw himself with a perfect figure and muscles full of power. He seemed like a completely different person from before. The changes in his body were secondary. He touched a still faintly painful glabella with his hand. A force emanated from the glabella, pulling his consciousness in. In the glabella appeared a bronze-colored crystal nucleus. The crystal nucleus emitted light. At the very bottom of the crystal nucleus, a horizontal bar emerged. Su-yang didn't understand what this represented, but he knew that he might have become an ability user. Filled with joy in his heart, he quickly used his consciousness to mobilize the energy in the crystal nucleus. The energy in the crystal nucleus spread throughout his body at a visible speed. In front of him, a spatial door that only he could see appeared. In the past, the spatial gate could only be opened 5 meters away from him. Now, that distance has increased to 10 meters. Upon retracting the spatial gate, Su-yang discovered that he could control spatial power. In an instant, a barrier of spatial energy formed around him. He tested it against an automatic launcher. And to his astonishment, the barrier could withstand the attack. He named it the spatial barrier. Through relentless research, he uncovered 2 additional abilities. One was termed spatial refraction, which involved opening a spatial gate around his body to absorb incoming attacks, only to manifest them again at a different location, striking precisely where he desired. This technique bore a remarkable similarity to the martial arts principle of returning an opponent's attack against them. Furthermore, the range of spatial refraction was an impressive 200 meters, which thrilled Su-yang immensely. The other extraordinary ability allowed spatial energy to converge in his mind, enabling him to visualize a 3-dimensional map extending 200 meters away. Even with buildings obstructing the view, the intricate structures within them could be vividly perceived in his mind. Within this 200-meter range, every person and object was rendered with astonishing clarity, akin to being scanned by radar. Su-yang designated this ability as spatial perception, signifying an awareness of everything around him, which complemented his sharpshooter skills perfectly. After conducting several more experiments without discovering any further spatial abilities, Su-yang stepped out of his bedroom and into the living room. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a solid wood table in the room. A surge of power from the crystal core entered his eyes. Su-yang suddenly discerned a flaw in the table, particularly in its center, where numerous fine cracks radiated outward. When he withdrew his power, those fissures vanished. Approaching the table, he struck its center with his palm. Crack! The solid wooden table split open at that very point, just as he had observed before, the cracks extending outward from the center. Taking a deep breath, Su-yang pondered. Had he awakened a dual ability? Besides his spatial power, what could the other one be? Continuing his experimentation, he refrained from consciously invoking his spatial ability. Yet, from the crystal core at his forehead, a surge of power erupted, converging in his eyes. Upon gazing at the cup in his hand, he instantly perceived its most vulnerable point. With a gentle grip, that weak spot shattered immediately. As he examined other objects with his eyes, he was able to identify their weaknesses as well. By exerting force upon those points, he could effortlessly crush them. I shall name you the Eye of True Insight, Su-yang mused silently, then fell into deep contemplation. This ability appeared to be combat-related, enabling him to see the weaknesses of various objects. It would indeed be a pity not to utilize it in battle. Furthermore, since his rebirth, his physical strength had been steadily increasing. With the awakening of this new ability, he had grown even stronger. Su-yang speculated that his second awakened ability might pertain to physical techniques or martial arts. Suddenly, it felt as though something had abruptly entered his mind. A profound sense of clarity surged within me. My abilities coursed through my being as I launched a punch forward, producing a cascade of shadowy fists. Everything within a 10-meter radius was obliterated. I tested this power once more, and each attempt proved to be as formidable as the last. I decided to name this skill Shadowless Fist. Concurrently, I tapped into my abilities to practice the specialized combat techniques taught to me by Ning Kai Dai, discovering that their potency had multiplied exponentially, and my proficiency had greatly improved. Ultimately, I designated my second awakened ability as belonging to the martial arts category. The awakening of 2 significant powers filled me with elation. Currently, my spatial abilities encompassed 3 skills: spatial barrier, spatial refraction, and spatial perception. Meanwhile, my martial arts abilities included 2. I have true knowledge and shadowless fist. Additionally, my physical strength had significantly escalated. Amidst my joy, a deep-seated anxiety lingered in my heart. If I had awakened my powers, what of others? It was inconceivable that they would remain dormant. Would everyone awaken, or merely a select few? What were the conditions for awakening these abilities? I pondered whether the stockpiled weapons I had amassed would still hold their efficacy against those with powers. A barrage of questions flooded my mind. If no one else possessed abilities, my accumulated arsenal, combined with the fortified war bastion I had constructed, would render me invincible in this apocalyptic world, free from fear of any adversary. However, the emergence of others with powers altered the landscape. In the early stages, perhaps there was little cause for concern, but as time progressed and the number of powered individuals increased, my advantages would inevitably diminish. Chapter 70. The Duel Among Awakened Ones. Although it was uncertain whether my adversaries could breach my war bastion, moreover, he possessed an abundance of formidable missiles and weaponry, and those with extraordinary abilities appeared incapable of matching his advanced technology. However, these factors required careful consideration. Simultaneously, Su Yang found it rather peculiar that despite awakening his powers, he pondered how one might enhance them. Surely, their potency could not remain stagnant. After much contemplation, Su Yang could not arrive at a conclusion and decided to retire for the night, preparing to delve deeper into his thoughts the following morning. The dawn arrived swiftly, and Su Yang rose early. He deployed a multitude of small flying devices, releasing thousands that enveloped the entire Fengyan community. Everything lay beneath his vigilant gaze. To his astonishment, he discovered that numerous individuals were unwell. For instance, Duan Qian had been suffering from a high fever, remaining in a state of unconsciousness. Ning Kaidai was similarly afflicted, alongside 5 others sharing their plight. Conversely, those who had consumed the snow water and survived their ordeal had awakened, exhibiting signs of extraordinary abilities. In stark contrast, the unresponsive individuals had entirely lost their life signs. It appeared that awakening such powers was contingent upon certain innate conditions. Su Yang speculated that perhaps the body must endure a degree of suffering. Suddenly, among the remaining 2,000 residents of Fengyan community, over 100 had manifested extraordinary abilities. The proportion of awakened individuals was indeed significant. Just as Su Yang continued his observations, a resident from Building 17, the first to awaken, seemed to sense his newfound powers. A cold smirk gracing his lips as he rose and made his way towards the floor where Chun Mingjing resided. "Li Feng, you have awakened," Chun Mingjing exclaimed, astonished. "I thought you had succumbed to the toxicity of the snow water. Since you are still alive, let us proceed with your tasks diligently. Today, I intend to assault Building 18, and I shall designate you as the vanguard. Let me make it clear, should you fail to achieve merit, sustenance will elude you." As Chun Mingjing uttered these words, he embraced Li Feng's wife, his hands roaming indiscriminately, showing utter disregard for the man before him. A month has passed since the apocalyptic descent, transforming this world into one governed by the law of the jungle, where only the strong can seize all that they desire. Chun Mingjing had initially believed that he had claimed Li Feng's wife due to the latter's death. Even in Li Feng's presence, possessing his wife was, in essence, a brazen affront. "Remove your filthy hands from my wife, Chun Mingjing," Li Feng retorted coldly, his gaze fierce. With a resounding slap, Chun Mingjing slammed his hand onto the table, rising to his feet. Grabbing a hefty cleaver, he pointed it menacingly at Li Feng. "Are you seeking death? How dare you reprimand me? Is my name one you are entitled to utter?" As Chun Mingjing brandished the knife, Li Feng displayed no hint of trepidation and replied in a low voice, "It appears the one courting death is you." Furious at being challenged, Chun Mingjing swung the blade towards Li Feng's neck. The clash of metal echoed as their weapons met, sending a tremor up Chun Mingjing's arm. His cleaver struck Li Feng's neck, yet to his astonishment, his opponent remained unscathed, a gleam of metallic sheen emanating from the area. How could this be? Chun Mingjing stood frozen, bewildered, as this phenomenon surpassed his comprehension. How could a man's neck possibly transform into metal? This was no film. Before he could react, Li Feng swiftly snatched the opponent's knife, twisted it into a like shape in his hand, and then flung it to the ground with a clang. He slowly advanced towards Chun Mingjing. "Everyone, charge at him and kill him." Chun Mingjing shouted in terror, yet no one heeded his words. His underlings were not fools. Li Feng had suddenly become so powerful that even a knife strike couldn't harm him. They wouldn't be so idiotic as to rush forward and court death. Li Feng grabbed Chen Mingjing, a cold sneer on his lips. He extended his finger, which transformed into a sharp spike and pierced through the opponent's heart. Chen Mingjing fell straight to the ground, losing his life. Li Feng's wife immediately knelt before him and wept, saying, "You're safe. It's really wonderful. I didn't follow Chen Mingjing willingly. I was forced by him." Li Feng stood there, silent. His entire finger turned into a sharp, big knife. With a swift swing, his wife's head was chopped off. "Whether you did it voluntarily or not, you shouldn't have abandoned me. Now, you deserve your death." After killing his wife, Li Feng glared icily at everyone present. "Chen Mingjing is dead. From now on, I'm the leader of number 17. Who approves and who opposes?" Everyone present remained silent, all lowering their heads in acquiescence. Just then, a voice rang out. "I oppose." Li Feng frowned, and a figure walked in from outside. He recognized this person. It was his neighbor, Qian Lu, who had also eaten the meal made with snow water before and didn't die. Perhaps he had also awakened his superpower. Before Li Feng could speak, Qian Lu took the lead and said, "I also want to be the leader of the 17th floor. What do you suggest we do?" Li Feng replied indifferently, "Let's have a fight. Whoever wins will be the leader." "How about that?" "Fine." Qian Lu nodded in agreement. With a wave of his hand, a fireball hurtled towards Li Feng. The fireball was of extremely high temperature and astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it reached Li Feng and struck him directly. His clothes caught fire rapidly under the intense heat. However, Li Feng felt no pain. After the flames on his body extinguished, his entire body was covered in metal. His hands transformed into two blades as he charged towards Qian Lu. Although the temperature of the opponent's fireball was high, it was not enough to melt his steel, like form. The moment Li Feng charged at Qian Lu, he knew he was about to win. Qian Lu was extremely unwilling to see the other party remain unscathed in such high temperature conditions. With another wave of his hand, he summoned 3 more fireballs and hurled them all at Li Feng. Li Feng brandished his 2 blades and split the 3 fireballs apart. He then stared at Qian Lu with a cold smile. Qian Lu flew into a rage and shouted, "I'll fight you to the death." He opened his mouth and spat out a fierce blaze. This flame was even higher in temperature and more powerful than the previous ones. It sprayed directly towards Li Feng. Li Feng felt the temperature of his metal-coated body rising steadily, yet it still hadn't reached the point where he could be melted. Until Qian Lu exhausted all his powers, Li Feng directly placed the blade against his neck. Qian Li's face turned ugly. Although he was reluctant in his heart, he still said, "From now on, you are the leader of Building 17. Seeing that the other party had yielded, Li Feng withdrew his blade. The metallized body returned to normal. Someone was fetched to bring a set of clothes, and then he said to everyone, "From now on, I'm the leader of Building 17, and Qian Lu is the second in command. Greet the second in command." "Hello, second in command." The crowd shouted in unison. Su Yang, from the small-sized aircraft, watched the duel between the 2 powerful super-powered individuals. His heart was filled with shock, yet he didn't worry much. With his 2 super-powers, he believed there was no one he couldn't deal with. Just then, Li Feng said to Qian Lu, "Take a rest first to recover your super-power, then gather our men and take down Su Yang's villa. From then on, it will be our base." Chapter 71. The invasion of the super-powered army after the power hand. Over in Building 17, similar situations occurred in other buildings. The original leaders were replaced by newly awakened super-powered individuals. Some buildings, which were the weakest at first, suddenly had several super-powered individuals awakening, thus becoming the strongest. In Building 24, Su Yang's old neighbors, seeing that Duan Qian had been in a coma, some of them gradually had ulterior motives. After all, Duan Qian was good looking, and some had long been coveting her. As she remained unconscious, they were about to commit an assault. Just then, Duan Qian suddenly woke up. With a wave of her hand, 4 or 5 men were frozen into ice sculptures. Duan Qian's cold voice rang out, "Gather everyone and come to me for a meeting." Soon, all the people in Building 24 arrived. Duan Qian checked and found that besides her, 3 other people in Building 24 had awakened their superpowers. These people, as before, obeyed Duan Qian's orders, which made her quite happy. Moreover, an aspiration and lofty ambition welled up in his heart. He gave an order to everyone. "Early tomorrow morning, we'll launch an attack on Su Yang's villa. First, seize his supplies." Meanwhile, Building 2 also took action. They had more awakened superpower users. Besides Ning Kai Dai, there were exactly 6 of them. This instantly boosted their confidence. The original idea of hiding their strength all along and then coming out to clean up the mess vanished. They too were prepared to attack Su Yang's villa early tomorrow morning. Su Yang calculated that among the more than 2,000 people remaining in Fengyan community, a full 125 had awakened superpowers. The types of superpowers were diverse. Some could turn their entire bodies into metal, some could control flames. Some had extreme speed, leaving streaks of afterimages behind. And some, like Duan Qian, could use ice and snow. There were even those with immense strength. However, no one was like Su Yang, possessing two superpowers. Nor was anyone's superpower as miraculous as his spatial superpower. Although all the superpower users had set their sights on him, Su Yang wasn't worried at all. After all, everyone had just awakened their superpowers. Although their abilities had been enhanced, it wasn't certain that these people could withstand his firepower output. From beginning to end, Su Yang never thought of leaving his villa. Even after awakening his superpowers, this remained the case. His stockpiled weapons were not for nothing. Just how powerful would a superpower user have to be to withstand a missile? Su Yang couldn't imagine. And those confident superpower users couldn't fathom just how many means Su Yang had. After all, those who had followed Li Bin to attack the villa had all been killed. Although they heard the gunshots, they didn't think Su Yang alone could kill them, these extraordinary beings. Su Yang looked at those people with full confidence, a hint of an inexplicable smile curling up at the corner of his mouth. Come on, all of you. It's just right to use you for an experiment. Su Yang directly activated the villa's defense system as well as the monitoring system. Subsequently, he dispatched hundreds of robotic dogs, which hid in the snow outside the villa, getting well hidden in advance. Just like that, before they knew it, it was already the next morning. Su Yang had his meal early and was watering the flowers and feeding the koi in the solarium. Moments later, the monitoring radar emitted an alarm. Su Yang turned on the screen and saw that over 1,000 people were approaching his villa. Although these people were not from the same building nor from the same faction, they shared the same thought of dealing with Su Yang and seizing supplies. Their goals were identical, and there was no conflict among them. Instead, they united. They just waited to kill Su Yang and then divide the supplies equally. These people uncharacteristically united. However, when someone noticed that Li Bin was not in the team from Building 24, they realized that they had all been deceived by Duan Qian, who had only been bluffing before. But after the leaders of those factions changed, they didn't pursue the matter. Before long, all the major factions arrived outside the courtyard of Su Yang's villa. When they saw him still leisurely feeding the fish in his pajamas, they were all enraged. Su Yang, seeing so many of us coming, don't you have anything to say? Li Feng asked with an unfriendly expression. Looking at the blooming flowers in the other's solarium, he felt a pang of jealousy. The environment of the other's home was truly wonderful. The place where they usually live has a temperature of -50 or 60 degrees. Especially after a power outage, it gets even colder. Even though they have awakened their superpowers now and can resist the severe cold, they still can't expose their bodies outside for a long time. Who could live such a comfortable life in the ice, snow apocalypse like Su Yang? Not only he was jealous, but others were also envious. They had long wanted to rush forward, open the door, and seize the other party's villa. There was nothing more to say. Su Yang put down the fish food in his hand, then turned around and came to a table. He took out a bottle of red wine, opened it, poured it into a glass, and took a sip. Then he said to the crowd, "You come if you want. What does it have to do with me? We're not familiar with each other. What? Do you expect me to feed you?" Su Yang was in no way polite to these people. After all, they were all people who wanted to kill him and seize his things. It would be strange if he was polite to them. The reason why he didn't act in a hurry was that he didn't want to alert the enemy. He was going to capture all these super-power, awakened people in one fell swoop for some research. Su Yang's words made all the super-power users extremely angry. They looked at him with fierce eyes. Li Feng said angrily, "Don't think that just because your villa is strong, we can't do anything to you. Now we're no longer ordinary people. Your guns are of no use to us. If you still don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being impolite." "How impolite?" Su Yang sneered. "If you want to fight, then fight. What's the point of talking nonsense here?" Then Su Yang looked at Duan Qian and the people from Building 24 and asked, "Are you also here to cause trouble for me? It seems that Li Bin's death didn't teach you a lesson." Duan Qian said coldly, "Li Bin deserves to die, but you are even more deserving of death." Grinding her teeth, Duan Qian continued, "However, I can give you a chance. If you vacate the villa and hand over all the supplies, I might consider sparing your life. So, you think you've got me cornered?" Su Yang smiled, looking at everyone, and said, "Don't think that just because you have numbers, you can swagger around in front of me. Many people had designs on me before, yet they all ended up dead. Su Yang, it seems you're utterly ignorant of power. Duan Qian looked at him with contempt. The present is not the past. In the past, you had a gun in your hand and could deal with ordinary people, but now, we are beyond your reach. I advise you to walk out of the villa obediently and spare yourself some suffering. Otherwise, Duan Qian didn't finish the rest of her words, leaving the other party to figure it out on their own. Well, in that case, let's fight. Su Yang said indifferently. Since you're not afraid of me and are so confident, what are you waiting for? Do you want to stay and have us invite you for a meal? As he spoke, Su Yang lit an exquisite cigar and started smoking. Chapter 72, Hot Weapons vs. Superpowered Individuals. Everyone looked at his arrogant demeanor and could no longer bear it. All the superpowered individuals waved their hands and commanded, charge. Smash the glass in front and capture Su Yang. From then on, all the supplies inside will be ours. At their command, over 1,000 people, holding various tools, charged towards the glass in the villa's courtyard. Su Yang looked at those rushing out and a faint smile played on his lips. A puff of smoke exhaled. There was no change on the face, nor any movement of the body. Just like this, he watched over 1,000 people smashing attacks against the glass. However, his glass was incredibly sturdy. No matter how hard they smashed, not even a trace appeared on the glass. Hearing the clattering sound by his ears, Su Yang turned around and walked into the living room, activating the counterattack system. Behold, a Gatling rose from the ground of the sunroom, positioning itself in front of the glass. Then a hole opened in the glass. Instantly it opened fire. Rat-a-tat. The Gatling emitted a blue flame, and bullets poured out densely. Over 300 people were hit and collapsed, unable to get up. The Gatling continued its frenzied onslaught. Those people fell like crops being harvested. When the others saw this scene, their courage was completely shattered. They all knew that Su Yang had guns, but they never imagined that there would be a Gatling spitting blue fire. How on earth could they fight against him? One sweep would wipe out a large number. Ignoring whether the superpower users were supervising the battle at the back, they turned around and fled. Want to run? Can you escape? Su Yang sneered. Suddenly, numerous holes appeared around the glass of the sunroom outside the courtyard. Rows of guns emerged. Under the control of the counterattack system, there was a volley. Countless bullets flew out in all directions. The gunshots were deafening. Such a dense shower of bullets gave one the feeling of being on the battlefield. Under the powerful fire coverage, all those over 1,000 ordinary people were killed. Some people's bodies were torn apart, and the blood dyed the snow on the ground red. If it weren't for the extremely cold weather causing the blood to congeal too quickly, there would have been a river of blood outside the villa long ago. Those extraordinary ability possessors watched as the people they brought one by one collapsed. They couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Even though they had prepared themselves for the sacrifice of some of their subordinates, they never expected that Su Yang would have so many firearms and ammunitions. Without even lifting a finger, he wiped out all the people they brought. Fortunately, they hadn't sought trouble with him before they awakened their extraordinary abilities. Facing the overwhelming hail of bullets, all the extraordinary ability possessors activated their respective extraordinary powers to block or shoot down the bullets. However, there were still some whose extraordinary abilities were not suitable for defense. Under the intense firepower, they were riddled with bullets like a beehive and fell to the ground, dead. Especially Qian Lu, whom Li Feng brought along. A bullet pierced through his fireball and went through his forehead. There were only two extraordinary ability possessors who awakened in Building 17. With Qian Li's death, Li Feng was filled with rage. His entire body became metallic. Without any evasion, he charged towards the villa, braving the bullets. Su Yang, I'll tear you to pieces. Li Feng roared and rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. The bullets hit his body, leaving only some slight bullet marks on his surface, all of which were deflected. When the others saw this, they also charged towards the villa recklessly. Having come this far, they definitely couldn't let Su Yang live. They had to kill him in one go. Just as they were about to reach the glass, a sense of foreboding suddenly emerged in their hearts. A noisy buzzing sound rang in their ears. Looking up, they saw hundreds of drones flying out from the 4th floor of the villa. Each drone was equipped with weapons. At this moment, Su Yang's voice rang out. So what if you've awakened your special abilities? There's nothing remarkable about it. You'll still perish under my formidable firepower. Su Yang's voice was cold and heartless, like that of the Grim Reaper emerging from the depths of hell. Hundreds of unmanned aerial vehicles opened fire simultaneously, and bullets once again rained down upon those people in a relentless onslaught, coordinated with the Gatling guns and the firearms extended from the glass. The density of the bullets increased several-fold. Once again, some individuals couldn't hold on. Their special abilities were exhausted, and they met their end under the powerful fire. This sent many awakened individuals scurrying backward in fear. To prevent the unmanned aerial vehicles from being damaged by these awakened ones, Su-yang didn't let them get too close to the enemy, only allowing them to shoot from high in the sky. The enemy simply couldn't bring down the unmanned aerial vehicles. Just as these people were about to retreat, they suddenly felt a spine-chilling sensation in their backs. They mustered their spirits again. Before they could turn around, the intelligent robotic dogs that Su-yang had hidden earlier had already emerged. Without hesitation, they opened fire, and over a dozen more people lost their lives. These people had just awakened their special abilities. Although much more powerful than ordinary people, they were by no means invincible. As long as the firepower was strong enough for Su-yang, awakened individuals were just as mortal, caught in a pincer attack from both front and rear. More than 20 of them died in an instant. The originally 120-plus member team of awakened individuals was now left with only over 80. Sensing that they were about to be surrounded, Duan Qian waved her hand, and a huge snow curtain rose up, blocking all the incoming bullets. She shouted at the top of her lungs, "The enemy's firepower is too overwhelming. We retreat for now." Then she unleashed her special ability on the robotic dogs behind her, temporarily freezing them. "Hurry, run back." Li Feng, with a reluctant glance at Su-yang's villa, followed suit and dashed out. At that moment, Su-yang had already reached the third floor of the villa. He opened the balcony window, a cold smile gracing his lips as he observed the fleeing figures of the supernatural beings. With a swift motion, he readied the Barrett rifle. Bang! A flame erupted from the barrel, and a bullet shot forth like lightning. Suddenly, someone sensed the impending danger and swiftly turned, attempting to unleash their powers to the fullest for defense. Yet, the bullet pierced through the barrier conjured by their abilities, striking them directly. The impact obliterated half of their body, leaving them sprawled on the ground. What on earth? Duan Qian mused inwardly, astonished by the sheer power. It was only after that individual succumbed to their injuries that the realization struck. It was a high-caliber sniper rifle. At that moment, others reacted, shouting urgently, "Quick, find cover!" Su-yang's villa stood amidst a vast expanse in Fengyan community, with limited hiding spots due to the wide open surroundings. Even though these supernatural beings possessed remarkable speed, they could not outrun the bullets from the Barrett sniper rifle. Su-yang pulled the trigger again, unleashing a barrage of 10 shots, each bullet striking the chests of his targets. The force of the bullets obliterated the upper halves of 10 individuals, leaving behind gaping holes as they fell lifelessly to the ground. Observing this scene, Su-yang nodded in satisfaction. The capabilities of the Barrett sniper rifle were unparalleled, not only allowing for single shots but also rapid fire. Coupled with his sharpshooter skills and spatial awareness, it rendered him a formidable opponent. One can fire at will, and each shot can take away a life. Chapter 73, One Shot, One Kill. Amid the brief moment when those extraordinary ability users were fleeing, Su-yang continuously fired the Barrett sniper rifle. Under the formidable firepower, the originally remaining over 80 extraordinary ability users were reduced to only over 60. Although these individuals had awakened their extraordinary abilities and possessed robust physiques, at this stage, they still couldn't withstand the powerful firepower of the Barrett. Watching their companions fall one by one, the remaining people were streaming with cold sweat. They exerted all their extraordinary abilities to the fullest and took to their heels. Regrettably, the area in front of the villa was vast and open, offering no place to hide. During their escape, Su-yang sniped and killed more than a dozen of them once again. It was not until they had run out 1,000 meters that they encountered the greenery belt of the community. Some hid behind the greenery belt, while others concealed themselves behind the trees that had been frozen to death by the low temperature. With these shelters, these people finally heaved a sigh of relief. Especially Duan Qian, although her extraordinary ability allowed her to manipulate ice and snow, and could exert formidable power in such an environment that was only during an offensive. The ice and snow she controlled could slow down the speed of the Barrett bullets but couldn't completely block them. If she hadn't reacted promptly, she would have been sniped and killed long ago. At this moment, she was filled with intense remorse in her heart. She shouldn't have gone to cause trouble for Su-yang. How could she have been so muddle-headed? She thought that after awakening her extraordinary ability, she could avenge the supposed infringement by Su-yang in the past. Little did she expect that a single sniper rifle in the opponent's hand would teach her a lesson. The same was true for the others. They were all filled with lingering fear and secretly regretted as well. just as they were experiencing a complex mix of emotions. The hairs on Duan Qian's body stood on end. A premonition of supernatural power alerts. A sense of foreboding wells up in her heart. Before she can react, bang! A bullet pierces through the concrete on the green belt and directly penetrates Duan Qian's skull. Her head explodes like a watermelon, and a crystal core emitting a green glow drops out. Duan Qian's body falls stiffly to the ground. After killing Duan Qian with a single shot, a cold sneer plays on Su Yang's lips. Although these people have cover, those shelters are of no use to him. A military-grade radar is installed in the villa, and the entire community is monitored by his small aerial vehicles. If he desires, every corner of Fengyun community can be seen with absolute clarity. Moreover, the Barrett sniper rifle is equipped with a high-precision telescopic sight, infrared assistance, and a thermal imaging device. Even if these people hide in the building, they can be clearly seen by him. The effective range of the Barrett sniper rifle is 500 meters, that is, 5 kilometers. These people are only 1,000 meters away from him, even with obstacles in the way. It does not affect the power of the Barrett sniper rifle. According to the information Su Yang has obtained, someone once used this sniper rifle on the battlefield to penetrate a wall 600 meters away. After the bullet passed through the wall, it killed 3 enemies. Such is the power of technology. Even mutants can't withstand it, at least not for now. The people hiding behind the green belt see Duan Qian's head blown off by a single shot, and a large hole appears in the concrete wall behind her. Everyone's heart sinks to the bottom. However, they dare not move because the speed of the sniper rifle bullet is too fast. And they don't even know when Su Yang fired the shot. After Duan Qian's demise, it took merely 3 seconds for the gunfire to resonate. Such rapidity rendered their precognitive abilities futile. Even with a warning, reacting in that fleeting moment proved impossible. Each individual harbored a glimmer of hope, convinced that Su Yang's earlier shot that felled Duan Qian had been a mere stroke of luck. They could not fathom that from a distance of a kilometer, he could perceive through the foliage or the cover behind them. Yet, to their dismay, Su Yang not only discerned their presence, but also anticipated their every movement. With the magazine filled, he once again aimed at a figure concealed behind the trees, resolutely pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet surged forth like a streak of light. Racing at supersonic speed, the frozen trees emitted a muffled crack as the spinning projectile bore a gaping hole into the trunk. The bullet penetrated the waist of the unfortunate ability user, cleaving his body in two. A piercing scream escaped his lips as he writhed on the ground, intestines spilling forth. "Help me, please save me, I don't want to die." He bellowed in agony, yet not a soul extended a hand to assist him. In mere moments, the wretched man, bisected by the bullet, fell silent, lifeless beyond revival. The onlookers were left in a state of terror. Su Yang, akin to a cat toying with its prey, continued his relentless pursuit of the remaining survivors. After dispatching 5 more who had sought refuge behind the trees with 5 precise shots, he was struck by a wave of ennui. Grasping a megaphone, he addressed the remaining ability users. "Li Feng, listen closely. Surrender and come out peacefully, and I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, the fate that awaits you all is death." Among these people, perhaps the most composed one was Li Feng. His superpower was the ability to turn his entire body into metal. This power pervaded his whole body, rendering it incredibly hard. Moreover, he could extend the metal, transforming it into a sword or a knife, and even into a shield, thus integrating offense and defense. He had already tested it before. Ordinary guns could merely leave some bullet marks on him, having no real effect. They couldn't harm him. However, he hadn't yet tested the power of the Barrett sniper rifle's bullets, and was unsure whether he could withstand them. Nevertheless, he still had some confidence in his heart. Previously, even when AK-47 bullets were fired at him from such a close range and with such density, they couldn't harm him. Even if the sniper rifle had greater power and could cause him some damage, it probably wouldn't be significant. It would be quite easy for him to escape. Thus, at that moment, Li Feng didn't respond to Su Yang. He wanted to observe the situation and wait and see. He didn't believe that Su Yang had so many sniper rifle bullets. Otherwise, Su Yang would have continued to kill instead of stopping the shooting to offer them surrender. At this time, everyone turned their eyes towards him. Li Feng said to the crowd, "Su Yang might be running out of ammunition soon. Let's ignore him. As long as we don't show our heads, he can't do anything to us. Let's keep stalling for a while. When night falls, we'll attack his villa. I don't believe he doesn't need to sleep at night." Good. His words were met with the approval of everyone present. They all crouched on the ground, using the green belt for cover. And Li Feng shouted, "Su Yang, don't waste your efforts. We won't surrender. If you have the guts, come out of the villa and fight us fair and square. Relying solely on guns is no real ability. Hearing Li Feng's blustering words, Su Yang smiled indifferently. He placed the Barrett aside, retrieved an RPG rocket launcher from the spatial storage, loaded a shell, and hoisted it onto his shoulder. Then, through a megaphone, he shouted, "Since you refuse to surrender, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Let you experience the power of a devastating shot." A devastating shot? Li Feng and the others murmured to themselves, "What on earth is that?" However, upon hearing this, an ominous premonition welled up in their hearts, an extremely intense one, 100 times stronger than the fear they felt in the face of numerous bullets. Before they could react, Su Yang unhesitatingly pulled the trigger of the RPG rocket launcher. Boom! A deafening roar resounded, echoing throughout Fengyun community. An RPG missile soared towards the green belt 1,000 meters away. Chapter 74. The sneaky fellow not good. Run. When Li Feng heard that ear-shattering sound, his heart tightened, and he shouted, taking the lead to leap away from his original position. The others were no slower in their response. The moment the sound rang out, they also began to flee. But still, some were a step too slow. The RPG missile traced a path through the air, with a trail of flames at its tail, and landed in the green belt. Boom! An explosion erupted. The area within a 10-meter radius was flattened. Flames shot up. 5 super-powered individuals were blown to smithereens on the spot. Only 5 green, glowing crystal nuclei were left on the ground. The powerful air current struck the others. Even though they exerted their super powers to the fullest, they still couldn't resist and were sent flying by the air current. In fact, for such a missile, the explosive power is of secondary importance. What can cause greater casualties to the human body are the steel balls inside the missile and the fragments that scatter in all directions when the missile explodes. Under the powerful force, the steel balls and missile fragments fly around randomly. Even if some people are not killed instantly by the missile, they are hit by the flying fragments and steel balls, their bodies riddled with holes. More than 20 people let out a shrill scream, fell to the ground, and lost their lives. Although Li Feng's superpower doesn't add much to his speed, after his whole body is metallized, his defensive power is astonishing. The moment Su Yang launched the missile, he leaped away and left the explosion area. The steel balls and fragments shot onto him, making a clanging sound. Yet he remained unharmed. Li Feng took a glance at the remaining survivors. Including him, there were only 20 left, and their morale was low. They all fled for their lives. The green belt was leveled by a missile, leaving no place to hide. To avoid death, they could only run frantically, hoping to escape from Su Yang's bombing range. Su Yang looked at those superpowered individuals who were fleeing in a frenzy, a colder smile appearing on his lips. At this time, it was inappropriate to use an RPG against the dispersed enemies. He put down the rocket launcher and took out an even larger sniper rifle. This sniper rifle was more like a sniper cannon. It was the world-renowned Anzio Monster anti-material sniper rifle, loaded with 20mm caliber anti-material shells, capable of easily penetrating armored vehicles and tanks, with a range of up to 4.5 kilometers. He aimed at a fleeing superpowered individual and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The projectile traversed the frozen arboreal expanse, striking the metahuman with lethal precision, resulting in immediate disintegration. Unabated, the projectile continued its trajectory, piercing through 3 more individuals before detonating upon a 5th, reducing the unfortunate soul to a pile of indiscernible fragments. Save for a pristine crystal nucleus that remained unscathed on the ground, the remaining fleeing metahumans were petrified, their limbs failing them as they beheld the gruesome demise of their comrades. Is Su Yang even human? Was the unanimous sentiment echoing in their minds. What benevolent soul stockpiles such an arsenal? It would seem that he had prescient knowledge of the impending cataclysm and had meticulously prepared. But whence did he procure such a vast quantity of armaments? Amassing a collection of firearms is plausible, albeit requiring substantial capital and access to the black market. However, procuring such a cache within the nation's borders is highly improbable, unless he were the clandestine offspring of a high-ranking military commander. Even then, acquiring RPGs, weapons of mass destruction, would be an insurmountable task. Furthermore, the projectile's extraordinary potency suggests that it was no ordinary munition. Could it be that Su Yang harbors seditious intentions? The remaining individuals contemplated in unison. Resistance seemed futile. Against such sophisticated weaponry, escape was inconceivable. Could they outpace a sniper's bullet? Could their nascent abilities rival the destructive force of a rocket launcher? With a collective resignation, they concluded that capitulation was the only viable option, perhaps preserving their lives in the process. Suyang watched as everyone stopped in their tracks. He once again activated the megaphone and asked mockingly, "Run. Why aren't you running anymore? I was looking forward to practicing my sniper skills on you. How about this? I'll give you another chance. Run again. If you can dodge my bullets, I won't kill you. What do you think?" Suyang was merely taunting the remaining people. Since these people had towards him, there was no way he would let them live. These were all awakened superpower users. If they grew stronger one day, they might pose a threat to him. It was better to eliminate them as soon as possible. He understood the principle that if the roots of the grass are not eradicated, it will grow back with the spring breeze. The others shook their heads upon hearing Suyang's words. They thought to themselves, "We won't run. We'd rather die than run. Running surely means death, but surrendering might give us a chance to survive. You say you want to practice sniping. Do you even need to practice? You can kill 5 superpower users with one shot. Are we crazy to run? Within a 3-kilometer radius of this area. Apart from the flattened green belt blown up by you, where else are there obstacles for us to hide? We'll surely be picked off one by one." Just as everyone was about to completely surrender, Li Feng stepped forward and roared loudly, "Suyang, there's no way we'll surrender to you. They may be afraid of you, but I'm not. Even if you have a sniper rifle and a rocket launcher, what can you do to me? I'm no longer an ordinary person. If I can break into your villa, I'll tear you to pieces and let you experience what fear is like. Stubborn and courting death." Suyang snorted coldly. He aimed the Anzio Monster anti-material sniper rifle at Li Feng. A bullet was discharged. In an instant, Li Feng sensed impending danger, his entire body becoming metallic. A formidable metal shield materialized before him. Bang! The bullet pierced through the shield, continuing its trajectory towards Li Feng's body without pause. Witnessing his conjured shield, crafted from his extraordinary abilities, being rendered as fragile as paper before his adversary, Li Feng was struck with alarm. He swiftly retracted the metal shield, transforming his hands into 2 razor-sharp blades, slashing directly ahead. By sheer happenstance, he severed an anti-material shell in half. Boom! The shell exploded, propelling Li Feng backward. The 2 halves of the shell continued their flight, piercing the skulls of 2 other ability users, obliterating their heads. The onlookers, filled with trepidation, gazed at the scene unfolding before them. In an instant, a surge of fury ignited within them, their expressions darkening as they glared at Li Feng. Their adversaries had declared that surrender would spare their lives, yet he had chosen to provoke them instead. Had he not dragged them into this perilous situation? Enraged, these individuals seized the opportunity while Li Feng and Suyang faced off, fleeing and abandoning their comrade. To their astonishment, Li Feng's metallic transformation proved formidable. He had successfully deflected an attack. Suyang remained unfazed, reloading his weapon with another bullet, distinctly different from the previous one. As he loaded it, the sound of liquid surging within was unmistakable. Bang! The gunfire erupted once more, and Li Feng instinctively sensed the looming threat. He once again summoned a substantial shield with his powers. Yet, in the very moment of its manifestation, the shield was perforated. Li Feng, undeterred, swung his blade forward with renewed determination. The anti-material shell was cleaved in 2, yet this time it did not detonate. The liquid within splattered all over him. Just as Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief, secretly grateful, he discovered that his metallic body was emitting wisps of smoke. His entire form was being eroded at an alarming rate. Even the full exertion of his abilities proved futile. Damn! Concentrated sulfuric acid. Li Feng glared towards the direction of Suyang's villa, seething. "You old scoundrel, I shall haunt you even as a specter." His entire body was consumed by the acid, leaving nothing but a radiant crystal core behind. Chapter 75. Absorbing abilities. Ah, you dare to be audacious before me. After dispatching Li Feng, Suyang chuckled coldly. Despite his adversary's ability to turn entirely metallic, he remained utterly defenseless against Suyang's anti-material sniper rifle. The previous occasion when Li Feng managed to withstand 2 shots from the angelic beast sniper shells was merely a stroke of luck. In truth, with his current level of ability, Li Feng was incapable of withstanding such an onslaught. Suyang had simply chosen not to waste more ammunition, opting instead for shells imbued with concentrated sulfuric acid. Once unleashed, the potent acid would corrode even the most resilient tank armor. Furthermore, Suyang possessed numerous strategies to contend with Li Feng. Li Feng met his demise, bitterly unsatisfied. His entire being was reduced to nothing by the concentrated sulfuric acid. Meanwhile, the remaining 12 ability wielders seized the moment to retreat to their respective homes. Su Yang paid them no mind, planning to deal with them once the battlefield was cleared. The electronic dog, previously frozen by Duan Qian's icy powers, lay in stasis. There was no damage. After Duan Qian's demise, freedom of movement was restored. Under Su Yang's control, the drones and intelligent robotic dogs operated in unison. The lifeless bodies surrounding the villa were meticulously cleared away, as was the blood-stained snow outside the estate. The remnants of the earlier battle were once again cloaked beneath a thick layer of snow, restoring the scene to its former state. As if no conflict had ever transpired here, the drones lifted over 1,000 corpses, accumulating them in the square of Fengyun community before returning. Meanwhile, the bodies of over 100 ability users, along with the fallen crystal cores, were all gathered by Su Yang. Initially, there were 125 ability users who had launched an assault against him. Now, only 12 remained alive. A staggering 113 ability users had met their end at Su Yang's hands, with some bodies utterly shattered, leaving only their crystal cores behind. Su Yang intended to conduct an in-depth study of these ability users, pondering whether he could absorb their powers. As he grasped a crystal core, preparing to examine it closely, he was suddenly taken aback as the energy within the core surged into his body. A warm sensation enveloped him, and as the energy dissipated from the crystal core, it crumbled into dust, vanishing without a trace. The energy from the core circulated within him, enhancing his physical strength incrementally, ultimately converging at the crystal core located in his forehead. Su Yang felt a significant augmentation in his power. The once singular blue glowing core now bore an additional line, transforming from 1 to 2. Could it be that I have advanced? Su Yang pondered, questioning whether the enhancement of one S abilities necessitated the absorption of energy from another S crystal core. At the thought of this, Su Yang examined his several skills. Apart from the significant enhancement of his physical strength, the energy of his supernatural power had become twice as concentrated as before. However, neither the intensity nor the range of his skills had increased. Perhaps it hadn't reached a critical point yet. Su Yang murmured. He picked up a crystal nucleus with his hand again. The moment his hand touched the crystal nucleus, as before, all the energy in the crystal nucleus entered his body and finally converged into the crystal nucleus between his eyebrows. A third stripe appeared on the crystal nucleus, and his body became stronger again while the energy in the crystal nucleus increased once more. After the crystal nucleus in his hand lost its energy, it turned to ashes. Su Yang finally confirmed that the way for an ability user to enhance their ability was to absorb the energy from the crystal nuclei of other ability users. This not only enabled the absorber to continuously increase their energy and become stronger, but also enhance their physique. Perhaps when a certain amount was absorbed, it could even lead to evolution. After figuring this out, Su Yang absorbed 6 more crystal nuclei. By now, 9 stripes had appeared on the cyan crystal nucleus between his eyebrows. Su Yang felt the concentrated energy in the crystal nucleus, but sensed that it hadn't reached its limit yet. He prepared to continue absorbing. He took out a dagger from the space, ready to dig out the crystal nuclei from those corpses. But the moment his hand touched a corpse, the other party's energy entered his body. After the other party's supernatural power was absorbed, Su Yang clearly noticed that the center of the other party's eyebrows cracked open, and the crystal nucleus inside disappeared without a trace. Could this work too? Su Yang was shocked, so it wasn't necessary to directly touch the crystal nucleus. Just touching the other party's body could also devour the supernatural power. After devouring another extraordinary ability, Su Yang discovered that the energy at his brow had merely intensified. His physical strength was also on the rise. No additional line appeared on the crystal core. Had it not been for the evident changes in his body, Su Yang might have believed he had reached his limit. Upon touching the corpse of another ability user, he absorbed the power, yet the crystal core remained unchanged. Unwilling to yield, he touched another body. After absorbing the ability, his strength increased yet again, and the energy within the crystal core surged, but still, there was no qualitative transformation. Once the core reached 9 lines, Su Yang consumed the abilities of 9 individuals, augmenting both his physique and powers. It was only after absorbing the 10th ability that he finally witnessed a transformation within the crystal core. The entire core radiated with a dazzling light, infused with 2 immense energies, one emanating from spatial abilities, the other from martial prowess. His body visibly strengthened, As if undergoing a profound evolution, his bones, organs, blood, and cells continuously ascended, as though achieving a leap in life itself. Su-yang realized his physical strength had become unparalleled, capable of delivering a fatal blow to an elephant with a single punch. His mind became extraordinarily alert, with thoughts racing at an unprecedented speed. Moreover, he could distinctly sense a monumental shift in his abilities, signifying an evolution to a new level. The crystal core at his brow, which had originally emitted a green glow, suddenly transformed into a silvery hue, with the core itself taking on a shimmering silver color. After evolution, a stripe emerged on the silvery, white glow. Could this be the level of each stage of the growth of one's own superpower? Su-yang's brows furrowed tightly as his mind was constantly engaged in thought. Previously, the cyan glow emitted by the crystal nucleus should have been the initial stage after awakening the superpower, and one stripe represents level 1, while 9 stripes signify level 9. Just like the bronze rank in League of Legends, the crystal nucleus emitting a silver glow corresponds to the silver rank. To be promoted from bronze level 9 to silver level 1, it is necessary to absorb the superpowers of 10 bronze level 1 crystal nuclei. Of course, this is just a preliminary classification of strength made by Su-yang himself. The purpose is to facilitate the differentiation of his strength from that of other superpower users and to determine the critical line of the growth of his own superpower. Then, how many superpowers are needed to be absorbed for each level, up in the silver rank? Without any hesitation, Su-yang started absorbing superpowers again. He discovered that for each level, up in the silver rank, 10 superpowers of bronze level 1 are required. Chapter 76, Rapid Power Increase Apparently. For each level, up in the silver rank, the amount of superpowers to be devoured is 10 times that of the previous level. After learning all this, Su-yang couldn't wait to check the skills of his 2 major superpowers. He found that both the spatial superpower and the martial arts base superpower had awakened a skill. The skill awakened by the spatial superpower is the spatial blade. It can condense the power of space into an invisible sharp blade. The maximum range can reach 100 meters, ignoring any form of defense. Gathering superpower in his hand, he slashed at an apple on the table. There was no change on the outside of the apple. When he picked up the apple, everything inside had been sliced into fragments. Its power was extremely formidable. Moreover, the spatial blade is not only capable of cutting through the interior, but can also severely damage the exterior. It can even sever molecules. It is simply a weapon that strikes invisibly, leaving one defenseless. As for the martial arts base superpower, what awakens is the shadowless saber. When a strike is made, a flurry of saber shadows will emerge with an incredibly high speed. Its power is equally formidable. At the same time, the several superpowers awakened previously have also been enhanced to varying degrees. The space gate can now be opened up to 20 meters away from the body. The range of the spatial refraction counterattack has been increased to 300 meters. And the distance of spatial perception has also been extended to 300 meters. The function of the true sight eye has become even more powerful, with an effective range reaching 230 meters. The speed of the shadowless fist has become faster and even more mysterious. In an instant, hundreds of punches can be thrown, each with the same force. This discovery delighted Su-yang greatly. Although he may not necessarily use the superpowers, at least their power would be a life-saving trump card for him in the future. If one day all superpower users have evolved to the point of being fearless of thermal weapons and large-scale lethal weapons, he would still have 2 superpowers to protect his life. Moreover, when others are unaware that he has superpowers, just like today, they will surely be arrogant. When the opponents are off guard, it will be the time for him to strike. It would be strange if he couldn't outwit these people. Su-yang calculated that after being promoted from bronze level 1 to silver level 2, he had devoured a total of 28 superpowers. At this time, there were still 85 superpowers left to devour. Without hesitation, he dragged the bodies of those superpower users over, placed his hands on the corpses. An energy rushed into his body frantically. At the silver, 3rd rank, silver, 4th rank, and silver, 5th rank, having directly devoured 70 strands of superpowers, Su-yang reached the silver, 9th rank. Even after ascending to the silver, 9th rank, he didn't halt. Subsequently, he absorbed all the remaining 15 strands of superpowers. However, this didn't lead to another evolution. He remained at the silver, 9th rank. Nevertheless, the superpowers within his body became more potent, and his physical strength increased once again. With the experience of evolving from the bronze rank to the silver rank, Su-yang deduced that if For the promotion from the silver rank to the next higher rank, it still requires 100 bronze, first-rank superpowers. Facing such a vast quantity of superpowers, Su-Yang didn't lose heart. Everyone had just awakened their superpowers and hadn't fully grasped them yet. They might not even know how to upgrade their own superpowers. But he had already advanced to the silver, 9th rank, thus taking a huge lead over everyone. It wasn't an overstatement to claim that he was currently the strongest. To verify his thoughts, Su-Yang opened his mobile phone and browsed the forum. Indeed, there were many people who had awakened superpowers, with a wide variety of them. But not a single person on the forum mentioned how to increase superpowers. They merely discussed the stripe on the cyan crystal nucleus, with some speculating that it might represent the current rank. Su-Yang glanced at it and smiled. There are still quite a few intelligent people. No one who has survived till now is a fool. Even if they discover that they can devour the superpowers of slain superpower users to enhance themselves, those people won't disclose it. Once revealed, their advantages will vanish completely. It's better to develop quietly and become the strongest one in the future to dominate the world. After browsing the forum, Su-Yang started to contemplate how to eliminate the 12 superpower users who had fled. How dare they cause trouble for oneself? Did they think that by running back, they would be safe? They underestimated oneself too much. Su-Yang sneered. Subsequently, he directly arranged hundreds of drones carrying intelligent electronic dogs to set out. Currently, these people have just awakened their superpowers, unlike him who has already evolved. Nor have they absorbed the superpowers of others. They can still be easily killed under the intense firepower. Moreover, in order to deal with the different superpowers of these people, the weapons installed on the drones and intelligent electronic dogs dispatched by Su-Yang are also different. Some are equipped with laser weapons. Some carry emitters with high concentration sulfuric acid, and some have stun guns installed. Anyway, there are all kinds. All this is to wipe out those 12 superpowered individuals. And Su-Yang directly had those hundreds of drones set out in the heavy snow at night, aiming for complete surprise. After those 12 superpowered individuals fled back, they didn't return to their respective buildings but all came to the 40th building. There was no other reason except that they were terrified by Su-Yang. This building was far from Su-Yang's villa, and they felt safer. Also, by sticking together, they could better handle emergencies. Su-Yang was really terrifying. Having so many powerful weapons. A man, eating bread with a still, lingering look of fear on his face, said, "We. Over 100 superpowered individuals who have awakened our powers were killed until only these few of us are left. What should we do in the future?" His words left everyone in silence. After a while, another person said, "How about we leave Fengyan community? This is Su-Yang's territory. Although we've managed to escape, the enemy surely won't let it go. If they come charging at us with heavy weapons, we simply can't hold them off. How could we flee?" Someone retorted, "The outside temperature is so low, and the heavy snow has never ceased. Even though we've all awakened our superpowers and have decent cold resistance, we still can't be exposed to the low temperature for an extended period. Moreover, there may not be food outside. What if our food runs out? Isn't it simple?" The person who had proposed leaving earlier sneered faintly. "We've collected quite a bit of supplies from each building before. They're still stored in every building. Can't we just retrieve them? And if we ransack the supplies in the hands of those ordinary people again, it'll be enough for the 12 of us to survive for a long time. As long as we leave here, Su-Yang won't be able to do anything to us." His words won the approval of half the people. However, some still objected. This isn't appropriate. Just because we've awakened superpowers, does it mean those outside can't? There are bound to be more superpowered individuals outside. Can the 12 of us defeat them? In the end, we'll just end up dead. Then what do you suggest? The person who had proposed earlier grumbled. "Stay here." The objecting person said resolutely. "Su-Yang may have a sniper rifle, a rocket launcher, and all kinds of firearms and ammunition, but to exert their power, he can only do so from within the villa. Judging from the fact that since the apocalypse arrived a month ago, this person has never left the villa. It's evident that he's also deathly afraid." Chapter 77. Jumping at shadows. The analysis of that extraordinary power possessor brightened everyone's eyes. The other person continued, "As long as Su-Yang doesn't emerge from the villa, even if he has such powerful firepower, what can he do to us? If he really dares to come out, without extraordinary powers, he can't cause us any harm either. Moreover, those weapons of his can't exert much effect within these buildings. As long as we seize the opportunity, we can kill him in one fell swoop." A cold and sharp light shone in that person's eyes. "Fine, then we won't leave." Everyone approved. Just then, an extremely noisy sound suddenly came from outside the window. Buzz. Upon hearing this sound, The complexions of the 12 extraordinary power possessors changed drastically. It's the drones. Su-Yang has sent drones. They had heard this sound when they attacked the other party's villa. At that time, quite a few of their companions had died under the firepower output of these drones. And judging from the sound, there were more drones this time. Quick, retreat. Someone shouted. The 12 people got up and were about to run outside. At this moment, hundreds of drones fired simultaneously. The gun barrels were like spouting flames, illuminating the night sky. Bullets shot over from outside the balcony. Rise. An extraordinary power possessor who could control objects waved his hand. A sofa soared into the air and blocked in front of everyone. Before they could feel happy for a moment, the entire sofa was directly shattered. That extraordinary power possessor just wanted to gather his extraordinary power to control the rapidly flying bullets. However, the bullets were too dense, and he could only control a part of them. He was turned into a sieve by the remaining bullets, collapsed to the ground. When others witnessed this situation, they promptly opened the door of the room and rushed out. Those who lagged behind suddenly heard a sound of something falling to the ground. Before they could react, with a loud boom, the sound of an explosion resounded, and the entire room was engulfed in a sea of flames. Damn it, it's a grenade. The three late, arriving super-powered individuals cursed. Their bodies were killed by the force of the explosion and flying shrapnel, and they fell stiffly outside the room's door. They were almost out. The entire building, after being blown up by the grenade, immediately started to sway unsteadily. Even the staircase developed cracks. The remaining 8 super-powered individuals were filled with intense fear and fled downstairs without hesitation. But how could they outrun the drones? Even though they were in the corridor and the drones couldn't directly shoot at them, they were clearly visible under the infrared rays installed on the drones. A drone slowly fired an armor-piercing bullet at the 8 trigram super-powered individual running in the corridor. The armor-piercing bullet could penetrate even a steel fortress like a tank, let alone those walls. A big hole appeared in the concrete wall. The armor-piercing bullet passed through unhindered, piercing through several walls in a row and heading straight for the 8 super-powered individuals. The 8 super-powered individuals suddenly felt their hairs stand on end, and an even stronger sense of fear welled up in their hearts. They activated their superpowers throughout their bodies, running downstairs while defending. Just then, the armor-piercing bullet caught up, penetrating the staircase directly and attacking the 8. The 5 in front, although they didn't know what this thing was, jumped off the staircase the moment the danger arose. Boom. The armor-piercing shells directly bombarded the remaining 3 people. Their superpowers were as flimsy as paper, made things, and their entire bodies were blown to pieces. Under the huge power explosion, the upper part of the whole building was shaken precariously. All the staircases were collapsed and kept crashing down. The 5 people who had jumped down quickly dodged, thus avoiding being buried by the falling objects. At this moment, these 5 people were all trapped on the first floor, with no way to ascend to the sky nor descend to the underworld. Moreover, they didn't dare to go out, fearing to be shot dead by the drones sent by Su-Yang. They were also afraid that the whole building would collapse and bury them. Su-Yang looked at the 5 people in the screen, who were extremely paranoid, with a mocking look on his face. They were so scared that even the sound of soil and stones falling could unnerve them. Are these the superpowered individuals who have awakened their powers? They're nothing special after all, Su-Yang sneered. Suddenly, one person shouted loudly, Su-Yang, I know you can hear me. We surrender. You said you wouldn't kill us if we surrendered. The shout of this person made the whole building shake precariously again. The other 4 people were so frightened that they covered his mouth. At this time, 100 drones slowly descended. A voice came from one of the drones. What were you doing earlier? It's too late to surrender now. The moment you had the intention to kill me, your fates were already doomed. Give up struggling and accept death peacefully. Su-Yang's words left the 5 people in despair. Damn it, why did we provoke him in the first place? One person angrily complained. If we hadn't provoked him, we would still be domineering among ordinary people. We had just awakened our superpowers and hadn't had time to enjoy them yet. But we're going to die soon. What's the use of complaining now? Another person said irritably. We can't even see Su-Yang's face, and we're almost killed by his high-tech weapons. What do you think we should do now? Finally, the 3 people looked at the other 2 and asked, surely we can't just wait here to die. They can afford to wait, but we can't. What else can we do? Charge out. The 2 said in unison. Take a chance, and there might be a glimmer of hope to survive. After rushing out, we'll scatter in all directions. Whether we can survive depends on our individual luck. Hearing what the 5 people said, Su Yang secretly thought, "Run? Can you escape?" Before the 5 people could rush out, the drones frantically dropped grenades inside. Boom, boom. The deafening roars of explosions resounded continuously. The entire building could no longer hold up, and its overall structure collapsed. The 5 people were blown to pieces. After all the remaining 12 super-powered individuals were killed, the drones dropped intelligent electronic dogs to search for the crystal nuclei of the 12 people. After all the crystal nuclei were found in the ruins, they were taken back. Su Yang absorbed the crystal nuclei without hesitation. As he had expected, to evolve again, he indeed needed to devour more superpowers. After devouring the superpowers of 12 people, Su Yang calculated that perhaps he might have a chance only after devouring the superpowers of another 73 bronze, level 1 super-powered individuals. However, Su Yang wasn't worried. After the absorption, he took a hot bath and then went to sleep. For several consecutive days, Su Yang practiced the methods of using his superpower and gradually became proficient in its application. The ability of an Esper may not be used all the time, but it's essential. Thus, Su Yang is quite earnest. Every day, Su Yang observes the situation of the entire Fengyan community. At this moment, Ning Kai-dai has awakened and also developed her superpower. As expected, her power belongs to the martial arts category. Every day, apart from eating, sleeping, she practices the methods of using her ability. After the battle a few days ago in Fengyan community, there are only about 500 or 600 people left in the whole community. None of them has awakened their superpowers. However, since Su Yang eliminated all those Espers along with their subordinates, these people are living relatively well for the time being. Chapter 78. 3 agreements. After all the Espers and Fengyan community were eradicated, Su Yang became rather idle. During this period, no one came to challenge him or cause him trouble. Only Ning Kai-dai and Tang Qin would occasionally come to his villa to exchange some survival supplies. Sometimes, as soon as one person left, another would arrive. Because Su Yang had absorbed too many superpowers before, his physical quality became extremely strong. Sometimes, he even considered bringing over Su Yunxi and Su Muyu, the 2 sisters. However, he still had many things to do for the time being. The 2 sisters were relatively safe for the moment, so he didn't take immediate action. Instead, he was busy with other matters. Now, in this extreme weather of the ice and snow apocalypse, many people have awakened their superpowers, and the number is increasing. For the sake of safety, Su Yang plans to lay landmines around the villa as the first line of defense for the villa. As long as any Esper dares to step in, they will be directly blown up by the landmines and won't even be able to get close to his villa. He has an abundance of this stuff. Surely, it's necessary to exert its maximum potency while those with superpowers are not yet extremely powerful. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Thus, every day, Su Yang dispatched intelligent robotic dogs to bury landmines around the villa. Within a radius of 200 meters from the entire villa, over 1,000 mines were buried. Only then did he relax. He called Tang Qin and Ning Kai-dai again, asking the 2 to come to him. A few hours later, he gave the 2 some supplies. Naturally, they received Su Yang's praise and tangible rewards. "Thank you, boss." The 2 were delighted as they looked at the bottled mineral water and food in front of them. These items were sufficient for the 2 to sustain themselves for quite a long time. However, both of them tacitly took only 1 day's worth of food and water, and then prepared to leave. Su Yang looked at their actions with a puzzled expression, somewhat confused. Ning Kai-dai smiled and said, "It's inconvenient for us to carry so many things. It's better to leave them with you. Anyway, it's safe here. The temperature outside is so low that if we take them out, they'll freeze and be hard to handle. At worst, we can come back tomorrow. With your personality, you'll surely ask us to come again tomorrow. Why bother? It's better to store these things with you for now." At the same time, Tang Qin also nodded. It seemed she thought the same way. Su Yang smiled helplessly and said, "It seems you 2 are relying on me." Tang Qin, who was usually rather timid, this time was even more straightforward than Ning Kai-dai. She replied, "It's not that we're relying on you. It's that we both have needs. Fair trade is normal. Moreover, Sister Ning and I have come to like this feeling." Alas, it seems that the 2 of them have become accustomed to this life. Su Yang thought to himself, a sense of pride welling up on his face instantly. The 2 women were indeed as he had expected. Although in the eyes of the 2 women, Su Yang's abilities were rather extraordinary, and they felt a bit apprehensive each time before his arrival, they still looked forward to it in their hearts. "Well, in that case, you 2 can stay from now on." Su Yang's words made the eyes of the 2 women light up. Before they could cheer, Su Yang changed the topic. Although I can allow you to stay, there must be 3 rules. The 2 women looked at him with a serious expression and nodded, indicating for him to continue. First, you must always keep in mind that you should always follow my commands. My words carry the utmost weight. Whatever I tell you to do, you must not disobey. Second, you must not harbor any hostility towards me. Once discovered, your fate will not be as simple as being driven out of here, but death. Third, without my permission, you can only move around on the 3rd basement floor and the living room, these 4 floors. Without my permission, you are not allowed to set foot on the 2nd to 4th floors. Of course, without my permission, you can't go anywhere in this villa. As Suyang spoke, he waved his hand, and all the internal mechanisms of the entire villa were activated. The 1st floor, the underground part, and the 2nd floor were completely isolated. Even the elevator and stairs were impassable. Under the extreme shock of the 2 women, Suyang waved his hand again, and the mechanisms were closed, and the villa returned to its original state. Although he knew that the 2 women had already submitted in their hearts, it was still necessary to awe them a bit. In his heart, there is no absolute loyalty in this world, especially in this apocalyptic era where no glimmer of future can be seen. Loyalty can't even be exchanged for a pack of instant noodles. Among people, there is only power so formidable that it can awe the other side into not daring to betray. Suyang looked at the 2 again and asked, "Can you 3 accomplish these?" "No problem." Ning Kai-dai and Tang Qing replied in unison, "You've recognized us, and we've long since recognized you. Perhaps you don't believe in loyalty among people, but still we want to say that under no circumstances will we betray you." "Well, then let's wait and see." Suyang smiled and said, "To be honest, whether you're loyal or not is of little consequence to me. For my power has become so great that I fear no betrayal." After Suyang finished speaking, a powerful energy burst out from his body. A majestic momentum enveloped the entire villa. Ning Kai-dai and Tang Qing immediately felt an immense pressure, like a huge mountain pressing down on them. Especially Tang Qing, who couldn't hold on directly. Her legs went weak and she knelt on the ground. Ning Kai-dai was struggling to hold on. Just when she was about to give in, Suyang withdrew his momentum. Ning Kai-dai felt the pressure on her body disappear without a trace and let out a long breath. "Why are you so powerful?" Ning Kai-dai asked in great bewilderment. "You'll know in the future." Suyang smiled and didn't explain anything. He bent down to help Tang Qing up. Chapter 79, The Landmine Array. Although Tang Qing already knew that some people had awakened their superpowers and become extremely powerful, he had transcended the ordinary. However, upon first witnessing the awe-inspiring aura emanating from Suyang, he was severely startled. It took quite a while for him to regain his composure. In his heart, the determination to follow the other became even firmer. With such a person for protection in this frigid apocalypse, not only would food and drink be guaranteed, but also one would be extremely safe. What was there not to like? Although the other was rather overbearing, unlike others, he was reasonable. He wouldn't force one to do anything either. All transactions were fair. What more could Tang Qing ask of such a person? After thinking this through, Tang Qing became much more cheerful and accepted her fate. When Suyang woke up early the next morning, Tang Qing and Ning Kai-dai had already prepared the meal. They roused him, one helping him dress and the other assisting with his ablutions. Such a life of having food served and clothes put on was truly wonderful. However, after the meal, Suyang intended to send the robotic dog to plant mines once again. "You have mines?" Ning Kai-dai asked upon seeing this. "Where did you get so many high-powered weapons? Ordinary people in the country can't obtain them." Suyang replied, "You don't need to worry about that." He didn't offer any explanation. Instead, looking at Ning Kai-dai, he asked, "You were a special forces soldier before. You must be familiar with mines, right?" Ning Kai-dai nodded. For a special forces soldier, not being familiar with mines would be abnormal. Take a look at how to plant these mines more reasonably. Suyang pointed to the mines carried by the intelligent robotic dog. Although he had already won over Ning Kai-dai and Tang Qing, he hadn't informed them of what power he had awakened. When releasing the intelligent electronic dog from the space, they would always go to the 4th floor of the villa. Both of them thought that the other had placed the electronic dog and weapons on the 4th floor. Thus, the moment the electronic dog appeared, it was spotted by Ning Kai-dai. "What function do you want them to serve?" Instead of answering directly, Ning Kai-dai questioned. "Also, how many landmines do you have, and what kinds are they? Let them be the first line of defense for the villa." After a moment's thought, Suyang said, "If an esper shows up, they should be blown to death directly, so that the enemy can't even approach the villa. I have a great many of these things. As many as you want, and there are various models." "That's easy then," Ning Kai-dai replied without hesitation, "if you have enough landmines." I suggest you bury them all along the only way from the whole community to the villa. Bury some at intervals. In this way, not only is the power great, but also several lines of defense can be set up. Even if the invading enemy is lucky enough to pass the first line of defense, they won't be able to pass the second or the third. Well, then the task of burying landmines and setting up the defense lines will be entrusted to you. Su Yang unhesitatingly assigned this job to her. After all, he didn't know much about it. Besides, the other party had awakened her esper ability and wasn't much afraid of the extreme weather outside. With the assistance of the intelligent electronic dog, it would be more convenient. And she was also professional. Ning Kaidai had no reason to refuse. Since leaving the military, she hadn't touched such things for a long time. Even when she was in the army before, what she had come into contact with were only training, use ones, not real landmines. Seeing these real landmines was truly exhilarating. Moreover, it somewhat brought back memories of the days in the special forces. Before she left, Su Yang informed her of the locations of the landmines he had buried around the villa. Upon hearing this, Ning Kaidai was utterly exasperated and exclaimed, "You actually buried thousands of landmines within a 200-meter radius around the villa? Is there anything wrong with that?" Su Yang scratched his head. "Of course there is," Ning Kaidai stated firmly. "In such a confined area, the density of your buried landmines is so high. Are you planning to blow up the enemy or yourself? The density is too great. Once one explodes, it could trigger others to explode, and your entire villa will be blown sky high. So that's how it is." Su Yang nodded, thinking to himself, "This time, I really found the right person. It's beneficial to leave professional tasks to professionals." He simply hadn't considered this aspect. In Su Yang's subconscious, his villa was both offensive and defensive. Even if a nuclear bomb didn't directly strike it, it could withstand the impact. Even the sunroom in the courtyard could resist hypersonic weapons. He simply wasn't afraid that the enemy could break through. His initial idea was to take the easy way out. Once someone had ill intentions towards him, he would first blow them up with landmines, sparing himself the trouble of taking action. So he buried a dense network of landmines outside. The more, the better, and the more powerful, the better. Anyway, his villa couldn't be blown up. It was like watching a grand fireworks display. After Ning Katie's explanation, Su Yang immediately realized that doing so was indeed a bit wasteful. Then you should disarm those landmines first. After that, redeploy them according to your ideas. As Su Yang spoke, he marked the spots where the electronic dog had buried the landmines. When Ning Kaidai saw the secret red dots, she immediately felt a headache. However, she didn't say anything. She took the electronic dog and went out. She carefully disarmed the landmines that Su Yang had buried one by one. Even someone as experienced as Ning Kaidai was sweating profusely while disarming them. One must be extremely cautious when dealing with these things. If just one went off in this area filled with such densely placed landmines, even someone with special abilities like herself would be doomed. Planting landmines is relatively simple, and Su Yang had the intelligent electronic dog plant them rather casually. But it was extremely difficult for Ning Kaidai to disarm them one by one. It took her several days to finish. After disarming all the landmines around the villa, Ning Kaidai, with the intelligent electronic dog, headed straight for the gate of Fengyun community. There, she set up a large landmine array. She left marks at some accessible places and sent them to Su Yang. Meanwhile, she placed landmines every 10 meters. Since Su Yang had provided her with a great variety of landmines, Ning Kaidai fully demonstrated her talent. She laid different types of landmines in each section. Any enemy who entered would surely be blown up, and it was impossible to guard against. From the gate to the villa, Ning Kaidai set up more than 200 lines of defense. Of course, the area outside the villa was her key focus. Even if the enemy managed to cross all the lines of defense, they would eventually fall here. Not only these places were filled with landmines, but also the rest of Fengyun community. In a full half-month, Ning Kaidai buried 100,000 landmines in Fengyun community. Watching the landmines hoarded by Su Yang, it seemed as if they were inexhaustible. Ning Kaidai was already numb. Chapter 80. All-terrain unmanned vehicles deployed. Did you rob the armory of some country? Ning Kaidai asked Su Yang, who was leisurely smoking a cigarette. Judging from the models of these landmines and the firearms carried by the electronic dogs, none of them were domestically produced. Most of them were from the Bear Country. However, in terms of both quality and power, they were quite formidable. Such things couldn't be obtained in an ordinary country. I bought these with hard-earned money. Su Yang pouted. Don't slander my character, okay? Ning Kaidai was somewhat speechless. What kind of decent person would buy so many weapons, especially those with such great power? Presumably, the other party had long anticipated that there would be a huge change in this world. Moreover, They also predicted that there would be a great upheaval after the world changed and had made preparations in advance. Ninkaida didn't dwell on this matter. She had set up a landmine array throughout Fengyan community and also marked the hidden escape routes and given them to the other party. Her task could be considered completed. Finally, she could take a rest. Just then, Su Yang's phone rang. Su Yang opened it and saw that it was a video call from Su Muyu. He quickly answered. "Boss, we're in danger," Su Muyu said nervously. At this time, the two sisters were neatly dressed. Although they were fully covered, their enchanting figures still couldn't be concealed. Even Ning Kaidai and Tang Qing were a bit envious of their looks and figures. "Don't be nervous. Speak slowly," Su Yang comforted. "Some people in our community have evolved these days." Su Yunxi explained, "Quite a number of people have awakened their supernatural powers and become supernaturals. Their strength is incredibly formidable. Previously, they couldn't break through the door of our house. Yet after awakening their supernatural powers, the door of our house can barely hold on. They are attacking it ceaselessly every day." While she was speaking, a chaotic sound came from the phone. The sound of the door being smashed was extremely harsh. Simultaneously, the voice of the other party also came through. "You two bitches, let's see how long you can still hide. When this door is broken open, it'll be too late for you to plead for mercy." Hearing the sound outside, Su Yang frowned tightly. "Hold on a little longer and find a way to protect yourselves," Su Yang exhorted. "I'll come to rescue you right away." "Okay." The two sisters, Su Yunxi and Su Muyu, nodded. At this moment, they remained fairly calm. They weren't as terrified as one might have imagined, losing their wits completely. After all, both of them were orphans when they were young and had experienced all kinds of situations. They wouldn't be intimidated by these people. However, the other party had awakened their supernatural powers and had long surpassed ordinary people, leaving the two sisters feeling uncertain. Otherwise, these people might not necessarily be a match for them. Su Yang hung up the phone and was about to figure out a way to save the two sisters. The community where Su Yunxi and Su Muyu were located was only 10 kilometers away from Fengyan community. It wasn't a great distance for him, and he could reach there soon. Su Yang stood up and walked into the courtyard, preparing to open the door. Tang Qin then said, "Are you really going out? It's extremely dangerous outside." It wasn't that she didn't want Su Yang to rescue the two sisters. She was just worried that he would be in danger if he went out. It was much safer to stay in the villa. Ning Kaidai also stared at Su Yang but didn't say anything. Rather, one places one's position correctly. Here, Su Yang is in the dominant position. One has no right to obstruct what the other party intends to do. If the other party asks her to go along, Ning Kaidai will not hesitate at all. Su Yang cast a glance at Tang Qing, which made the latter shiver all over. "I know what's on your mind," Su Yang said in an icy tone. "I won't blame you this time. But if you dare to interfere with the matters I've decided again next time, then pack your things and leave by yourself." After saying that, Su Yang directly took out a control button and pressed it. A door opened on the glass of the courtyard. A gust of cold wind blew in an instant. Fortunately, the temperature in the entire courtyard was high enough, so Tang Qing didn't feel cold. With a wave of Su Yang's hand, two all-terrain unmanned vehicles appeared in front of Tang Qing and Ning Kaidai like magic. The unmanned vehicles were equipped with missile launchers and laser weapons, as well as some other high-tech weapons. They were simply fully armed. Subsequently, Su Yang closed the door in the courtyard. The all-terrain unmanned vehicles slowly drove towards the outside of Fengyan community. "So you didn't plan to go out in person?" Ning Kaidai asked, seeing Su Yang. "It's so dangerous outside. Why should I go out?" Su Yang retorted. "If I intended to go out in person, what would be the point of buying these things? Perhaps the heavy snow might block the passage of other vehicles. But it couldn't stop the all-terrain unmanned vehicles. Since you didn't plan to go out just now, why were you so fierce to Qingqing? She was doing it for your own good." Ning Kaidai walked up to Tang Qing and kept comforting her. "I've said before that one must absolutely obey my orders here." Su Yang emphasized once again, "Regardless of whether you care about me out of genuine concern or have ulterior motives, don't even think about interfering with me. All right, don't be sad anymore," Su Yang said to Tang Qing. "Not all my words just now were aimed directly at you. I just wanted you to correct your attitude. Su Muyu and Su Yunxi, these two sisters, are truly important to me. Don't think they're prettier than you. When they arrive, I won't drive you away. As long as you remain loyal to me all the time, I won't take the initiative to make you leave." Su Yang was quite adept at the tactic of alternately scolding and rewarding. Upon hearing his words, Tang Qing's expression immediately improved, and she also deeply realized her mistake. Su Yang returned to the living room and turned on the screen. There were two all-terrain unmanned vehicles. which avoided the areas where landmines were located and drove towards the outside of the community. The tire tracks behind were once again covered by the heavy snow falling from the sky. After the vehicles left the community under Su Yang's command, they sped towards the community where the two sisters were. A roar sounded. The all-terrain unmanned vehicles moved forward at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. The snow on the ground was splashed several meters high. The roar attracted the attention of many people in the surrounding communities, looking at the two vehicles running wildly outside. Many people's eyes sparkled with avarice. If only they could get hold of these two vehicles. These two vehicles could move unhindered in such thick snow. If they could obtain them, they wouldn't have to worry about food anymore. It seemed that they came out of Fengyan community. Should they hijack these two vehicles? Someone asked. For the moment, there's no need. The other party, driving a car, must be off in search of food. Let's observe for a while. The people in the vicinity are aware of the huge commotion that's been going on recently in Fengyan community. Gunshots and explosions have been incessant. Although they don't know exactly what's happening inside, they know there are formidable individuals in there. Even if these people have awakened their supernatural abilities, they still dare not charge in rashly. After all, Fengyan community is the largest one in the vicinity with the largest number of people. If they're united against them, they'll be in deep trouble. However, quite a number of people are planning to send someone to check out Fengyan community. It would be perfect if they could get those two cars that passed by before. Chapter 81. You've been surrounded by me, the two all-terrain unmanned vehicles, with the rumbling sound they made along the way, have attracted much attention. They've been noticed by many people along the route, and many have set their sights on them. Having a vehicle that can move unhindered in such thick snow would make it much more convenient to go out and look for food in the future. Naturally, others would be envious. All this Su Yang had already anticipated, but he didn't care. His safety stronghold is extremely sturdy, and landmines have been laid throughout Fengyan community. There's no need to worry about the enemy attacking. If the enemy dares to come, they'll come but never return. The distance of 10 kilometers was covered in less than 10 minutes with the unmanned vehicles accelerating at full speed. The community where Su Yunxi and Su Muyu, the two sisters, live is called Mingmen Shijia, a relatively high-end community filled with wealthy people. Its floor area ratio is much smaller than that of Fengyan community. There were originally only over 2,000 people living there. More than a month after the advent of the apocalypse, through continuous battles, there were only 400 to 500 survivors. Su Yang surmised that perhaps half of these people had awakened their superpowers. Moreover, after the battles among the superpower possessors, there should be at least 150 or more remaining, and their strength must be much greater than that of the Fengyan community. After all, the competition among the wealthy is fiercer than that among ordinary people, and their vision is more far-reaching. Surely, some people must have discovered that by killing other superpower possessors and devouring their superpowers, one can become stronger. Therefore, both of the all-terrain unmanned vehicles sent out by Su Yang were equipped with powerful weapons. They even carry drones and intelligent robotic dogs, just in case of emergencies. When the two vehicles reached outside the Mingmen Shijia community, Su Yang called the two sisters and asked, "How are you now? Are those people still guarding outside your door?" "We're fine for the moment," Su Yunxi replied, "but our door can't hold on much longer. In less than 2 hours, they'll break in. Those people haven't left. They've been outside all the time." "How many factions do the superpower possessors in your community have now? How are their relationships?" Su Yang continued to ask. "Do they have many conflicts with each other usually?" "There's only one faction." Su Muyu thought for a moment and said, "Our community was unified by a person named Chao Xin a long time ago. Everyone follows his orders. A few days ago, quite a few people awakened their superpowers and tried to resist him, but he led people to kill them. Chao Xin assembled all the superpowered individuals. The exact number remains unknown to us, yet judging from the messages previously circulated in the community group, the quantity should be substantial. Moreover, Chao Xin is a person of remarkable strength." "I understand," Su Yang said calmly. "The vehicle I dispatched has already arrived outside your residential community. Get yourselves ready. Upon receiving my notification, dash out immediately, race downstairs at the fastest speed, and get into the vehicle. Then you'll be safe." "Yes, boss," the two sisters replied with a tone of gratitude. They were deeply touched. Even in such a perilous situation, the boss hadn't abandoned them, making them feel even more fortunate that their initial decision to follow him was correct. 2 vehicles arrived outside the Mingmen Shijia community. Chao Xin and his subordinates were aware of it immediately. After all, the vehicles made quite a loud noise. Initially, they intended to break down the door of the homes of Su Yunxi and Su Muyu. However, The door of their home had been reinforced by a security company. Just a few days after the apocalypse descended, he had led people to attempt to break it open, but failed. It was not until he awakened his superpower that he once again brought people to try. Although they achieved some results this time, they still couldn't open it in a short time. Tang Xin had coveted these two sisters for a long time. He had always desired to possess them and was unlikely to let this opportunity slip away. But when he saw the two vehicles entering the community, his greed intensified. He said to his subordinates, "You two, go and kill the people in the vehicle." After that, he continued to order people to smash the door. The two superpowered individuals turned around and walked downstairs. Su Yang had the vehicle stop downstairs of Building 7 in Mingmen Shijia community. He was in no hurry. He knew that the homes of Su Muyu and her sister were on the 9th floor. At this moment, there must be a great many psychics there. It would be difficult to charge in with just two vehicles. Although one could traverse the corridors as if walking on flat ground, it would significantly weaken one's combat effectiveness, which was not a worthwhile trade-off. It was necessary to draw the attention of those guarding outside first. Only in this way could time be gained for the two sisters to run down. On the screen, two psychics were seen with sneers on their lips, approaching the two all-terrain unmanned vehicles. Su Yang also had a sneer on his lips. "Those in the vehicles, get out immediately," one psychic said contemptuously, looking at the two vehicles in front of him. Although they couldn't see the situation inside the vehicles, they didn't care at all. "Hand over the vehicles obediently, and perhaps we'll spare your lives," another psychic said coldly, but there was no response from them. With an ugly look on their faces, they shouted, "Didn't you hear what we said?" As they spoke, they were about to approach the vehicle and open the door. Just then, the rear of one all-terrain unmanned vehicle opened, and a Gatling gun rose up. A hail of bullets fired towards the two. The moment the Gatling gun appeared, the two sensed the warning of their psychic powers. They quickly spread their psychic powers all over their bodies. One of them waved his hand, and a stone wall appeared in front of them. The other let out a roar and transformed into a half-orc. Beyond his body extended more than a meter long. His clothes were torn apart, revealing explosive muscle lines. He was ready to pierce the vehicle with his and kill the people inside. In an instant, bullets poured madly towards the stone wall not far away. Stones flew in all directions. The entire stone wall was shattered. Without the obstruction of the stone wall, the two were completely exposed in front of the rapidly flying bullets. In the face of the intense firepower of the Gatling, thousands of bullets rained down. Before the two could even react to their own superpower advantages, they were turned into two piles of minced flesh. Two crystal cores, adorned with two stripes and glowing with a faint blue light, landed on the ground. Bronze level 2. Su Yang's eyes lit up as he beheld the two glittering crystal cores on the snow. From an all-terrain unmanned vehicle, a robotic arm extended and retrieved the two crystal cores. Indeed, the superpower users outside were more powerful. Even these two small fry were bronze level 2. Damn it. The Gatling. Chao Xian was shocked when he saw two of his subordinates being killed while watching from upstairs. Although the competition in the Mingmen Shijia community had been fierce from the start, he had never seen such a method of fighting. Usually, it was a direct confrontation, either relying on a large number of people or on whose superpower was stronger. This was the first time he had seen the use of thermal weapons against superpower users. However, he wasn't overly worried. He still had many superpower users on his side, and he himself was a bronze level 9 superpower user, extremely powerful. Since the other party dared to kill his subordinates, they must pay the price. Before he could lead his men downstairs, Su Yang's voice came from the vehicle. "Those upstairs, listen up. You are surrounded by me. Surrender immediately, or you will be killed without mercy." Chapter 82. Dying in Vain Humph. Su Yang's words made Chao Xian and all his subordinates sneer. With just two vehicles, they dared to claim to have surrounded all of them, even though the Gatling of the other side was very powerful and had killed two of his superpower users. Chao Xian and all his subordinates didn't take the other side seriously. The deaths of those two individuals previously were merely due to their carelessness. Now that they are aware of the opponent's weapons, if they were to fall victim again, they would be nothing short of buffoons. Such audacity. Chao Xian let out a thunderous shout and called out, "Stop playing tricks. I'll lead my men down right away and see what you can do to us." He left several people to guard here and said, "The rest come with me. Let's meet this mysterious figure and find out who he is." Chao Xian left 5 superpowered individuals in front of the door of the sisters on the 9th floor. Then, he was about to lead his men downstairs. However, before they could act, Su Yang issued an attack command to the all-terrain vehicle. Immediately, 10 drones flew out. slowly ascending into the air and opening fire on Chao Xian and his men. Bullets pierced through the windows. Several people were too slow to react and died on the spot. Damn it, it's drones. Chao Xian cursed. Quick, take cover behind the walls. Over 100 people all hid behind the walls and inched downward, planning to break through one by one after getting out of the drone's firing range. When they reached the 6th floor, the drones were already waiting for them outside the window. Bullets flew again, sending Chao Xian and his men scurrying for cover. It wasn't that the superpowered individuals couldn't defend against bullets. If the bullets weren't so dense, they wouldn't pose much of a threat, spreading their superpowers all over their bodies. They could either dodge or withstand the bullets. Especially for Chao Xian and some others who had absorbed superpowers, it was relatively easy. But faced with such a dense hail of bullets, even if they exerted their superpowers to the utmost, it was still not enough. Every time they blocked, they would consume a great deal of their superpowers. However, Su Yang's drones were different. Each drone carried an ample supply of bullets. Firing the bullets barely consumed anything. It was merely that the drones consumed some electricity during flight. Facing the overwhelming barrage of bullets, even the superpowered individuals couldn't hold up. 3 more of his subordinates died. Enraging Chao Xian. Damn it, this is simply too much. Since I became the overlord of the entire Mimen Shurjia community, when have I ever been so humiliated? I haven't even seen the enemy, yet several of my subordinates who have awakened superpowers have already died. Hurry, all of you charge down at the fastest speed. Chao Xian said through gritted teeth. Find the person in the car controlling the drones and bring him to me. I'll tear him to pieces. His idea was good. He thought the person controlling the drones was in the car. As long as he caught the opponent, these drones would collapse without a fight. Unfortunately, Suyang didn't give them a chance to charge down at all. A drone responsible for throwing, at the moment when Chao Xian and the others were charging downstairs, directly projected 10 grenades into the window. Clang! The grenades landed on the corridor, making a clear and resounding sound. What was thrown in? Someone asked. At the same time, the premonition in the hearts of many people was triggered, and they suddenly felt a chill all over their bodies. No, it's a grenade. Someone shouted and started to run. Boom. The 10 grenades exploded in a cluster. The stairs from the 6th floor to the 1st floor were all destroyed. More than 20 superpowered individuals who reacted a split second slower were blown to a bloody pulp and charred by the flames rising from the grenades. The entire building was shaking. The 5 heteromorphs left on the 9th floor by Chao Xian were jolted so that they plopped down on the ground, their faces etched with fear. Cracks appeared throughout the entire building. Inside the room, Su Yunxi and Su Muyu, the 2 sisters, were so frightened that they quickly embraced each other, and those subordinates following Chao Xian were even more terrified than them. Suddenly, the staircase was shattered and crashed down towards the 1st floor. In the split second of the fall, shrapnel from the grenades and the steel balls inside hurtled over. Some people couldn't react in time and were struck by the dense steel balls that pierced through the defense of their abilities. Blood trickled down. And even if they didn't die, they were severely injured. With no support under their feet, these people, along with Chao Xian, tumbled from the 6th floor to the 1st floor and all landed heavily on the ground. Quick, keep charging out. Don't stay here. Chao Xian sprang up and roared. They hadn't expected that the opponent not only had drones, but also grenades. If they were blown up in such a narrow place, there would be no place to hide. Just as his voice faded, there was another clattering sound. Chao Xian's eyes twitched wildly. Is it another grenade? One of the underlings asked, looking at a smoke grenade on the ground that was smoking and resembled a grenade. Suddenly, that smoke grenade emitted thick and pungent black smoke. At the same time, more than a dozen other smoke grenades were also activated. The group led by Chao Xian was surrounded by black smoke, unable to see anything. The fumes were so choking that tears streamed down their faces. And this was not the end. Dozens of tear gas and gas bombs exploded directly. Even with their strong physical constitutions, these heteromorphs couldn't resist. Cover your mouths and noses with your clothes and close your eyes. Chao Xian shouted angrily again. Alas, it was already too late to shout. In such a narrow place, the gas was so dense. Many of his subordinates all collapsed to the ground. Chao Xian, with his eyes closed, groped with his senses, floundering like a headless fly, trying to break out. Ning Kai-dai and Tang Qing watched the building billowing with black smoke on the screen and said, It's truly terrifying to be your enemy. If the other side knew that their enemy had forced them into such a state from 10 kilometers away, one wonders what they would think. I don't want to make enemies either. Su Yang sighed. But in this apocalyptic world where order has crumbled, one must possess powerful means to survive for a long time. So, Since I'm destined to have a feud with these people, I must be ruthless. No matter what means are used. The best outcome is to kill the enemy while remaining completely safe. As Su Yang spoke, he remotely controlled the all-terrain unmanned vehicle again. A missile launcher rose from the rear of the vehicle. Boom. With a deafening roar, a missile blasted towards the direction where Chao Xin and the others were. Chao Xin suddenly sensed danger and activated all his superpowers. A flame barrier formed around his body, protecting him. He hoped to withstand this strike with his powerful superpowers. Although he had devoured the superpowers of 8 people and reached the bronze level 9 in strength, it was still insufficient in the face of this powerful shell. Under the shell's powerful explosive force, Chao Xion's flame barrier was shredded, and his entire body was engulfed. His body was blown to pieces, dying an unjust death. Moreover, all his subordinates also met their doom and perished in the explosion. Not feeling reassured, Su Yang launched another incendiary bomb. Intense heat blazed downstairs. Chapter 83, Arousing Covetousness. Everyone was incinerated to ashes. A fierce conflagration raged throughout Building 7. The fire was on the verge of spreading to the 9th floor. The remaining 5 superpowered individuals were extremely anxious. They were well aware that if they stayed there, they would surely be burned to death. They rushed to the window and jumped out, only to be riddled with bullets by the drones waiting outside and died on the spot. Su Yang promptly took out his phone and called Su Yunxi, opened the door quickly, and come to the windowsill. Without any hesitation, the two of them opened the door and rushed out. They were startled by the scorching temperature outside. When they saw the drones outside the window and were at a loss as to what to do, for ropes as thick as a wrist dropped from the 4 drones. Without hesitation, the 2 women grabbed the ropes and were carried into the air by the 4 drones. Then they were slowly lowered beside an all-terrain unmanned vehicle. The door of the unmanned vehicle opened, and the 2 women got in. "Boss!" Su Yunxi and Su Muyu exclaimed in delight, only to find that there was not a single person in the car. Just as they were secretly wondering, a screen rose beside the driver's seat of the unmanned vehicle, and Su Yang's figure appeared. "You 2 stay in the car for a while. There's food and drink in the car, right behind you," Su Yang said. "I still have some matters to attend to. When the fire on this building stops, I'll come back for you." Only then did the 2 women realize that when Su Yang said he would come to pick them up, he actually sent an unmanned vehicle. But after hearing Su Yang's instructions, they finally felt relieved. Just then, 2 driverless cars retrieved more than a dozen drones. For safety reasons, they automatically drove to an open area. 3 hours later, the entire building number 7 completely collapsed in the fierce fire. Since Su Muyu and Su Yunxi lived in a high-end residential area, the building wasn't very tall, only 11 floors in total. The burning time wasn't very long either. Moreover, the snow outside was so heavy that it cooled down quickly. Su Yang once again had the driverless cars release the drones. They flew over the ruins of building number 7. The drones dropped more than 10 intelligent electronic dogs to collect the crystal nuclei of Chao Xin and others. Although over 150 crystal nuclei were all buried under the ruins and not easy to find, these electronic dogs were equipped with infrared rays. With just one scan, they could detect the location of the crystal nuclei, which saved a lot of time. This is the power of high tech. It's much more convenient than relying solely on human efforts. After collecting all the over 150 crystal nuclei, Su Yang commanded the 2 all-terrain driverless cars to return to Fengyan community. The 2 cars sped along the road, once again attracting a lot of attention. They appeared again. Along the way, someone said, "Should we stop these 2 cars? How can we stop them? In the blink of an eye, they're gone." Another person said angrily, "Quickly find out where these 2 cars are going. As long as we know where they stop, it'll be easier to deal with." Immediately, several people rushed out. Taking advantage of the fact that the tracks left by the cars hadn't been covered by the heavy snow, they quickly started to track them. And in a community not far from Fengyan community, after hearing the roar of the vehicles again, all those who had awakened their superpowers gathered together. "Boss, those 2 cars are back." One of the underlings asked, "What shall we do?" "Follow them and first check if they return to Fengyan community," the boss commanded. 3 superpowered individuals then walked out. Before long, they followed the tire tracks to the gate of Fengyan community. Indeed, it's Fengyan community. One person's eyes glistened. He took out his phone and dialed a number of someone named Zhang Liang, saying, "Boss, the people driving the cars are from Fengyan community." Zhang Liang, upon hearing this, showed a cold smile and replied, "Ashen, you guys don't come back for now. Find out clearly how many superpowered individuals are in Fengyan community and what their strengths are. Report to me in a timely manner." Ashen said, "Sure thing, boss." Then he hung up the phone and put it in his pocket. He called the other two. Lao Wang, Lao Song, the boss wants us to figure out the situation in Fengyan community before going back. The two's expressions immediately turned ugly. They were quite reluctant. Lao Song complained, "It's so cold outside. We don't know the situation in Fengyan community. It would be so dangerous to go in rashly. Why don't you just tell the boss to bring people here and wipe out the whole community? Then those 2 cars that can drive in the snow will be ours. Won't they?" Lao Wang beside him nodded. Although they were just grumbling, they only dared to do so in front of Ashen. If it were in front of their boss Zhang Liang, they might not have dared to say so. "Do you think I want to go in?" Shun said with some impatience. "We all know that there is a large population in Fengyan community. And there are even more people who have awakened their superpowers like us. It's extremely dangerous. But I know, you know, and the boss knows even better. That's precisely why the boss didn't bring people here directly. Instead, he first asked us to find out the situation here." As he spoke, Shun's eyes lit up. He looked at the two of them and whispered, "Perhaps this is a great opportunity for us to make contributions. As long as we figure out the situation in Fengyan community, then the boss can capture Fengyan community in one fell swoop, plunder all the supplies inside, and obtain those 2 vehicles at the same time. The 3 of us will be great heroes. Our status will soar. Maybe the boss will be so pleased that he'll let us be the building heads of a building alone. Just imagine. We'll have the lives and deaths of the whole building in our hands. We can do whatever we want with the beauties inside. How carefree. Moreover, the boss will surely reward us with a lot of supplies, and we won't have to compete with others anymore. All the awakened people with superpowers, except the boss, will be inferior to us. Yes, let's do it." Lustful glints sparkled in Lao Wang and Lao Song's eyes. They exchanged a glance with Ashan. The 3 of them nodded simultaneously and prepared to enter Fengyan community. During the short time they were discussing, the tire marks left on the ground were almost covered by the snowflakes falling from the sky. However, the 3 of them didn't worry about anything. They already knew that those 2 vehicles had driven out from Fengyan community and then returned to it. The other party couldn't escape. The most urgent task now was to find out the situation and the specific strength within the community. Without any hesitation, the 3 of them promptly arrived at the entrance of Fengyan community. The instant they reached the gate, a gust of cold wind blew towards them, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Since they awakened their superpowers, they hadn't experienced such a feeling for a long time. Generally, this state only occurred when they were in danger, especially in extremely perilous situations, as a premonition of danger from their bodies. However, none of them took it seriously. At a glance, the entrance of Fengyan community was so open that not a single person could hide. Where could the danger be? But Lao Song felt strange inwardly and asked, "Lao Wang, Shun, do you have a sense that this entire Fengyan community seems like a monster, ready to swallow us up at any moment?" Chapter 84. An excellent experience. I have this feeling too. Lao Wang nodded. "I feel that if we step in, we might die." With a solemn expression, Lao Wang stood at the entrance with Lao Song, not daring to take a single step forward. Seeing their nervous looks, although he also felt something was amiss, he still didn't care. "You two are overthinking it, aren't you? There's no danger here." Saying this, he took a step forward and entered through the gate. "Look, I'm in," Shun said with a smile. Nothing happened at all. There were still obvious tire marks where he stood. He turned around in place to show the other 2. Although Lao Song and Lao Wang's eyelids twitched nervously when they saw that he was fine, they finally let out a sigh of relief. They followed him in. After finding that nothing happened, their vigilance lessened considerably. "Let us not dawdle any longer," Ashen remarked as he glanced at the 2. "Let us find a building at random and see if we can infiltrate it to ascertain the general situation." Lao Wang and his companion nodded in agreement and followed Ashen as they proceeded forward. What on earth is this? Why is it so hard? As Lao Wang took his first step, an ominous alert resonated within him, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down his forehead. "I think I stepped on something. Perhaps it is just a brick," Ashen casually replied. "No need to overreact. It cannot possibly be a brick." Lao Wang furrowed his brow deeply. "This object is substantial, and stepping on it feels akin to treading upon a watermelon, with a springy sensation as if it is sinking beneath me. Moreover, I cannot shake off this unsettling feeling. If that is your description, then it must be a landmine." Lao Song jested. Upon hearing this, Lao Wang was utterly petrified. Ashen, however, reprimanded him. "What nonsense about landmines? Who in our country would dare to hide a landmine? Besides, even if it were a landmine, what fool would bury it in a residential area, risking their own destruction? Those 2 vehicles passed by here not long ago. If there were a landmine, it would have surely blown them away." Ashen pointed to the tire tracks, soon to be engulfed by the impending snow, assuring the others not to worry. At that moment, he felt that accompanying these two was a remarkably unwise decision, akin to dragging his own feet. They had hesitated before entering the community, and now, having taken only a single step, they had come to a halt. How could they possibly gather information about the Fengyan community in such a timid manner? How could they achieve anything of merit? I say, are you going to keep this up? Beholding old Wang still standing there, not daring to move a single step, Ashen flew into a rage on the spot and exclaimed loudly, "Old Wang, if you're truly scared out of your wits, then scurry back at once. Don't impede us from getting things done." With that, he gave a swift kick to the other's foot. A soft thud echoed by their ears. At the very moment old Wang lifted his foot, a patch was ejected. Along with it, the accumulated snow was splashed up. Simultaneously, an object as large as a watermelon, pitch black all over, sprang out from beneath the deep snow and emerged at eye level for the three of them. The instant the object appeared, a creepy feeling welled up in the hearts of the three. Damn it, it's really a landmine. After Old Song clearly saw this thing, he cursed. What are you still standing around for? Run quickly. But it was already too late. Boom. The triggered landmine exploded. Flames engulfed the three. A large crater was blasted out within a 5-meter radius. At the bottom of the crater, only 3 crystal nuclei remained. The melted snow around it turned into water, filling the crater. It quickly froze. What unfortunate souls. Su Yang watched the 3 being blown to death on the screen, a smile gracing his face. Although the first line of defense at the door wasn't triggered, they still couldn't evade the second line of defense. One has to admit that Ning Katie's arrangements were quite skillful. Old Wang stepped on an anti-personnel mine. Once stepped on, the moment one lifts their foot, the landmine itself will bounce up above the ground. Such a landmine has a greater blast power and more lethality than one that explodes directly upon being stepped on. If the other party had stepped on a larger and more powerful landmine just now, anyone within a 30-meter radius would have been killed. And this landmine was more than sufficient to eliminate these 3 extraordinary individuals. "Boss, have we brought you trouble?" Su Yunqi and Su Muyu looked at the 3 people who were blown to death on the screen. Filled with deep self-reproach in their hearts and wearing apologetic expressions on their faces. "It has nothing to do with you two, and you don't need to blame yourselves." Su Yang consoled them. "Even without you, the enemies would still come. There's no way to evade them. What kind of trouble is this? The enemy couldn't even get close to our villa before they died." Although Su Yang didn't blame them, the 2 sisters still looked at Su Yang with a hint of embarrassment. They thought to themselves, "It's a pity that we haven't awakened our extraordinary abilities. If we could, we wouldn't be a burden to the boss." The twin sisters felt useless. In this chaotic apocalyptic world without any order, living without abilities would only cause trouble for others. Su Yang also perceived their thoughts. He smiled and said, "You don't need to overthink it, nor should you blame yourselves. In my eyes, you've never been useless people." As he spoke, Su Yang embraced the 2 of them to comfort them. Under the gazes of Ning Kai-dai and Tang Qing, Su Yunqi and Su Muyu immediately blushed shyly, buried their heads in Su Yang's embrace, looking rather bashful. "I'm going to cook." Tang Qing glanced at the 3 of them and quickly left. "I'll go bury the landmine in the place where the explosion just occurred." Ning Kai-dai, being very tactful, also went out with an intelligent electronic dog. The 2 light bulbs left tactfully. Chapter 85. Evolution. Life Leaps. Su Yang looked at Tang Qing, who was full of eagerness, and said to her, "Don't rush. There will definitely be your share." Tang Qing felt a sudden sense of deep embarrassment. In her heart, she thought, "Am I just being hasty? This is merely a normal physiological reaction of a human being. All right." However, she didn't offer any explanation. She knew that no matter how she tried to explain, it would be of no avail. She just stole a shy glance at Su Yang and then brought up the cooked meals. At this moment, Ning Kai-dai also returned. In fact, it didn't take that long to plan a landmine. With the speed of her awakened martial arts base superpower, she could reach the entrance of Fengyan community in just over 10 minutes. But in order to give Su Yang and the other 2 some time alone, she still stayed outside for 4 hours. Even though she was almost frozen stiff all over, she still had no complaints. Ning Kai-dai had a very high emotional quotient. She was well aware that the 2 sisters, Su Yunqi, held a very high position in Su Yang's heart. Moreover, she would live with them in the future. In order to help the 3 of them, she had no choice but to do so. "Aren't you going to call the 2 younger sisters down to eat together?" Ning Kai-dai asked. Su Yang shook his head and said, "Let them have a good rest. When they wake up, we can cook again." After the meal, Ning Kai-dai asked the intelligent robotic dog to give the retrieved crystal nuclei to Su-yang. Su-yang took a look and said, "You keep these and absorb them. It can enhance your strength." Ning Kai-dai was startled and said, "Can this kind of thing be absorbed?" Of course. People who have awakened their superpowers can devour the energy of other superpower users to make themselves stronger. Su-yang nodded and said, "Just put your hand on the crystal nucleus or on the body of a deceased superpower user, and the absorption will occur automatically. This is too precious. I can't accept it." Ning Kai-dai shook her head. Su-yang didn't remove the crystal core from the electronic dog. Instead, he said to her, "Those 3 people who were killed by landmines, like you, have just awakened their supernatural abilities. They haven't devoured the abilities of other supernatural beings. Their strength is only at the bronze, level 1. They are of little use to me. You might as well devour them. Currently, among our 5 people, besides me, only you have awakened your supernatural ability. I need you to become stronger, as this will be more helpful to me. I want you to become a more powerful assistant to me, instead of laying out landmine arrays all day long. Do you understand?" Ning Kai-dai nodded and no longer refused. Instead, the look in her eyes towards Su-yang became more grateful, and she recognized him even more. Without hesitation, she took down the 3 crystal cores carried by the electronic dog. The moment her hand touched the crystal cores, Ning Kai-dai felt 3 warm currents entering her body. Her body was continuously strengthened. Finally, all 3 strands of energy converged on the crystal core between her eyebrows. 4 bars appeared on the crystal core. Her strength became stronger, and the energy in the crystal core became more abundant. Her level reached bronze, level 4. "Well, you've been busy all day. Go and rest quickly." Su-yang told the 2 to return to the basement. He sat there alone and began to count the crystal cores obtained from the renowned family when rescuing Su Yunshi and her sister. There were a total of 155 people on the other side, leaving 155 crystal cores. There was 1 bronze, level 9 crystal core. For bronze, level 5 crystal cores, 10 bronze, level 2 crystal cores. The remaining 140 were all bronze, level 1 crystal cores. If all were converted into the supernatural energy of bronze, level 1, there would be exactly 189 strands. Upon ascending to the silver rank level 9, Su-yang assimilated an additional 27 strands of bronze rank level 1 abilities. The present endeavor involves absorbing all 189 strands of abilities, with the anticipation of potentially evolving to another echelon. Initially, Su-yang absorbed 73 strands of abilities. As these abilities permeated his corporeal form, a profound metamorphosis ensued throughout his entire being. The skeletal structure, internal organs, blood, cells, and skin underwent a frenzied amplification. A peculiar sensation arose within Su-yang's consciousness, defying verbal articulation. It was akin to a profound evolution occurring within the very fabric of his existence. As the 83 strands of abilities converged within the silver-white radiant crystalline core situated at his glabella, the effulgence breached the confines of his physical form, illuminating the entire villa. A formidable aura emanated, extending beyond the villa's perimeter for over 100 meters. The snowflakes descending from the firmament remained suspended in midair, momentarily arrested in their descent. Normalcy was restored within a 100-meter radius of the villa only upon Su-yang's retraction of his intrinsic aura. Subsequently, the silver-white radiance transmuted into a golden hue. Su-yang perceived his soul undergoing a gradual process of fragmentation, devoid of any discernible pain. A mysterious force shielded his soul, facilitating its continuous fragmentation and subsequent reconstitution, repeated ad infinitum. Throughout this transformative process, Su-yang discerned his soul becoming exponentially more robust than before. Simultaneously, the sensation of existential transcendence intensified. The resilience of his physical form augmented at a rate perceptible to the naked eye. The process persisted until the crystalline core metamorphosed entirely into gold, adorned with a single stripe, at which point it ceased. Su-yang discovered that, without using his superpower, even if a knife was slashed at his body, it wouldn't leave any trace. It was truly astonishingly powerful. Su-yang exclaimed, "Is this what a gold-tier superpower user is like?" After evolving once more, Su-yang didn't hesitate at all. He devoured all the remaining 102 superpowers. His strength reached gold, tier 2, just as he had thought before, each time he evolved. The number of crystal cores required was 10 times that of the previous time. It took 100 bronze, tier 1 superpowers to evolve from silver, tier 9 to gold, tier 1. For each small rank promotion within the gold tier, 100 superpowers were needed. And wouldn't it require 1,000 superpowers to evolve from gold, tier 9, to the next major level? A deep sense of urgency welled up in Su Yang's heart. This seemed to be compelling all those who had awakened superpowers to engage in mutual slaughter. In this apocalyptic world filled with endless snow and scarce resources, only when one's strength was formidable could one possess everything and protect all that mattered. Even if superpower users didn't want to fight, they had no choice, for the world had long lost its order. Not to mention that the military had vanished without a trace. Even if it still existed, it couldn't control the current situation of mutual slaughter among superpower users. After absorbing all the superpowers, Su Yang's strength had reached the terrifying gold, tier 2, with 2 additional superpowers. He was only 98 bronze, tier 1 superpowers short of promoting to gold, tier 3. It seemed that if he wanted to continue enhancing his strength, he would have to take action against the superpower users in the surrounding communities. Su Yang murmured to himself. Given his personality, he wouldn't provoke others if they didn't bother him. After all, he had an abundance of powerful weapons. Even the extraordinary beings are not spared. However, if someone harbors ill intentions towards oneself, then it is imperative to eliminate them, not only to vanquish, but to eradicate entirely. When Su Yang noticed the 2 all-terrain vehicles from the Fushan community trailing him, he had already resolved to obliterate the adversary at any moment. The instant the 3 individuals sent by the opposing side stepped into the Fengyun community, the abilities of the Fushan community's practitioners were tantamount to a declaration of war against him. On the first day of February, over 10,000 words were updated, and I hope my friends find it enjoyable. Although this book's performance may not be stellar, the author will persevere in writing, so rest assured. I hope that those who have supported this book thus far can bestow a 5-star review, as there are small gifts to share. The author's motivation is deeply rooted in your support. Thank you all. Chapter 86. The Divine Skill of Instantaneous Movement. However, Su Yang was not in a rush to launch an assault on the community. After all, the entirety of Fengyun community had been meticulously rigged with landmines by Ningkai Dai. Why waste an opportunity by not waiting for the adversary to send a wave of attackers? Su Yunxi and Su Muyu, the 2 sisters, slept soundly until the following morning. When they awoke and descended the stairs, they blushed upon seeing Tang Qing and Ningkai Dai. Yet, they quickly composed themselves. After all, they were all allies, and there was no reason for undue shyness. Since their boss had chosen to keep these 2, they were undoubtedly his women, and any embarrassment would be futile. The sisters managed their emotions quite well. After finishing breakfast, they approached Su Yang and said, "Boss, we wish to learn combat techniques from Sister Ning. We also want to practice shooting." Although the 2 had already become Su Yang's women, even if there is nothing to be done, the other party remains silent. Yet, neither wishes to be merely a useless ornament. Before the apocalypse descends, they were invaluable assistants to Su Yang. Even after the end of days arrives, lacking awakened abilities, they still harbor thoughts of being able to assist one another, at the very least not to become a burden. Su Yang nodded, saying, "That is acceptable, but do not push yourselves too hard." Upon receiving his agreement, the 2 women cheered and planted a kiss on Su Yang's cheek. They eagerly pulled Ningkai Dai, requesting her to teach them combat techniques. Without hesitation, Ningkai Dai devised a training regimen for them. Mornings would be reserved for fitness, afternoons for learning basic combat skills, and evenings dedicated to focused shooting practice. Both women already possessed commendable physical prowess and had previously engaged in self-defense and martial arts training. When it came to the specialized combat techniques, they adapted remarkably quickly. However, they encountered some difficulties with firearms. Fortunately, Su Yang's villa was spacious enough. In the garden, he created a designated area for their training. In no time, the koi in the pond were startled by the gunfire, darting around in a frenzy, causing Su Yang great distress as he had nurtured them for a long time and shared a deep bond with them. Nevertheless, to accommodate the 2 sisters, he refrained from voicing his concerns and allowed them to proceed. Everyone became immersed in their respective tasks. With nothing to occupy him, Su Yang turned his attention to exploring his own abilities. Upon evolving to the golden level, the benefits were far beyond a mere elevation of life quality. Simultaneously, he awakened a new and formidable power. Furthermore, the strength of his other abilities had also significantly increased. Several spatial-related abilities. The spatial gate can now be opened 15 meters away from the body. The range of spatial perception has reached 400 meters. The distance of spatial refraction can also deflect others' attacks to a location 400 meters away. The range of the spatial blade is also 400 meters. When an invisible spatial blade is launched, objects 400 meters away are shattered into pieces, demonstrating extremely formidable power. The same goes for several martial arts-related abilities. The range of the true sight eye has also reached 400 meters. When using this skill, all the flaws of objects 400 meters away can be detected. Meanwhile, one can also figure out what methods are more effective and effortless for attacking specific points. The power of the shadowless fist has increased by twofold, and the power of the shadowless saber has multiplied as well. At the same time, both the spatial-related and martial arts-related abilities have awakened two new skills respectively. For the spatial-related abilities, it is teleportation. Su Yong made an experiment. Starting from his original position, once he used teleportation, he could reach any place within a 10-meter radius without being affected by any obstacles. Subsequently, he stood in front of the villa wall and activated teleportation. The next moment, his body had already appeared outside the villa. Then, using teleportation again, he returned from the outside. "This is simply a divine skill," Su Yong exclaimed. "With the teleportation skill, I can be in an invincible position from the start. Even if the enemy is much stronger than me, as long as they can't kill me instantly, I can use this skill to gain some leeway against them. Moreover, when attacking, this skill can also catch the opponent off guard. Although the teleportation distance is merely 10 meters, it is already of an otherworldly level." Subsequently, Su Yong conducted another experiment and discovered that with his current energy, he could perform the teleportation skill 200 times. This undoubtedly filled him with great joy. Once the energy of his special ability within his body had recovered to a considerable extent, Su Yong once again experimented with the skill awakened from the martial arts department. This skill was remarkably simple yet brutal. It was to strike a blade out of thin air, with astonishing speed and formidable power, as swift as lightning and as thunderous as a rolling thunderclap. Although this blade strike carried no lightning attribute, Su Yong still named it Thundering Slash. Opening the door to the basement and descending into the underground garage, Su Yong retrieved a Tang saber from his spatial storage. Channeling the Thundering Slash, he swung the saber forward. With a loud rumble, thunder resounded, and the saber aura surged. From his position to 3 meters ahead, a saber mark over 2 meters deep appeared on the concrete floor. Su Yong nodded in satisfaction. In fact, what he favored the most were these close combat. Simple, yet brutal martial arts moves. He was eager to engage in battles with other people with special abilities, yet he held himself back. Even though his strength far exceeded that of others, and he could easily overpower those, Su Yong was well aware that he must lie low. Only by keeping a low profile could he reap great benefits. In the future, his special ability would be his ultimate trump card. The world was vast, and there were numerous. The competition outside was even fiercer. There might be countless sly individuals who, like him, had been quietly developing their strength until they became extremely powerful, just waiting for the arrogant ones to fall into their traps. Su Yong never assumed that he alone was intelligent. After all, how many among those who had survived until now were truly foolish? This sneaky fellow is determined to be the most underhanded among all sneaks. Thus, another day passed. Zhang Liang, the leader of Fuxing community, knitted his brows tightly. "Any news of Ashen and the other two?" A subordinate replied, "Not yet. I've called them dozens of times in the past 2 days, but no one has answered. Now their phones are turned off. Moreover, our men have been keeping watch outside the community, but haven't seen the 3 of them." The subordinate asked with a worried look, "Boss, could Ashen and the others have been discovered and killed by the people from Fengyan community? Otherwise, it's impossible to be out of contact." "Useless wretches," Zhang Liang cursed. "Can't even handle such a simple task. They're a waste of food alive. Better off dead." Zhang Liang's eyes turned cold as he looked at the subordinate. "What was that big commotion in Fengyan community the day before yesterday?" The subordinate answered cautiously, "Without your order, boss, we didn't dare to enter Fengyan community to check. But some brothers speculated that the commotion 2 days ago might have been an explosion." "Explosion, my foot," Zhang Liang said impatiently. "Do they have bombs in Fengyan community?" "Zhou Tao, you take a dozen capable brothers to check it out and figure out the actual situation in Fengyan community. Mark my words, if you sense any danger, retreat immediately." Zhou Tao, the subordinate who had just spoken, twitched the corner of his eye upon hearing that Zhang Liang was sending him into Fengyan community, but still replied, "Yes." Chapter 87. Another batch of gifts arrives. People in the surrounding communities are well aware that Fengyan community has a large population, ranking as the largest in the vicinity. Even after the arrival of the apocalypse, there have always been significant commotions or explosions coming from Fengyan community. People from other communities didn't dare to send anyone to investigate. After all, a large population implies great strength and high combat capabilities. After most people in other communities awakened their superpowers, they became even more wary of Fengyan community. With a community of several thousand people, how many superpower users must have awakened? In fact, people in the nearby communities were extremely panicked after awakening their superpowers. Even if they wanted to expand outward, they didn't dare, especially not to have designs on Fengyan community. Even if there were people who knew someone in Fengyan community and heard that most of the people in their community had been almost killed by Su Yang, they still didn't dare to act, fearing it was a trap deliberately set to lure them in. Provoking them would be courting death. They were already grateful enough if the other side didn't cause trouble. Could they really believe that almost everyone in the entire community had been killed by one person? That's preposterous. However, when Zhang Liang, the leader of Fuxing community, saw two vehicles emerging from Fengyan community that could move unhindered through the snow, he ultimately couldn't resist the greed in his heart. Taking some risks was well worth it for these two vehicles. But before entering Fengyan community, the true situation inside had to be thoroughly investigated. Although Zhou Tao was extremely reluctant, since the leader had given the order, he had no choice but to comply. When selecting personnel, only those with relatively strong strength and those who had absorbed superpowers were chosen. There were 2 at the bronze, level 3, and 11 at the bronze, level 2. In addition to the bronze-ranked member, there were precisely 15 individuals who ventured out of the Fuxing community through the heavy snowfall, making their way towards the Fengyan community. Zhou Tao, how many individuals do you think have awakened their abilities in Fengyan community? One asked him. What if we don't return? Another voiced their concern. If you inquire of me, whom shall I ask? Zhou Tao replied with a hint of impatience. As long as we remain cautious, we should be fine. The leader instructed us to retreat immediately if anything seems amiss. Moreover, our strength is considerable. We should encounter no issues. Indeed, the others concurred, nodding in agreement. There have been persistent reports of gunfire and explosions from Fengyan community. Perhaps the inhabitants have perished by now. Nonetheless, we must exercise caution and not let our guard down. Zhou Tao cautioned. This situation is unlike the past. Previously, no one dared to kill indiscriminately. Even if we were captured, we had little to fear. Now, if we mishandle things, death may be our only fate. The other 14 nodded in unison, trudging through the snow with each step. Observing the slow pace of their progress, Zhou Tao waved his hand, releasing a gust of frigid air that swiftly froze the ground within a 50-meter radius ahead. An icy path emerged, allowing the others to traverse it at a significantly quicker pace. Thus, after over an hour, the 15 individuals arrived at the entrance of Fengyan community. Yet, before they could step inside, an unsettling sensation akin to that experienced by the previous 3 washed over them. One remarked solemnly, "Why does Fengyan community exude such an eerie aura? Indeed, I felt a shiver as soon as I approached the gate." Another individual remarked, "Could it be that Ashun has betrayed us? Has the enemy been lying in wait all around us? It seems implausible. Even if Ashun and his companions were audacious, they would not turn against us. A traitor never meets a favorable fate, regardless of their location." Yet, an ominous premonition stirred within me. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of discussions. Zhou Tao, visibly agitated, coldly interjected, "Enough of this chatter. The more we speak, the more sinister it becomes. We haven't even entered yet, and already you are faltering. Everyone must remain vigilant." Zhou Tao reiterated, "If anything seems amiss, we retreat immediately." Although an acute sense of danger loomed in their hearts, they resolved to enter the Fengyan community. Zhou Tao led 14 others cautiously into the complex. Before them lay a vast expanse of snow, rendering the area eerily silent. As the group advanced approximately 10 meters into the community, Zhou Tao suddenly felt his foot brush against a slender wire. The moment he touched it, it snapped. An acute sense of dread surged through Zhou Tao as his heart raced. He shouted, "Fall back." He summoned his abilities to their fullest extent, enveloping himself in a protective cocoon of ice. Just as he activated his defense, the landmine set by Ning Kaidai detonated. Boom, boom, boom. 3 deafening explosions reverberated. The 3 mines detonated in succession, resulting in the tragic demise of 14 individuals beneath the overwhelming force of the blasts. Only Zhou Tao reacted swiftly, showcasing unparalleled strength. His entire being was encased in ice formed by his extraordinary abilities. He sprinted with remarkable speed, reaching the brink of the explosion, yet was ultimately engulfed by its ferocity. The ice shielding him melted under the searing heat, and his lower body was violently propelled away. Zhou Tao let out a painful howl. Striving to employ his powers once more to shield himself from the flames and the shrapnel of the landmines. Alas, the force of the landmine explosion was too formidable. The shrapnel and fiery blast broke through his icy defenses, leading to his demise. The 15 individuals who had just entered the Fengyan community were utterly annihilated. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction as 3 drones ascended from the villa, arriving at the entrance of the community to deploy electronic dogs, tasked with extracting the crystal cores. Simultaneously, the dismembered remains of the 15 were buried beneath the snow outside the community before being retrieved by the drones. Su Yang then instructed Ning Kaidai to take 2 crystal cores, both of which were of the bronze 2nd level. Upon consumption, her power surged to the bronze 8th level. Just a step away from evolving to the silver tier, Su Yang absorbed the remaining 28 abilities, leaving him with 7 bronze 1st level powers, sufficient for his ascension to the bronze 2nd level. Naturally, he felt immense joy as he prepared to await the arrival of the individuals from the Fushan community. Calculating the time, Zhou Tao should have led his group into the Fengyan community by now. Zhang Liang stood atop a building, inquiring of his subordinates. Before receiving a response, he was met with the sound of 3 consecutive explosions. Were they emanating from the Fengyan community again? Zhang Liang's gaze hardened, his face etched with confusion. What on earth could be in the Fengyan community that would cause such relentless explosions? No. Suddenly, Zhang Liang realized something and said coldly, Zhou Tao and the others might be in trouble. Quickly send someone to check on their situation. Yes, a subordinate responded, rushing out with 2 other ability users. Over 2 hours later, the trio returned. Boss, we didn't see anyone outside the Fengyan community, nor did we find anything, one reported. However, we detected a faint scent of gunpowder in the air. Additionally, beneath the accumulated snow, there were signs of melting. But these traces were quickly covered by fresh snow. Chapter 88. Full mobilization. So, does this mean there is a powerful bomb within the Fengyan community? Zhang Liang furrowed his brow. It is quite possible, the subordinate replied, but we did not venture deep inside, so we are unaware of the specific circumstances. However, based on the traces buried under the ice and snow, there are indeed signs of an explosion from the entrance of the Fengyan community leading further in. Furthermore, we discovered these items not far from the community. As the subordinate spoke, he produced a large burlap sack, opening it to spill its contents onto the ground. Inside were remnants of flesh, some charred, and others obliterated beyond recognition. It was impossible to discern their identities, save for the upper half of Zhou Tao's body, which was still somewhat recognizable, though with a gaping hole in the forehead where the crystal core had vanished. His body was riddled with shrapnel, leaving him a bloodied and mangled sight. Yet, without fail, all of it had been frozen. The young fellow, gazing at Zhang Liang's ill-tempered visage, murmured softly, "These were all found beneath the snow not far outside Fengyan community. Zhou Tao and their 15 men just entered Fengyan community. They might all have been blown to bits. Since there were only pieces of flesh and broken bones left, he dared not claim that all 15 were dead. But it's highly likely that their chances of survival are slim. Damn it." Zhang Liang flew into a rage. 15 empowered individuals, all wiped out like this. Fengyan community. No matter who killed my men, you'll pay the price. With a furious roar, Zhang Liang then composed himself. Looking at the underling beside him, he inquired, "How many empowered individuals do you think there are in Fengyan community, and how powerful are they?" After a moment of contemplation, the underling replied, "Fengyan community has the largest population among the surrounding communities. Their power should be formidable. However, it's hard to speculate on their exact strength." "Nonsense," Zhang Liang cursed, slapping the underling across the face. Although the underling had also awakened his power, he couldn't withstand the forceful slap. His face immediately swelled up. He looked at his boss with a wronged expression, thinking to himself, "What the hell did I do to you? I'm being honest and still getting beaten up. Don't boost others' morale and undermine our own in front of me." Zhang Liang cursed again, a hint of sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "I think there aren't many empowered individuals in Fengyan community, and their power isn't that strong either." The underling was stunned by his unfounded self-confidence. Is the boss out of his mind? If Fengyan community were that weak, would you have been so cautious all the time? And would you have sent people to spy on them twice in a row? If this were truly the case, with your temperament, you would have long led people to charge right to their doorsteps. Although one might grumble inwardly, yet dare not voice it out. "What? You don't trust my judgment?" Zhang Liang frowned as he saw the other party remaining silent for a long time. Boss, your judgment has always been accurate. How dare we question it? The three underlings quickly nodded in agreement. Zhang Liang snorted. It would be strange if you believed me. The reason you don't trust my judgment is that you've been trapped in the preconceived notion that there are many people in Fengyan community. Zhang Liang continued. But have you ever thought that it has long been rumored that the people in Fengyan community were nearly all killed by someone named Su Yang? Through these two probes, this rumor is likely to be true. Before the awakening of superpowers, there were frequent intensive gunshots in the entire Fengyan community. With guns in their hands, it was highly possible for them to kill so many people. As the number of people in Fengyan community decreased significantly, the number of people who awakened superpowers couldn't be large. If there really were a great many people, they wouldn't have used bombs. I think they used bombs surely to intimidate the people in the several neighboring communities. Zhang Liang's words made the eyes of the three underlings light up. They all flattered, saying, as expected of the boss, the analysis is well-founded. A proud smile instantly appeared on Zhang Liang's face, and he thought to himself, no wonder I'm the boss. It's because I have a good brain. Unlike you all, who are as stupid as pigs. Boss, the power of the other side's bombs is quite formidable. How shall we deal with them? One of the underlings asked. This is even less of a concern. Zhang Liang smiled and explained. The enemy's bombs were most likely retrieved by driving those two previous vehicles to the military region or the armed forces department. There couldn't be a large quantity. As long as we deplete them, won't the enemy be at our mercy? How do we deplete them? The underling quickly asked. Use your superpowers. Zhang Liang casually replied. What are you awakened superpower users for? Provoke the enemy directly with your superpowers. They surely won't be able to endure and will use the bombs. At that time, we first dodge an attack, deplete the bombs, and that'll do. Once the enemy runs out of bombs, with just those few superpower users on their side, how could they be a match for us? The three of them, upon hearing this, thought his analysis was quite right. They all nodded. Gather everyone and charge into Fengyan community right now. Zhang Liang declared loudly. Once we capture Fengyan community, kill all the men inside, and the women will be yours. Move all the supplies here and devour all the superpower users inside. Oh, tell all the brothers that those two vehicles seen before must not be damaged. Keep them intact for me. Whoever dares to damage them, I'll chop him up. If this task isn't accomplished, none of you will ever get to eat Malatang again. After Zhang Liang gave the orders, over 200 superpower users from Fushan community gathered downstairs. At the same time, they also brought along the men in the community who hadn't awakened their superpowers, a total of over 500 people. They intended to use these people as the vanguard, hopefully depleting the enemy's bombs first. Zhang Liang waved his hand, and his underlings all set off towards Fengyan community in high spirits, ready to break through the enemy in one fell swoop. It is rather arduous for ordinary individuals to proceed in such deep snow. However, for those with extraordinary abilities, these matters are relatively easier to resolve. Zhang Liang waved his hand, and three extraordinary ability holders who could transform into beasts activated their powers. All of them transformed into beast forms over 3 meters in height. One had a single horn on its head, and its skin was as tough as that of a rhinoceros. It moved on all fours, pushing aside the snow. Before long, a clear path was left behind. As for the other two, after their transformation, they resembled tyrannosaurs, possessing immense strength. Another one grew a pair of wings on its back, which spread out over 4 meters long, and it vigorously fanned the snow on the ground. Through the efforts of these three, a 3-meter-wide path leading to Fengyan community was cleared. Zhang Liang led 250 extraordinary ability holders and 500 ordinary people. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of Fengyan community. A subordinate waved his hand at the 500 ordinary people and said, "You walk in front. No matter what you encounter, you must not take a single step back. Otherwise, there will be no mercy." Chapter 89. Die a swift death. The 500 people had no expression on their faces, moving forward mechanically like robots. They were already accustomed to such things. In the post-apocalyptic world, without awakening extraordinary abilities and lacking strength, they could only be enslaved and had no power to resist. Zhang Liang stood at the end, watching the 500 people in front cross the gate of Fengyan community. Then he told his 250 subordinates to follow. And only after that did he follow at the very end. Meanwhile, for the sake of safety, he asked his subordinates to keep a certain distance from those 500 people. The moment these people entered the community, Su Yang in the villa had already received the alarm. He turned on the screen, and all the small aircraft hidden throughout the community were activated, blending perfectly with the heavy snow and transmitting the images. Why do I have a feeling of being watched? Zhang Liang murmured. Then he shook his head. Maybe I'm just being overly cautious. He wasn't the only one with this feeling. Many powerful ability users also had such a sense. But seeing that their leader didn't say anything, they didn't dare to say much either and could only follow the 500-man group forward. After the 500 people stepped into Fengyun community, no landmines were detonated. Since the 15 people, including Zhou Tao, were killed by the chain reaction mines, Su Yang had not asked Ning Kaidai to lay mines at the first line of defense at the entrance of Fengyun community. This was to deceive Zhang Liang's large force, making them relax their vigilance and come deeper in. The other side must have heard the explosion here. Coupled with the complete annihilation of their subordinates, who could no longer be contacted, they must have vaguely known about the presence of bombs in Fengyun community. They would surely be very cautious. However, Su Yang didn't expect that they were even more cautious than he had imagined. They actually sent 500 ordinary people to the front to draw fire. Su Yang frowned and said to Ning Kaidai, "Go and control several hundred drones that can drop bombs and grenades. Let them fly out from the back door, secretly surround these people. If they dare to escape, launch a pincer attack from the front and the back and wipe them out in one fell swoop." Ning Kaidai nodded and took out a tablet computer. As the commands were inputted above, hundreds of drones ascended gracefully into the sky, departing from the rear entrance of the community. Although the practitioners of extraordinary abilities could issue warnings in the face of peril, their vigilance had notably waned upon entering the Fengyun community, particularly due to the presence of over 500 individuals in the forefront. There were no apparent signs of impending alerts on their persons. Suddenly, as these 500 individuals advanced, a landmine was triggered. Boom! The anti-personnel mine erupted upon the snow-covered ground, instantly claiming the lives of the 50 nearest souls. Many others were violently thrown back by the shockwave, collapsing into the snow, their bodies feeling as though they had been shattered. The fortunate survivors, mere ordinary folk, wore expressions of sheer terror and instinctively turned to flee. "Stop right there. Anyone who dares to run will meet their demise," shouted one of the subordinates, drawing his blade and swiftly severing the head of the first person to attempt escape. The others, paralyzed with fear, halted in their tracks, trembling uncontrollably. The realization of the presence of landmines struck Zhang Liang and his fellow extraordinary subordinates with profound shock. Had that anti-personnel mine detonated in their vicinity, even their abilities would have been futile against it. No wonder it had claimed the lives of my two previous groups. Zhang Liang scoffed, suddenly aware that the adversaries had buried mines within the community. The subordinates he had previously dispatched must have inadvertently triggered one and met their demise. The inhabitants of the Fengyun community were truly treacherous. With a bitter curse, Zhang Liang's gaze turned icy. "I wonder how many more mines you possess. Let them advance," he commanded coldly. "Anyone who dares to disobey shall be executed." Subsequently, the remaining 400 individuals continued their hesitant advance. Having advanced no more than 10 meters, they triggered a landmine again. Boom! Flames shot up into the sky. This time, it was still an anti-personnel landmine they stepped on. Yet its power was far greater than the previous one. An area within a radius of 30 meters was completely enveloped in the explosion. A full 100 people were killed, and over 50 were hit by the flying shrapnel and steel balls, suffering severe injuries. They lay on the ground, wailing. The sound spread throughout Fengyun community. The few remaining people in the community didn't even glance outside when they heard the sound, for they had witnessed such scenes so frequently that they had long grown accustomed to them. Why on earth did these people come to Fengyun community instead of going elsewhere? This is Su Yang's forbidden area. How could he allow these people to act recklessly? Zhang Liang and his underlings were stunned when they saw this from behind. Damn! The power of these landmines is really too great. Even they could feel waves of heat rushing towards them from behind. Although only 2 landmines had been detonated, everyone had already become highly alert. At the same time, Zhang Liang and his group deeply resented the person who had buried the landmines. Were these landmines buried by the person named Su Yang? Standing there, Zhang Liang murmured to himself, "So many landmines have exploded one after another. Even if there are any left, there shouldn't be many. The more landmines the other side buries, the more it proves that their strength isn't very strong. Only by using landmines can they better deter the invaders. I'd like to see how many more landmines you have." The greater the power of the landmines, the more certain Zhang Liang was that the strength of Fengyun community was weak, and the more determined he was to exhaust all the opponent's landmines. Once he got hold of those 2 cars that could move unhindered in the snow, he also intended to pay a visit to the military region to see if he could obtain some powerful weapons or landmines. These items had great power and were more effective against other superpowered individuals. Originally, there were over 500 people. After 2 anti-personnel mines exploded, only 350 were left alive. Among them, 50 people were severely wounded. Even though these people were terrified and dared not move forward under Zhang Liang's coercion, they had no choice but to do so. The 50 wounded were even more unfortunate. This time, they were arranged at the very front. The 50 people moved forward again. They walked 10 meters away from the place where the previous explosion occurred, when no landmine exploded. Zhang Liang felt relieved and told the remaining 300 people to catch up. Just as the 300 people reached not far from the 50, boom, 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 3 deafening explosions rang out, and all of them were engulfed by the time delay detonated chain mines. After the flames, flying snow, and thick smoke dissipated, out of the 350 people, only 10 were still alive. These people, all dirty-faced, squatted on the ground, already scared out of their wits and not daring to move a muscle. Watching their companions one by one in such a tragic scene shattered their psychological defenses. They fell to the ground, hugging their heads and crying bitterly. However, Zhang Liang and his minions didn't care. He shouted harshly, "Stop crying, goddammit. Get up and move forward quickly." But all the remaining 10 people shook their heads and said, "Kill us. Anyway, we're going to die. It's better to let us die a quick death." Chapter 90. Giving Ning Kaidai a lesson. It's not up to you. One person snorted coldly and with a swing of the sword, killed the man who had been disobedient moments ago. "If the 9 of you don't want to die, get up right away and keep moving forward." After he finished speaking, the remaining 9 people showed no intention of moving. Instantly, the man flew into a rage. With another stroke of the sword, he chopped off one man's arm. "Aya!" The man let out a scream of agony and rolled on the ground in pain. At the same time, he roared, "Even if you kill all of us, we won't go. Don't waste your efforts without us to tread on landmines. I'd like to see how you can take over Fengyan community." The man wore a pain-wrenched smile on his face, completely indifferent to his own life and death. Meanwhile, several others burst into laughter. "What a bunch of cowards. You want to deal with the people in Fengyan community, yet you're too afraid to step forward yourselves." Mocked by these ordinary people, Zhang Liang and all his underlings were enraged, their faces icy cold. Zhang Liang said in a cold voice, "You're beneath even beasts in my eyes. How dare you go against my will? You simply don't know what's good for you. Cut off all their arms. Let's see whose bones are harder, theirs or our swords." As Zhang Liang's words fell, several more underlings stepped forward and hacked at the 9 men. All their arms were chopped off, and shrill screams rang out again. Blood spurted wildly, soon staining the snow on the ground red. Zhang Liang picked up a knife and pointed it at the 9 people, saying, "If you don't want to suffer, get up and move forward right away." Despite the pain in their bodies and the fear in their hearts, the 9 men remained steadfast, not moving an inch. "Damn it, a bunch of useless wretches. Kill them all," Zhang Liang cursed. Several underlings brandished their butcher's knives at the 9 people. 9 heads rolled onto the ground. Su Yang and his companions watched this cruel scene on the screen, all remaining silent. Tang Qing, somewhat frightened, closed her eyes. Su Yunqi and Su Muyu, the 2 sisters, had no expression on their faces and harbored no sentiment of pity in their hearts. Su Yang regarded the 2 sisters with satisfaction. Their performance was in line with his expectations. In this cold apocalypse, compassion holds no value. A bleeding heart mentality is not to be entertained. It will only encumber oneself, bringing danger and plunging oneself into perilous situations. The 2 sisters, having been orphaned since childhood, endured the cold stares and mockeries of the world. They had suffered hardships that no one else had. They had always adhered to the law of the jungle. Thus, their mindset adjusted extremely quickly. Since it was the apocalypse, one should abide by the laws of the apocalypse. The weak could only become the slaves of the strong, or even worse, the food of the strong. One must be ruthless towards enemies. However, Ning Kaidai looked at Zhang Liang and his group with a face full of anger. Her fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. She roared, "Brutes! They're truly brutes. They actually made those ordinary people who were powerless to resist go to their deaths. I'll kill them." Her behavior left Su Yang somewhat dissatisfied, but he knew that she had been a soldier before, even a special forces member. Her duty was to defend the country and protect the people. Seeing Zhang Liang's group's actions, she must have felt terrible. Instead of blaming her, Su Yang reminded, "This world is no longer what it used to be. If you still cling to your old mindset, you will be eliminated by this world. I hope you'll bear in mind that one should not harbor excessive benevolence towards those outside our group, for it could bring harm to all of us. However, they actually. Before Ning Kaidai could finish, Su Yang interrupted her. In this frigid doomsday, order has long vanished. Everyone is like a beast in the jungle. To avoid being devoured or slain by others, one must be stronger. So many people in this world are killed by the powerful. How many can you alone save? As time goes by, the ordinary people who haven't awakened their powers, even if not killed, will starve to death or become someone else's food. Isn't death a kind of liberation for them? We are already being merciful by not inflicting violence on those ordinary people. If you don't change your mindset, we'll have to go our separate ways in the future. Ning Kaidai took a deep breath, and her complexion gradually returned to normal. The anger in her heart subsided considerably. She knew that what Su Yang said was right. This is the cruelty of the doomsday. People can no longer be considered human. The awakened superpower users have surpassed human limits, while ordinary people have become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Understanding this in her heart is one thing, but killing Zhang Liang and his group is another. These people must die. At the same time, Su Yang called Tang Qing to him and said indifferently, "Although you haven't awakened your powers, you can't regard yourself as an ordinary person from now on. If you can't even bear this scene, how will you face more brutal scenes alone in the future? I hope you can adjust your mentality and make yourself stronger. Because our future enemies will not be merely these individuals, but rather a greater number of, far more formidable foes. Without undergoing the tempering of blood and fire, one can never truly mature." Tang Qing nodded and said, "I'll keep that in mind." Then she refocused her gaze on what was happening in the scene, not even blinking. After slaying the last ordinary person, a lackey looked ahead with a worried expression and asked, "Boss, now that there's no one to scout for landmines for us, what shall we do?" Zhang Liang, wearing a melancholic look, said calmly, "First, take these 10 corpses and throw one every 10 meters along the path we must pass ahead. Let's see what happens." From the previous 2 explosions, they deduced that the landmines here were likely planted at 10-meter intervals and were of a high density. Zhang Liang intended to test whether these corpses could detonate the landmines up ahead. If they could, they would be safe and avoid making unnecessary sacrifices. If there were no landmines ahead, that would be even better, and they could pass without any scruples. The previously beast, transformed rhino, like superpowered individual, with immense strength, grabbed a corpse and threw it towards a spot 10 meters ahead. The corpse hit the snow, creating a pit, but no landmine exploded. Then, he threw the second 120 meters away, and still, there was no reaction. Subsequently, the third, fourth, fifth, until all 10 corpses were thrown. And a distance of 100 meters was covered without triggering any landmine explosions. Zhang Liang was still not reassured. He had the man move forward 30 meters and then continue throwing the collected corpses ahead. Still, no explosion sounded. Only then did Zhang Liang and his group feel at ease. Everyone believed that there were landmines buried only in these 2 areas within Fengyan community. With this major threat eliminated, they could finally move forward with confidence. Initially, Ning Kaidai had been controlling the drone to outflank this group from a distant location. If the enemy got frightened and intended to retreat, she would promptly command the drone to rush out and encircle and attack them. Unexpectedly, the enemy came up with such a move and even intended to advance within the community. Then she couldn't be blamed. Chapter 91. It's extremely frightening when he buried the landmines back then. He didn't set up a defensive line every 10 meters in a routine manner. Instead, he employed a method that seemed regular yet was actually highly systematic. That is, no matter how the enemy moved forward, they couldn't avoid the landmine array. Moreover, those corpses couldn't detonate the landmines. To detonate them, it wasn't just about stepping on. There were various ways. Some were triggered by pulling a wire, some by induction. There were even some that could be controlled to explode, and some wouldn't explode immediately even if stepped on heavily. Instead, they would wait until the enemy passed by and then explode with a pincer attack, making it impossible to defend against. There were also some that would explode only after being stepped on twice. This was to ensure that if the enemy wasn't killed and tried to retreat, they would be blown up. Since the enemy didn't plan to retreat, Ning Kaidai temporarily didn't want those drones to strike, so as not to alert the enemy. Previously, the beast, transformed superpowered individual led the way in front and waited for Zhang Liang and his group 30 meters away. When Zhang Liang saw that the other side passed through safely, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. He then began to let his other subordinates move forward. The group quickly followed, but still maintained a distance of 10 meters from the beast, transformed superpowered individual. Zhang Liang was still at the very end. The beast, transformed Esper, seeing that everyone had caught up, continued to move forward. Just as he was about to take the first step, he suddenly had an ominous premonition. He felt as if he had stepped on something under his feet. He immediately roared, "No, I've stepped on a landmine again." As soon as his voice rang out, the others were about to retreat. But at that moment, an explosion sounded. Boom! A landmine detonated among the people at the rear. More than a dozen Espers were killed. The remaining ones stared at their deceased companions with lingering fear, their hearts unable to calm down for a long time. This was truly strange. The previous corpses falling on it didn't trigger an explosion, and those walking in front didn't set it off either. Yet it exploded precisely among those following behind. Where could they seek justice? With the sudden loss of 15 Espers, Zhang Liang was enraged. At the same time, a hint of fear welled up in his heart. The way the enemy had laid the landmines was so ingenious that it was simply impossible to guard against. With a wave of his hand, he ordered several underlings to absorb the abilities of those dozen or so people. He was ready to send others forward. After all, if they were to be scared off by 3 explosions, wouldn't they be laughed at if word got out? The beast, transformed Esper, who originally thought he was going to die, was surprised to find that the landmine he stepped on didn't explode. Relieved to have saved his life, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, maybe what I stepped on was just the trigger of the landmine. As he slowly lifted his foot, about to step forward, boom. The landmine beneath his feet exploded, sending his entire body flying. Even though his body was extremely sturdy, it was still blown to pieces. The supernatural being, who was 10 meters away from him, rapidly spread his supernatural power throughout his body, blocking the aftermath of the explosion. Zhang Liang watched as this subordinate of his was, his eyes flickering with uncertain light. After devouring his supernatural power, he said to the supernatural being, who could grow a pair of wings, Sun Bo, "Fly up in the air and use your wings to clear all the snow on our way forward." Others were afraid of the landmines in Fengyan community. But Sun Bo didn't worry at all. After all, he could fly and didn't face the risk of stepping on a landmine. Without hesitation, Sun Bo spread his wings and slowly rose to a height of 2 meters. He came to the place where the explosion had occurred earlier. The supernatural power flowed on his pair of wings, and he gave a flap towards the snow below. A path 2 meters wide and 10 meters long appeared. There were no landmines beneath. Sun Bo flew forward again. Then he flapped his wings once more. Boom. The landmine buried under the snow was triggered. The explosion sounded again. Sun Bo quickly protected himself with his wings. However, his level of supernatural power was insufficient. He simply couldn't withstand it under the explosion of the landmine. His wings were torn to pieces by the powerful energy and caught fire under the high temperature. The fragments from the landmine explosion hit his glabella, and his chest was completely pierced by steel beads. His vital signs disappeared. Without the support of his wings, his body fell into the snow. At this moment, everyone who saw this scene, whether it was Zhang Liang or his underlings, was completely terrified. What the hell are we supposed to do now? We haven't even seen a single person in Fengyan community, nor have we entered the building closest to us, and yet we've already been blown up like this by landmines. One companion after another perished, and if there were still landmines ahead, they would surely be depleted. One individual approached Sun Bo and absorbed his extraordinary powers. Then, turning to Zhang Liang, he inquired, "Boss, shall we advance?" "Advance my foot. Hurry up and retreat." Zhang Liang bellowed. "If we don't leave now, we'll all end up as casualties." Upon hearing his words, the other subordinates finally exhaled in relief and turned to exit the gates of Fengyan community, preparing to return to Fushan community. Just as they had turned around and taken a few steps, a landmine was triggered. The explosion was immensely powerful, engulfing everything within a 50-meter radius. Over 30 extraordinary individuals were reduced to mere fragments, their cores scattered across the ground, while more than 40 others sustained severe injuries. With some bodies torn asunder, with death looming, the faces of the subordinates were etched with terror. "That's incredibly frightening," they exclaimed in unison. Zhang Liang, particularly shaken, realized that the site of the explosion was where he had just passed moments ago. Had he been at the center of the blast, even his formidable strength would have been insufficient to withstand such devastation. "Retreat, retreat, retreat." Zhang Liang waved his hand urgently. "We must leave immediately." He was desperate to vacate Fengyan community, not wishing to linger for even a second longer. This place was utterly cursed. How many landmines lay buried here? The explosive power of each was beyond the capacity of any extraordinary individual to withstand. Remaining any longer would be tantamount to seeking death. With determination, Zhang Liang led the charge toward the exit. Some of the other subordinates, disregarding the consumption of their fallen comrades' abilities, hastened towards the exit with unwavering determination. Upon witnessing this, Su Yang turned to Ning Kai-dai and instructed, "Use the drones to intercept them. Not a single one must escape." Ning Kai-dai nodded, her impatience evident. She retrieved her tablet and accessed the control panel for the drone swarm. The drones, which had been awaiting their cue outside the community for quite some time, gradually ascended into the sky. The cacophony produced by the whirring propellers of hundreds of drones was deafening. Zhang Liang, who led the charge, felt his eyelids twitch at the noise. "What on earth is that? Why is it so loud?" he questioned, bewildered. However, when they beheld the multitude of drones looming ahead, they were utterly paralyzed by fear. "Have we traversed into the future?" they wondered, astonished. The hundreds of drones arranged themselves meticulously in formation, momentarily forming ants, then A, B, and ultimately converging to display the letters SB. Chapter 92. No path above, no exit below. The insult is excessive. Zhang Liang, upon recognizing the mocking display of the drones, felt a surge of rage wash over him. With a thunderous shout, he commanded, "Quick, shoot those drones down, or we shall all perish." It was at this moment that his subordinates snapped out of their shock and began to retaliate against the drones in the sky. Unfortunately, under Ning Kai's adept control, the drones soared too high for their abilities to reach. Moreover, the only one among them capable of flight had been obliterated by a previous landmine. Zhang Liang and his companions found themselves unable to target the drones. However, the drones possessed a shooting range sufficient to strike them. In an instant, hundreds of drones trained their firearms upon Zhang Liang and his group. Bullets rained down upon them, the sheer volume causing a chill to run down their spines. They immediately scattered in all directions, simultaneously shielding their bodies with their abilities. Unfortunately, the bronze-level abilities of those present proved too feeble, their powers limited. They managed to deflect a few bullets, but were soon pierced by a greater multitude. Su Yang observed the scene on the screen, once again exclaiming, "Leave professional matters to the professionals. It truly is the best course." Ning Kai-dai, with her special forces background and remarkable performance within the military, excelled at the control of unmanned devices and strategic deployment. Under her guidance, hundreds of drones encircled Zhang Liang and his companions in the sky. As the bullets descended, no matter where they attempted to evade, they would inevitably be struck. Even in their attempts to flee, they had to remain vigilant against the oncoming fire. Zhang Liang, now a formidable silver-level warrior, had little fear of ordinary bullets. Yet, the intensity of the opponent's firepower was overwhelming. If left unchecked, it could very well cost him his life. Thus, while dodging the bullets, he drew his blade, moving with a fluidity that allowed him to deflect those that were unavoidable. In less than 2 minutes, over 100 had perished. Witnessing his subordinates fall one after another filled Zhang Liang with desperation. He contemplated absorbing the abilities of those who had died to enhance his own strength, believing it might offer him a chance at survival. However, Ning Kai would never allow such a thing to transpire. As Zhang Liang reached out toward a nearby corpse, a drone equipped with an RPG rocket launcher suddenly opened fire. A shell hurtled towards him, causing his heart to clench with alarm. He swiftly retracted his hand and, with a powerful thrust of his legs, leaped away into the distance. The shell detonated, sending a shockwave soaring into the sky. Although Zhang narrowly evaded this attack, one of his subordinates nearby was not quick enough to dodge. Falling victim to the blast, cold sweat streamed down Zhang's forehead. In his understanding, drones were primarily utilized for demonstrations. While he had seen reports of certain foreign nations arming drones for combat, he had always perceived such matters as distant and unrelated to his reality. This was the first time he realized that drones could be employed in such a lethal manner, equipped with RPGs. Such weaponry was far beyond the capabilities of current ability users to combat. Though he had awakened a martial arts-based ability with formidable skills, if he could not land a hit, it was utterly futile. "I must find a way to escape, or I will truly be killed," Zhang thought to himself. He then shouted at his weary subordinates who were struggling against the gunfire, "Everyone, gather here. Let us confront these drones together. Do not allow them to pick us off one by one." Zhang's intention was clear. He sought to have his subordinates draw the fire away from him, hoping to find an opportunity to break free. As for the lives of his subordinates, he had never given them a second thought. With his own life hanging in the balance, he felt little concern for the fate of others. However, Ning Kai would not grant him this opportunity. Maximizing the advantages of the drone, bullets rained down from above, mercilessly striking down those who approached Zhang Liang. Simultaneously, the drone equipped with an RPG rocket launcher was reloaded with shells, unleashing them into the crowd, annihilating all in their path. 3 additional drones followed suit, releasing over 100 grenades in succession. The grenades detonated upon impact, leaving Zhang Liang's subordinates utterly defenseless, perishing in the chaos. This was a complete massacre, the systematic slaughter of superhumans by the drone swarm. Zhang Liang and his companions were less than 100 meters from the entrance of the Fengyan community, yet this 100 meters constituted the most arduous journey of their lives. Not a single soul managed to step beyond the community's threshold. Within this 100-meter radius, craters from explosions marred the ground, while the intense heat melted the snow, filling the pits with a mixture of snowmelt and blood. Remnants of limbs lay scattered across the terrain. At this moment, only Zhang Liang remained alive, his visage smeared with dirt, bearing wounds that oozed blood, rendering him cold to the core. Despair engulfed him as he gazed at the hundreds of drones above, which had reformed their ranks, preparing to launch another assault. With his knife pointed defiantly at the drones, Zhang Liang bellowed, "Who are you? If you intend to kill me, at least grant me clarity in my demise." Yet, despite his thunderous cries, no one paid him heed. Bang! The only response was a bullet racing toward his forehead. With a swift motion, Zhang Liang cleaved the bullet in 2. The fragments grazed his cheeks, leaving behind 2 trails of crimson. Thud. In that moment, the bullet seemed to be the final straw that broke the camel's back. Zhang Liang fell to his knees, pleading, "Do not kill me. I surrender. I am willing to be your dog." Yet, no one responded to his desperate cries. Bullets rained down upon him. "I will fight you to the end," Zhang Liang roared. Realizing his pleas were in vain, with a fierce shout, he unleashed his entire power, channeling it into the long knife in his hand. A flash of blade illuminated the air as he cleaved the bullets in half. However, another volley of bullets surged toward him. Zhang Liang rolled on the ground, narrowly avoiding them. Just as he attempted to rise, a dozen grenades rained down. He grasped one, intending to hurl it towards the cluster of drones above. He knew that destroying those drones would grant him a chance to escape. But just as he raised his hand, a precisely aimed bullet struck the grenade he held. It detonated instantly, triggering a chain reaction among the grenades beneath him. Zhang Liang was engulfed in flames. In his final moments, his eyes still reflected a sense of unwillingness. Boom! A series of roars echoed as he was vaporized. Only a silvery crystal core remained, resting in the crater, cloaked in melting snow. With his demise, all the supernatural beings in the Fushan community were eradicated. Under Su Yang's directive, Ning Kai-dai deployed electronic dogs from the drones to begin clearing the bodies and collecting the crystal cores. Chapter 93, The Approaching Enemy. As Ning Kai-dai finished off Zhang Liang and his group, 10 kilometers away from Fengyan community, several armored vehicles advanced slowly through the thick snow. Their destination was indeed Fengyan community. Inside the vehicles were a man and a woman, none other than Su Yang's old acquaintances, Cui Yaqing and Wang Shiqi. They had long harbored resentment towards Su Yang, and this time they had come with the intent to kill him. Previously, they had encountered Su Yang at the police station, where he had stabbed Li Bin 18 times. However, lacking evidence, they were compelled to let him go. Wang Shiqi had even followed Su Yang due to this incident, but was infuriated by Su Yang's actions and ultimately abandoned his pursuit. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, both of them were among the first to awaken their extraordinary abilities. They quickly established dominance over the police station and, leveraging the personnel and weaponry available there, they began to eliminate nearby superhumans, rapidly enhancing their own strength. Now, they commanded over 500 formidable superhumans under their banner. Particularly, Cui Yaqing and Wang Shiqi had both reached the 3rd tier of silver rank. With such power at their disposal, they resolved to confront Su Yang. Wang Shiqi was well aware that Su Yang had hoarded a substantial quantity of high-quality survival supplies. If they could seize those resources, they would be spared from consuming inferior food for an extended period. While the armored vehicles could traverse the snowy terrain, their speed was notably sluggish, far inferior to Su Yang's all-terrain drones. Nevertheless, they served as decent means of transport, capable of carrying numerous individuals. The journey had already spanned several days. Whenever hunger struck, they would raid nearby communities for survival supplies. Should they encounter any superhumans along the way, they intended to eliminate them as well, further augmenting their power. Throughout their journey, Cui Yaqing and Wang Shiqi experienced a rapid enhancement of their abilities. As the armored vehicle continued its forward march, they noticed numerous supernatural beings braving the heavy snowfall, advancing in the same direction. Naturally, these individuals also became aware of their presence, immediately setting their sights on Cui Yaqing and his companions. A dozen or so supernatural beings obstructed their path, demanding that the occupants of the armored vehicle disembark and surrender their vehicle in exchange for their lives. The leader of this group boisterously proclaimed his intentions. The foremost armored vehicle came to a halt as Wang Shiqi stepped out, coldly inquiring, "Who are you, and where do you intend to go? Why should you care who we are?" The leader retorted with a scoff. "Did you not hear what I just said? Scram and hand over the vehicle. You seek death." Wang Shiqi erupted in fury, flames igniting around him, the intense heat melting the surrounding snow. Its fire-based ability. "Everyone, be cautious. We must eliminate this little brat first." The leader cautioned his subordinates, preparing to charge forward in a collective assault. "Do you possess the capability to kill me?" Wang Shiqi sneered dismissively. With a swift gesture, a fire dragon erupted forth. Roaring, the fire dragon surged toward the group. Upon sensing the immense aura exuding from the fire dragon, the dozen individuals felt an immediate sense of dread. The enemy was far too formidable. A mere strike held such devastating power. Although they too had awakened their abilities. Aside from their leader, who was a bronze level 5 supernatural being, the rest were merely bronze level 3 on average. The reason they left the community where they originally stayed was to search for the 2 cars that had gone out of the community and then returned. Coincidentally, they encountered Wang Shiqi and his group, which aroused their greed. However, they didn't expect that they had provoked a tough opponent. The fire dragon swallowed the group in one gulp. 15 people were reduced to ashes, leaving only 15 crystal cores. Wang Shiqi clenched his hand, and the fire dragon dissipated. He then called Cui Yaqing down. Cui Yaqing picked up 8 crystal cores from the ground and returned to the vehicle. Wang Shiqi also picked up the 7 crystal cores on the ground. They both began to absorb them. These 15 people could provide 33 units of bronze, level 1 energy for them. Cui Yaqing absorbed 16 units, and her strength reached silver, level 4. Wang Shiqi absorbed 17 units. Together with what he had before, his strength precisely reached silver, level 5. After their strength was enhanced, Wang Shiqi said to the driver in the armored vehicle, "Move on." The armored vehicle started. Along the way, they encountered quite a number of superpower users heading towards Fengyan community. They killed them all, which further increased their respective strengths by 3 levels. Wang Shiqi's strength reached silver, level 8, and Cui Yaqing's strength reached silver, level 7. The two were overjoyed. At the same time, they learned from those superpower users that the reason they came out in the heavy snow was all because of 2 cars that could move unhindered in the snow. Upon hearing this, their eyes lit up. If they could obtain these cars, wouldn't it be easy for them to go anywhere in the future? In this way, by hunting superpower users everywhere and absorbing their powers, they could enhance their own strength even more rapidly. Maybe in the future, one could unify the Great Xia and become the dual kings of it. However, the most crucial thing at present is to get rid of Su Yang. Cui Yaqing said coldly, "Isn't he wealthy? But what's the use of having money? In this era, one has to compete in terms of abilities and strength. Without strength, one can only become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered." Wang Shiqi nodded in agreement. Just thinking of Su Yang made him angry. Not only did his wife once like Su Yang, but someone who was originally inferior to him had suddenly become rich. This was what he was most jealous of. People are like this. They can't bear to see those who were once on par with them or inferior to them living a better life. It's all the jealousy that's at work. In the end, these 2 people became obsessed with the idea of killing Su Yang. As long as he was alive, they couldn't sleep well. On Su Yang's side, he had Ning Kai-dai control the robotic dog and the unmanned aerial vehicle. They used snow to cover the big pits blasted by grenades, landmines, and shells. After compacting it, they had the previously exploded landmines buried again. Subsequently, he began to count the spoils of this battle. Zhang Liang's group had a total of 250 ability users. Zhang Liang alone could provide 19 abilities, and the rest of the people together could provide 479 abilities. That is to say, he had obtained a total of 498 abilities. It seemed that these people had hunted down quite a few ability users. However, Zhang Liang didn't monopolize all those abilities. After enhancing his strength to the silver level, he distributed the rest to his subordinates. Su Yang devoured 407 abilities in one go, promoting his strength to the gold level 6. And then, all the remaining 91 kinds of superpowers were given to Ning Kai-dai. "Swallow all these crystal cores," Su Yang said calmly. "With these crystal cores, it's sufficient to elevate your current strength significantly, and it will also trigger your evolution, bringing about an earth-shattering change to your combat ability." Ning Kai-dai was slightly taken aback upon seeing the pile of crystal cores in front of her, yet she didn't decline. She placed her hand on the crystal cores and began to devour them. Chapter 94. Blown up by a landmine right after arrival. Su Yunxi and Su Muyu. The two sisters watched Ning Kaidai devouring the superpowers with envy in their eyes. They also yearned to awaken superpowers, to become stronger, and to be able to assist their boss. The expressions of the twin sisters naturally didn't escape Su Yang's notice. He comforted them, saying, "There's no need for you to be hasty. Not awakening superpowers now doesn't mean you won't be able to in the future. This is an era of universal superpower awakening. Sooner or later, your time will come. When that time arrives, you must promptly enhance your strength. I'm looking forward to your help." "Really?" Su Yunxi and Su Muyu's eyes lit up. Su Yang replied, "When have I ever deceived you? It's surely going to happen, sooner or later." Only then did the two sisters calm down. Ning Katie's original strength had already reached bronze level 8. After devouring 91 superpowers, her body started to evolve. Her physical constitution was enhanced in all aspects, and simultaneously, her strength soared to silver level 9. With such a dramatic improvement in strength, Ning Kaidai was overjoyed. At this moment, Tang Qing finished preparing the meal. Su Yang opened a bottle of red wine and drank with the four of them. It could be regarded as a celebration of Ning Katie's strength upgrade. This meal lasted from noon until afternoon. After having a meal with nothing to do, surely one should engage in a proper bout of exercise to aid digestion. Early the next morning, Su Yang got up and washed up with the attendance of Su Yunxi and Su Muyu, the two sisters. Tang Qing, on the other hand, rose relatively early and went to prepare breakfast. Ning Kaidai was alone in the courtyard, getting familiar with the superpower she awakened after being promoted to the silver rank. Su Yang knew she was rather diligent and earnest in doing things. Moreover, she was proficient in weapon preparation and the deployment of drones. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh. Taking Ning Kaidai under my command back then was truly like finding a treasure, just after having breakfast and resting for a while. Su Yang was about to take the twin sisters, Su Yunxi and Su Muyu, to swim in the pool when the early warning system in the villa rang. Since Zhang Liang attacked Fengyan community this time, Su Yang had increased the power of the radar so that it could directly cover the entire Fengyan community. As long as a stranger stepped in, the early warning system would give an alarm. Before the end of the world arrived, the person in charge of Jianlong Security Company told him that the radar could only detect a range of 200 meters outside the villa. At that time, he secretly wondered why the detection range of this radar was so small. Installing several more surveillance cameras could cover a larger area. In fact, Wang Jianmin didn't tell him the truth at that time. Regarding the radar, especially military radar, private use is prohibited. Once discovered, it would bring a lot of unnecessary trouble. Therefore, the other party told him it could only detect 200 meters, because he thought that in an ordinary community, even if the radar was always on, others might not necessarily notice. It was not until his communication with Ning Kaidai during this period that he learned that his radar could detect a range of 3,000 meters. However, he didn't turn it on to such a large extent. Covering the entire community was sufficient. If it covered too far, the early warning system would keep ringing, and Su Yang wouldn't be able to rest. Su Yang watched as more than a dozen large, modified armored vehicles slowly approached the entrance of Fengyan community on the screen. A man and a woman jumped out of the armored vehicles. The moment he saw the two, Su Yang's eyes turned cold. These two were his old acquaintances and former high school classmates, Cui Yaqing and Wang Shiqi. Since their last encounter, he knew that these two had ill intentions towards him and had harbored grudges against him for a long time. Unexpectedly, they had shown up. Needless to say, their appearance at this moment was aimed at him. Judging from these more than a dozen armored vehicles, there must be quite a few people inside. Moreover, since they were police officers, the people they brought must be well trained and of remarkable strength. They might also be equipped with various weapons. After all, the armed police have a lot of weaponry, and surely they have sniper rifles and such. But it was of no use to him. A trace of killing intent appeared on Su Yang's face. At the same time, Su Yunxi also recognized them and said indifferently, "Boss, I remember these two weren't very friendly to you. Why are they here?" Su Yang replied, "They must be coming for me." Then he recounted the incidents between himself and the two of them. After hearing this, Ning Kaidai couldn't bear it anymore. On the spot. They're police officers. How can they be so petty-minded and even bring people to kill you? This is an abuse of state power. What's so strange about that? Su Yang said faintly, "The order of this world has long withered away. Moreover, these two people have never regarded themselves as police officers. Once they obtained power, they surely desired to take revenge on those stronger than them. Although the majority of police officers are righteous, those righteous ones might have already been killed by them." At this moment, They are no different from Zhang Liang's gang. I'll go and kill them. Ning Kaidai suddenly stood up. Although her mindset had changed a great deal these days, she still held on to her own principles in her heart. She couldn't stand those superpowered individuals who attacked ordinary people. And she loathed even more those who were once dedicated to serving the people but had become symbols of evil. You've buried so many landmines in the community. Let them lie there first. Su Yang stopped her and said, wait until most of the enemy are dead, then it won't be too late for you to take action. Judging from the aura emanating from the two of them, they are surely not as powerful as you. I'll let you have a good kill then. Ning Kaidai nodded and sat down again, her eyes fixed firmly on the screen. Cui Yaqing glanced at Wang Shiqi and asked, this is the community where Su Yang lives, right? Yes, that's right. Wang Shiqi nodded. According to the information I've found, before the end of the world, he bought the only villa in this community, which is located right in the center of the community. Then what are we waiting for? Let's charge in quickly. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Cui Yaqing's mouth. With a wave of her hand, she ordered the armored vehicle to drive straight into the community. As soon as the first armored vehicle drove in, boom, an explosion rang out, and the wheels and chassis of the armored vehicle were completely blown up. However, due to the robustness of the armored vehicle, this small landmine did not completely penetrate it. It merely jolted the people inside to a great extent. The driver and those in the carriage quickly regained their senses and rushed out of the vehicle. With a sullen expression, they stared at the place where the explosion had occurred and the damaged armored vehicle. Wang Shiqi and Cui Yaqing had come here cheerfully to deal with Su Yang. Yet they had lost an armored vehicle even before seeing their opponent, which pained them greatly. At the same time, their faces turned furious and they roared. All get off the vehicle. Chapter 95. Intolerant of others at her command, all the armored vehicles opened. There were a total of 500 people, each fully armed, holding guns, wearing bulletproof vests and police uniforms beneath. Moreover, their imposing manner was quite remarkable. They were clearly, after these 500 people got off the vehicle, they formed teams of 50, standing neatly in 10 rows, waiting for the next orders from Cui Yaqing and Wang Shiqi. Unexpectedly, there were landmines here. Wang Shiqi said coldly, attention all, fire into the snow ahead. Rat-tat-tat. At his command, the first row of people fired into the snow ahead. Soon, they emptied their magazines and then stepped aside. The second row stepped forward to continue firing, followed by the third row. Only after everyone had finished firing did Wang Shiqi feel relieved. The first team, get on the vehicle. Wang Shiqi commanded again, the armored vehicle, move forward. A person walked to the driver's seat, restarted an armored vehicle, and drove forward with 49 others. Boom. A deafening explosion resounded once more. A mine of even greater potency was triggered anew. The armored vehicle was also blown to bits. Nevertheless, the occupants inside remained unharmed. In this residential area, where on earth did so many mines come from? Cui Yaqing's brows furrowed deeply. Even if their former police station or the military department had an abundance of firearms, ammunition, along with some sniper rifles and heavy firepower weapons, items like mines were truly beyond their possession. For a moment, both of them knitted their brows tightly, at a loss as to what to do. Although both had been police officers before, one was a clerk and the other merely a junior constable. They were really not proficient in dealing with mines. Without hesitation, Wang Shiqi, upon seeing that the enemy's mines could destroy the armored vehicle yet not harm the people inside, simply dispatched another team in an armored vehicle. After all, he had more than a dozen of them and didn't believe that they couldn't clear all the mines here. One person drove off again, leading 49 others. Inevitably, another explosion rang out. Yet another mine was set off. Boom. This mine was even more powerful, and the luck of this team wasn't as good as that of the previous two teams. For this time, the exploding mine was an anti-tank mine. It could disable a tank, let alone their armored vehicle whose armor was far inferior to that of a tank in terms of defensive power. The entire armored vehicle was engulfed in flames, blown to pieces. Parts flew far away. A team of 50 superpowered individuals perished all at once. Crystal nuclei cascaded down. Witnessing this scene, the complexions of Wang Shiqi and Cui Yaqing changed drastically. Just like that, 50 subordinates with superpowers were gone? Is this a residential area or a minefield? Wang Shiqi cast a glance at the others, and ripples appeared on their faces as well. Continuing like this, it won't take many rounds before everyone is dead. However, this isn't the first time the opponent has made a wrong decision. Even if someone wants to oppose, they don't dare to say anything. Wang Shiqi and Cui Yaqing's eyes lit up when they saw the 50 crystal cores on the ground. They originally wanted to take them and absorb them. But considering that the one who made the wrong decision was himself, and doing so right in front of his own people, absorbing the crystal cores of his subordinates who died because of his decision would surely have a negative impact. He could only reluctantly give them up and let a member of another team absorb these crystal cores. You, as a physical arts type power user with great strength, throw that blown up armored vehicle forward as far as you can. I want to see how many landmines are ahead. Wang Shiqi pointed at a subordinate who had just absorbed his powers and commanded. The man didn't say anything. He directly grabbed a blown up armored vehicle with one hand and threw it forward. Bang! The armored vehicle hit the ground 30 meters ahead, creating a deep pit in the snow on the ground. The damaged armored vehicle didn't stop, but slid forward. It didn't come to a halt until it had slid over 100 meters. Wang Shiqi and Cui Yaqing nodded when they saw no more explosion points. Finally, there are no more landmines. Wang Shiqi ordered, everyone get on the vehicle and continue moving forward. Wait a minute. At this moment, a voice rang out. A very tall man stepped forward and immediately blocked, saying, "We can't do this. Otherwise, we'll all die under the landmines." "Captain Wu, are you doubting me?" Wang Shiqi asked with an unfriendly expression. "Where the armored vehicle passed, no landmines exploded. How could all of us die from landmines? I need you to give me a reasonable explanation, otherwise, you know the consequences." "How dare I doubt you, Chief?" Captain Wu said, his facial muscles twitching as he looked into the other's cold eyes. He quickly explained, "The layout of these landmines here clearly indicates that they were planted by professionals. Moreover, the person must have been a soldier with extremely rich experience. A series of landmine defenses were set up here, making it impossible to guard against. Additionally, there are various ways for landmines to be triggered. It's not necessarily only by stepping on them or applying pressure that they will explode. Sliding an armored vehicle over the snow may not necessarily trigger these landmines. If we don't dismantle these landmines in advance, won't we be sending ourselves to death in vain once we get trapped?" Captain Wu spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. He believed he had made himself quite clear. Now it was up to the other party to accept it or not. Su Yang and Ning Kaidai nodded repeatedly as they listened to Captain Wu. It seemed there were quite a few capable people in this world. This Captain Wu must have served in the military before and was later transferred to the armed forces. Although the other party had noticed the landmine defenses laid in Fengyan community, and there were many of them, Su Yang and Ning Kaidai were not worried at all. It was impossible to get rid of so many landmines. As long as the other party dared to enter, they were bound to suffer a heavy blow. Although Wang Shiqi thought Captain Wu was quite right, and he also acknowledged it, he was still unhappy that the other party had dared to question him in public. Coldly, he asked, "We don't have a mine detector. What do you suggest we do?" "It's simple," Captain Wu replied. "We'll have someone trigger the mines. Just send one person to traverse the path we'll be advancing on and set off all the mines. Then the rest of us can walk through safely, can't we?" "Trigger the mines?" Wang Shiqi furrowed his brows and thought to himself, "Brilliant." But in his heart, he harbored murderous intent towards the other party. Although the idea was good, sacrificing just one person could solve the mine problem. However, the better your idea is, doesn't it make me seem more useless? What if, as you said, it succeeds? Won't your prestige grow higher and higher? Then we'll be even less popular in the future." Wang Shiqi pondered for a moment, then deliberately flew into a rage and said, "How could I let my brothers do such a dangerous thing? Captain Wu, are you deliberately trying to send the brothers to their deaths? What's your ulterior motive?" "I'm doing this for the sake of the two leaders and the lives of the brothers," Captain Wu quickly explained. "I didn't mean to make that brother deliberately trigger the mines. I was just stating my solution. Since you don't want the brothers to die, then for this mine-triggering task, are you going to do it, or are we?" Wang Shiqi persisted, trying to push the other party into a difficult situation. Chapter 96. Triggering the mines. Captain Wu's expression changed. He knew the other party was trying to single him out. He lowered his head and pondered for a while, then looked directly at Wang Shiqi and said, "Since I proposed the suggestion, of course I'll go." Captain Wu had a resolute look on his face. With a smile playing on the corner of his mouth, Wang Shiqi said, "Very well. Since Captain Wu, you have such confidence, then the task of detecting landmines shall be entrusted to you. As long as you can accomplish it, there will surely be rewards once the matter is done." Captain Wu looked at him and replied, "There is no need for rewards. I hope that the two leaders will deliberate more carefully when making decisions in the future, and try to reduce unnecessary casualties as much as possible." He had already made the determination to go and never return. And regardless of whether it would offend the other party, he directly voiced what was on his mind. Upon hearing this, Wang Shiqi and Cui Yaqing were quite displeased. Yet they remained silent. At the moment, The most pressing matter was to clear the landmines ahead. Arguing with the other party about those trivial matters was of no use at all. Anyway, the other party might not even survive. Captain. When the men under Captain Wu heard that he was going to take the risk alone, they exclaimed in unison, "Captain, you can't go. It's extremely dangerous up ahead." Their faces were filled with worry and reluctance. Captain Wu interrupted his subordinates, not allowing them to continue. For he knew that Wang Shiqi and Cui Yaqing were narrow-minded and intolerant. His earlier questioning of them had already made them unhappy. If his subordinates showed more concern for him, the two would surely be enraged. After the Fengyun community matter was over, they would surely take action against his men. He didn't want his brothers to be implicated and lose their lives after his death. Captain Wu looked at Wang Shiqi and asked, "Leader, may I borrow an intact armored vehicle? What do you intend to do?" Wang Shiqi's brows knitted tightly. He couldn't fathom why the other party needed an armored vehicle to clear mines. These were his treasures, even more precious than his subordinates. "When I clear mines by myself, the area covered is too small," Captain Wu explained. "There's bound to be omissions. But with an armored vehicle, it's different. The area it passes through is larger, capable of triggering all the mines in the vicinity. This way, you can safely pass by just following behind me." "Fine, I agree to this," said Wang Shiqi, glancing at Cui Yaqing. The two nodded, and then he continued, "You can pick any armored vehicle you want." Captain Wu didn't say anything more. He nimbly climbed onto an armored vehicle, sat in the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, started the engine, took a deep breath while looking ahead, and stomped on the gas pedal. The engine roared, and the armored vehicle shot forward like an arrow leaving the bow. Although the snow in Fengyun community was extremely thick, it was much faster than when they had come. The armored vehicle sped through the snow, and then an explosion sounded. A burst of fire shot up behind it. The blast waves, fragments, and steel balls from the mine explosion hit the armored vehicle's steel plates, making a harsh sound. Captain Wu paid no heed to this. He pressed down hard on the gas pedal, controlling the armored vehicle to keep moving forward. Due to his high speed, even if he encountered mines in the snow, they exploded only after the armored vehicle had passed. Ning Kaidai and Su Yang, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but admire this Captain Wu. They all knew that, in the absence of a mine detector, this approach to mine clearance was the best and most effective. This method was frequently encountered in actual combat. However, those who attempted to tread mines needed to possess the following qualities. Firstly, one must be audacious. Those without extremely strong psychological qualities would not dare to do so. Secondly, an unwavering belief was required, being willing to sacrifice for one's teammates and beliefs. Thirdly, one had to have excellent driving skills, with a highly proficient ability to drive. Fourthly, one should have a certain understanding of the detonation time of mines and be familiar with the functions of various types of mines. Only after possessing these four qualities would there be a possibility of success. The probability of survival could be increased to 0. 1%. Yes, exactly 0. 1%. That is to say, even if one possessed all these qualities, the chances of survival were extremely slim. Basically, it was very difficult to survive. As for those who managed to survive, they only existed in movies. People who took such actions generally went with the intention of sacrificing themselves. At this moment, Captain Wu was rather fortunate. The mines the armored vehicle touched were not very powerful, and they didn't step on anti-tank mines either. So the vehicle drove forward more than 100 meters. 10 mines were detonated, yet neither he nor the armored vehicle suffered serious damage. Only the carriage of the armored vehicle was somewhat damaged. Captain Wu looked at the soaring flames and shockwaves in the rear view mirror, with cold sweat streaming down his forehead. But he had no intention of stopping. He knew that having reached this point, if he stopped, he and the vehicle were likely to be blown to pieces by subsequent mines. Then he stepped on the accelerator and continued to charge forward. Wang Shiqi and Cui Yaqing observed the armored vehicle passing by, followed by a series of detonating landmines, causing a shiver to run down their spines. It was unfathomable that an ordinary neighborhood could harbor such a multitude of explosives. Yet, they both harbored an unspoken suspicion that these mines were likely the handiwork of Su Yang. Their former classmate was no ordinary individual. He had inherited an immense fortune and could certainly procure military armaments abroad with ease. They had not anticipated encountering him today in such a manner. Fortunately, one of Wang Shiqi's capable subordinates was present, ready to effortlessly neutralize the mines. Su Yang, even if you had preemptively buried these explosives in the neighborhood, so what? Cui Yaqing sneered coldly, declaring, "Once I charge in and locate you, I will make you my dog. I will indulge in playing with you until I tire of you." then I shall end your life. After all, I loved you madly back then, while you turned a blind eye to me. But now, as the apocalypse descends, everything has changed. I have risen above. What you owe me from those days, I will demand 100-fold repayment. Cui Yaqing glanced at Wang Shiqi and urged, "Let them all follow us." Wang Shiqi nodded, his eyes reflecting a similar murderous intent. His animosity towards Su Yung was no less than that of Cui Yaqing. With a wave of his hand, he signaled his men to advance forward. They moved in an orderly formation, traversing the path cleared by the armored vehicle, which provided a temporary sense of safety. As they watched the landmines erupting ahead, they silently prayed for Captain Wu. Just as Wang Shiqi and Cui Yaqing brimmed with confidence, a thunderous roar erupted in their ears, louder than any they had encountered before. Subsequently, a colossal fireball ascended into the sky. Although Captain Wu had already maneuvered the armored vehicle away from the epicenter of the explosion, the immense shockwave abruptly propelled the entire vehicle into the air.